Chapter 1. The Delayed System. In the M78 Nebula, the Land of Light. The Cosmic Arena. The arena reverberated with the sounds of light beams being unleashed. The Ultramen in training, each aged approximately between 400 and 500 years, were presently exerting their utmost to release beams of light directed towards the assessment apparatus. At the perimeter of the arena, a blue giant patted the shoulder of the silver giant beside him. There's nothing to worry about. Thrashes, this is only your second attempt. I have endured a staggering 17 failures without ever giving up. Upon hearing the encouragement from this future archvillain, Thrashes turned his head. Torekia, an Ultraman who would one day be ensnared by darkness and become one of the nefarious antagonists. Thrashes had traversed through time for several millennia, devoid of a grandfather and lacking a system. He had already reached the venerable age of 8,000 years. 8,000 years. Who knows how he had managed to survive all this time? As a time traveler, he felt woefully inadequate. A sigh escapes me. Thrashes let out a heavy breath. As members of the Cosmic Patrol, the Ultramen frequently traverse the universe, rescuing various planets. Yet, their land of light was often besieged by external foes, and each invasion was led by a formidable boss. Had it not been for Thrashes' adept concealment, he might not have lived to see his 8th millennium. Moreover, this future archvillain, Torekia, had inexplicably become his close confidant, a truly perplexing situation. What if, in the future, he accidentally fell to this fellow's hands? That would be tragic. Alternatively, perhaps he could embrace the darkness himself and become an antagonist, potentially earning fame throughout the land of light. However, with the enigmatic for guardians present, that path seemed perilously fraught with danger. Oh well, regardless of the path chosen, strength was essential. One must possess a formidable fist to command respect. Regrettably, things had not unfolded as hoped. After 8 millennia, he had yet to meet the standards of a reserve soldier. Damn, this body was nothing short of a wretched failure. Warrior ranks: Reserve, Junior, Intermediate, Senior, Elite, Quasi-Legendary, Legendary. Next up, Olla. Prepare yourself. Thrashes' reverie was interrupted, and he shook his head, replying, "You go ahead, I think I'll sit this one out." Torekia remarked, "Very well. Take this opportunity to adjust yourself. I shall proceed. Now a warrior never desponds." The future archvillain made a gesture of encouragement and turned toward the assessment square. Sigh. I can't fathom how even the formidable Torekia has been eliminated 17 times. I suppose I shall just endure. As Thrashes prepared to turn away, an inexplicable voice echoed in his mind. Data reading complete. Initiating pirate summoning system. System 12,050. System? Thrashes' voice quivered. After 8,000 years, I am overwhelmed with emotion. You have finally arrived. Congratulations, host. System binding complete. You have received a novice gift package. Yet, what did this pirate summoning system entail? Thrashes pondered internally. System prompt. The host can summon the abilities of all pirate characters or the powers of devil fruits for personal use. Holy smokes. This is Amazinga, veritable interstellar pirate king. Thrashes felt a surge of excitement, his eyes gleaming. Bring it on. I am eager to summon a devil fruit. Thrashes assumed a posture of readiness. System prompt. Summoning is not permitted. The host must complete specified tasks to gain summoning rights. Immediately, an explanatory voice resonated in Thrashes' mind. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. System, issue the task. Task issued. The host must demonstrate a just heart and gain the recognition of others. Seriously? Must it be so absurd? Although I'm indeed a well-meaning youth in this new society, I must quickly join the Cosmic Patrol. As he contemplated this, Thrashes couldn't help but chuckle wryly. He had already prepared himself to be a slacker. Who could have anticipated that this pesky system would activate after 8,000 years? At the warrior assessment point, you have passed the warrior assessment. Achieved a superior rank. Congratulations, Olla. The Silver Race assessment. Minter smiled faintly at the female warrior before him. Olla nodded silently and then turned it apart. At this moment, Torekia felt a twinge of anxiety, as it would soon be his turn. Gazing at the female Ultraman who had just walked past him, his expression grew earnest. Olla possessed an exceptional lineage. Previously, she had been a nurse in the Silver Cross Society. After the loss of a close friend, she abandoned her nursing path and devoted herself to the front lines of battle. She believed that she could save more lives on the front lines. Unexpectedly, her innate talent proved so formidable that she passed the warrior assessment in less than a year. Next, Torekia. Torekia stepped forward, his nerves palpable. 17 consecutive failures had made him a notable figure in the Land of Light. Among his peers from the first assessment, some had become captains, while others had ascended to senior warriors. Throughout the Land of Light, he was acquainted with numerous individuals. Consequently, he had become familiar with all the assessment instructors in the realm. The Silver Race mentor hesitated briefly. Torekia, though it pains me to say this, I must advise you to give up. The barriers of race are not easily overcome. Though you are a genius among the Blue Race warriors, this assessment presents an almost insurmountable challenge for you. This is not something that can be compensated for through effort. Torekia shook his head. This time, I will pass and become a member of the Cosmic Patrol. This is my dream, and I will not give up. The mentor sighed, and the test commenced. Standing at the periphery, Thrashes was completely absorbed in his own thoughts. Newbie gift package detected. Would you like to open it? Open it. Congratulations, host. You have gained one summoning of a devil fruit. Would you like to proceed with the summoning? Summon. Initiating summoning. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability of the glint fruit. Thrashes trembled with exhilaration. Incredible. Wow, what a powerful start. His ability to absorb light energy had always been weak. Did this not mean he possessed infinite light energy? I am light. Instantly, Thrashes felt an overwhelming surge of light energy coursing through his being, akin to a rapid recharge. 20, 30, 50, 100. Simultaneously, his perception and physical attributes experienced a comprehensive enhancement. Within the assessment arena, 2 tests awaited. The first assessed physical strength. This assessment was relatively straightforward. As long as one's physical attributes were adequate, they would meet the requirements. However, the second test was of utmost importance. The initial energy threshold. If one could not contain sufficient energy, they would be unable to learn some of the more powerful light techniques. For the Ultramen, this was a matter of survival. Light techniques were the very foundation of the Land of Light. No matter how strong the body, it could not inflict damage comparable to that of light techniques. Moreover, light energy could also be utilized to enhance one's physical form. Achieving fortified defenses, it could be said to encompass both offense and defense. Yet, everything hinged upon the storage of light energy, just as one could not cast magic without mana. Chapter 2. The Warrior Assessment. Thus, in the 2 assessment tests, even if physical strength was insufficient, if the initial energy threshold could reach a certain level, one could still qualify for the Cosmic Patrol. Yet, Torekia was precisely at the level of physical strength, even surpassing the standards for junior warriors, but his initial energy threshold was lacking. At the assessment site, Torekia confidently extended his hands to touch the testing apparatus before him. With a sudden surge of power, he began to unleash his full strength. The mentor observed the luminous screen before him, which displayed a series of data. Strength, running speed, flight speed, reaction speed. The mentor nodded. The first assessment passed with flying colors. Torekia's countenance remained calm. This was expected. After all, this was his 18th attempt. He was merely stuck at the second hurdle. Second assessment, initial energy threshold, commence. The mentor placed a chip upon Torekia's form. Subsequently, the chip emitted faint electrical currents that permeated Torekia's entire being. A few moments later, a soft glow emanated from Torekia's body. Then, as the radiance dissipated, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. This was the result of the transitional activation of energy. Yet, in order to pass the assessment, he could not afford to dwell on it. Lifting his gaze, he stared expectantly at the assessment mentor. The mentor remained silent. He sighed and announced, initial energy threshold 0.7, failure. For a warrior, the minimum energy unit required was 1. If one could not even reach this figure, it would imply an inability to learn light techniques. For the lowest skill release, the energy unit must be at least 1. Once the energy unit exceeds 1, one could gradually train to increase the threshold. Otherwise, there would be no possibility of training at all. And now, Torekia was still short by 0.3 units to meet this condition. This was inherent, no one could alter it. Torekia stood frozen, his face pale. Why did it always have to be this way? Why were all his efforts in vain? At that moment, he caught sight of Olla. She had not yet departed. His heart sank once more. It appears that the gifts of one's race truly hold great significance. In the face of such innate talent, hard work seems utterly futile. Amidst the crowd, murmurs of discussion rose and fell like the tide. Everyone was skeptical of Torekia's persistence. This only deepened Torekia's confusion. He began to doubt whether his commitment was indeed misguided. "Are you still not giving up, Talus?" Upon hearing this voice, Torekia looked up. Unbeknownst to him, Talus had already taken his place among the candidates. Olla approached Talus. They were practically childhood friends. However, unlike Talus, who languished at the bottom, Olla was a true prodigy of the Silver Clan. Since the passing of her dear friend and mentor, Perna, she had lost her former cheerfulness, becoming increasingly melancholic, and thus began her pursuit of strength. She resigned from her position as a nurse in the Silver Cross. Then, she passed the warrior assessment. Her sole purpose was clear. She did not wish to witness those around her suffer or perish, and she yearned to exact vengeance with her own hands. Although Olla's demeanor had transformed dramatically during this time, the one constant remained her bond with Talus. Talus had become the most significant person in Olla's heart. An unspoken chemistry had blossomed between them unbeknownst to either. "Talus, please give up on the assessment. I am determined to protect you. I do not wish to lose you as well." Olla's voice was somewhat somber. Talus glanced at Olla, offering a comforting smile. "Do not worry, perhaps it will be I who protects you." "Next, Femo, prepare Talus." The examiner's voice rang out. "It's almost my turn." Talus looked ahead. Femo trembled, his body tense, hands working frantically. "Goodness, Femo is incredible. I never expected Femo to perform so admirably. No wonder he has recently gained such fame as a genius." Indeed, as all present shouted out the highest score of the day, Femo could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the ground, his chest heaving violently. That last effort had nearly drained every ounce of energy from his body. "Femo is truly remarkable." A chorus of admiration and envy erupted around him, especially from the female ultra warriors, whose eyes sparkled with adoration. "Talus, you may take the stage." The mentor helped Femo to his feet and called to Talus. "Talus, you must strive for success and achieve excellent results." With the mentor's support, Femo regarded Talus with a look of satisfaction, though he did not forget to give Talus a reassuring fist pump. Talus responded with a smile and strode confidently towards the assessment platform. "Are you prepared?" "Ready, mentor." The mentor held a favorable impression of him. At the same time, he viewed Talus as an aspiring junior. He simply felt it was a pity that Talus seemed yet to awaken. The first test assessed physical strength. The mentor's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a significant increase in power. It appeared that Talus had indeed worked hard. "Let us commence the second assessment." Following the procedure, it wasn't long before a soft glow began to emanate from Talus, growing ever brighter. Soon, it became dazzling beyond measure. "What is this?" The assessment mentor was taken aback. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This was only the second time they had witnessed such a phenomenon. The first instance involved the illustrious Driambius. However, Driambius had been a prodigy since birth, whereas Talus was not. Prior to this, Talus had merely been an ordinary member of the Silver Clan, having failed twice with no discernible talent, and even the hope of passing the assessment had seemed bleak. The assessment mentor quickly glanced at the energy display. The initial energy limit has reached an astonishing 63. Wait a moment. Why is this energy fluctuation so unstable? The mentor suddenly realized. During others' assessments, the readings typically surged to the peak in one breath. Yet Talus' readings displayed a fluctuating growth pattern. Talus chuckled inwardly. To achieve such an effect was undoubtedly due to the recently acquired ability from the shining fruit energy should not be wasted frivolously. Endless energy was truly exhilarating. Most importantly, unlike other Ultra Warriors who would deplete their energy after a few powerful moves, he possessed infinite reserves. Yet he was aware of the need to restrain himself, lest he frighten these young Ultras. Even Ultra Father might find such a shock unbearable. Theoretically, Talas' energy limit could be in the billions or even more. However, this required time to validate. Regrettably, this apparatus was also time-limited, with a maximum testing duration capped at 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, Talas' initial energy limit soared to an astounding 1210. Chapter 3. The First to Pass. Isn't this simply absurd? In comparison to the earlier Torekia, who had labored to barely reach 1 point, the disparity was glaring. Stronger than Driambius by such a margin, the assessment mentor exclaimed. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. In recent years, although many talents had emerged from the Land of Light, the most exceptional among them had been Driambius. At that time, his initial energy limit was 480, yet Talas had surpassed Driambius by more than double. Previous tests for Talas had seemingly yielded only 0.2 or perhaps 0.3. A fellow even less competent than Torekia, it is astonishing to witness such remarkable progress within a mere millennium, which clearly attests to his exceptional talent, though it appears he has achieved greatness rather late in life. However, considering the lifespan of the Ultra race, 8,000 years is a trivial span that, if converted to human years, it would amount to merely 2 or 3. To think that Terrace, who has always languished at the bottom of the rankings, could be so formidable. The other Ultra candidates nearby gazed at him with expressions of admiration. Well done, my child. The mentor, regaining composure, infused a surge of energy into Terrace, facilitating his recovery. Thank you. Terrace nodded, though in truth, he had no need to restore his energy, as his body had not expended any at all. Yet, to avoid drawing suspicion, he feigned weakness. After all, such a magnificent resurgence could easily raise doubts. The instructor had once mentioned that some individuals possess recessive genes. I had previously been skeptical, but witnessing this firsthand has changed my perspective. Indeed, Terrace is undoubtedly the most gifted Ultra Warrior in a millennium. Could it be that I too possess latent genes? Otherwise, how can my energy units be so minimal? Perhaps I do. The transformation of Terrace invigorated everyone, instilling them with newfound confidence, particularly among the Silver Clan warriors. Meanwhile, Torekia stood in solitude. Lost in thought, he showed no signs of encouragement. Rather, he seemed to resolve himself to a certain determination that it was not jealousy towards his friend. In fact, he felt genuine happiness for Terrace. His anger stemmed solely from the constraints of their bloodline. The triumph of Terrace served as further proof of the mentor's words. Innate talent cannot be compensated for. The lineage of the Blue Clan left him devoid of hope. Not far away, Olla was utterly astonished. She could not fathom why Terrace had suddenly become so powerful. In the entire venue, only Olla did not rejoice for Terrace at the tea that moment. Torekia approached, saying, "Congratulations, Terrace. I am genuinely happy for you. I shall take my leave now." Without another word, he turned and departed. Terrace watched Torekia's desolate figure. His gaze sharpening, he sensed that something was amiss with Torekia's current state. Was it inevitable that they would revert to the original narrative? A sense of melancholy washed over Terrace. His friend of millennia, Torekia, was destined to tread the path of darkness. "Terrace, I never anticipated you would be this formidable." Feynman approached, looking at Terrace as though he were a marvel. "Indeed, Terrace, you have truly concealed your prowess." The other Ultras gathered around. This time, only Feynman, Olla, and Terrace had passed the assessment. "Next, I shall arrange for you to join the security team, and I hope for your continued excellence." The assessment instructor beamed at the trio. Olla nodded silently beside him. "I will," Feynman replied. Terrace also nodded. Armed with boundless energy, he could exhaust his foes, unless they were capable of delivering an instant defeat. "I will assign you a suitable mentor." The title of being the Millennium's underachiever had truly caught him off guard. The assessment instructor then announced the results loudly, producing a shimmering golden notebook from his pocket and gently placing it in Terrace's hands. Congratulations, host, for achieving the top rank in the assessment. You have earned a summoning of a devil fruit. Nice. The reward arrives swiftly. Terrace silently recited, Summon. Commence summoning. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the rubber fruit. The rubber fruit enables the host to propel any material at incredible speeds, akin to instantaneous relocation. But in reality, it launches matter at light speed, delivering it to any desired location at the host command. It can also be utilized to compress space, allowing for spatial relocation of the self. Goodness, the ability of Bartholomew Kuma. This effectively grants me an invincible escape skill. Terrace froze in place. Child, you seem overly excited, the mentor chuckled, patting his shoulder. How could a millennium's underachiever suddenly rise to first place not evoke excitement? It's nothing, teacher, Terrace quickly replied, as the voice of the system echoed in his mind. That lightspeed propulsion, instantaneous relocation, spatial compression. Whether in offensive or defensive capabilities, this is simply astounding. That moment, Terrace could hardly contain his eagerness to explore the potential of this fruit's abilities. Meanwhile, the information regarding Feynman, Terrace, and Aura had reached the Father of Ultra. Aura possesses over 300 energy points. Impressive, nearing 400. Feynman is also commendable, having over 100 energy points at the age of 5,000. As for Terrace, his initial energy limit exceeds 1,000. He warrants special attention. He may very well become a beacon of hope for the Ultra race. The Father of Ultra remarked, glancing at the data with surprise. These three juniors are quite exceptional. I have heard about Aura. Her current mindset is unstable and requires careful guidance. As for the young man named Terrace, we should monitor him closely and provide enhanced support within safe parameters. Feynman should be advised to proceed steadily, considering his youth. By the way, what was Terrace's situation previously? The Father of Ultra turned to a nearby Silver Clan warrior. This warrior, renowned in his own right, was Zoffy, the captain of the Cosmic Security Team and frontline commander. I know a bit about this child. He hails from the Silver Clan and is of common descent. He shares a close bond with Torekia. However, both have repeatedly failed the assessments due to their insufficient energy levels. Torekia has now failed 19 times, while Terrace had 2 prior failures, but for reasons unknown, he suddenly possesses such immense energy. Upon hearing this, the Father of Ultra paused momentarily. How could he suddenly reach 1,000 points after 2 failures? I have heard of Torekia. It is quite poignant, for he is deeply dedicated to his aspirations. It must be a case of awakened genes. Such data makes it understandable. The Father of Ultra stated. Although not a pure-blood Silver Clan member, he indeed carried the dominant genes of the Silver lineage. Chapter 4. System. You are quite deliberate. He was well aware of the innate abilities of the Silver Clan. Silver Clan members are natural-born warriors. They share a commonality, a remarkably high energy threshold. Presently, Terrace's exhibited advantages align perfectly with this. It seems he has awakened, albeit a tad later than others. After all, others become warriors at 5,000 years, and by 8,000, they can stand on their own. During this age, Mirabel was already an outstanding advanced warrior. Zoffy, I entrust Terrace to you. Aura's situation shall be managed by Bess. Let Ace handle Feynman. The Father of Ultra pondered for a moment. They're the future of the Land of Light. Rapid development is imperative. The peace of the universe requires the participation of more individuals. Otherwise, it will be impossible to deter those malevolent forces. Zoffy replied earnestly, Leave it to me. Typically, mentors for newly assessed students are ordinary warriors. Yet now, the Father of Ultra has assigned Commander Zoffy to personally mentor Terrace, underscoring the significance he places on Terrace. Clearly, he hopes to witness the emergence of another warrior as exceptional as Mirabel. Terrace gazed at Zoffy in astonishment. The commander is to be my mentor. Did someone pull strings for me? I am merely a novice who has just passed the assessment. The leap seems vast, completely beyond his expectations. Is this the treatment reserved for prodigies? Observing Terrace's astonished expression, Zoffy chuckled, surprised. Indeed, it is quite surprising to not overthink it. Your talent is simply too remarkable. The current circumstances in the universe are dire. We require more gifted warriors. In order to cultivate stronger warriors in the shortest time possible, I shall guide you. So, relax. Terrace regained his composure. With such words, he would have the opportunity to learn Zoffy's unparalleled techniques. Zoffy's M87 beam attack is renowned as the most potent single-target beam in the current stage. This skill aligns perfectly with his boundless energy buff. I will impart everything I know to you. How much you learn will depend on your own capability. Mirabel learned everything from me. However, despite his remarkable talent, his comprehension of light-based skills remained insufficient. Zoffy remarked with a profound expression. Talas was struck by realization. It seemed that Dream Beast had been unable to master the M87 beam for some reason. Naturally, this was to be expected, for it was the most powerful single-target beam. If everyone could acquire it, then surely all the hostile forces of the Ultra race throughout the universe would have been eradicated by now. Nevertheless, he harbored no worries. After all, he was merely a pawn. Whether he learned these skills or not was of little consequence. Talas, follow me, Zoffy commanded before turning to depart. Talas promptly trailed behind him. Shortly thereafter, Zoffy led Talas to the cosmic arena. The new generation of warriors was engaged in various combat training exercises. Light and shadow skills danced through the air. Each individual radiated an overwhelming force. At that moment, Zoffy stood upon the platform, gazing at Talas. Given the immense energy you possess, I shall now teach you your first light-based skill that I hope you can wield this power to safeguard what is most important to you and remain true to your heart. With that, Zoffy crossed his hands in an instant. A streak of lightning-like brilliance shot forth from him. It was the Zure. The Zure, one of the light-based skills mastered by Zoffy, was renowned, second only to the M87. Its primary function was to inflict greater electric damage upon foes, while also delivering penetrating harm. After all, this was a unique ability Zoffy employed to substitute for the M87 or AY. It certainly would not be weak. Once you have mastered it, I shall entrust you with the M87 ray. The Z-ray necessitates the conversion of light energy into electrical energy, activated through the repulsion of positive and negative charges. It is crucial to maintain energy stability to avoid self-harm. The electric damage is secondary. The true lethality lies in the energy penetration. Once you acquire the basics, it can generate over 1 billion volts of electrical energy, with kinetic energy from the energy shockwave reaching at least 100,000 horsepower. Though the destructive power of the Z-ray is not exceedingly strong, it serves as an excellent foundational skill. Many beam attacks are launched following the activation method of the Z-ray. As he spoke, he patted Talas on the shoulder, encouraging him. Given the recent surge in conflicts, I will take you to the front lines tomorrow. Only through the baptism of war can one become a true warrior. With that, he departed alone. Talas then began to execute the method Zoffy had described. Although he would eventually be able to summon Enel's rumble fruit, being able to freely convert the energy within him into electrical energy in advance was also advantageous. Soon, arcs of electricity began to flicker around his hands. He pushed forward, boom, with a thunderous roar. The energy in Talas's hands suddenly dissipated, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, shaking the very earth beneath him. What the hell? Did I fail? Talas scrambled to his feet, looking quite disheveled. However, he was suddenly greeted by the voice of the system in his ear. Congratulations, host. First energy conversion successful. Reward. Rumble fruit. Rumble fruit. Allows the host to unleash lightning attacks, transform into lightning, become immune to physical damage, and even move at lightning speed. Oh my. Is this real? System, your rewards are a bit excessive. Talas chuckled in disbelief, having gained a clearer understanding of the system's power. As long as he grasped the fundamental principles of skills, the system would automatically record them, increasing the likelihood of summoning fruits of the same attribute or directly rewarding him. The system's prowess was indeed legendary, but he soon noticed that the energy within him had surged significantly. Perhaps more than threefold. Both the rumble fruit and the spark fruit belonged to the light attribute, and now they had directly compounded to bolster him. System Daddy, you're incredible. Now, he needed to quickly familiarize himself with controlling his body, lest his eyes learn while his body protested. Say no, I refuse. That would be quite awkward. Talas began to slowly gather power, cautiously controlling the electrical energy within him. Before long, a violent current erupted from his hands. Crackle, crackle. As the energy continued to coalesce, a strange magnetic force materialized around him. The electromagnetic field swiftly drew nearby metallic elements together, merging them with the explosive lightning emanating from Talas's hands in a swift motion. He flung his hands outward, in an instant. A bolt of lightning shot forth. The terrifying lightning surged into a frenzy. The metallic particles surrounding him continued to converge towards the lightning. Ultimately, the blue-purple lightning melded with various metallic elements, transforming into a blinding red. This was the phenomenon of metal melting under extreme heat. The beam struck the suspended test platform with precision. Boom! With a deafening crash, the incredibly solid platform shattered instantaneously. Talas was momentarily stunned. What the hell? Is it really that powerful? At that moment, the platform had melted into liquid. This alone indicated that the lightning's temperature had reached hundreds of thousands of degrees. How absurd! Simultaneously, he discovered that the current he had just unleashed had generated an electromagnetic field, with a voltage exceeding 10 billion volts. Such voltage would be intolerable even for the monsters of the universe. Moreover, this electromagnetic force was merely auxiliary to the attack. This mutated Zeray would surely leave Zophie dumbfounded. Thankfully, he had obtained the spark fruit beforehand. Otherwise, that last strike could have left him utterly exhausted or even dead. Do I feel like I've been set up by the system? He thought to himself, finding all of this too coincidental. Oh well, no need to dwell on it, as long as it makes me formidable. Perhaps one day, he would reach the enigmatic level of the 4 Ultras, or even surpass them. The following day, at the headquarters of the Cosmic Guard, Talas waited for a considerable time before Zophie finally arrived. Just moments ago, Zophie had received news from the front lines. The situation was extremely tense. A cosmic force was launching a small-scale attack on the territory of the Land of Light. "How is your practice with the Z-Ray coming along?" Zophie casually inquired. "Not bad," Talas replied with composure. "Don't be disheartened. Any exceptional light technique requires meticulous honing. This is not an overnight endeavor." "Wait, what do you mean by not bad? Have you mastered it?" Zophie looked at Talas, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Yes, I've learned it," Talas nodded. Zophie regarded Talas with skepticism. "That you've mastered it in a single day? That's preposterous. Even Ace, the most gifted among the Ultra brothers, took several years to develop a light-based skill of the Z-Ray's caliber. That was 1,000 years ago. How long did it take Dream Beast to learn this technique? It seems to have been decades. It would soon prove to be useful, Zophie thought. The mastery Talas claimed to have achieved must refer to occasional success. IT could be unpredictable, even to the extent of potentially causing harm to oneself. Dream Beast had faced such challenges before. Now was the time to undergo the baptism of battle. The Lion constellation was under attack by a monstrous legion composed of magma aliens. The magma aliens had obliterated L-77, leading to the death of Aruz. Over the years, countless civilizations have been destroyed by them. Talas accompanied Zophie aboard the spaceship. Along the way, Zophie informed Talas of the current situation. The light particle spaceship was the culmination of technological advancements, requiring minimal energy to conduct ultra-long-distance space travel. Its speed was astonishing, easily reaching the speed of light. If the Light Clan were to fly themselves, it would be impossible to establish the Cosmic Guard in such a vast universe. Zophie, upon their arrival at the front lines, they were immediately noticed by others. 2 warriors approached them, both familiar faces, Neos and 721. These 2 were renowned light warriors, the elite forces of the Land of Light. Hailing from the Warrior Command and the Cosmic Security Bureau, these 2 elite forces bear a striking resemblance to the Cosmic Patrol under Zophie's command. The Brave Command executes decapitation operations, while the Warrior Command is tasked with external conquests. In contrast, the Cosmic Security Bureau resembles a royal guard. "Commander, we have just received news that the Draco constellation D60 has been utterly obliterated, vanishing from the cosmos. The casualty figures remain unconfirmed," reported 721 in a somber tone. "The magma aliens?" Zophie's heart sank. Are the magma aliens truly that formidable? Even the masters of martial arts stand no chance against them? The status and prestige of Draco Constellation D60 in the universe are unparalleled. IT is a sanctuary for all martial artists, and its exclusive cosmic martial arts can be deemed the finest in existence. The cosmic martial arts flourished under their guidance, which explains why so many powerful Ultramen inhabit the D60 planet. Some Ultramen possess such strength that even the Father of Ultra would not dare to underestimate them. Neos and 721 were momentarily at a loss for answers. As Talas pondered, a sudden realization struck him. What a coincidence! Though millennia had passed, his memory remained remarkably sharp. He recalled the plot from the original narrative. The calamity of Draco Constellation D60 was not instigated by the magma aliens, but rather by the lurking Absolute family. A small golden calf of the Absolute clan, who once trained in Draco, had mastered the Phantom Beast Fist but had slaughtered his master, leading to the destruction of the entire D60 planet. Moreover, he had imprisoned Leo's friend, Regulus. The thought of this sent a wave of dread through Talas. There was a grand boss behind this, the fabled king of Absolute. This was a matter of significant consequence. At this juncture, it would be prudent to feign ignorance. Allow the story to unfold naturally, avoiding any chaotic interventions that could lead to uncontrollable situations. Such developments would certainly detract from the enjoyment. Besides, should the Land of Light and Absolute clash prematurely, given his current strength, Talas would find himself in grave peril. The only regret was that with D60's demise, he had lost the opportunity to learn martial arts and cosmic techniques. The reason Leo had ascended to become the foremost martial arts master in the Land of Light was due to his mastery of the cosmic martial arts of Draco Constellation D60. Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. "What is happening?" Zophi inquired immediately. Neos hastily reported, "We have detected magma aliens. They are 1 light year away and are amassing their forces." Zophi promptly commanded, "Inform everyone to set out immediately. Pursue the magma aliens." "Understood," responded Neos and 721 as they rushed to make arrangements. "Talas." Zophi turned to Talas. "Go forth in battle. Harness your strength to protect what you hold most dear and safeguard the justice of the universe." Chapter 6. Master Chinfan, what a swift assignment for the heart of justice, Talas thought. Recognizing the rare opportunity, he dutifully joined Zophi in the endeavor. Meanwhile, the magma alien forces had completed their assembly. Though they were notorious, they paled in comparison to the elite of the Cosmic Patrol. In the first wave of confrontation, the magma aliens suffered a staggering defeat. At that moment, Talas found his opponent, an ordinary magma warrior. With a swift leap, Talas executed a sweeping kick aimed at the warrior's waist. The magma alien, taken aback by the sudden assault, hastily attempted to block. Boom! Talas's initial kick held a mere force of several tens of thousands of tons. However, enhanced by the fruit's power, the force skyrocketed to over 100,000 tons. The tremendous impact forced the magma alien to stagger backward. Simultaneously, the warrior swung a blade toward Talas. Talas deftly sidestepped and delivered a punch to the warrior's chest. Boom! This time, the magma warrior's chest flickered with a faint glow, appearing quite eerie. Had he reinforced his defenses with energy? Talas narrowed his eyes. They exchanged several blows, allowing Talas to gauge the warrior's martial prowess. In terms of technique, the warrior was nearly flawless. Talas was astonished to find that not only did he possess the fruit's abilities, but he also bore the combat experience and attributes of a devil fruit user. Kizuru and Bartholomew Kuma were a formidable combination of power and agility, making defeat a daunting prospect. Each move appeared simple, yet effectively struck the opponent. With the slightest motion from the enemy, Talas could predict their attack trajectory. However, Talas had yet to imbue his attacks with energy attributes, relying solely on raw physical strikes. Thus, the damage inflicted was somewhat limited. What remarkable martial skills! Talas had not anticipated that beyond his prowess in light energy, his talent for combat would reach such heights. Alas, he remained unaware of how to enhance his attacks with energy, rendering him unable to inflict substantial damage. It seemed he would need to teach him some fundamentals upon returning. Zophi observed Talas intently, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. That moment, he suddenly realized that after a few exchanges with the magma warrior, Talas swiftly created distance. He then placed his hands before him, gradually gathering energy. Z-Ray. In reality, it was the Thunder Fruit skill. ZZZZ. Electric arcs flickered. The surrounding ruins of magma, alien ships, and scattered long blades began to tremble violently, an extraordinary magnetic force intertwined with the electric arcs swirling around Talus. What is this? Z-ray. Zoffy gazed in astonishment at the scene, puzzled as to why it differed slightly from his own Z-ray. Moreover, the voltage intensity likely surpassed 1 billion volts. Zoffy observed Talus' fluid movements, which seemed far beyond those of a novice. He had truly mastered it. Zoffy widened his eyes in disbelief. Soon after, a crimson bolt of lightning shot forth, striking the magma warrior with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. The sheer impact knocked several of his comrades aside. Moments later, the magma warrior lay devoid of any life force. His chest appeared as though scorched by lava, revealing a gaping crimson void. On the other side, the Cosmic Patrol had decisively vanquished the magma forces on a desolate planet. A giant with a dragon's head lay prostrate, drenched in blood, his body marked with wounds of varying severity. It was difficult to fathom the battles he had endured. Before him, a group of magma aliens gazed at the fallen giant, yet none dared to approach. They were stunned by the earlier conflict. Is this creature a monster? One magma alien trembled, his voice quaking. Not long ago, the magma forces had discovered this gravely injured Draco alien. Believing him to be on the brink of death, they saw it as a prime opportunity to seize the secrets of cosmic martial arts. Yet, none anticipated that this wounded giant possessed such formidable combat prowess. In mere minutes, they had suffered the loss of several comrades. However, the dragon-headed giant's injuries worsened, sustained only by sheer will. Yet, none wished to approach and meet their demise, opting instead to encircle him and deplete his remaining vitality. The dragon-headed giant regarded the invaders before him, a fierce expression crossing his face. Although he had been grievously wounded on Draco Constellation D60, he was not to be trifled with. Summoning his final reserves of strength, he assumed a battle stance, his hands transformed into claws, flame-red dragon fist. In an instant, a surge of power coalesced behind him, forming a colossal dragon. With a single punch, the dragon morphed into a tempest of flames, engulfing all magma aliens within the despairing gaze of their eyes. Boom! Finally, it was over. The dragon-headed giant collapsed. He could sense that the life within him was nearly extinguished. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from afar. The dragon-headed giant immediately heightened his alertness, using all his strength to raise his head and scrutinize the approaching figure. The giant adorned in silver and red appeared in his line of sight. Talus, who had been engaged in nearby combat, had come to investigate the commotion. Upon seeing the nearly lifeless Ultraman before him, Talus paused momentarily. He recognized this Ultraman, the master of martial arts from D60. Chen Fan, the teacher of Regulus, who had once imparted to him the flame red dragon fist, also known as the Phantom Beast Fist. I never anticipated that after enduring such tribulations on D60, Master Chunfan would still be alive, fighting against the magma aliens until the very last breath. Who are you? Chunfan weakly inquired. I am Talus, a warrior of the Cosmic Guard from the Land of Light. The Cosmic Guard? Chunfan sighed with relief. So he was just a lad defending the justice of the universe. Moreover, from Talus, Chunfan sensed a radiant aura. Lord Talus, I hope you can convey to Ultra Father that the destruction of D60 is part of Diabolo's plan. He hails from Absuralut. The Absuralut clan harbors grand ambitions, and their target may very well be the Land of Light. With tremendous willpower, Chunfan clung to his final breath to relay this information. In addition, there is one more matter I hope you can promise me. Although D60 is no more, its legacy must not be severed. I shall pass on the legacy of the Cosmic Fist to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chapter 7, the last heir unfolded. Without waiting for Talus to respond, Chunfan expended his last ounce of strength, transmitting the knowledge of the Cosmic Fist through telepathy into Talus's mind. Acquiring the Cosmic Fist, Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist, Flame Red Dragon Fist, Talus was momentarily stunned. Such a formidable technique had been learned so easily. He was still processing it. Had he inexplicably become the heir to the Cosmic Fist? He had merely come to assess the situation and had received Chen Fan's legacy. At that moment, Chen Fan's life force had extinguished. Talus sighed, pointed his finger, and a beam of light blasted a massive crater into the ground. Subsequently, he buried Chun Fan's body within. Regardless of the circumstances, Chun Fan was half a master to him. Rest assured, I shall not dishonor the legacy of D60, nor will I tarnish your technique. Talas bowed 3 times. Afterward, he began to examine his gains. Congratulations, host. You have become the last heir of Chun Fan, and you are rewarded with a summoning of the devil fruit. This revelation took Talas by surprise, reviewing the legacy in his mind. He discovered that the Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist was an advanced martial art developed from the Cosmic Fist, constantly refined. The Cosmic Fist aims to unlock one's potential, harness internal strength, and unleash attacks that transcend one's limits. As for the Phantom Beast Fist, it is based on the Cosmic Fist, integrating the power of phantom beasts. The resulting attack potency far surpasses the limits of the body. For instance, the Flame Red Dragon Fist draws upon cosmic energy radiation, creating terrifying thermal energy. Thus, it produces flame attacks. The Electric White Tiger Fist centers on electricity, capable of manipulating ionized particles in the universe to augment damage. The Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist boasts unique strengths. Each variant, when perfected, wields considerable power. Although he had only acquired the Flame Red Dragon Fist, Talas felt quite satisfied. Moreover, this technique was merely supplementary. His primary strength would still rely on the Devil Fruit. System, summon the Devil Fruit. The summoning commenced. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Flame Fruit. Flame Fruit. The host can utilize the fruit's abilities to create flame attacks, transforming their body into elemental fire itself, rendering them immune to physical attacks. As a result of the host acquiring the fruit's powers, enhancements to the host's physical attributes will commence. Talas's body crackled with sounds of energy. He could distinctly feel this transformation. His physique had grown even more formidable. With a casual wave, a resounding boom echoed, the sound of the air shattering. Just this alone was enough for anyone to grasp the terrifying extent of his newfound power. This explosive force is utterly enchanting. Talas laughed heartily. Should he face a magma warrior now, he was confident he could dispatch them with nothing but his fists. Upon returning, Talas chose not to inform Zoffy about the Absuralut clan as mentioned by Chun Fan. This was not due to any ulterior motive, but rather his awareness that within the Absuralut clan lurked a formidable figure, Tartarus, a master of time and space, capable of traversing dimensions. Heaven knows if he divulged information about Absuralut to Zoffy, it might disrupt the future timeline, thereby alerting the Absuralut clan and causing them to traverse time and space to eliminate him before he could even speak. Despite possessing the system, Talas felt trepidation facing such a bug-like character. Thus, it was wise to keep this matter under wraps for the time being. Even if he wished to intervene in Absuralut's affairs, now was not the time. First and foremost, he must strengthen himself. At the very least, he needed to be able to contend with Tartarus. Considering his current rate of power enhancement, this modest goal should not be far off. He simply informed Zoffy of Master Chun Fan's demise and the legacy of the Cosmic Phantom Beast Fist he had inherited. Upon receiving this news, Zoffy appeared somewhat regretful. On planet D60, Master Chun Fan was renowned throughout the universe as a master of martial arts. His death was his final dignity and pride. The existence of the magma aliens was a direct threat to the peace of the universe. We shall spare no effort to eradicate them. That moment, Zoffy gazed at Talas, recognizing once more that the captain had indeed not misjudged him. He was truly a genius, mastering the Zirei so proficiently in just one day. I believe you will undoubtedly become the brightest new star of the Land of Light in the future. The fate of the universe rests upon your generation. After Zoffy spoke, he turned serious, stating, "Now, let us discuss your shortcomings. I believe you are aware of your limitations. In close combat, pure physical attacks are unlikely to inflict significant damage, as enemies will enhance their defenses with energy. I will now teach you this. The use of energy and the proficiency of attacks are of utmost importance. This method is quite simple. You merely need to activate the light energy within you, then coat your skin with energy to bolster your defenses. Focus the energy in your fists and legs to amplify lethality. However, this requires precise control of the energy. If your grasp of energy is inadequate, you risk wasting it, placing yourself in a perilous situation. Furthermore, you can even alter the nature of your attacks by condensing energy in your palms. Once you reach a certain level, even diamonds can be effortlessly shattered. After speaking, energy transformed Zoffy's palm into a blade. With a single downward strike, a profound crack appeared on the ground. Zoffy was indeed a commendable mentor. T.O. ensured Talas comprehended. He meticulously broke down each step and explained in detail. Talas understood that this was akin to adeptly utilizing the devil fruit, directly condensing the fruit's abilities into various attacks. This offered him insight into concealing his own fruit abilities. Talas, I have a mission for you. After imparting knowledge to Talas, Zoffy's expression turned grave. I need you to journey to Earth. Earth? Talas displayed a look of astonishment. This was unexpected. What for? He couldn't help but think of Cebu on Earth, asking, Do you want me to find Cebu? Zoffy nodded with a smile. Clever. I need you to inform Cebu. Leo's brother, Astra, has been located by the Land of Light. Talas quickly pieced together Zoffy's next statement. Zoffy continued, The Ultra Key has been stolen by Astra. Furthermore, the collision program between Ultrastar and Earth has already been set up in advance. The Cosmic Guard is now in full pursuit of him. Thus, we need you to alert Cebu about this news. Chapter 8. Seeking the Star Cluster. Cebu will know how to handle it, Talas suddenly realized. So, Leo was the primary purpose of this journey. Since Astra was his brother, there was concern he might encounter issues during the mission. Hence, Zoffy hoped Cebu could persuade Leo not to act impulsively. After all, this concerned the survival of two planets. One side was his only brother, the other, the fate of two worlds. Only a fool like Leo would find himself in such a dilemma. Of course, if Leo stood against them, it would necessitate his elimination. Zoffy wished to avoid that outcome. Having come to this realization, Talas nodded thoughtfully. Some matters are best left unspoken. Although he was aware that Astra was a disguised barbarian, without evidence, any assertion would be met with disbelief. This time, he could seize the opportunity to meet Seven, the master of telekinesis. Among the Ultra Brothers, Seven possessed the most formidable telekinetic skills. With his human form, he could effortlessly hurl those powerful monsters away using his mind alone. In his prime, he could likely move entire planets. Such a remarkable capability. The coordinates were provided here. Zoffy handed Talas the coordinates of Earth. To navigate through the cosmos, one must possess precise coordinates. Otherwise, even as an Ultra, one could easily become lost in the vastness of space. Talas accepted the coordinates and set off, flying towards Earth, in a certain island nation. At the South City Sports Club, Feng Yuan lay leisurely on the grass, gazing up at the sky with a look of bewilderment. Ever since the L-77 Nebula was destroyed by the magma aliens, he had come to this world alone to start anew. His greatest passion was practicing martial arts. Thus, upon arriving on Earth, Feng Yuan immersed himself in karate. For someone like Feng Yuan, who had studied cosmic martial arts, karate proved to be a breeze. That he participated in various competitions and garnered numerous accolades. Currently, he served as a coach at the South City Sports Club, teaching children karate. Later, he encountered the human form of Seven, who extended a strong invitation for him to join the MAC team. Simultaneously, as Leo Ultraman, he vowed to protect Earth. During this period, he had engaged in numerous battles, cultivating a profound affection for humanity on this planet. After the destruction of his homeland, he had poured all his emotions into this world, treating it as his second home. Only in this way could he escape the agony of his lost lineage. When he learned that his brother Astra was still alive, hope surged within him once more. This moment, a sudden gasp drew Feng Yuan's attention. Turning to look, he saw children surrounding a handsome young man, approximately 185 centimeters tall, beside a cracked stone slab. Moments ago, this young man had astonishingly split the slab in half with his bare hands. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes. Using ultravision, he scrutinized the young man closely. Not an earthling, an invader. Feng Yuan stood up. Although uncertain of the other's intentions, given his presence here, it was likely directed towards him. Hidden within the South City Sports Club, uncovering his true identity would not pose much difficulty. Feng Yuan approached, inquiring, "What is going on?" Yamida, Feng Yuan's closest companion, quickly exclaimed, "This big brother is incredible. He split that stone slab in two with his bare hands." Feng Yuan gazed intently at the young man, who silently observed him, seemingly unaffected by the children's praises. Go play over there. I need to speak with this big brother, Feng Yuan thought, setting aside his guard to disperse the children. The kids, oblivious to the tension, quickly scattered. After they departed, Feng Yuan glanced at the young man and turned to leave. The young man understood and followed him. Upon exiting the sports hall, Feng Yuan paused, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The young man smiled faintly. "Didn't you already suspect? So, you are indeed here for me." Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes. "Then don't think about it." No sooner had he spoken than he launched a punch. The young man was taken aback, striking without asking any questions. This person is Tala's. After arriving on Earth, he had learned from passers-by the exact location of the MAC team, as they knew that the captain was Zoffy. Thus, he had come directly to the MAC team. However, he had not anticipated that this organization, dedicated to protecting Earth, was a heavily fortified military base. Without any form of identification, he could not gain entry. Hence, he sought out Feng Yuan, a member of MAC, to find Zoffy. Initially, he had thought it fortunate when Feng Yuan approached him, but now, the other party would not even grant him a chance to explain. Faced with the incoming punch, Talas had no choice but to retaliate. In Talas' eyes, Feng Yuan was full of openings. With a sweep of his left arm, he struck Feng Yuan's wrist, dissipating the force of his punch. Then he retaliated with a powerful blow. A resounding thud echoed as Feng Yuan felt a sharp pain in his chest. As if his bones were shattering, he was thrown several meters away. Fortunately, his combat instincts were sharp. He rolled upon landing, mitigating the terrifying impact. However, blood had already seeped through Feng Yuan's karate GI. Impressive. Feng Yuan was taken aback by Talas' strength, particularly that punch, which bore the power to split mountains. The opponent's casual push left him with a sense of helplessness. As if he had no time to react, Talas regarded Feng Yuan silently. Not uttering a word, in truth, Feng Yuan was incredibly powerful. After all, the human body inherits some abilities from the giants. Leo himself was a force of nature, endowing him with terrifying strength even in human form. Although Talas' physique had been significantly enhanced, he still fell short compared to a brute like Leo. Feng Yuan's expression grew serious. This individual before him was a formidable opponent unlike any he had encountered. Capable of overwhelming him in martial arts, he braced himself for battle. Just then, his communicator beeped. Zoffy's voice came through. "Return to base immediately. An enemy is approaching." Feng Yuan exclaimed, "Captain, what is happening?" "It's your brother Astra." Feng Yuan was taken aback. "How could my brother be the enemy?" A sigh emanated from the communicator. "I know. However, news from a land of light indicates that Astra has stolen the Ultra Key. He is now being pursued by the Cosmic Security Force and is heading towards Earth." Chapter 9. The Barbarian Scheme. Furthermore, the Ultra Star is on a collision course with Earth. Only the Ultra Key can control the Ultra Star. Zoffy did not elaborate further, but it was clear that the impending collision between the Ultra Star and Earth was a consequence of Astra's theft of the Ultra Key. Feng Yuan's pupils constricted. How could this happen? Why would Astra do such a thing? His mind was a whirlwind of confusion that he forcibly suppressed his doubts, realizing he had an unidentified alien before him, uncertain of his intentions. He suspected the other might be targeting him. He had just exchanged blows with him, and he was powerful. "Can you hand me the communicator?" Talas suddenly inquired. Feng Yuan's pupils widened. "What is your purpose?" Talas shrugged and replied nonchalantly. "I came to Earth to find you, specifically to contact Senior 7. Feng Yuan paused. "You're looking for Senior 7. Is there a mission? Have I misunderstood?" After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly handed the communicator to Talas. "Who are you?" Zoffy inquired. "I am seeking Senior 7. Zoffy Mentor assigned me this task. Due to the tight security at MAC, I had no choice but to come here to find Feng Yuan at S.O. It was a misunderstanding." Feng Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Zoffy Mentor? Could he be the disciple of Zoffy brother, the legendary Mebius? Although he had heard of Mebius' illustrious name, he had never seen him in person. News traveled slowly on Earth. So he only knew that Zoffy had a disciple named Mebius, whose rapid growth had even drawn Seven's admiration. "Wait for me there." Zoffy quickly grasped Talas' intentions. It must be related to Astra. Communication through the device was inconvenient. Meeting face-to-face would be more effective. The connection was severed, leaving Talas and Feng Yuan exchanging glances in an awkward silence. Soon, Zoffy arrived. Having driven over, he exited the vehicle and immediately utilized ultravision to confirm Talas' identity. Not Mebius? Zoffy was taken aback, thinking to himself, when did Brother Zoffy take on another disciple? Zhu Xingtuan turned to Feng Yuan and said, Feng Yuan, you may leave now that I have some matters to discuss with him. Feng Yuan, sensing the underlying tension, turned away without hesitation. Once Feng Yuan had distanced himself, Zhu Xingtuan finally spoke. I never expected that Brother Zoffy has taken on such a formidable disciple. What is your name? My name is Tyrese. I am here to convey a message from Master Zoffy. Speak. Zhu Xingtuan's expression grew serious. Tyresu then recounted Zoffy's words. I understand. Zhu Xingtuan acknowledged. He was aware of Zoffy's intent, to persuade Liu to refrain from acting impulsively and to prioritize the greater good. Moreover, it was crucial to prevent Liu from making a grave mistake. Throughout this time, Liu had exerted tremendous effort to protect Earth. The Land of Light was willing to welcome him as a member of the Ultra Brothers. Thus, Zoffy did not wish for Liu to become their adversary. Tyresu suddenly remarked, This matter is exceedingly peculiar. I have long heard of King Aruz of the Lionheart. From beginning to end, he has been dedicated to combating evil. Just like the Ultraman. Therefore, I believe Aruz's son could not possibly fall from grace. However, according to the reports from the Cosmic Patrol, the thief was indeed Astra. This revelation. Zhu Xingtuan was taken aback. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan's emotions grew complex upon learning that the thief was Astra. The arrival of Tyresu immediately instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Astra was certainly not the type to act recklessly and without regard for consequences. Was there some hidden truth behind this? Tyresu, thank you. Hearing you say this, I have come to understand many things. Perhaps Astra is concealing some secret. Zhu Xingtuan pondered thoughtfully. Tyresu twitched his lips, revealing a peculiar expression. A secret? To hell with secrets. My point is clear. Astra is an imposter. Tyresu had abandoned any intention of guiding Zhu Xingtuan. After all, the truth would soon be revealed. He did not wish to squander time here. With that, he departed. After all, he had his own objectives for coming to Earth. Witnessing this scene, Feng Yuan promptly inquired, Captain, did he come here because of the Ultra Key and Astra? Zhu Xingtuan nodded slightly, not concealing the truth. Yes, the Land of Light has tasked me with monitoring you, and if necessary, to intervene and stop you. They believe Astra's soul has been tainted by darkness, that he may endanger you. Your future is bright. We do not wish for you to tread the path of darkness. Feng Yuan shook his head. I still do not believe Astra would do such a thing. Zhu Xingtuan sighed. In 7 days, the Ultra Star will collide with Earth. This spells disaster for both planets. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Zhu Xingtuan's communicator buzzed. He quickly answered, Captain, there are intense energy fluctuations descending upon Earth. It is likely a powerful being from the cosmos. Upon hearing this, both men looked up at the sky. Utilizing the Ultra's vision, they effortlessly pierced through the atmosphere. They beheld a red figure plummeting from the heavens. Astra! Zhu Xingtuan exclaimed, that moment. The Babylonians erupted into jubilant laughter. His scheme had succeeded, effectively sowing discord between the Land of Light and the Liu brothers. The Ultra Key was now in his grasp. This key not only controlled the operations of the entire Land of Light, but also served as a formidable weapon. It was said that the Ultra Father had once used it to obliterate a planet of demons. That planet was of the highest rank, one of the brightest and most powerful in the entire universe. Yet, this demon planet was reduced to fragments by the Ultra Key. Its destructive power was evident. This time, not only would he eliminate the nuisances of the Land of Light and Liu, but he would also acquire such a powerful weapon. The path to becoming the cosmic overlord was about to unfold. With this thought, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Severin, Liu, upon landing, the Babylonians spotted the two, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Not far away, Zhu Xingtuan and Feng Yuan were also observing him. The Babylonian had already thoroughly investigated Severin and Liu's identities on Earth. He raised the Ultra Key, intending to eliminate Zhu Xingtuan first. In his plan, there was no doubt that Severin posed the greatest obstacle. Even in human form, he could unleash terrifying telekinetic power. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Xingtuan scoffed. With arms crossed over his chest, he unleashed his ultra-telekinesis. Buzz! The immense telekinetic force instantly pinned Astra in place. Chapter 10. Foolish Leo. Zhu Xingtuan exerted all his strength to unleash his telekinesis, shouting at Feng Yuan, "Hurry and retrieve the Ultra Key. Nisan, why are you treating me this way? What have I done wrong?" The Babylonian, transformed into Astra, pleaded in terror. The power of Severin's telekinesis left him shaken. He immediately adopted a fearful and wrong demeanor, desperately pleading for Feng Yuan's help. The cries left Feng Yuan's heart in turmoil. "Astra! Astra! Stop! Please cease this!" Feng Yuan was frantic. He suddenly shoved Severin away. Zhu Xingtuan looked at Leo, his gaze filled with disbelief. "Do you know what you were doing?" All along, they had been teacher and student as well as friends. He believed their relationship was strong. Yet now, Leo was prepared to strike him due to Astra's words. Moreover, what he had employed was merely a binding telekinesis, causing no harm to Astra at all. Feng Yuan seemed startled by his own actions. However, he could no longer afford to hesitate. "Astra, hand over the Ultra Key now." Suddenly, a low voice echoed from the sky. IT was the cosmic patrol chasing after the Babylonian. Leading the charge was Zophi, accompanied by the first generation, Jack and Ace, for the Ultra brothers. Upon seeing this, the Babylonian's heart filled with cold laughter. He stepped back repeatedly, his face a mask of fear. Feng Yuan watched this scene, his anxiety mounting that he wanted to transform to aid his brother. Zhu Xingtuan furiously blocked him. "Feng Yuan, calm down. I understand your feelings, but right now the most important thing is to retrieve the Ultra Key. As for the misunderstanding between us and Astra, we will address it after resolving the crisis facing Earth and the Land of Light. The fate of both planets rests in your hands. Did you not say that Earth is your second homeland? Can you bear to witness your homeland face destruction again?" Feng Yuan was taken aback that on one hand was the survival of the Land of Light and Earth. On the other was his brother's safety. How should he decide? "Nisan, help me." Leo Nisan, Feng Yuan's thoughts, which he had finally managed to calm, became chaotic once more. Ultimately, reason succumbed to emotion. He abruptly pushed Zhu Xingtuan aside and prepared to transform. "You fool!" Zhu Xingtuan, seething with anger, struck Feng Yuan down with his staff. However, it was of no consequence to Feng Yuan, who resolutely countered Zhu Xingtuan. With Zhu Xingtuan leaning on his staff, he was no match and was defeated in 3 moves. Subsequently, Feng Yuan transformed directly. What the heck? So fast! In the distance, Thrashes also noticed the unfolding situation. He turned to observe Leo, who was engaged in combat with the Ultra Brothers. It was evident that Zophi and the others were holding back. After all, Leo was a righteous ally in the eyes of the Ultra Brothers. Their target was solely Astra. Thus, the 4 were merely using physical techniques to attack Leo. Yet, in terms of physical prowess, the 4 appeared quite ordinary compared to Leo. After all, the Silver Clan excelled not in physical combat, but in various light-based skills. Despite their energy enhancements and techniques, they remained utterly powerless against Leo's cosmic martial arts. "Leo is such a fool. He can't even see through such clumsy acting," Thrashes quipped. The Babylonians' casual words had led Leo to disregard the fates of 2 planets, directly engaging in battle with the Land of Light. Setting aside the moral implications of this decision, once the battle commenced, could Leo withstand it? He would be reduced to nothing but rubble by the Ultramen. Physical prowess would prove useless. Indeed, what the Ultra Brothers desire most at this moment is the Ultra Key, to resolve the imminent crisis. Once the Ultra Key is secured, entrusting Astra to Leo's care would pose no issue. However, Leo is quite different. With every utterance of Nisan from him, frustration mounts that in my previous life as a citizen of Huaxia, the only individuals permitted to address me in such a manner were beautiful young ladies. Any other person daring to do so would earn my wrath. The fury of the Ultra Brothers is on the verge of eruption. Conveniently, the heritage just acquired will serve as practice against Leo. Talas cast a glance at the barbarian hiding behind Leo, a cold smile playing on his lips. After expending considerable energy, Leo gradually calmed down, hastily waving his hands. "Wait, hold on, leave this matter to me." Zoffy and the others paused their actions, eyeing him. Astra, Leo turned, demanding, "Why did you steal the Ultra Key and attempt to collide two planets?" The barbarian feigned ignorance, responding with a disingenuous act of cluelessness. "Hurry in hand over the Ultra Key," Leo bellowed. The barbarian shook his head in silence, concealing the Ultra Key behind him. Disappointment washed over Leo's face as he prepared to reprimand this foolish younger brother. Zoffy and the others turned their attention to the increasingly imminent Ultra Star, urgency palpable. Ace could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Leo, I will kill Astra." Hold on, Leo interjected. Zoffy insisted, "Astra must be punished." "Wait a moment," Leo shouted. The Ultra Brothers granted him a chance, but time was of the essence, leaving no room for delay. Thus, Zoffy and the first generation engaged Leo, while Jack and Ace focused on seizing the Ultra Key. Leo erupted in fury, matching the Ultra Brothers in a fierce clash of physical prowess. Leo, 7, unable to transform, wore a look of despair. This was the last scenario he wished to witness. Senior 7, a voice called from beside him. Zhu Xingtuan turned to find Talas. "You didn't leave?" Talas replied nonchalantly, "I have a way to stop Leo." Zhu Xingtuan furrowed his brow. "What method? Teach me Leo's flying kick. That way, I can handle him. Then let Zoffy and the others swiftly reclaim the Ultra Key. The longer we delay, the greater the crisis. Senior's feelings for Earth must run deep, and your bond with Leo is strong that if Zoffy and the others do not retrieve the Ultra Key in a matter of minutes, Leo's brothers will be slain. However, if I learn Leo's flying kick, I am confident I can subdue him." Lowering the stakes, upon finishing, Zhu Xingtuan felt a pang in his heart. Earth was his true home. For the sake of humanity on Earth, he could even destroy the Ultra Star. Without the Ultra Star, the Light Clan could survive and migrate to other planets, but humanity on Earth would face certain doom. Yet, Zhu Xingtuan harbored doubts about Talas's abilities. Despite having been on Earth for a while, he had not been away from the Land of Light for long. Only a few years. This meant Talas had not joined the Cosmic Patrol for an extended period. In such a short time, even if he were a genius, how much could he have grown? Subduing Leo, easier said than done. The Leo he trained had remarkable prowess in physical combat, and 7 was acutely aware of this. The only solution was to employ light-based skills. However, Talas aimed to restrain Leo, not to kill him, thus refraining from using light skills. "That I can teach you the flying kick. However, this battle may be a stretch for you." "Rest assured, Senior 7, I know what to do." Zhu Xingtuan gazed at Talas for a moment before ultimately choosing to impart the flying kick technique. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired Leo's ultimate technique, and as a reward, you have received a summoning ability from the pirate character." Talas silently invoked the summoning in his heart. "Congratulations, host, you have obtained the pirate Sanji skill. Demon Wind Kick." Elation surged within Talas. Indeed, the system rewards abilities aligned with one's circumstances. Though he possessed the light-speed kick from the Shining Fruit, one can never have too many skills. As the host acquired the pirate Sanji's ultimate skill, enhancements to physical attributes commenced. Soon, Talas regained his composure and addressed Zhu Xingtuan. "From here on, I will fulfill my promise. Hold Leo at bay." No sooner had the words left his lips than a brilliant silver light erupted from his form. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of light. Landing on the battlefield, the radiance gradually dissipated, revealing Talas's towering figure, nearly 70 meters tall. Zoffy was the first to notice him. "Talas, quickly leave. You are not yet qualified to participate." Talas smiled faintly. "Do not worry. Mentor Zoffy, Leo is my responsibility. You all go reclaim the Ultra Key." As soon as he spoke, amidst the astonished gazes of Zoffy and the others, Talas turned to face Leo, declaring, "Our contest is not over." Leo's pupils constricted. From Talas's words, he inferred his identity. "ITSU." Leo's voice deepened. "I will not allow you to bully Astra." With that, he hurled a punch at Talas. Witnessing this, Zoffy gasped in shock. He aimed to rush forward and shield Talas from Leo's assault. However, what transpired next left him utterly dumbfounded. Talas mirrored Leo's movement, their fists colliding. With the enhancement from 2 consecutive summons, his physical attributes were now on par with Leo's. Boom! Their fists clashed with a terrifying shockwave that uprooted trees and plants in the vicinity. Thud, thud, thud. Both Talas and Leo staggered back several hundred meters. Smoke billowed from their fists that Leo's expression turned serious. This time, he felt a stinging pain radiating from his fist that so hard. Who is this guy? Leo was astonished. The power behind his last punch was enough to shatter a monster's bones, and even Zoffy and the others would require energy shields to withstand it. Yet his own fist felt as though it might shatter. Zoffy and the others, witnessing the scene, were equally perplexed. Moments ago, Leo had been dominating the fight, and now he was being suppressed by this junior with a single move, aside from Zoffy and Seven. The others wore bewildered expressions, ignorant of Talas' identity. Who is he? The first generation inquired of Zoffy. Zoffy snapped back to reality. While he knew Talas was powerful, this was beyond comprehension. His name is Talas. My new disciple. The first generation trio fell silent. This unfamiliar name left them without a trace of recognition. However, Talas was a warrior of the Silver Clan. Why was his physical prowess so remarkable? Sensing the confusion of others, Zoffy couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Don't look at me. I've only taught him for a few days. This kid just passed the warrior assessment, and his energy intensity has already exceeded 1,000. That's why the captain assigned him to me for training. However, I have only imparted Zure and energy application techniques to him. His physical skills are not my doing. A natural-born powerhouse, the others were taken aback. The first generation mused, Talas must have fully mastered his powers. He has perfectly controlled his energy usage. Zhu Xing Tuan was utterly astonished by the spectacle before him. It seemed Zoffy had indeed taken a remarkable disciple. Was he truly a warrior of the Silver Clan? Even among the Red Clan warriors, such talent in physical combat was exceedingly rare. Zoffy shook his head. Let us not waste Talas' efforts. The first generation and the others suddenly understood. All eyes turned toward the barbarian disguised as Astra. The barbarian's heart raced. Damn it, an unexpected adversary has appeared. He retreated repeatedly, clutching the Ultra Key tightly in hand. He prepared to activate the Ultra Key, intending to obliterate these individuals along with the entire Earth. Leo felt a surge of anxiety. He wanted to abandon Talas to assist his brother. Yet, Talas pressed closely, offering him no opportunity that I will not let you pass. Tara spoke softly, get lost. Leo roared in fury, delivering a kick aimed at Tara's waist. Tara raised his knee to block the attack. Bam! A sharp pain shot through Leo's calf. What is happening? Following his successful defense, Tara swiftly retaliated with an elbow strike, landing squarely on Leo's chest. Bam! Leo felt as though a meteor had collided with him. The immense force, coupled with excruciating pain, forced him to stagger back several steps. Leo's expression darkened. This is the Cosmic Fist technique. He knows the Cosmic Fist technique. Moreover, his mastery of it far exceeds my own. How can you also wield the Cosmic Fist technique? Leo gazed at Tara's. His eyes filled with disbelief. Tara's cast a glance at him, and then executed a move that Leo was all too familiar with. This is the starting stance of the Cosmic Fist technique. Just as I suspected, Leo's heart sank. The pressure Tara's exerted upon him was overwhelming. Nissen, Leo Nissen, help! Hearing Astra's cry, Leo charged forward once more, delivering a front kick. However, Tara's reacted with astonishing speed, effortlessly neutralizing the blow. At that moment, Tara's unleashed a high whip kick that swept towards Leo's face with lightning speed. Leo barely had time to raise his arms in defense, but was still sent flying hundreds of meters. With a roll, Leo managed to regain his footing, though his arms and legs trembled slightly. After each collision, Leo felt as if he had crashed into a block of ultra-dense alloy. Chapter 12. The Great Heart of the King of Light. No, we must give it our all. At that moment, the energy within Leo began to coalesce. Observing this, Tara's hands transformed into claws. What is this? Leo had an ominous premonition. The flame-red dragon fist, strange dragon patterns seemed to come alive on Tara's arms. Leo was horrified. Has this guy trained in D60? I have no recollection of this. The dragon patterns roared, and Tara's thrust forward. An energy storm instantly formed around them. Boom! With a deafening sound, Leo was blasted away. His chest charred black. Struggling, he crawled from the ground. Meanwhile, Ace had captured Babarl and was attempting to seize the Ultra Key. Damn it. Leo leaped thousands of meters high, 1 foot engulfed in raging flames, and struck down towards Teras. What the hell? Are you trying to kill me? Teras was taken aback. This guy actually used Leo's flying kick. If it were anyone else, their first instinct would be to evade. But Teras decided to combat magic with magic. At the same time, flames erupted around his foot. Demon Wind Kick. The flames beneath Teras were even more potent than Leo's. They nearly enveloped Teras entirely. Meanwhile, the Zhaoxing group, observing from a distance, was left dumbfounded. He had merely shared the technique and usage of Leo's flying kick with Teras. What kind of freak is this? The Zhaoxing group began to question life itself. Leo had spent considerable time mastering this move, yet Teras executed it flawlessly after just one demonstration. Moreover, it appeared that Teras' version was even stronger than Leo's. Boom! The two flying kicks finally collided mid-air, unleashing terrifying forces that ignited a catastrophic energy storm. The shockwave tore through the clouds above. Fortunately, they had both soared into the sky. Had they been in the city, that recent strike would have turned it to ruins. Simultaneously, even the Ultra Brothers attacking the Babarl aliens were affected. What is happening with those two? Ace exclaimed in shock at this moment. He finally witnessed the sheer power that could arise from a clash of pure physical techniques. The force of Leo's kick was enough to shatter a small asteroid. He even felt that if struck directly, one could be either dead or severely injured. The other three felt a chill run down their spines. They understood that if they took this hit head-on, they would be gravely injured, if not killed. Finally, as the shockwave dissipated, two figures descended from the sky. Boom! Bang! Two sounds resonated simultaneously. One figure landed steadily, while the other fell flat. This time it was Leo who went down. Leo lay on the ground, one leg emitting smoke, clearly suffering a severe injury. In agony, he struggled to rise. But just as he propped himself up, his foot buckled, and he collapsed again. How could this be? Leo couldn't believe his eyes. In contrast, Teras, though his legs were numb, was relatively unscathed. This time, he narrowly triumphed. What are you doing? Astra, quickly put down the Ultra Key, Leo suddenly shouted. His voice drew the attention of others, including Teras, who turned to see the Babarl alien holding the Ultra Key aloft, pointing it directly at Teras. He intends to use the power of the Ultra Key to destroy Teras and the entire Earth. Teras' earlier display had thoroughly intimidated this Babarl alien. Die. The Babarl alien cackled wickedly, his laughter imbued with malice. He was about to activate the Ultra Key. Leo could hardly believe that his usually obedient brother would commit such an act. Has he truly been seduced by a demon? Witnessing this scene, Zoffy felt a surge of anxiety. He immediately positioned himself in front of Teras, raising his hand as energy began to coalesce. Teras recognized his move instantly. It is the M87 ray. Teras, take the opportunity and leave Earth. Zoffy spoke solemnly. With such an outstanding disciple, I am incredibly proud. The future of the Land of Light is entrusted to you. From now on, guard the universe. Teras fell silent. He couldn't deny that Zoffy's willingness to risk his life to save him moved him deeply. Yet he understood the plot. At that moment, the King of Light was monitoring everything from somewhere. In the original storyline, the Babarl alien scheme had failed due to the King's intervention. Damn it, he has truly gone mad. The Zhaoxing group, observing from a distance, erupted in furious roars. He knew all too well how powerful the Ultra Key was. Once activated, not only the Earth, but even the entire solar system would be obliterated in an instant. That is the true might of the sacred artifact of the Land of Light. At this moment, even Teras felt a sense of urgency. Why doesn't the king intervene? Is this old fool truly so bold? Just then, the Babarl alien felt utterly unable to suppress the Ultra Key. It was as if an invisible force was controlling him. From a distance, the voice of the Zhaoxing group rang out. Act quickly. Seize the Ultra Key. It was the Zhaoxing group. He had used telekinesis to control the Babarl alien. Seizing the opportunity, Teras rushed forward. In an instant, a knife-hand strike landed on the alien's wrist, and he grasped the Ultra Key. Simultaneously, the Zhaoxing group felt a wave of weakness wash over him and collapsed. Teras couldn't help but feel a wave of relief and gratitude. Then he fixed his gaze on the Babarl alien, a terrifying power radiating from him. Teras, don't act recklessly. Zoffy instantly recognized that Teras was about to unleash the Z-Ray. Now that the Ultra Key was in hand, the priority was to resolve the planetary collision as quickly as possible. As for Astra's transgressions, they could be addressed later. Killing Astra would surely send Leo into a rage. Yet, Teras seemed oblivious. He continued to gather energy. The terrifying current from the Thunder Fruit began to flicker around his body. Hundreds of billions of volts of electricity instantly created an electromagnetic field, drawing all the gold elements together. The gold elements from deep within the earth were forcibly extracted. Lightning coalesced around Teras's body. In just a few seconds, the current in his hand turned crimson. Teras snorted coldly and unleashed the Z-Ray. Boom! The figure of Astra was sent hurtling a kilometer away. As the current dissipated, a thick plume of smoke billowed from Astra's body as he toppled backward. Leo watched this scene, his heart ablaze with fury. Chapter 13. The Forbidden Technique of the Land of Light. Damn it! He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and rose to his feet. In a fit of rage, Leo unleashed his potential and charged forward with ferocity. He attacked Talas with wild abandon, completely losing his sanity in that moment. However, Talas had anticipated this reaction long ago and swiftly brought Leo crashing to the ground with a single move. With an expression of disbelief, Talas remarked, "Fool, you can't even recognize your own brother. Take a good look and see who it truly is." What? At Talas's words, Leo was taken aback and quickly looked up. Talas's previous strike had already shattered the disguise of the Babarlian. The chest of the Babarlian had caved in, clearly indicating that the Z-Ray had inflicted significant damage. "It's the Babarlian," Rayan murmured. Only then did Zoffy and the others come to their senses. The Babarlian was a newly ascendant race in the cosmos, yet they harbored grand ambitions to dominate the universe. They had commenced their endeavor with a hellish difficulty challenge against the Ultra Star. Their aim was to annihilate the Ultra Star and emerge as the new overlords of the cosmos. At that time, the Country of Time had dismissed them entirely, for the Babarlian posed no threat in terms of combat prowess or technology. Who would have thought that the true capability of this race lay in their ability to disguise themselves? The four Ultra brothers glared at the Babarlian. Talas was acutely aware that the Babarlian were not mere weaklings, especially in combat. Their strategy to make the Ultras appear feeble could be likened to an old Chinese idiom, showing weakness to lure the enemy. Even the combined efforts of the Leo brothers had left them in disarray. With a thunderous roar, Leo delivered a terrifying kick that struck the opponent with a resounding impact, accompanied by a howl of agony. Thus, the life of the Babarlian was extinguished. In that instant, a fierce gale swept through, dark clouds gathering ominously in the sky. Shortly thereafter, a giant clad in a silver cloak, with crimson eyes and adorned with purple-gold stripes, descended from above. Talas was rendered speechless. Goodness, this old man was merely spectating moments ago. The appearance of the Ultra King left everyone in stunned silence. He immediately addressed Leo, saying, "The Babarlian have captured Astra, but they merely encased him in ice without taking his life." Leo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Ultra King then turned to Talas and stated, "Thanks to this young man, you have averted disaster. Leo, from this day forth, you shall be a member of the Ultra Brothers. This farce must come to an end." The Ultra King paused, turning to Talas and inquired, "How did you uncover the true identity of the Babarlian?" Talas maintained his composure, having already prepared an excuse that it was the Babarlian who exposed themselves. They consistently led Leo astray, that if Astra were the real deal, he would have fought alongside his brother rather than leaving him to face danger alone. The Ultra King regarded him with surprise. It was evident that Talas had retained his calm in the face of danger, which was a quality essential for a leader. The Ultra King nodded, feeling a surge of admiration. It seemed this young man would undoubtedly become an accomplished individual in the future. One cannot deny that the Babarlians' ability to disguise themselves was indeed formidable. Leo and Astra had grown up together, their essences so familiar to one another. The Babarlian had not only imitated Astra's appearance, but had even masked his essence. Hence, they had deceived Leo. Time was of the essence. The Ultra King lifted his gaze to the sky. Destruction was drawing ever closer. Talas, let us depart. Zoffy patted Talas on the shoulder, clearly satisfied. Talas nodded, then glanced at the unconscious Zhu Xingtuan. It seemed there was no time to hone his telekinetic skills now. However, he knew that it wouldn't be long before Seven returned to the Country of Light. He would have to wait until then to learn. At that moment, Zoffy's voice rang out. You have proven to be quite dependable. That technique, I'll teach you when we return. That technique? Talas suddenly realized. M87, the Ultra King departed, vanishing from Earth. Now, the fate of the two planets was of utmost importance. Before leaving, Leo raised his head and looked at Talas, curiosity shining in his eyes. Although he still appeared somewhat listless, there was a spark of determination. He fixed his gaze on Talas and solemnly declared, Next time we meet, I will surely win. Win my foot. Talas shot Leo a bemused glance that he knew that the Mac team would soon face total annihilation, leaving Leo as a solitary hero that I shall await that day. Talas replied calmly. With that, he followed Zoffy away. Leo quietly watched as Talas and the others gradually transformed back into Fengyuan's form. Though he had just been bested by Talas, it was indeed Talas who had uncovered the true identity of the Babarlian. He couldn't even intervene. Thankfully, this time he had not made a grave mistake. Otherwise, all the friends and allies he had come to know in this world would vanish. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. As Talas departed Earth, he felt an ominous chill that, in unsettling premonition, made him shudder involuntarily. However, he quickly cast the thought aside. Soon, the group hastened towards the Country of Light. The Ultra Key entered the control center. At last, the Country of Light was back on track. Talas stood on a desolate planet. Zoffy glanced at Talas and remarked, The M87 beam is an incredibly powerful light technique that I hope that once you master it, you will use it judiciously. Understood. Talas nodded slightly. He was aware that the M87 beam was far too potent. It was a forbidden technique in the Country of Light. Talas pondered, possessing the infinite light power of the shining fruit. Using the M87 ray should pose no problem. He just wondered what kind of skill the system would grant him. Zoffy elaborated on the principles behind the M87 ray's launch, then raised his hand toward a certain direction. A silver beam of light shot forth from his palm, striking a Death Star larger than Earth. Under Talas's watchful gaze, that planet erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. The energy shockwave affected distances spanning dozens of light years. This was merely 50 of the damage. Meanwhile, a notification echoed. The host has mastered the M87 skill. Would you like to proceed with the pirate skill exchange? What the heck? Such an impressive skill. Can it really compare to a pirate's skills? Talas thought incredulously. System prompt. All summons have undergone dimensional enhancement. Skills and attributes have been amplified to 100-fold of the highest strength in this dimension. The system was remarkable 100-fold. It would be foolish not to exchange, Talas silently declared. Skill exchange, Chapter 14. A proposal to a good buddy. The exchange of the M87 skill commenced successfully. And congratulations were in order for the host acquiring the skill. Kaido's Dragon Breath. The dragon's power began to augment the host's attributes in that moment, he felt a surge of energy within him. An overwhelming force coursing through his body. He realized that his physical attributes had increased by at least 5-fold. Talas, Zoffy's voice brought him back to reality. Have you mastered it? Talas nodded. I have. You have? Zoffy was astonished. This kid's comprehension was astonishingly advanced. His control over energy was truly remarkable. In the Ultra Arena, Torekia had temporarily halted his training. Breathing heavily, he rested. This was the training method of the Ultra Clan. Through extreme exertion, one could continually extract their latent potential. Yet, as a descendant of the Blue Tribe, the effort that Torekia invested was thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary person. Yet, the results were unsatisfactory. At this moment, Talas's reputation had already spread throughout the Country of Light, and he had become a mid-level warrior. His mood grew increasingly heavy. Why was he still unable to advance? It was so close, yet felt so far. He sensed that his energy ceiling had not experienced a significant increase. Torekia slammed his fist onto the arena floor. Talas, already a mid-level warrior. yet I can't even qualify for the reserves. Is the gap between our races truly insurmountable? He recalled his friend Taro. They had once vowed to become heralds of light together. Taro had indeed displayed astonishing talent, while he could only watch helplessly as his friend's back faded into the distance. The distance between the two individuals continues to widen. In the present day, Taro is hailed as the mightiest warrior among the Ultra Brothers. Subsequently, he encounters Therese. The two inspire each other and train together. Until recently, Therese has risen, and now he finds himself alone. He silently observes how each of his friends drifts further away from him. He is shaken. Torekia. It has been a long time. A familiar voice jolts Torekia from his chaotic thoughts. He turns to see Therese. A flicker of surprise crosses Torekia's eyes. Congratulations, Therese. You have now surpassed Mebius. Therese does not seem surprised by Torekia's reaction. It is evident that Torekia is on the brink, potentially succumbing to darkness at any moment. Perhaps this is the final moment of their friendship. Let it go, Torekia. Suddenly, Therese's expression darkens as he speaks slowly. Torekia freezes. Therese, do you think my dream is merely empty words? Why can't even my friends believe in me? Friends who once shared common aspirations and dreams no longer support him. Torekia feels a sudden wave of despair, as if he has been abandoned. Therese shakes his head, acknowledging that the Blue Tribe's genes are indeed not strong in combat. I believe you are aware of this, Torekia. Your talents shine brightly in the laboratory. You possess a remarkable aptitude for scientific research. Even Commander Hikaru greatly admires your abilities. Rather than denying your research talents, it would be wiser to embrace them. While we cannot choose the genes we inherit, I firmly believe that with your formidable scientific capabilities, combined with your hard work, you can completely alter this situation. Replicating the combat data of others should not be too difficult, right? The Salome aliens have accomplished such feats. They created a robot nearly on par with Seven by replicating his data. Torekia glances at Therese. Astonished, he seems taken aback by Therese's idea. This is something he had never considered, and no one has ever done such a thing, as the Land of Light does not place a high value on technological power. Moreover, utilizing technology to enhance one's strength easily evokes thoughts of the evil biological weapons in the universe. Torekia, with his rigid mindset, cannot grasp this concept. Thus, in the original story, after experiencing Hikaru's descent into darkness, he gradually becomes lost, spiraling down a path of despair. Is this even possible? Torekia stands in stunned silence. How did he not think of this sooner? Clearly, he once aspired to develop a perfect fusion of the Ultra race and other beings through Taiga's transformation. Following this line of thought, he could safely develop such a concept to be why integrating the combat data and energy of other warriors, he could enhance his own power. Torekia is now utterly astounded. Can I truly achieve this? Therese affirms. Others may not succeed, but I know you certainly can. Torekia, your dream is to become a herald of light, not merely to become me or anyone else. Isn't it sufficient to be the strongest? This method not only grants you formidable combat power, but also saves you training time. With sufficiently powerful warrior data, one can become strong in a short time. Of course, this comes with a drawback. If you wish to continually grow stronger, you must consistently gather data from powerful warriors. Torekia does not mind this at all. After years of effort, as long as there is a method to achieve his goals, he will devote himself entirely. Having endured numerous setbacks, he has come to recognize his own circumstances. Although the Blue Tribe is not adept at combat, they possess their own advantages. Indeed, Therese is correct. He should not abandon his strengths in favor of a domain where he does not excel. Among the entire Blue Tribe, he is undoubtedly second only to Hikaru in genius. Whether it is Taiga's transformation or the future Torekia's eye, gaining power through external means is also a viable path to achieving one's goals. Instantly, Torekia's scientific instincts begin to activate that if he could replicate the data of a warrior, could he perhaps replicate the data of two warriors and then merge them? The fusion of two datasets would enhance his combat power threefold. At this moment, Torekia's mind is ablaze with ideas. Gradually, his spirit ignites as if set aflame. Therese, this is truly an excellent idea. Thank you. However, the specifics of implementation will require careful consideration. With that, Torekia eagerly departs from the arena. Now, he radiates brilliance, dispelling the shadows of despair that once engulfed him. Therese nods slightly, watching him leave. In truth, Therese had already contemplated this. He genuinely hopes his dear friend does not succumb to darkness. Chapter 15. Mingo's string fruit. If awakening the warrior gene is unattainable, then Torekia must develop some tools that can harness power. Observing Torekia's transformation, Therese cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. The issue concerning Torekia has been resolved. Therese, at that moment, a red figure appears before him. 7. Therese is acutely aware of what 7's return signifies. This means that the MAC team has been completely annihilated. 7 steps forward, stating that he intends to visit the Research Institute to study the stars. Therese nods. He understands that 7 must be experiencing immense emotional turmoil. This sounds rather miraculous. Such a warrior of the Red Tribe like 7 is actually a civil servant. The Stellar Observation Station, under the Bureau of Science and Technology, primarily focuses on exploring other galaxies in the universe. Yet this civil servant possesses extraordinary combat prowess. In fact, 7 is not the only example. Max is the same. At this moment, he is a stellar observer. Upon seeing Therese, 7's mood lightens slightly. Perhaps it is due to Therese's performance on Earth that he holds such fondness for him. You are exceptionally gifted. I still need time to grow. Some claim you will become the all-round king, surpassing Eddie. You are still far from that. Although your martial arts are formidable, under the guidance of Brother Zoffy, you will surely become even more exceptional. However, my telekinesis is still insufficient. 7 pauses. Every Ultra Warrior possesses such an ability. However, the time of awakening varies. Before I leave, let me leave you with a gift. As soon as he finishes speaking, a surge of mental energy transmits into Therese's mind. Then 7 smiles faintly and turns to depart. Therese glances at him, somewhat surprised. One of his reasons for going to Earth was to learn about 7's telekinesis. Unfortunately, time was too short. Now, even though 7 has returned, his mood is clearly not the best, so Therese refrains from bringing it up. He did not expect that now the knowledge would be offered to him. However, upon inspection, Therese feels a sense of disappointment. This is not the application of telekinesis, but rather a technique to assist in awakening it. Clearly, 7, seeing that Therese has yet to awaken his telekinesis, is imparting these techniques to help him awaken ultra telekinesis. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ultra telekinesis technique. You can randomly summon the following 3 types of devil fruits: string fruit, flower fruit, and barrier fruit. Oh my, Mingo's fruit! Shall I consume ultra telekinesis to summon the devil fruit? Although the chance is only 33.33333, I must summon it. Therese quickly responds, commencing the summoning. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the string fruit. The host can produce strings. Remotely control others, manipulate the movements of 2 or more individuals, and use invisible strings to cut through people and objects, though unable to control their will. Incredible. My Mingo is formidable. Immediately, Therese feels as if something within his mind has been unlocked. Subsequently, as he moves his fingers, the ground around him begins to tremble violently. Numerous onlookers turn their gazes, filled with astonishment. They swiftly retreat as the once solid crystal floor crumbles, fragmented into countless pieces. The immense commotion soon captures the attention of the powerful, Zoffy being one of them. Another silver-clad warrior followed closely behind. This silver warrior, the omnipotent king of the Land of Light, Eddie. Zoffy had come this time to assign Eddie an important task. Therese. Zoffy cast a glance at Therese, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Could it be that he has awakened ultra telepathy? However, that seems rather exaggerated. The magnitude of this awakening is undoubtedly the largest Zoffy has ever witnessed in his lifetime. Even when 7 awakened his ultra telepathy, it did not create such a commotion. It appears that this young man possesses remarkable potential. At this moment, Zoffy felt a sense of helplessness for the first time. To salvage his mentor's reputation, he had no choice but to teach Therese the M87 technique, now that he believed that mastering the skill would require a considerable amount of time. Thus, his mentor's standing was finally preserved. Yet a shocking event unfolded. Just as he was imparting the M87 beam to Terra's unexpectedly awakened ultra-telepathy. Zoffy's proficiency in ultra-telepathy was rather limited. Among the Ultra brothers, only 7 excelled in it. Seeing Zoffy, Eddie sighed. "What is it, Captain Zoffy?" "It's nothing," Zoffy replied, shaking his head. "Terra's mental strength is awakening. Do not disturb him that he is Terra's." Eddie, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable. It seems I must work harder. I cannot allow him to surpass me." Eddie had been a genius since childhood. Over the long years, he amassed sufficient resources to become the omnipotent king of the Land of Light. And Terra's, having only recently passed his assessment, had already achieved such feats. It was simply inconceivable. Recently, the Land of Light had seen an influx of prodigies. First, there was a dream-surpassing use, and now, another Terra's had emerged as a senior. He felt a sense of crisis at that moment. Terra's experienced a wondrous sensation. The power of the line fruit extended like limbs. The power of Doflamingo. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, both Zoffy and Terra's noticed that Terra's had emerged from his awakened state. "Terra's, you truly are a standout among the younger generation of the Land of Light. That I merely awakened ultra-telepathy," Terra's responded modestly. "You have destroyed the arena," Zoffy jested. Terra's surveyed the area, discovering that the Ultra Arena had been reduced to ruins. In a radius of several kilometers, everything had been pulverized. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Terra's realized he had been completely engrossed in testing the fruit's power. Zoffy, however, was unfazed. In fact, for the Land of Light, repairing the Ultra Arena was not a daunting task. After all, the Land of Light possessed an abundance of advanced technology. Yet, Zoffy suddenly shifted the conversation, adopting a stern teacher's demeanor. "Have you completely mastered the M87 ray?" Terra's nodded earnestly. Zoffy was taken aback. "Really?" "Yes," Terra's affirmed. Zoffy stared intently at Terra's for a full minute. "Let me see." With that, he soared into the depths of the cosmos. Terra's followed closely behind, while Eddie curiously trailed after them. Soon, they arrived in a desolate star domain. These planets, though radiant, were devoid of life. It was the perfect training ground. "Come, let me see the fruits of your learning," Zoffy declared. Chapter 16. The Galtan Invasion. The energy within Terra's surged violently. One hand crossed before him while the other swept forward. A torrent of dragon breath energy erupted from his palm. It struck a lifeless planet with tremendous force. The planet disintegrated instantly under the onslaught of such formidable energy. An astonishing explosion generated powerful shockwaves. Zoffy and Eddie struggled to maintain their footing. Witnessing this scene, Zoffy lost his composure. He had truly learned it. In just one day, he had mastered the M87 ray. Yet, the temperature seemed somewhat off. And why is it golden? He, of course, was oblivious to the fact that this was not his M87. It was Kaido's dragon breath. Could it be that the M87 ray had evolved? What a terrifying ability, surpassing even Ace at that moment. Zoffy felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Even Eddie, not far away, appeared dumbfounded. He recognized just how formidable Terra's skill was. After all, he had seen Zoffy's M87 ray more than once. The disparity between the two was glaringly evident. Zoffy remained silent for a long while. 1 light year away this moment. A fleet was advancing towards the Land of Light. "Our king, Galtan, the Land of Light shall be crushed by King Galtan's invincible fleet." A voice brimming with arrogance emanated from a main ship. However, before the words could settle, a terrifying energy storm engulfed the battlefield. Galtan's fleet was assailed by an unfamiliar energy. Under the impact of the energy storm, a series of collisions erupted. This strike cost him nearly half of his forces. Galtan stared in disbelief. King Galtan, a planet nearby, has suddenly exploded. It is the energy storm caused by the planet's explosion. A subordinate reported. King Galtan immediately felt a wave of frustration. "Damn it, that accursed Land of Light. Your Majesty Galtan, this should not be the work of Ultraman, right?" A subordinate ventured timidly to no. King Galtan's gaze sharpened. "I suffered greatly while attacking the Land of Light. They ought to bear the consequences." The subordinate fell silent. Not long ago, after exchanging greetings with Eddie, Zoffy set off alone for Earth. Furthermore, the news Terras received indicated that Leo had no intention of returning to the Land of Light to join the Ultra Brothers for a considerable time. Instead, he was wandering on Earth. Leo was also a formidable character. To eliminate future threats, he had directly annihilated the entire Black Planet. As for the Black Planet, it was the home of the Disk creatures. Leo's strength had skyrocketed. He was now a high-level warrior. From millions of miles away, he blasted the Black Planet to smithereens. Even the Disk creatures and Black Planet inhabitants on it were utterly destroyed. In the annals of the Land of Light, such a large-scale extermination event had never occurred before. The first instance was during the era of the first Ultraman, when the Baltan clan destroyed their own planet while researching nuclear weapons. They then embarked on a quest for a new home. Soon, they set their sights on Earth, coincidentally encountering the first Ultraman's arrival there. Ultimately, the first Spatium Ray obliterated a ship carrying over 20 billion Baltans. They were indeed ruthless characters. However, the first Ultraman was evidently not as decisive as Leo and T that time. A few fortunate Baltans managed to escape and began to retaliate against the first Ultraman. Almost periodically, a Baltan would come to challenge him. Though they always met their demise in the end, they remained undeterred. Truly, the Baltan clan was courageous. Finally, Zoffy cleared his throat. Terras, I am not particularly skilled in ultra-telepathy. Once the war concludes, I will have Ace give you a lesson. Ace excels in the development of light-based skills. I could see this moment. Zoffy felt he had nothing more to impart to this student. Terras was simply too exceptional, causing him, as a teacher, to feel immense pressure. However, Terras' potential was beyond question. He was the most talented warrior Zoffy had ever encountered. Terras was a rising star in the Land of Light, the hope of the next generation. Therefore, he resolved to find a new mentor to guide Terras. Terras understood what was about to unfold. The enemies the Land of Light would face were extraordinarily formidable. They were none other than the Dark Legion, the Ampila aliens. For the following decades, the war between the Dark Legion and the Land of Light would persist. As for the first Ultraman, Seven, Jack, and Ace. They would also engage in a decisive battle against the interdimensional Aberrans. Suddenly, a shrill alarm echoed throughout the Land of Light. The voice of Ultra Father resonated in Zoffy and Terras' ears. Galton's fleet is attacking the Land of Light. Prepare for battle. Zoffy was momentarily stunned. Galtan? Terras recalled the tale of King Galtan, that he was the antagonist from Eddie's series. It was said that they had organized a fleet to assault the Land of Light, but had failed. They even lost their own son to the hands of the Land of Light. In a fit of rage and humiliation, King Garden resolved to journey to Earth and eliminate the solitary Eddie. With a sinister grin, he commanded, "Fire! Today, I shall obliterate the Land of Light, and let all know that I, King Garden, am the true sovereign of the universe." Instantly, his fleet of ships unleashed a torrential barrage of artillery, raining down like a relentless downpour. However, at that very moment, Ultraman had already soared into the sky. 1,000 strong, that a captain among the warriors ordered, "Everyone, unleash the Ultraman barrier." In an instant, the barriers coalesced, with tens of thousands invoking their powers simultaneously, forming a colossal energy shield that thwarted all incoming attacks. Witnessing this spectacle, King Garden was taken aback. Indeed, the Land of Light possessed formidable prowess. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Patrol had initiated their offensive. A singular volley had severely crippled King Garden's fleet. The king felt a deep pang of sorrow. "Everyone, heed my command. Concentrate firepower. We must breach their defenses," he bellowed, his voice strained with desperation. "Father, allow me to take action." Suddenly, from the corner of the warship, a being resembling King Garden emerged. Clutching a massive alloy blade, standing at a towering height of 62 meters, he declared, "I bear your legacy. Dealing with the Light Clan shall be effortless." "Ah, my son, indeed you are worthy," King Garden responded with satisfaction. "Go forth and teach those worthless beings a lesson." The hatch of the ship opened slowly, and Garden's son propelled himself into the fray, brandishing his enormous sword and charging towards the Light Clan. The patrol fired a beam at him, but it missed entirely. Only when the invading alien closed in did the warriors snap back to reality. Yet it was too late. With a single swing of his blade, several Ultraman warriors were wounded. this sight. King Garden erupted into laughter, his earlier frustration vanishing. The invader's blade became more frenzied with each swing. Suddenly, he felt his weapon collide with something extraordinarily hard. Upon closer inspection, he found himself face to face with a silver warrior, nearly 70 meters tall, standing equally as imposing. "Teras, unarmed, has caught your blade," he exclaimed in disbelief. "How can this be? You are King Garden?" Teras asked nonchalantly. "King Garden is my father." "Ah, I see." With that, Teras gripped tightly, and cracks began to spiderweb across the alloy blade, spreading throughout its entire length. With a thunderous explosion, the once indestructible weapon shattered into pieces. Enhanced by various fruits and skills, Teras's hand had become incredibly resilient. With the added might of cosmic martial arts, his grip could crush even the sturdiest cosmic alloys. How is this possible? The invader cried. Terror etched upon his face. This is high-density, cosmic alloy. Yet Teras had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He delivered a swift chop to the invader's forehead, cleaving him in two. No. King Garden shrieked in anguish at the sight of his son's demise. "Kill him! Slay him at once!" Consumed by grief, King Garden frantically commanded his fleet to resume their assault. It became evident that this dramatic turn of events was unfolding in my hands. Subsequently, Teras gathered his strength. Invoking the skill of Thunder Fruit, unleashing a formidable magnetic force that attracted debris from the surrounding wreckage, merging it with the radiant light. In an instant, all light was tainted crimson. The air was filled with a cacophony of destruction as countless cosmic warships were annihilated. At this moment, Terra is transformed into a merciless harbinger of death. What is happening? King Garden exclaimed in shock. Why does the energy of this light clan not diminish? And what is this Ziray? Its power surpasses even Zophi's. Even the Ultraman warriors gazed at Terras with astonishment. They recognized Terras as a prodigy of the Silver race. Yet the sheer intensity of his energy output was beyond comprehension. In less than a minute, over half of King Garden's fleet had fallen to Terras's relentless onslaught. Stricken with terror, King Garden's vengeful thoughts evaporated. Retreat! We must flee! Under the cover of his remaining ships, Garden fled in haste. However, Terras was relentless in his pursuit. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded. A vast fleet in chaotic retreat, with a solitary figure in hot pursuit. Terras, Zophi, stationed on the battlefield, emerged from a shock. He had not anticipated Terras' mastery of the Ziray to reach such heights. He quickly transmitted a message to Terras. Terras, do not act impulsively. Garden is a mere pawn, not worth expending so much effort. I have received news that the Dark Legion is preparing to attack us. We must conserve our strength for that confrontation. Seeing Terras halt his advance, King Garden let out a sigh of relief. Yet he dared not provoke Terras again. His fleet was reduced to less than a tenth of its original strength. This time I've lost. However, you have slain my son. Garden, vow this. My voice is filled with fury. I shall avenge this grievance. You still have warriors on Earth, do you not? I demand his life in exchange for my son S. Terras, Zophi urged, there is still time. Let us deal with Garden first, that a being of his caliber cannot alter the grand scheme of things. However, if he ventures to Earth, that would be a grave complication. If Garden merely attacks the Land of Light, this conflict could cease. But if he targets Earth, I shall never allow it. I understand, Terras replied resolutely before resuming his pursuit of Garden's ship. On Earth. Eddie was currently serving as a teacher at a secondary school. His presence on Earth was orchestrated by Ultra Father, for only he could fulfill this critical mission. During the Leo era, Earth had endured countless calamities. Tokyo sank. Global tsunamis occurred. The Mac team was annihilated. Disaster struck one after another, bringing immense suffering to the planet. Since then, humanity's pent-up negative emotions had nowhere to be released, building up until they manifested into reality. This was a portent of monster manifestation. Eddie was the Ultraman most adept at handling the products of negative energy from the Land of Light. Teacher, did you bring Earth into the classroom again? Yada Takashi exclaimed as he entered the school upside down. Laughter and joy resonated from the classroom, where children were engaged in merriment. Yada Takashi had previously promised his students that if he were late again, he would bring Earth to class. Thus, this peculiar scene unfolded as a combatant of UGM. His tardiness was entirely unavoidable. For instance, in recent days, several oil fields in the vicinity had been attacked, leaving UGM personnel overwhelmed with work. Fortunately, he was a warrior of light, that if he were an ordinary individual, juggling daytime classes and nighttime UGM duties, he would have surely collapsed from exhaustion. With an embarrassed expression, Yada Takashi remarked, "Oh, indeed." The director was watching from aside, clearly displeased with Takashi's lateness. However, due to the students' and principal's support for him, she felt powerless to act. Meanwhile, at the UGM Cosmic Observation Station, a shocking discovery was made that a dilapidated spaceship was seen careening through the depths of space, appearing as if it could shatter at any moment, ultimately crashing down into a mountainous region. "Captain, an unidentified spacecraft has landed near Narita Airport. We have detected anomalous signals," reported the communications officer, Aimi Shirogane. "Anomalous signals?" Captain Yamashita pondered. "Can we decipher them?" "It will take some time." Aimi nodded. "I understand. Please expedite the decryption process. It is imperative to ascertain the intentions of the entity. Are they friend or foe?" "Oh, and summon Yada Takashi. The Earth is besieged by monstrous attacks, and now an enigmatic spacecraft has emerged. This is undoubtedly a grave concern for our planet." Yashida Takashi was urgently summoned to the UGM base. Subsequently, he began to gather information that a fleeing spacecraft. Yashida paused momentarily in the following 2 days, while UGM was combating the monsters, they were also deciphering signals. Through relentless efforts, today he finally unraveled a portion of the transmission. Indeed, it was some form of communication signal. Chapter 18. A dramatic turn of events that bore a message. Cosmic demons. Annihilate all. What could this mean? The other team members exchanged puzzled glances. Clearly, they were all bewildered by the content of this message. Even Yashida wore a perplexed expression. Could it be? Suddenly, in no way Emi's thoughts sparked. Could it be that they are being pursued? Moreover, the pursuers are likely to be formidable adversaries. Perhaps they are some fearsome monsters. Yamashita Kazuki nodded. There is a possibility. This spells yet another disaster for Earth. Prepare yourselves. Be ready to confront dangers from the cosmos at any moment. Captain, what about that monster? Yashida inquired. Yamashita replied, keeping his gaze fixed. Maintain surveillance. We must eliminate this creature swiftly. Facing 2 monsters simultaneously is no small feat. Understood. Yashida responded promptly. Captain, the next monster's appearance will be at Narita Airport. In no way, Emi suddenly declared, after completing the UGM mission. Yashida hurried towards the school. He had learned from the students that Akiyama Kyoko was heading to Narita Airport. Yet, shortly after, Narita Airport would become a perilous battleground with the emergence of a monster. What? Hanazono and the others are going too. Yashida's heart sank with dread. Just then, in no way, Emi's voice crackled through the communicator. Yashida, the monster is heading towards Narita Airport. At Narita International Airport, Akiyama Kyoko sat quietly, awaiting her so-called blind date. However, she had arrived early, yet her companion was still absent. How rude of him to be late. Suddenly, in the distance, she spotted a tall, handsome young man standing over 180 centimeter. Akiyama's eyes lit up. This must be what a prestigious university professor looks like. She was not quite sure of her blind date's age, but judging by Nozaki Kumi's enthusiastic matchmaking, they should be around the same age. Among all those at the airport, this young man seemed to fit the criteria perfectly. In reality, lurking behind Tala's was a rather seedy-looking man appearing to be in his 30s, glancing around as if searching for someone. The situation with Galtan must be resolved. Talas had been on Earth for 2 days. One must admit, the other party was quite adept at evading capture. That battleship possessed the ability for spatial jumps, making it exceedingly difficult for Talas to catch up. Fortunately, he had an infinite energy buff, allowing him to pursue while attacking. In the end, aside from his flagship, Galtan the Great had managed to escape, while the rest were obliterated by Talas. He returned to Earth in a state of disarray. Now, he gazed at the familiar figure before him. Akiyama Kyoko. Akiyama Kyoko felt a surge of relief as she recognized him. Yes, I'm Akiyama Kyoko. Mr. Yamagata. Mr. Yamagata? What is going on? Talas was momentarily taken aback. It's rather inconvenient here. Shall we find another place to talk? However, before Talas could inquire further, Akiyama Kyoko had already taken his hand, leading him out of the airport. In a corner, for middle school students watched this scene with expressions of despondency. One student couldn't help but sigh. The teacher has lost. He seems so exceptional, far more handsome than him. Another student retorted, although Yashida is lazy and dull, he is still a teacher, not some renowned university professor. He may not have any notable qualities, but he is still a teacher. The more they spoke, the more the children lost faith in Yashida. It seemed there was truly no comparison. Not far away, a sleazy man intercepted a woman. Grinning lecherously, he said, "You must be Miss Kyoko, right? Just as my aunt described, you are indeed beautiful. No one in all of Paris can compare to your beauty." Psychopath. The woman rolled her eyes, muttering a curse before turning to leave. Nozaki Yamagata expressed his impatience. "How did I get it wrong again? Where's Miss Akiyama Kyoko? I can't even reach her by phone." This was the nth woman he had approached in search of her. Though Talas was merely human-shaped, he retained some of his super abilities, for instance, his heightened senses, despite the bustling crowd at the airport. He could glean information from the cacophony of sounds. Upon hearing Nozaki Yamagata searching for someone, he recalled that this was indeed the story of Akiyama Kyoko's blind date, Narita Airport. So that's it. Akiyama Kyoko mistook him for that sleazy guy, Nozaki Yamagata. Deep in thought, Talas felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a clitch-plot twist to find himself in. Just as Akiyama Kyoko was about to ask him something, the entire airport began to tremble. Talas' gaze sharpened. Through his ultravision, he spotted a colossal being moving near the airport. A monster? Talas suddenly realized. Narita Airport is indeed the site of monster appearances in the story. Akiyama Kyoko suddenly exclaimed that a shadow descended from the sky. The airport's wall could not withstand the impact and began to collapse. In an instant, Talas unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The massive wall was shattered into two. Akiyama Kyoko widened her beautiful eyes. Her heart was stirred. In the face of danger, instead of fleeing, he bravely risked himself to save me. She examined Talas' hands, noting they were remarkably smooth, devoid of even a single scar. At that moment, amidst the bustling crowd, Akiyama Kyoko safely exited the airport under Talas' protection. Though she felt as if she had survived a calamity, her gaze towards Talas was filled with tenderness. This overwhelming sense of safety from a partner was precisely what she desired. Talas furrowed his brow even tighter, contemplating whether he should transform and deal with the monster. However, Yashida, accompanied by 4 middle school students, came rushing towards them. "Teacher Kyoko?" Upon seeing Akiyama Kyoko safe and sound, Yashida breathed a sigh of relief. Yet he couldn't help but see confirmation that "No, I'm fine." Akiyama Kyoko waved her hand hurriedly. "It was Mr. Yamagata who saved me." "Mr. Yamagata?" Yashida's gaze fell upon Talas. Upon seeing Talas, his pupils constricted suddenly. Talas always evoked a sense of familiarity within him. But soon, as he observed Talas' remarkable aura and appearance, he felt utterly deflated. He now regretted not considering his external image more carefully when he transformed into human form. Had he known he would encounter Akiyama Kyoko, he should have thought more about what girls like. Talas watched as Yashida appeared despondent, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Chapter 19. The Mysterious Ultraman. Although 8,000 years had passed, the story of Eddie remained vividly etched in his memory. Eddie had numerous childhood sweethearts. Moreover, with other women on Earth, there were at least 4 who shared ambiguous relationships with Yashida. Comparing this to the other unfortunate male leads, Yashida was simply living the dream. One wonders how such a straight-laced man became a Casanova, garnering so many female admirers. My apologies, Miss Kyoko. You have mistaken the identity. Talas helplessly pointed towards a sleazy man not far away. He is the As soon as the words left his lips, the man screamed in terror, startled by the monstrous creature, his voice rendered hoarse. The expression on Ahara Kyoko's face instantly darkened. She cast a glance at Taras, and then at the lascivious man, the stark contrast of the situation leaving her utterly disconcerted. Yada Takashi, however, wore an expression of sheer excitement. A misunderstanding? How wonderful! But in what way? The typically composed Ehara Kyoko was now glaring furiously. Yada Takashi appeared bewildered. Unable to comprehend what had gone awry, a student leaned in and cautiously whispered, "Teacher, could you please refrain from speaking? Kyoko-sensei is in a rather foul mood right now." Suddenly, the roar of the monster snapped Yada Takashi back to reality. "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. You all should hurry home. It is too dangerous here." Several students exchanged knowing glances, hoping he would stay with Ehara Kyoko to demonstrate his protective prowess, especially after she had just endured a monster attack and was undoubtedly shaken. Yet, he hurriedly departed. It was then that Terrace's voice rang out. "Miss Kyoko, why are you still here? It is far too perilous at this moment." Ehara Kyoko stood resolutely beside Terrace, showing no intention of leaving. She smiled gently. "By the way, I still do not know your name." "Terrace," he replied, suddenly recalling that he had yet to register on Earth. In other words, he was still an undocumented entity here. Terrace. Ehara Kyoko etched the name firmly in her memory. At that moment, Eddie finally made his entrance, preparing to duel the oil monster Gabishru. Initially, Eddie launched a swift attack using his agile movements, resulting in a stalemate. Following this, Gabishru unleashed a torrent of flames, forcing Eddie to retreat repeatedly before ensnaring Eddie's neck with its tongue and violently flinging him away. By this point, Eddie's energy reserves were nearly depleted, the warning lights flashing ominously. Thus, he commenced his counterattack. First, he executed an ultra shot, shattering Gabishru's tongue. Next, he performed an ultra double slash, severing its mandibles. The monster writhed in agony, its combat prowess significantly diminished. Eddie prepared to conclude the battle with the Shikushim beam. A glimmer of determination flashed in Terrace's eyes. Undoubtedly, Eddie, aside from Ace, was the most proficient Ultra in the art of light manipulation. However, at that very moment, as Eddie was about to unleash the Shikushim beam, a battle knife struck him squarely in the back. "Galutin the Great!" Eddie, Ehara Kyoko exclaimed in shock. How could there be two monsters? Meanwhile, at the UGM headquarters, the final segment of the signal was decrypted, leaving Yamashita Kazuki and his colleagues astonished. The malevolent forces of the cosmos threatened to obliterate everything. Terrace hastened to save Earth at all costs, protect the planet, including Eddie. Yamashita Kazuki glanced at the decoded content and solemnly remarked, "So, it appears that the owner of this spaceship is being pursued by a formidable Ultra. Their descent to Earth was no mere accident. They are targeting our planet. Captain," came an urgent call. Ueno Emi has just received a set of photographs from the Cosmic Observatory that may relate to that mysterious Ultra. No sooner had she spoken than a series of images were transmitted. Yamashita Kazuki swiftly took hold of them and scrutinized their contents. The first image depicted a massive fleet traversing a spatial wormhole, their formation chaotic and appearing quite beleaguered. The second image showed a silver streak of light shooting from the wormhole, carving an arc through the air as several warships were obliterated. The third image suggested that the light was coalescing into a tangible form, vaguely revealing a blurred silhouette. Yamashita Kazuki pondered deeply, sensing the strangeness of the entire affair. Firstly, the identity of the pursuer of these warships, friend or foe, remained uncertain. If it were a dark Ultra, the implications would be grave. The images were hazy, originating from the distant cosmos. Yet, it was evident that the fleet was immense, with hundreds of warships succumbing to the terrifying energy shockwaves, exploding into oblivion. This mysterious Ultra possessed formidable strength. If they were indeed adversaries, Earth would face catastrophic peril. Emergency! Ueno Emi announced anxiously, a new enemy has suddenly appeared at the location where Eddie is battling the monster. Yamashita Kazuki's expression turned grave. Shortly thereafter, the control room displayed the surveillance footage. Just as Eddie was poised to finish off the oil monster Gabishru, an alien brandishing a large blade materialized behind him, an aura of dread emanating from him. With a single strike, he cleaved Eddie's back, leaving the unsuspecting Ultra grievously wounded. This is dire. This individual may well be the same alien that previously descended upon Earth, with Eddie's energy reserves nearly exhausted. Facing two foes simultaneously was now impossible. Yamashita Kazuki was taken aback, quickly seizing the communicator. Send support to Eddie. Understood. Following suit, UGM fighter jets were dispatched to engage Galutin the Great. However, Galutin the Great showed utter disregard for the attacks from these aircraft. With a swift sweep of his blade, waves of crimson energy shock waves radiated outward, swiftly downing the entire squadron. After arriving on Earth, Galutin the Great had concealed himself to avoid detection by Terrace. Only when he realized Terrace was absent did he breathe a sigh of relief. Thus, as Eddie battled the monster, he launched a surprise assault. Galutin the Great gazed at the fallen Eddie, his previous frustrations evaporating. You killed my son. Today, I shall slay Eddie, and you shall rue your actions. He dared not retaliate against Terrace. Having been pursued relentlessly, Galutin the Great was utterly terrified, driven to the brink of despair. He had no desire to endure such an ordeal again. He had merely uttered a threat and was now hunted down like this. Besides, this foe's energy seemed boundless. Chapter 20. 1v2 Annihilation. Such an experience was one he truly wished to avoid repeating. Unable to contend with Terrace, could he not manage Eddie either? Damn it! Eddie was thrown into disarray by the sudden attack, glaring furiously at his assailant. Repent, Eddie, for my son, for vengeance against the race of light. You must perish! Galutin the Great erupted into laughter, brandishing his blade and seizing every opportunity to strike Eddie. The oil monster launched a ferocious assault against Eddie. Eddie is in grave danger, Ueno Emi fretted. Yamashita Kazuki examined the decrypted information and realized the gravity of the situation. The individual named Terrace was their only hope. With the UGM fighter jets annihilated, humanity was powerless. Yamashita Kazuki's mood darkened. Whether it was Eddie or Terrace, he understood that humanity should not place its hopes in extraterrestrial beings. Alas, humanity was still not sufficiently robust. I thought you would continue to remain hidden. Terrace found the sudden appearance of Galutin the Great somewhat amusing. Galutin the Great had concealed himself upon arriving on Earth. Terrace had assumed he was too afraid to show himself. Little did he expect that the foe would join in the hunt for Eddie. Given Eddie's current condition, he could not withstand their combined onslaught. Terrace-kun, what are you planning to do? Ehara Kyoko inquired anxiously as she observed Terrace stepping forward. Miss Kyoko, our misunderstanding could be viewed as a twist of fate. Until we meet again. With that, Ehara Kyoko gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Terrace erupted in a dazzling glow, his form rapidly ascending. In an instant, he transformed into a towering silver-red giant, nearly 70 meters in height. The ground beneath him cracked under the immense pressure. Terrace's emergence left everyone utterly astonished. At TUGM headquarters, Ueno Emi and Yamashita Kazuki stared in disbelief at the spectacle. Suddenly, Ueno Emi gasped, hastily bringing up footage of Terrace's activities on Earth. This scene was none other than Terrace battling alongside Leo. Although the image appears somewhat blurred and shaky, it seems to have been captured from a considerable distance. This Ultraman has previously triumphed over Leo. Do you know his name? Yamada Kazuki inquired. Chingamimi shook her head, stating, during that time, disasters struck across the nation, and no one paid them any heed. Yamada Kazuki nodded, yet had already surmised the identity of the individual in question. Indeed, they soon discovered that the once arrogant Galtan was now trembling. Terrace? Eddie exclaimed in astonishment. I didn't expect it to be you. However, his expression quickly turned sour. How could Terrace have accomplished this? He had only just arrived on Earth and had already stolen his goddess away. He glanced at Ehara Kyoko in the distance. His heart ached more than when Galtan and Gabisharu had teamed up against him. Terrace paid no mind to Eddie. Instead, he focused on the distant Galtan King. Although it was merely a simple exchange of glances, Galtan King appeared as though he had been struck by a psychic blow. He retreated repeatedly, even forgetting to attack Eddie. His hands trembled, nearly dropping his weapon, while his legs quaked, leaving him devoid of the strength to flee. Terrace offered a slight smile and assumed a stance, seemingly inviting his opponent to strike. Galtan King's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Though he feared Terrace, he had no avenue for retreat, and the hatred in his heart surged forth. His son, his fleet, all had been annihilated by this fiend. This wretch had not only slain his only family member, but had also shattered his dreams of cosmic domination. With a swing of his weapon, he aimed directly at Teras. Clang! The massive blade was seized by Teras' hand. Sparks erupted as blade met palm. Teras stood firm, unmoving. Galtan King attempted to break free, only to realize that the weapon was as firmly held as if it were part of Teras' very being. Boom! Teras tightened his grip. The blade shattered into fragments. Then, Teras leaped into the air, initiating his cosmic fist technique, channeling all his inner strength into his palm, but a hand strike descended from above. The speed of his palm created a series of sonic booms. Galtan barely had time to react before the hand strike descended upon him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When the onlookers regained their senses, they found Galtan motionless. Teras' immense power had carved a vast fissure into the ground. A gentle breeze rustled through, and in that instant, Galtan King's form was cleaved in twain. The cut was smooth and precise, .at that moment. Teras turned his gaze toward Gabishu, who, having acquired a degree of sentience, was filled with dread. Bang! Gabishu inexplicably knelt down, frantically digging into the earth. Teras approached slowly. Gabishu, drenched in cold sweat, desperately clawed at the ground. Attempting to burrow away, Teras seized his tail and yanked him back, slamming him onto the ground with a heavy thud, leaving him dazed. After a while, Teras held him aloft like a limp lizard. Then he delivered a swift kick to Gabishu's head. The incredibly hard skull shattered upon impact, resulting in a gruesome demise. It was this Ultraman who had relentlessly pursued that monster all the way to Earth. Yamada Kazuki couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. How formidable! The opponent's strength even surpassed Eddie's, clearly a formidable adversary for Eddie. Yet in a mere encounter, two foes had been vanquished. Having said this, he silently noted Teras' name in his records. The most enigmatic of Ultraman warriors, Teras Ultraman. What is happening? Watching Teras decisively conclude the battle, Eddie's eyes glimmered with surprise. But he quickly regained his composure and approached to inquire about the situation. Teras casually remarked, "I killed his son. He sought revenge and intended to target you. Mentor Zoffy instructed me to eliminate him to prevent you and Earth from falling into peril." Eddie felt a surge of frustration, finding himself inexplicably embroiled in this conflict. Suddenly, Teras' gaze sharpened. In the sky, peculiar symbols shimmered with light. This was the method employed by the Light Clan to convey information and heritage. It was Zoffy. Has the battle begun? Teras mused. Eddie nodded slightly. It appears the universe is in turmoil. The Dark Legion is assaulting the galaxy. Captain Zoffy requires your assistance. Eddie, I must head to the battlefield, Teras declared. There may be life-threatening risks involved. To prepare for the impending battles, it would be prudent to teach me the Eightfold Light Wheel. The Eightfold Light Wheel is a powerful cutting technique that Eddie learned from the first Ultraman. Chapter 21. The Birdcage Test. However, Eddie did not frequently employ it. Subsequently, Eddie conveyed the usage of the Eightfold Light Wheel to Teras through telepathic communication, noticing that the host had mastered the Eightfold Light Wheel. The system prompted, "Would you like to proceed with the Pirate Skill Exchange?" Skill Exchange. Initiating the exchange for the Eightfold Light Wheel skill. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Jinbei S. Fishman Karate. Wave Gun. What the heck? A sea pirate has emerged. But isn't this skill supposed to require water to activate? System notification. Skill has been modified, substituting light elements for water elements. Acquired Fishman attributes, commencing enhancement of the host's physical capabilities. This works too. Teras rejoiced. Now his combat strength should reach the level of a high-tier warrior. Although Eddie possessed numerous skills, there was no need for further learning that Eddie's light techniques, when compared to Ace's, were somewhat weaker. Furthermore, Ace had many auxiliary skills that a balanced approach of offense, defense, and support is the true path. If I were to exchange all the skills of the Ultraman brothers, perhaps I could elevate the Light Country to a new realm. It seems I must hasten to acquire Ultraman skills. While I may currently possess the combat strength of a high-tier warrior, I still fall short compared to the Ultraman brothers, and I am even further from the Ultraman King. Turning to look at Eddie, he noticed that Eddie had already fainted. Teras realized that Eddie's energy had nearly been depleted. The colorful timer flickered incessantly, and ultimately, he could no longer maintain his giant form. Transforming into a streak of light, he soared into the sky. This scene left Terras somewhat speechless. Had Eddie been able to hold on a little longer, he could have separated a portion of his energy to allow Eddie to persist. However, Terras also felt a sense of relief. Thankfully, he possessed the shining fruit, eliminating any concerns regarding insufficient endurance. It was time to investigate the Dark Legion. Terras silently declared, "The Ampila are the true threat." Soon after, Terras flew directly into the depths of space. Meanwhile, not far away, Ehara Kyuko gazed forlornly at the receding figure. "Kyuko-san," the transformed Yada Mamoru sprinted over. Ehara Kyuko pondered, "Are all Ultramen extraterrestrial beings?" "Indeed." Yada Mamoru's heart raced. Fearing he had been exposed, "Can we encounter Ultramen in space?" Ehara Kyuko inquired. Yada Mamoru replied earnestly, "Of course." Ehara Kyuko erupted into joyous laughter. "That's wonderful. Just you wait." Yada Mamoru was left puzzled. "Kyuko-sensei, what do you mean?" "I have someone I like." Ehara Kyuko smiled gently. "Someone you like? Who is it?" Yada Mamoru hurriedly asked. "Terras Ultraman. I will strive to encounter him once more among the stars." Ehara Kyuko departed, filled with excitement and happiness, leaving Yada Mamoru standing there in bewilderment. "Ah, Terras, you scoundrel!" Yada Mamoru fumed. "Return my Kyuko to me." After returning home, Ehara Kyuko crafted a Terras doll, carrying it with her every day. Until one day, due to a child frequently being bullied, negative energy attached itself to Ehara Kyuko's Terras doll. Outside the galaxy, at this moment, the Dark Legion was launching an assault on the galaxy, engaging in fierce battles with the defending Ultramen. The Dark Legion is most notorious for the Steel Demon, 4 Heavenly Kings: Baltan, Kemer, Zerub, and the three-faced monster Deda. The one currently attacking is none other than Baltan. The Baltan possess highly advanced technology, with cloning technology being their strongest asset. Cloning technology serves not only as a means for their race's continuation, but also as the principal source of their military might. It is through this very technology that legions are expanded. When the first generation annihilated the planet Baltan, the few surviving Baltans managed to forge a legion through cloning to this moment. A military force predominantly composed of Baltans is relentlessly assaulting the Ultraman warriors stationed at the front lines. The disparity in combat strength has led to the swift annihilation of this defensive squad, leaving only one Ultraman to escape and conceal himself. Now, the Dark Legion is scouring the area for this lone survivor. On the far side of Meteor, Olla is evading the enemy's search. She too has joined the fray, only to unexpectedly confront the Dark Legion of the Baltans in her first battle. Yet, her thoughts are not for her own safety, but for another. "Terras, please do not come to harm. Following Captain Zophi, he should be safe, right? My lord, we have detected a light element reaction at the edge of the galaxy. It could be a solitary Ultraman warrior approaching us," reported an alien. A solitary one. Beryl paused, then burst into laughter. "Is he here to seek death?" "Ha ha!" The alien quickly added, "My lord, he is arriving," with a flourish of his pincers. Beryl laughed maniacally. "Let him taste the essence of despair." As he spoke, he led his fleet to encircle the approaching Ultraman. In the void, a silver-red Ultraman quietly surveyed the surrounding ships. Terras was momentarily bewildered. The situation before him was entirely unforeseen. He had not anticipated being intercepted midway, and by the Baltan tribe no less. What a coincidence! A warrior of light. Beryl guffawed. "Repent for the sins of the past. You cannot escape." As he finished speaking, he commanded the surrounding warships to commence their assault. Terras, however, watched this scene with a calm demeanor. An invisible force emanated from him. "Perfect. Time to test Minga's skills," he declared. Just as the words left his mouth, a cage of energy activated, instantly shattering countless enemy warships into debris. "What is this ability?" Beryl gasped in shock, utterly stunned. Fear gripped him as the invisible threads drew closer, mercilessly tearing his body apart. The Dark Legion is in battle. The tremendous explosion immediately caught Aura's attention. Hiding behind a meteor thousands of kilometers away, she turned to see a small asteroid silently torn to shreds. Her eyes widened in astonishment. That moment, a voice sounded behind her. "Aura, she spun around to find Tera's had appeared behind her without her noticing. Now imbued with various enhancements, Tera's possessed formidable perceptive abilities. Upon arriving, he had sensed Aura's location. Tera's? Aura exclaimed in surprise, "That aren't you training with Captain Zophi?" Remembering the Dark Legion, she anxiously implored, "They are hunting me down. You must escape at once." Chapter 22. Breaking the balance, Tera's was slightly taken aback. "The Dark Legion?" "Yes, Barilu of the Baltans," Aura replied nervously. Tera's responded, "Oh, they're no more." Aura was stunned and immediately flew forward to verify. The battlefield was a scene of devastation, littered with wreckage of warships and the bodies of Baltans. Including Barilu's, in mere minutes, Barilu and his fleet had been utterly obliterated. How could this happen? Aura stood in disbelief. Finally, she turned to Tera's, who casually remarked, "I annihilated them." "All of them?" Aura was taken aback. Tera's smiled lightly. They were mere minions. Dealing with them was quite simple. He was disinclined to elaborate further and inquired, "What is the current status of the battle?" Aura's expression turned pained as she sighed. "It is grim. The Dark Legion has produced numerous weapons, along with interdimensional aberrants. That ambitious fellow has created a vast army of super beasts. The elite forces of the Land of Light are all being restrained by the Dark Legion. The outcome of this battle now rests on the shoulders of mid-level and junior warriors." Tera's suddenly understood. Although the Ultramen of the Land of Light possess formidable individual combat capabilities, their numbers have always been insufficient. Unless the Ultraman brothers can break through to become elite warriors, the tide of battle will remain stagnant. From here on, it will be a contest of who possesses the stronger mid to low-level forces. Therefore, is it not true that breaking the balance is the key to reversing the situation? Tera's inquired. Aura nodded. "In theory, that is indeed the case." "Then we shall proceed." Tera's then posed a question that left Aura somewhat perplexed. "Aura, as a member of the Silver Cross, you must possess foundational skills in addition to healing abilities, correct?" Aura found Tera's inquiry bewildering. "Yes, it is a basic requirement for every warrior and medical personnel." "Then teach me both the foundational skills and those of the Silver Cross." Aura furrowed her brow. "I can teach you, but do you have the time for this now?" Tera shrugged nonchalantly. "No worries. Just teach me. Then, I shall let you witness the miracle unfold." Without further ado, Aura transmitted her foundational and healing skills to Tera's through telepathy. Shortly thereafter, Tera's began to hear a series of system prompt notifications. "Host has mastered Ultraman Spray. Can exchange for Smoke Fruit." "Host has mastered Ultraman Barrier. Can exchange for Barrier Fruit." "Host has mastered Ultraman Vision. Can exchange for Skill. Golden Emperor Taizolo's Golden Divine Fire." "Host has mastered Healing Ray and Recovery Wave. Can exchange for Healing Fruit." By my stars, characters from the storyline are emerging. What a formidable transformation. Tera's immediately thought, "Exchange all." Exchange initiated successfully. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Smoke Fruit, Barrier Fruit, Golden Divine Fire, and Healing Fruit. Attribute enhancement commencing to strengthen host's physical attributes. In that instant, Tera's felt a surge of inexplicable and immense energy within him. A torrent of power overflowed from his being. "What?" Aura sensed Tera's unusual state, astonished beyond measure. Tera smiled slightly. "Thank you, Aura. I have learned." "You learned it just like that?" Aura was astounded. "How is that possible? Are you joking with me?" Tera's glanced at Aura, who bore numerous wounds from their previous skirmish, her body appearing somewhat weakened. Raising his hand, a surge of energy flowed from his palm into Aura's body. Instantly, she felt a tremendous vitality healing her injuries, restoring her to peak condition. "What is this?" Aura gazed at Tera's, her eyes filled with astonishment. Recovery Wave can restore mental strength. While theoretically sound, no one had ever achieved such a feat. "How did you do it?" At that moment, Aura felt her entire understanding shatter. She could not comprehend why Tera's had progressed so rapidly in such a short span of time. His growth rate was astonishingly abnormal. Aura even began to doubt whether this person before her was truly the childhood friend Tera's she had known. She was aware that although Tera's had always strived to improve, his strength had hardly changed over the past 2 millennia. Yet, Since passing the warrior assessment, his growth rate had surpassed that of any warrior of light in history. How could he have grown to the point of independently handling a fleet of warships in such a brief period? Such power was sufficient to join the Ultraman brothers. I shall shatter this tense equilibrium. Thrashes declared as he soared toward the cosmic battlefield. Olla followed closely, her mind still reeling that I end this moment. In a corner of Orion, Bess was leading a small squadron to confront the warships and robots of the Dark Legion. At that moment, Bess found himself besieged by 3 Baltans. The disparity in numbers was overwhelming, and they had already lost too many comrades. This time, the invasion of the Dark Legion has inflicted devastating losses upon the Kingdom of Light. The surviving members of the team each bear wounds, their energy now but a mere flicker. If this continues, total annihilation is imminent. Within Basie's heart burns a fierce anger, yet she finds herself at a loss for solutions. A beam of Granin light erupts forth, but the 3 Baltan aliens effortlessly evade it with their instantaneous movement. Almost immediately, the 3 Baltan aliens merge into one, only to split into 6, simultaneously launching red, freezing rays at Basie from various directions. The Light Clan has an inherent fear of the cold in frigid conditions. Ultramen must expend vast amounts of energy to combat the chill. Thus, while the freezing rays may not be lethal, being struck by them will lead to a rapid depletion of energy. Surrounded and besieged, Basie finds no refuge. Ding dong, ding dong, ding donged. In an instant, Basie's energy is utterly consumed. The atmosphere grows tense. Just then, 2 streaks of light pierce through the void. Soon, 2 silver-red figures materialize before Basie's eyes. Reinforcements? Basie's eyes gleam with hope. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, disappointment washes over her face. How could they be mere rookies? At the very least, they should have sent intermediate warriors. The arrival of rookies only serves to increase casualties. Yet, in that moment, the silver-red giant astonishes Basie. With a single palm strike, he invokes the Barrier Fruit Protective Shield, enveloping all Ultramen within its embrace. Then, gentle energy radiates from Talas's hand, healing all surviving Ultramen present. The battlefield hosts no fewer than several thousand warriors. Such a massive wave of restorative energy. How could this individual possess such immense power? Basie is left astounded. Talas waves his hand, and streams of silver light burst forth from his chest. In an instant, everyone is rejuvenated. Basie, too. Energy replenished? Just how much energy does this individual possess? Basie is utterly bewildered. Her energy has reached a peak state. Yet, Talas, the one responsible for this miracle, shows no signs of fatigue. The extraction of such vast energy seems to incur no cost. It's simply unfathomable. Even the Ultra Brothers would likely be exhausted after such an endeavor. I am Talas, a student of Captain Zoffi, a warrior of the Cosmic Patrol. Talas, the little beloved of Olla, hadn't he just passed the warrior assessment and begun training with Captain Zoffi? The more Basie contemplates, the more astonished she becomes that in truth. Everyone else feels the same way. Even the members of the Dark Legion stand in stunned silence, particularly the 6 Baltan aliens, who are profoundly unsettled by Talas's display of power. When did the Light Clan acquire such a monster? One who can single-handedly turn the tide. In that earlier scene, why did he not expend energy? Has the technology of the Kingdom of Light advanced to such a degree? The evolution of extraordinary races hinges on their technological advancement. For over 200,000 years, the Kingdom of Light has remained stagnant, relying solely on light energy. In contrast, other races have continuously sought alternative energy sources, just as the Baltan aliens have. They can now adapt to various energy types, thrive in diverse environments, and quickly restore energy. At this moment, Olla stands beside Talas, deeply affected. Has he awakened some special ability? In that moment, Talas casts a glance at the Baltan aliens. Raising his hand, he unleashes the M87 beam, Thunder Fruit. Instantly, a golden light bursts forth. The billion-volt high-temperature electricity swiftly dissolves the 6 Baltan aliens. Furthermore, this force shows no signs of waning, sweeping across the thousands of surrounding spacecraft and hundreds of robotic legions. It creates a veritable vacuum zone. Is this Captain Zoffy's M87? It feels even stronger than Zoffy's. Basie's scalp tingles. What manner of creature is this young man? Now, she realizes, based on the energy fluctuations emanating from Talas, he is undeniably a high-level warrior. Such terrifying energy levels are beyond even what she, a high-level warrior, could achieve. Consequently, she shares Aura's sentiments. Talas must possess some mysterious talent that allows for rapid energy replenishment. Talas, you must be a high-level warrior, correct? Basie inquires solemnly. Talas nods. Instantly, everyone's gaze turns fervent and excited. Aura gazes at Talas in disbelief. A high-level warrior. In such a short time, Talas has grown to this extent. I once vowed to protect you, she reflects. Yet here you are, protecting me. Aura feels a pang of melancholy. Initially, her choice to become a warrior stemmed not only from a desire for vengeance against her teacher and friends, but also to safeguard the one most dear to her, Talas. Yet, ultimately, it is she who finds herself in need of protection. This intensifies her yearning for strength. The greater Talas's power grows, the greater the dangers he faces. She must strive even harder, Basie contemplates. What we lack most now is high-level warriors. With you, our chances of victory have increased significantly. Henceforth, you shall lead the warriors of the Light Clan in an assault against the Dark Legion. The eyes of all present are filled with fervor and excitement as they look upon Talas. As long as Talas stands with them, their confidence surges. Talas nods. Now, everyone is to follow his command. This time, we shall determine the outcome in one decisive blow. The Dark Legion remains unaware that within the Kingdom of Light there exists a Talas they have neglected. By the time they regain their senses and reorganize their forces, breaching their defenses will not prove an easy task. Therefore, the best course of action is to conclude the battle before they can react. Deep within the cosmos, Pashue Zhenwu awakens slowly. He is the captain of a cosmic exploration team known as the Kote Squad. Previously, he piloted a spacecraft, traveling at sublight speeds. Unexpectedly, he collided with a space-time distortion. Following this, he lost consciousness. When he awakens once more, the sight before him leaves him astounded. Powerful spaceships soar past in the distance. He is struck with awe. What sort of formidable power must one possess to command such might? Before such colossal entities, humanity appears as mere ants. Oh no! Someone has spotted me. At that moment, Pashue Zhenwu finds himself surrounded. Spaceships begin to pivot their cannons towards him. Are they invaders? Pashue Zhenwu's pupils constrict in alarm. For the solar system lies just behind him. He immediately suspects that the enemy's target is likely Earth. His heart leaps into his throat. His spacecraft possesses no weaponry to retaliate. After all, it is not a warship. Pashue Zhenwu feels certain that he is doomed this time. Suddenly, a massive figure appears before him. With a wave of its hand, golden lightning engulfs the area. All the ships are instantly obliterated. It is a warrior of light. Pashue Zhenwu gazes in astonishment, his heart filled with a W in his memory. Earth is still in its primitive era. He knows that Ultraman once visited Earth to protect its inhabitants, battling powerful monsters and aliens. So, humanity has always been safeguarded by the warriors of light. Pashue Zhenwu's heart swells with gratitude. After the annihilation of the enemy fleet, the enormous silver-red figure turns to face him. Talas recognizes the spacecraft's occupant. It is none other than the captain and director of GURS from the Mebius era, lost in the river of time while executing exploration missions upon returning to Earth. 40 years have passed, yet he has not aged significantly. Suddenly, Talas feels a spark of inspiration and declares, "Human, you may call me Talas Ultraman." Before humanity ventured into the cosmos, the warriors of light were always Earth's strongest shield. Pashue Zhenwu is taken aback. That is it. Humanity will one day repay the devotion of our Ultraman defenders. With that, Pashue Zhenwu seems to arrive at a decision, then pilots his spacecraft away. He must complete his mission swiftly and return to Earth. Chapter 24. Leo's archenemy. After Pashue Zhenwu departs, he snaps back to reality. Basie and the others also arrive. Earthlings? Bess exclaimed in astonishment. Have humans truly begun to navigate the cosmos? It seems the aspirations of the Light Clan are nearing fruition. Terra shook his head, replying, not by a long shot. He understood that it was only after the era of Mebius that humanity gradually came to rely on extraterrestrial technology to advance their own. However, at present, they were merely achieving sublight speeds, which had almost caused the unfortunate Mizuki to become lost in the fabric of time and space. Fortunately, luck was on his side, leaving him as the sole survivor of the entire team. In the depths of the universe, Zophi led the Ultra Brothers and the main force of the Galactic Patrol in a fierce battle against the interdimensional Abyssals and the Dark Legion's elite forces. Although the Ultras were embroiled in a grueling struggle, they were not yet in peril. After all, the Warriors of Light excelled in cooperative combat. Yet the Ultra Brothers found themselves somewhat constrained, for they were pitted against the mightiest of adversaries, the formidable Samolus. The Ultra Killer imbued with the resentments of the Abyssals. This creature had been crafted through technology by the Abyssals specifically to counter the Ultra Brothers. Now, the original Ultraman, Seven, Jack, and Ace were uniting their efforts to confront this terrifying foe. Zophi felt a weight upon his heart. The situation was dire. M87 Ray, he shouted as a terrifying beam of light erupted from his hand, obliterating all in its path. Monsters and spaceships alike. Alas, despite the immense power of the M87, it exacted a tremendous toll. Though this assault had equalized the numbers on both sides, Zophi found himself drained of energy, feeling as though he had been hollowed out. He realized that, for the time being, victory would be elusive. Thus, he began to direct the others in battle, for they were the most elite warriors of the Land of Light. Yet, this was merely the first wave of the Dark Legion's invasion. Their scheme likely aimed to ensure a final victory for the Ambulance. They must be thwarted. Leo, Astra, the responsibility falls upon you now. Once Seven and the others determine the outcome, we shall claim victory. Zophi declared solemnly. After Terra's departure, Leo and Astra had become integral members of the Ultra Brothers. Fortunately, this was the case, for without them, the Galactic Patrol would have been utterly incapable of withstanding this assault. At that moment, a beam of light descended from the cosmos, revealing a line of text before Zophi. Terra's, he paused, momentarily taken aback, and after reading it fell silent that a glimmer sparked in Leo's eyes. Is Terra's also joining the fray? I shall not be bested by him this time. Zophi could only smile wryly. Upon arriving in the Land of Light, Leo had been clamoring to spar with Terra's, yet he had found Terra's absent. Terra's had now ascended to the rank of High Warrior. Zophi remarked, how could this lad progress so swiftly? Leo felt disheartened, even beginning to doubt if Terra's might inadvertently become the Father of Ultra. Zophi suddenly chuckled aloud, astonished that Terra's had become the pivotal figure in determining the outcome. Terra's had concluded battles in several other locations, and the various commanders unanimously elected him as the temporary commander. Now, the Dark Legion had been repelled by his efforts. Although Leo felt a twinge of resentment, he could not help but feel joy for Terra's. This fellow has certainly not disappointed me. Leo chuckled. He truly lives up to being my rival. It appears we shall emerge victorious this time. Astra listened quietly, aware of Terra's significance. It was thanks to Terra's that he had cleared his name from the accusations of the barbarians. And thus, he felt a deep gratitude towards him. Mephiles, the frontline commander of the Dark Legion, received alarming news. Terra's had led the Warriors of Light to obliterate several of their fleets. How could they have overlooked a high-ranking warrior from the Land of Light? And to have decimated their Dark Legion, total combat losses exceeded 60%. How could this be? How could the intelligence department make such a foolish error? Mephiles was both astonished and furious, unleashing a torrent of curses. A Nicaurian, adept at intelligence gathering, had once cultivated a monster like Black King to confront Jack through his exceptional skills. Under Mephiles' scrutiny, a smile crept onto the Nicaurian's face that we have accounted for all combat strength. Even the Leo brothers have not escaped my attention. This sudden emergence of a high warrior seems almost as if he materialized from thin air. Mephiles activated the combat footage of Terra's. Who is he? The Nicaurian paused. It appears to be Zophi's student. Zophi's student? The one known as Mebius? Mephiles inquired, puzzled. Isn't he merely a mid-level warrior? How could he possibly possess the power of a high warrior? No, he is not Mebius. The Nicaurian quickly clarified that he is a new student of Zophii. According to my information, he has recently joined the Galactic Patrol. At IT turned out that their assumptions had led them to underestimate this seemingly inconsequential figure. Mephiles' eyes narrowed. Who would have thought Zophii still had a trump card? Could it be that everything had been orchestrated from the very beginning? Zophii was truly formidable. As time ticked away, Terras, alongside Bess, Olla, and the other Ultras, launched a relentless counterattack against the Dark Legion, achieving victory after victory. The consolidated forces continued to grow, with the likes of Scott, Chuck, Parvut, and Gray joining Terras' ranks. Now, the invaders throughout the galaxy have been largely exterminated. It is time to rendezvous with Master Zophii and the others, Terras stated. Mephiles-sama. Our other forces have been annihilated by the army of the Land of Light. They are now consolidating their troops and advancing towards us. Once they unite with Zophii's forces, we will be finished. Mephiles gasped in horror. I asked that the fellow named Terras. So soon. I have just received word. How has he arrived already? Do these Ultras not require energy recovery? Thanks to Terras, the Ultras did not need to worry about energy shortages. With a mere wave, they could recharge en masse. What had once seemed a certain victory had crumbled in this manner. Mephiles fell silent for a moment before stating, It appears we must resort to our final measures ahead of schedule. Dispatch forces to staunch the Ultras' advance. Do not forget to bring that fellow along. Give me just a little more time, and we shall obliterate the main force of the Land of Light and Zophii. If Zophii and his companions perish, victory shall be ours. Chapter 25. On how to differentiate between different types of colossal beasts. The purpose of this wave of invasion was to eliminate the Ultra Brothers. Only they posed a genuine threat to the Dark Legion. Should the Ultra Brothers be vanquished, the Ampelans would secure ultimate victory. Gazing upon the ravaged starfield, Terras knew the main battlefield lay ahead. Amongst the ruins, the fallen warriors of light lay scattered, devoid of their radiance. In the cosmos, Ultramen were not invincible. They could fall in battle and be slain. Suddenly, the fabric of space began to distort. In an instant, colossal warships materialized. Judging by the energy of this spatial leap, these vessels were a far cry from those encountered previously. The enormous star-destroying cannons inspired dread. A single shot could shatter a planet. The hum of the battleship's star-destroying cannons began to resonate. Within mere seconds, they were fully charged. The cannons unleashed a barrage of fire towards Terras and the warriors of light behind him. The immense shockwaves even caused rifts in space. Combination light ray, Terras shouted. Immediately gathering his strength, a powerful blue-golden radiance erupted from his hands. Everyone concentrated their power, merging their light-based abilities into Terras' attack. In an instant, a tremendous beam of energy shot forth, colliding with the oncoming barrage of star-destroying cannon fire. Ultimately, the Ultraman's combination light ray triumphed, tearing through the fleet of star-destroyers. A colossal explosion sent shockwaves rippling across light years. As the terrifying energy fluctuations began to dissipate, only a handful of star-destroyers remained, having narrowly escaped destruction. Terras, Zophie's student. Through the monitors, Mephiles' gaze fell upon Terras. It appeared Zophie's teachings possessed considerable merit. Capable of producing such an exceptional student, let us allow this behemoth to test its mettle. If all else fails, let that fellow take action. As he spoke, the Mephiles alien couldn't help but glance towards the battlefield where Zophii was engaged. The fierce battle continued unabated. It promised to be a protracted tug-of-war. Just then, a sudden gasp echoed across the battlefield where Terras was located. The spatial fluctuations intensified. Enormous warships soared in from the distance. Among them were two remarkably peculiar vessels, square-shaped, resembling blocks of brick. That moment, the hatches opened. Terras immediately spotted two colossal cosmic beasts aboard the warship, Behemothon and Dinosaur Jeton. Both of these cosmic monsters were notorious legends. Jack had been compelled to utilize the Ultra Bracelet due to Behemothon, which had led to his current accomplishments. As for Dinosaur Jeton, he was the infamous first kill behemoth. These two creatures shared a common trait. They could counter all of Ultraman's light-based skills. The instant these monsters appeared, everyone was left awestruck. Ultraman immediately unleashed a flurry of skills. Terrace was rendered speechless. It seemed he would need to suggest to the Ultra King upon his return to introduce a course on how to identify different types of giant monsters. Otherwise, ignorance would inevitably lead to casualties. The deaths of the first generation in Jack had not prompted even a modicum of reflection. At this moment, Jetton crossed his arms in front of his chest. In an instant, a tremendous suction force drew in all light. Following that, Jetton forcefully thrust forward, launching an attack that had been amplified threefold by the absorption, just as the attacking light warrior was on the verge of annihilation. A protective barrier emerged. Terrace crossed his index and middle fingers, and an immense invisible barrier materialized to block the light beam attack. Fortunately, it was merely an attack from a lower-tier warrior. Even tripling the damage was insignificant. "You all handle those robots. I'll deal with these two monsters," Terrace commanded. "Are you sure you can manage alone?" Bess inquired with concern. Terrace felt a stirring in his heart and replied, "As I've said before, I'm not afraid of running out of energy. I'm just concerned about lacking skills. If only I had a few more skills." The others exchanged glances, all wearing wry smiles. Throughout their journey, Terrace had demonstrated abilities akin to an inexhaustible perpetual motion machine. He unleashed various skills without any sign of energy depletion. Furthermore, Terrace's extraordinary learning ability was unprecedented. At that moment, Bess took the lead, and almost everyone initiated a telepathic connection with Terrace. The Ultramen collectively transmitted their most adept skills to Terrace. Host has acquired Granimum Ray. Skill exchange. Jinping Ocean Flow. One-handed over-the-shoulder throw. Host has acquired Plasma Burn. Skill exchange. Bird Fruit. Host has acquired Dissolving Ray. Skill exchange. Melting Fruit. Terrace silently chanted. Exchange. Initiating exchange. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Ocean Flow. One-handed over-the-shoulder throw. Bird Fruit. Melting Fruit. Attribute enhancement initiated, strengthening host's physical attributes. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within Terrace, enveloping him in a tremendous force. The sound of energy oscillation resonated. Those around him were left in shock. It seemed that Lord Terrace's strength had surged to new heights. Such terrifying growth rate. I estimate that soon, a legendary warrior will emerge from the Land of Light. It appears that Lord Terrace's era is upon us. Even a genius like Mebius would be unable to keep pace with him. Everyone was filled with astonishment, including Bess, who stared dumbfounded at the scene before him. This fellow is simply too extraordinary. Isn't his growth too effortless? At this moment, everyone was convinced that Terrace was the future of the Light Clan. Given enough time, he would undoubtedly surpass the Ultra Father and become the true ruler of the cosmos, bringing the long-desired peace to the universe, truly deserving of the captain's attention as a genius. Bess quickly regained his composure. The present situation could not be taken lightly. This was not the time for sentimentality. He absolutely could not let Terrace lag behind. Those two monsters were formidable. It was imperative to ensure that Terrace remained unaffected by any external forces, allowing him to fully immerse himself in the battle. Meanwhile, Terrace had gradually flown towards the two fearsome monsters, pondering whether his current strength could obliterate them in an instant. Defeat was out of the question. He now felt confident that he was stronger than any of the Ultra Brothers. Shimmering Fruit Laser Beam. In an instant, two beams shot towards Jetton and Behemothon. Jetton activated his defensive barrier at once. The 360-degree defensive shield effortlessly blocked the attack. The sound of a tremendous explosion erupted. Damn! It didn't break. Chapter 26. Terrace looked at Jetton with some surprise. These two giant monsters possessed a bit of strength after all. As for Behemothon, it was even more impressive. Its maw twisted space like a black hole, absorbing the laser beam and rapidly converting it into its own energy. The fruit's ability can absorb as well. It seems any light element can be absorbed. Terrace regarded Behemothon with a glint of astonishment in his eyes. In that case. Demon Wind Kick. Terrace leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of light. His legs ablaze with fierce flames as he struck towards Behemothon. With a thunderous crash, the brilliance dazzled, sending shockwaves rippling. Terrace felt as if he had struck a steel plate. Was this the sensation Leo had described? Instantly, he was dumbfounded. Had these two giant monsters been enhanced? They shouldn't be this formidable. While contemplating this as the light dissipated, he realized that Jetton had teleported in front of Behemothon to absorb the blow with a defensive barrier. Crackling sounds erupted. Boom! Cracks spread across the so-called absolute defense barrier, which exploded into countless shards that vanished into the void. Terrace had shattered it with a single kick. Boom! Jetton's massive form was sent hurtling backward for thousands of meters. Unfortunately, the primary force had been absorbed by the absolute defense, so Jetton sustained little damage. Terrace nodded in approval. Impressive. No wonder it's called absolute defense. He suddenly recalled that Mebius had also once broken Jetton's defense with a wooden kick. His own kick's power was undoubtedly stronger than Mebius's. If Mebius had kicked the real Jetton rather than a copy, he certainly wouldn't have breached that absolute defense. At that moment, a series of golden light orbs suddenly shot from a small corner atop Behemothon's head. Yellow destruction light orbs. Terrace showed no intention of evading. Raising his hand, an immediate defensive barrier materialized, blocking the entire assault. Simultaneously, Jetton teleported behind Terrace. Launching a punch aimed at Terrace's head, a fierce glint flashed in Terrace's eyes. He swiftly turned, delivering a powerful kick that sent Jetton flying. With a resounding crash, Jetton crashed heavily into a meteorite with a 100-meter diameter, shattering it to pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Behemothon swiftly restrained Terrace. Simultaneously, a potent force of absorption emanated from its abdomen, as if attempting to draw Terrace entirely into itself. Want to devour me? Don't you fear bursting? Terrace snorted coldly, and his entire body erupted with a thunderous sound. Thunder fruit, thunder strike. A massive bolt of lightning erupted from his body, propelling Behemothon away. Bang! The colossal creature's arms exploded, its eyes scorched blind by the thunderous force. Behemothon let out a wail, frantically fleeing, only to be struck by a barrage of meteorites, leaving it battered and bloodied. Terrace was preparing to deliver a finishing blow when he suddenly sensed danger approaching from behind. Turning around, he saw fireballs hurtling towards him. 1,000,000-degree fireballs. Terrace swung his hand, and a protective barrier immediately emerged before him. Bang! With a tremendous crash, the defensive barrier shattered. However, the power of the 1,000,000-degree fireballs was also mitigated. Damn it, you're going to exchange blows with me. Terrace launched his own attack. M87 Kaido's Dragon Breath. A nearly 1,000-meter beam shot forth. Jetton was utterly dumbfounded. This is M87. Alas, everything transpired too rapidly for him to even initiate his teleportation. With a deafening roar, Jetton was obliterated into ashes. Meanwhile, the Mephiles alien had been closely monitoring the battle. Can Zoffy truly cultivate such an exceptional student? Even he couldn't achieve that. The Mephiles alien knew full well that among the Ultra Brothers, there was no one capable of nurturing such a powerful student. The notion that a master produces outstanding disciples was simply implausible. The prowess of this Talus pales in comparison to that of other warriors of light. There's no choice left. Let Implaza take the stage, the Mephiran spoke gravely. Yes, my lord, at a subordinate pressed the button. This moment, Talus had arrived before the half-dead Beymonston. With a single punch, he shattered Beymonston's head. To think it did not result in an instant kill. It seems there are still many skills to learn. At this juncture, all the warriors of light erupted in cheers. However, Bess, Chuck, Scott, Gray, and Pawat were all left dumbfounded. How did this fellow become an elite warrior? An enemy approaches. Talus sensed a faint spatial fluctuation. Immediately, a massive warship materialized through a spatial jump. The hatch opened with a clang. 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 The crisp sounds echoed as a colossal iron beast slowly emerged from the ship's hold. In Plaza, Talus furrowed his brow. They have even brought forth the unmatched iron deity. This creature, which nearly exhausted Talos, appeared ahead of schedule. It seems the Mephirans hold me in high regard to deploy such a weapon. A faint smile crept across Talus's lips. Although Implaza possesses formidable abilities within the narrative, they mainly revolve around draining the opponent's stamina. How fortuitous. I fear not a war of attrition. However, this is not the time to squander efforts. After all, Zoffy and the others are still engaged in a fierce struggle. This must be resolved swiftly. At that moment, Implaza had already turned its cannons towards Talas and opened fire. Two massive cannons on its shoulders unleashed a barrage of destructive energy projectiles. Talas immediately activated a protective barrier in front of him. Though the destructive projectiles had limited power, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The relentless downpour of energy projectiles pressed heavily upon Talas. The protective barrier seemed on the verge of shattering. The secret weapon of the Dark Legion indeed lived up to its reputation. Talas murmured to himself. This Implaza was forged from an unknown metal, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities, nearly indestructible. Moreover, aside from the two cannons on its shoulders, it wielded a tri-barreled Gatling gun atop its head. The cannon could fire destructive energy projectiles, while the tri-barrel Gatling gun unleashed a torrent of rays, with destructive force rivaling Talos' Strim light beam. With a flash of golden divine fire in his eyes, Talas unleashed two beams of light directly at the unguarded Implaza. Astonishingly, it left behind merely two shallow indentations. This is absurdly resilient at that moment. Implaza abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing behind Talas in an instant. With a powerful grasp, it lunged toward Talas. Talas's pupils contracted. Teleportation, controlled by the Mephrons? The fishman empty-handed karate gun wave, concentrating all his might into a single point. He hurled it at Implaza, sending it flying. Yet, it merely left a faint mark upon the opponent's chest. Thunderfruit's divine judgment. A tremendous explosion resonated. Talas's attack was captured by Implaza's electronic eye. The tri-barreled Gatling gun atop its head shimmered ominously. A colossal beam of light erupted forth. With a thunderous crash, the two attacks collided, resulting in a violent explosion. The two assaults nullified each other, but Implaza's second beam of light attack came forth without hesitation. Matching the ferocity of Talos' Strim light beam, Talas displayed no hesitation. Bird Fruit's Phoenix Eel. He countered Implaza's beam with his own. Bang! Whoosh! The two streams of light clashed mid-air. This time, Talas effortlessly overpowered Implaza's beam. At this moment, Talas appeared utterly relaxed, while Implaza trembled from the excessive energy consumption, clearly operating beyond its limits. Meanwhile, Bess and the others surrounded the battlefield in shock, attempting to contain the powerful shockwave. How formidable is Talas? Everyone was left in awe. Talas barked an order. Thunderfruit's instantaneous movement. He appeared behind Implaza, seizing its shoulder and teleporting it further away. Thunderfruit's Thunder Welcome. A colossal black thunder sphere enveloped a diameter of 1 kilometer. In the darkness, the Mephrons gazed in terror at the scene. The immense black thunder sphere descended, erupting violently. The astonishing energy surged forth uncontrollably. Under the overwhelming energy storm, Implaza's body was rapidly disintegrated, reduced to atomic status. The brilliance surged forth, racing into the depths of the cosmos. 1 light year away, on another battlefield, Zoffy led his forces against the main army of the Dark Legion. That he immediately sensed the commotion and hurriedly looked up at the sky. This Talas has grown to such an extent. The others were equally astonished, gazing at the spectacle. Such astounding power of light. Talas is undoubtedly Talas who has arrived. The rate of growth for Lord Talas is simply astonishing. The Mephrons stared in disbelief. Despite battling Zoffy for such an extended period, this was the first time they felt fear at this individual's cunning. To conceal such a terrifying trump card, determining the outcome of this battle. The timing of Talas's appearance was impeccable, and all his actions executed with remarkable swiftness. I scarcely had time to react. If I hadn't brought in Implaza this time, I might not have known how I would meet my end. The Mephrons were struck with a chilling realization. As a strategist under the Amperian banner, this was the first time he had suffered a significant setback in cunning. And this opponent, no less, was Zoffy, whom he had always underestimated. He even suspected Zoffy had been feigning weakness all along, waiting until the decisive battle to reveal his fangs. Though unsure of the skill Talas employed, he was certain it unleashed maximum power, leaving him in a state of vulnerability. Now is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Talas, this unstable factor. As this thought crossed his mind, he prepared to issue commands to neutralize Talas. However, Talas exhibited no signs of fatigue. His energy levels remained fully charged. Then, he glanced around. Suddenly, placing his hand to his chest, he began to separate and condense his energy into a light sphere several dozen meters in diameter. Subsequently, Talas threw it forth in the next moment, the energy mass instantly dispersed, resembling a downpour of energy. Beams of light illuminated the colorful timers on each warrior's chest. The warriors, who had been flickering red due to severe energy depletion, instantly returned to full capacity. The Mephrans were left speechless. Could this fellow be some kind of monster? How does he possess such an abundance of energy? The Mephrans' perception of reality was shattered. Before they could fully grasp the situation, they witnessed Talas unleash a collective healing beam, enveloping all the warriors of light present and swiftly restoring their injuries. The Mephrans were utterly bewildered. Has the technology of the land of light advanced to such heights? Or have they discovered ways to harness multiple energy sources? No, if that were the case, it would not be limited to Talas alone. All Ultra Warriors should benefit as well. Could it be that this individual possesses some special talent? Finally, the Mephrans found a seemingly plausible explanation. They recalled that some warriors of light indeed possess the innate ability to rapidly absorb light energy and convert it into power, with 7 being one of them. However, this placed an immense burden on the body, consuming their internal potential. Even 7 would only resort to this ability in dire situations. Having understood these points, the Mephrans felt a sense of relief. They chuckled. How reckless to expend one's potential in pursuit of victory in this war. But if that is the case, what harm is there in relinquishing this victory to you? Such extravagance may ultimately curb your growth potential. Initially worried that you would become the greatest obstacle to the Emperor, it seems I have been overly concerned. The Mephiles aliens have come to a realization, and as a result, they feel a sense of relief. Previously, they had been greatly concerned about the formidable combat capabilities exhibited by Terrace. But their greatest fear was not the outcome of the war itself, but rather the changes that Terrace might bring to the future. After all, such a rapid rate of growth is truly terrifying. Now, however, this concern seems rather unnecessary. How are things on Zofi's side? One Mephiles alien inquired with a hint of ease. An extraterrestrial quickly responded. We remain at a stalemate, with both sides suffering casualties. If this army joins the fray, we are certain to lose, that we must retreat. The Mephiles alien spoke decisively. The extraterrestrial gazed at the Mephiles alien in surprise. Seemingly relieved by this decision, he had witnessed the combat prowess displayed by Terrace and understood that only a fool would disregard the implications. With the addition of Terrace and the armies of the Light Clan, the outcome of this war is already sealed. In the Land of Light, at the headquarters of the Cosmic Guard, a young warrior stood before Father of Ultra. Mebius, is the intelligence accurate? Father of Ultra inquired slowly. Mebius nodded. According to the observations of our intelligence agency, the ultimate goal of the Dark Legion appears to be Earth. Earth? Father of Ultra pondered deeply. After a long pause, he spoke. Is it to exact revenge on our Light Clan by invading the Earth we protect? Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Mebius. Mebius, a great war is currently raging in the universe. The finest warriors are on the battlefield, leaving the Land of Light with a significant void. I end this urgent situation. You are the most suitable candidate for this mission. Mebius was momentarily taken aback. Me? I will follow the captain's orders, he replied earnestly. Father of Ultra nodded appreciatively. In truth, he felt somewhat helpless. Although Mebius was still a step away from becoming a high-ranking warrior. The elite warriors sent to Earth in previous years had faced numerous dangers. Several of the Ultra Brothers had nearly lost their lives on Earth. The crisis they now faced was even greater, the invasion of the Ampelans. Logically, a more exceptional warrior should have been dispatched to Earth for this task. However, the ongoing war initiated by the Dark Legion had constrained their options. Thus, Father of Ultra's selection of Mebius was born out of necessity. The outstanding warriors in the Land of Light had mostly been deployed to the cosmic battlefield to combat the main forces of the Dark Legion. The only remaining capable warrior was Mebius. Meanwhile, he himself needed to remain stationed in the Land of Light. That moment, Father of Ultra suddenly had a thought. There was also Terrace, who was likewise a student of Zophi and possessed even greater talent than Mebius. Perhaps if the two of them went to Earth together, their chances of success would increase. He could arrange for Zophi to deploy Terrace to Earth. Importantly, Terrace was more composed than Mebius. This was evident from how he had previously handled the situation with the Leo brothers on Earth. If Terrace could accompany him, it would certainly put him at ease. Moreover, compared to Mebius, who had spent most of his time in the intelligence department with little practical combat experience, Terrace possessed a formidable combat awareness. Having made this decision, Father of Ultra said, "Before you leave, please take this." He produced the Ultra dumbbells and waved them forward. Mebius instinctively raised his wrist, and a golden bracer instantly appeared around it. The Mebius aura. Mebius gently stroked the golden bracer. Meanwhile, on the cosmic battlefield, the Mephiles aliens were about to depart. Zophi unleashed the M87 ray. However, just as the ray was about to obliterate the command ship, a dark energy suddenly surged from the depths of the universe, enveloping the Mephiles command ship and shielding it from the M87 ray's attack. Zophi shuddered slightly. The Emperor of the Dark Universe. He understood that only the enigmatic Emperor of the Dark Universe could so effortlessly deflect the M87 ray. Although he had never seen the true visage of this legendary Emperor, the invasion of the Light Kingdom by the Ampelins had occurred before Zophi's birth, leaving behind a notorious legacy. This made Zophi's impression of the Emperor exceedingly profound. The Light Kingdom had once been immensely powerful, and it was the invasion by the Ampelins that had caused significant devastation and loss. The aftermath of that battle marked the darkest hour for the Light Kingdom. At that time, even though Father of Ultra had wielded the true power to repel the Ampelins, he had sustained grave injuries. Reflecting on this, Zophi's expression grew solemn as he gazed at the dark energy shielding the Mephiles with astonishment. "What do you truly seek, Emperor of the Dark Universe?" In that moment, countless beams of light traversed from the depths of the universe, coalescing into familiar figures nearby. Has Terrace arrived? Zophi couldn't help but smile as he knew that the Mephiles aliens' retreat was closely tied to Terrace's timely reinforcement. At this moment, Terrace stood proudly amidst the void, surrounded by warriors who rallied around him, exuding a commanding presence. This kid, Zophi chuckled inwardly, he has grown significantly. After some time apart, witnessing the birth of a future leader among the new generation filled him with pride. At this juncture, Terrace looked up at the Mephiles command ship and began to prepare for a fused light attack. He issued the command, and the warriors, without hesitation, began to gather their energy. Zophi watched in astonishment. What is happening? Weren't they supposed to have just endured a fierce battle? Why are they still at full capacity? Just as Zophi pondered this, all the warriors collectively unleashed their respective light skills toward the sky, while Terrace directly harnessed the maximum energy output from the shining fruit to fuse into the attack. A torrent of radiant energy surged forth, crashing against the Mephiles command ship. Within that terrifying stream of light, the vessel appeared as a mere leaf in the vast ocean. Although it was shielded by dark energy, it still teetered precariously, as if it could be obliterated at any moment. Suddenly, Terrace sensed a wave of impending danger. A massive telekinetic force surged toward him. His gaze sharpened slightly. Barrier fruit, barrier ball, boom! With a thunderous roar, the invisible shockwave radiated outward, sending some nearby warriors flying. However, Terrace remained unscathed, as his barrier ball neutralized the telekinetic attack from the Ampelins. This assault originated from a distant star system, merely a collision across countless light years, and could not be considered a true confrontation. I eagerly await the day we can engage in a proper battle. Terrace mused internally. Terrace, are you all right? Zophi approached with concern, quickly inquiring that I'm fine. The opponent's attack was too distant, resulting in a certain degree of attenuation, so it did not cause me any harm. That I must thank you, Zophi, for the telekinetic development techniques you imparted earlier, Terrace replied with a smile. Zophi felt a touch of embarrassment. Then I shall endeavor to teach you more similar techniques in the future. He waved his hand dismissively. It would be even better if you could provide them now. Terrace's eyes brightened. As long as I have sufficient techniques and abilities to exchange, I could easily surpass that Dark Emperor. Zophi was taken aback. How could I possibly instruct this student who has already surpassed me? He quickly shifted the topic. Now, this is merely the first wave of the Dark Legion's assault. They will not relent. A relentless series of battles is ahead. Terrace, your performance today was exceptional, as you single-handedly altered the tide of battle. In Chapter 29, New Mission Terrace, however, was less focused on Zoffy's praise and instead inquired, Zoffy, you must have broken through to the elite level by now. Right? Zoffy looked at him in surprise, chuckling, I just made the breakthrough, and I owe it to the pressure exerted by the Mephala's aliens. Under the continuous utilization of the M87 beam, stimulated by latent potential. I have finally taken the final step. Indeed, after the era of Mephalas has passed, these venerable warriors from the Showa era will gradually break through to the elite level. After all, they've been stuck at this last step for quite some time. It is hardly surprising that Zoffy is the first to succeed. Zoffy had more to say, but suddenly a message from Ultraman Father arrived here. To his astonishment, the sender of this Ultraman signature was none other than Ultraman Father himself. Zoffy instantly became serious. Upon reviewing the information above, his face was filled with disbelief. Was he to send Terrace to Earth? After carefully examining the content of the signature, he swiftly grasped the situation. The goal of the Ampelans was Earth. Thus, Earth must not be allowed to falter. In a hurried decision, Ultraman Father dispatched Mephalas. However, as a student, he knew all too well Mephalas' capabilities. Remarkable, yet not sufficiently composed. To send him to engage in a battle of wits and courage against those cosmic beings, particularly the Ampelans, was evidently a tall order. Fortunately, he had just evolved to the elite level, making him capable of facing the impending war. If that is the case, he turned to Terrace. You should return to the Land of Light, that I will report your achievements truthfully. This time, the captain wishes for you to go to Earth. The mission is of utmost importance, and you may face unimaginable foes. Remember to exercise utmost caution. Terrace nodded at T that moment. The warriors who had fought alongside Terrace to reach this place found themselves lost in confusion at his departure. During this time, Terrace had almost become their spiritual pillar. Observing their expressions, Terrace smiled. Keep pushing forward, everyone, and do not let me down. A jolt went through the hearts of all. Terrace, when we meet again. Let us have a rematch. Leo stepped forward, declaring, this time, I will not lose. Terrace glanced at him, smiled, and departed. Upon returning to the Land of Light, Ultraman Father received Zoffy's report with astonishment. This young fellow, Terrace, has grown remarkably fast. Captain, Ultraman Father admired Terrace, who radiated a sense of leadership. The Land of Light has always birthed countless geniuses. Yet a particular kind of genius is exceedingly rare, the kind capable of assuming a leadership role. At least, apart from Zoffy's generation, such individuals have seldom emerged. Even when they did, they were not as outstanding as Ultraman Father had anticipated, often unable to shoulder significant responsibilities. Yet, Terrace instilled in him a feeling that perhaps entrusting the frontline command of the Cosmic Patrol to Terrace might yield better results than Zoffy. Before the war commenced, he never imagined that the outcome would be swayed by Terrace's presence. Terrace, I am preparing to send you to Earth. It needs your strength from this day forth. You are one of the Ultraman brothers. Upon your return from Earth, I shall arrange an important position for you. For this, Terrace was indifferent. He did not care for titles. Merely wishing to learn skills on Earth, he knew that the original Ultraman. 7, Jack, and Ace were currently unable to transform into Ultramen due to exhausting their energy in the battle against Samuelus, thus living as ordinary humans on Earth. His primary objective this time was to learn their skills. Upon mastering all the techniques of the Ultraman brothers, would he surpass the elite warriors? Ultraman Father presented a wrist device. This is an auxiliary transformation instrument developed by the Bureau of Science and Technology. Terrace shook his head. I would rather not use this. IT is akin to a power bank, offering no benefit to me. After leaving the Cosmic Patrol, Terrace did not immediately depart for Earth, but instead wandered around the Land of Light. His first stop was the Ultraman Arena. At that moment, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, the renowned Zero, the son of 7. However, Terrace was somewhat bewildered, as this individual had not existed in the Land of Light until recently. Why had Zero suddenly appeared before him? This left his mind in disarray. Oh, It's Terrace. A greeting echoed from behind. Terrace turned to see Taro waving at him from a distance, after returning from Earth. Taro had not immediately assumed the role of head instructor at the Ultraman arena, but had instead served in the cosmic battlefield to gain experience. He had only recently been appointed to that position. Terrace, I haven't seen Torekia lately. Oh, you know where he is? Torekia? He should be in the laboratory, Terrace casually replied. But I have something I wish to inquire about with you, Senior Taro. What is it? Terrace pointed to Zero nearby and asked, I don't believe I've seen that fellow before. Taro immediately made a shushing gesture. He is Seven's son, recently brought back by Seven. Apparently, his research center experienced an exceptionally unique energy wave and, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, ended up in a parallel universe. Upon exiting that timeline, Zero came into existence. Terrace was left speechless. Zero, born in a parallel dimension? By the way, Senior Taro, I am about to head to Earth for a formidable mission. It is possible I will face the Dark Cosmic Emperor, the Ampelins. Would you be willing to give me some special training? Terrace suddenly proposed. Taro looked surprised. You are also going to Earth? I heard Mephiles was sent there as well. I didn't expect your missions to be so perilous. It seems special training is indeed necessary. Terrace smiled. Thus, I wish for you to teach me a few special moves. Taro shook his head. Time is too short. It may not be feasible. Evidently, Taro, having only recently assumed his position, was unaware of Terrace's formidable learning capabilities. He also did not know that Terrace's combat prowess had already surpassed his own. Moreover, he was oblivious to the astonishing feats Terrace had accomplished on the cosmic battlefield. We could give it a try. Perhaps I have a latent talent. Terrace shrugged, adding, by the way, I would prefer some techniques in both physical combat and energy skills. Taro was left in a mix of exasperation and amusement. Right now, I am concerned for your safety. Moreover, I heard you became Zophi's student. He should have taught you quite a bit. Indeed, Zophi had imparted much knowledge, but he had also mentioned that Terrace could seek guidance from any Ultraman brother regarding skills of interest. Terrace spoke candidly. Zophi had indeed expressed such an intention. Previously, Zophi had even intended to introduce Ace to mentor Terrace. Unfortunately, Ace, having exhausted his energy alongside the original Ultraman and others to seal Samulis, was now confined to Earth, rendering that promise temporarily unfulfilled. After contemplating, Taro suggested, how about this? I will teach you some physical techniques first. Compared to energy skills, they might be easier to grasp. Sounds good. Terrace welcomed the offer that Taro's physical techniques were indeed noteworthy. Among the Ultraman brothers, he was considered exceptional, particularly as he was hailed as the strongest in overall capability. Notably, Taro possessed a move that left a profound impression on Terrace, an atomic punch. I have a move called the swallow kick. Taro said as he began to demonstrate. Just like this, Terrace felt a surge of power as he learned the skill, prompting an exchange. Skill acquired. Swallow kick can replace skill. Human Demon Fist Explosive Swan. An idea struck Terrace, and he initiated the exchange. Exchange successful. Congratulations on acquiring the Human Demon Fist Explosive Swan. In the next instant, Terrace distinctly felt a mysterious power surge within him, with the skill enhancement. His physical attributes were elevated. Subsequently, Terrace leaped effortlessly into the sky, spinning mid-air before delivering a powerful kick to the ground. The verdant crystal surface instantly caved in, creating a deep crater several meters in diameter right beneath his feet. The force was even greater than Taro's, so powerful. Taro was left utterly dumbfounded. Is this my swallow kick? And you learned it so quickly? At this moment, he was utterly bewildered, gazing at Tai Luo's almost existential expression. Tyrus chuckled. I recall, Senior Tai Luo, that you possess a technique known as the atomic fist, correct? Indeed, I do. Tai Luo pondered for a moment before ultimately revealing the method to execute the atomic fist. The host successfully acquired the skill, Atomic Fist, and was granted the option to exchange it for the skill, Elizabello II's King Fist. Exchange. The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Elizabello II's King Fist. The skill enhancement elevated the host's physical attributes. A surge of formidable energy immediately flooded into Tyrus's body then, before Tai Luo's very eyes, struck the ground with a punch. Under his watchful gaze, a deep crater was formed upon the verdant crystal surface. At that moment, Tai Luo looked at Tyrus as if he were gazing at a monster. Tyrus stood up and suggested, "Shall we attempt a light-based skill?" Let us start with the Strim Ray," Tai Luo replied. The host then acquired the skill Strim Ray, which could be exchanged for the skill Frankie Laser Cannon. The exchange was successful, granting a skill enhancement that improved the host's physical attributes. Subsequently, Tyrus unleashed another attack. Tai Luo watched in astonishment, his worldview utterly shattered. Why was this individual learning so rapidly, and why were the skills he released the enhanced versions? It left him feeling like a mere student. Whereas Tyrus was the true instructor. "Senior Tai Luo, do you still possess?" Tai Luo's composure faltered, abruptly interrupting, Wait, I need a moment of silence." Tyrus, soon after, bid farewell to the withdrawn Tai Luo, soaring away from the atmosphere of the Land of Light. Next, he was headed to Earth. He wondered how much time remained until the onset of the narrative. Earth, at this moment, Mirabeus had already arrived on Earth, and, with the assistance of Shingo Maku, had acquired a human identity. 1. I can't attend school on an empty stomach. 2. Sunny days are meant for airing out bedding. 3. One must be cautious of oncoming vehicles when crossing the street. Ryu Asakura stood at the railing, loudly reciting the 5 O's of Ultra to the distant horizon point 4. One must not rely on the strength of others. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Ryu turned to see a familiar face, and they exchanged smiles. What a surprise! I didn't think anyone would still remember that. It was my catchphrase last time. A friend taught it to me when I was young that IT appears to be a proverb left by the Ultraman. The individual was none other than Hinabiya Mirai, who nodded in agreement. Yes, I've heard it too. Ryu chuckled. That's hilarious. Ultraman has long since become a legend, hasn't it? On this planet, we must rely on ourselves to protect it. As he spoke, he clutched the guy's badge on his chest with fervor, seemingly dismissive of the Ultraman legend. Who knows what Ultraman is up to now, anyway? Hinabiya Mirai gazed at Ryu, her head bowing slightly. Suddenly, a streetlight exploded nearby, and the pole came crashing towards them. Danger! Mirai reacted swiftly, pushing Ryu down. Beep beep. At that moment, Ryu's communicator blared to life. He hastily answered. It was Captain Sarazawa Kanzuya. Ryu, your leave is over. V-77 has entered combat status. Hurry back. The communication abruptly ended, and a sense of foreboding washed over Ryu's face as he turned to Hinabiya Mirai. It seems we shall meet again, he said, hurriedly departing. Mirai, sensing something amiss, glanced around and immediately spotted a woman clad in white standing not far away, licking her disturbingly long tongue that seemed to almost reach her eyes, flashing a sinister smile. Who is that? He rushed after her. This moment, a colossal cosmic beast was slowly approaching Earth. The Earth Defense Force immediately launched an offensive. Squadron after squadron of fighter jets soared into outer space. However, this was destined to be a brutal war. The powerful monster displayed terrifying combat prowess, ruthlessly obliterating one fighter jet after another, resulting in near-total annihilation of the Earth Defense Force. Only one aircraft remained, still standing strong, piloted by Sarazawa Kanzuya and Ryu Asakura. Is this the legendary monster? Why is it so powerful? Humanity's strength seems utterly insignificant in the face of such a creature. Chapter 31. Guys, the monsters of the past had merely existed in his memory. He had no real concept of them, but he had always believed he could handle any crisis. Yet, when it truly descended upon Earth, he realized that humans remained as powerless as ever. Ryu, jump out of the plane. Captain Sarazawa calmly instructed. Captain, however, before Ryu could respond, Sarazawa had already activated the parachute ejection button, launching it away. At last, the fighter jet they occupied was mercilessly destroyed by the monster. Ryu was overwhelmed. Captain, the monster had successfully landed on Earth. The newly arrived beast immediately exhibited its formidable combat capabilities. It possessed a long, sharp tongue that could slice through anything in its path. On its back, it could unleash destructive energy blasts, effortlessly reducing cities to ruins in an instant. Ryu had safely returned to the ground, watching the monster in the distance with a sense of helpless fury. Damn it! Energy blasts erupted from its back, raining down upon the city, amidst the cacophony of explosions. Towering buildings crumbled to dust. The monster advanced, obliterating everything in its wake. Witnessing this scene, Ryu felt despair wash over him. How could this happen? I once believed humanity possessed the power to protect everything. Now I realize how ignorant and foolish I truly am. Humans remain as small as they ever were. Merely facing a single monster has led to the complete annihilation of guys. They can protect nothing. I can do nothing now. I can only watch as that terrifying beast wreaks havoc. Humanity is indeed so small. Always has been. This realization struck Ryu, who had always been filled with determination, with a crushing blow. He couldn't help but clench his fists in frustration. Damn it. At this moment, Hanabiya Mirai had begun evacuating the crowd. She noticed a few individuals rushing into a kindergarten and attempting to carry out small rabbits. Concerned, she hurried after them. Quickly evacuate. Don't worry about those. But these little ones have been raised with care by the children, Amano Kanomi said anxiously. What are you waiting for? Let's help move them, Marina urged helplessly. Mirai hesitated for a moment, then instinctively replied, yes. This was perhaps the first human phrase he learned upon arriving on Earth, and it was also the one he used most frequently, soon, with everyone's combined efforts. The rabbits were safely transported away from the danger zone. However, their actions attracted the monster's attention. Marina vaguely heard something and shouted, danger! In the next moment, the monster's long tongue transformed into a deadly strike. Fortunately, among those present, a few were not ordinary individuals. They reacted swiftly, pulling others down to the ground. Behind them, a long chasm had appeared. You all need to escape now, Hanabiya Mirai urged the crowd. They were already paralyzed with fear. And without hesitation, they fled outdoors. It was only then that Hanabiya Mirai felt it was safe to transform. Before everyone's eyes, golden light cascaded down, coalescing into the form of a giant. Mirabius made his entrance. Is that really the Ultraman you told me about? Indeed. Ultraman truly exists. Goodness, I thought it was merely a legend. Many were awakened to their memories of Ultraman. Upon witnessing the legendary figure descend, hope ignited in their hearts. The crowd erupted into cheers. The recently emerged Driambigius stood before the monstrous creature, lost in contemplation, motionless for an extended period. With his hands firmly on his hips, he silently gazed at the beast, seemingly awaiting its assault. The creature cautiously observed for a moment, yet ultimately could not contain its impatience. Its tongue, sharp as a blade, began to quiver violently. Startled, Driambigius was acutely aware of the tongue's lethal capabilities and swiftly sought cover. His gaze fixed upon a towering building that, in a moment of dire urgency, he executed a deft roll, concealing himself behind the structure just as the monster's elongated tongue sliced through the air. Boom! The razor-sharp strike effortlessly cleaved the building in two. This spectacle incited immediate fury within Agawar Ryu, who could hardly contain his anger, exclaiming, "How dare it use a building as a shield?" However, not everyone shared his concern. As Driambigius rose in scathe, he was met with a chorus of jubilant cheers from the crowd. He, too, felt a wave of trepidation as he beheld the crumbling edifice behind him. Had it fallen upon him, his life would have been forfeit. Thankfully, his swift reflexes had spared him. The monster, sensing its missed opportunity, unleashed a barrage of destructive energy blasts, raining down like a torrential storm. Driambigius, refusing to be complacent, adeptly evaded the onslaught with his agile movements. Despite his own safety, the surrounding structures suffered extensive damage, leaving the scene in utter disarray. Meanwhile, beyond Earth's atmosphere, a crimson sphere, having traversed the cosmos, hovered above, where a colossal figure observed the unfolding chaos below. Though already aware of the narrative, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly impactful. This figure was none other than Terrace, who had arrived on the scene. Despite Driambigius's lack of combat experience, he at least understood the importance of seizing the initiative. Was it not prudent to disrupt the monster's assault before launching his own? However, since his arrival, he had merely struck a pose, presenting a commendable fa-ade, yet remained a living target awaiting the creature's strike. Terrace felt a surge of frustration. He questioned what Zoffy had truly imparted to Driambigius. Surely, Some foundational combat principles must have been instilled. With that in mind, he resolved to provide a proper lesson to his senior. Consequently, Terrace piloted his light particle spacecraft directly into the atmosphere, ascending above the city. This spectacle immediately captured the attention of the populace, who gazed upward in astonishment at the luminous sphere suspended in the sky. Dreambigius, sensing something amiss, also looked up at a light particle spacecraft. Who else had come to Earth? He was taken aback, for he recalled that Ultraman Father had once mentioned that apart from himself, no other warriors from the Land of Light were capable of undertaking combat missions. Thus, he had been dispatched to this planet, fully prepared for solitary battle. Yet he had scarcely arrived when members of the Land of Light descended upon him. At that moment, the monster seemed to sense a threat. Its elongated tongue began to quiver ominously before transforming into a cutting strike aimed at the light particle spacecraft. Dreambigius's heart raced with alarm. Caution, he had witnessed the ferocity of such an attack before. His very shelter bore testament to its might. However, the strike appeared to collide with an invisible barrier, producing a dull thud. Halting mid-air, the creature, bewildered, tilted its head in confusion, attempting to discern the nature of this mysterious object. Just then, the luminous sphere erupted into a blinding radiance, revealing a colossal silhouette within. As the brilliance subsided, the onlookers beheld a silver-red giant standing resolutely, emanating an overwhelming aura that pressed down upon the monster and the surrounding crowd. The presence of this figure was strikingly different from that of Dreambigius. The monster, now acutely aware, trembled inexplicably at its sight. Another Ultraman had emerged. Who could have anticipated that, after 25 years, two Ultramen would simultaneously grace Earth with their presence? This was truly a moment of salvation for the planet. Humanity undeniably required the guardianship of Ultramen. A sense of familiarity washed over the crowd. Had they encountered this newly arrived Ultraman before? After a brief moment of astonishment, the ordinary people erupted into exuberant cheers. The appearance of yet another Ultraman signified a celebration of a new era. After 25 years devoid of monsters and Ultramen, today witnessed the simultaneous arrival of two, perhaps influenced by tales of Ultraman heroes from their youth. The sight of two Ultramen instilled a newfound sense of assurance within the hearts of the people. With the presence of Ultramen, what could mere monsters do? In both stories and legends, they were destined to be vanquished by Ultramen. Dreambigius gazed at Terrace in astonishment, for he did not recognize him. Having previously worked in the intelligence department, he had rarely returned to the Land of Light. He had only heard whispers that Zophi had taken on a new student named Terrace, a prodigy even surpassing him, but he had never laid eyes upon him until now. "Who are you?" Dreambigius could not help but inquire. Yet, Terrace merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before shifting his focus to the nearby monster. The cosmic slicing monster, dinosaurs, summoned by the high-dimensional predator, Bagaru. Instantly, he recalled the creature's identity, aware that its most formidable weapon was its tongue, which stretched for miles and could unleash a slicing beam capable of severing anything. It could also release high-heat projectiles from the hardened shell on its back, conducting wide-ranging bombardments. The creature's power level was akin to that of a lower-tier warrior, albeit with rather peculiar means of attack, particularly the troublesome slicing beam. Terrace took a firm stance, and Dreambigius noted that this was the very position he had occupied upon his own entrance. At that moment, Terrace's gaze turned steely, with a swift motion. He unleashed a barrage of beams that struck precisely upon the head of dinosaurs. Bang! 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 The radiant beams pummeled the monster's cranium, inflicting minimal damage but overwhelming humiliation. Enraged, Dinosaurs extended its lengthy tongue, vibrating at an ultra-high frequency before transforming it into a slicing strike aimed at Terrace. Yet, Terrace had already prepared his own beams. As he gestured with his hands, several beams collided with the monster's slicing attack. Clang! Clang! In the next instant, time seemed to freeze. Then came the resounding thuds of heavy objects hitting the ground. The tongue, as thin as a thread and nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, had been severed into multiple segments, cascading to the earth below. Though slender, it bore an extraordinary weight, its density exceeding that of high-density alloys. Otherwise, it could not cleave through steel or other metallic composites. Upon impact with the ground, it caused the very surface to buckle under the strain. The onlookers erupted into a deafening chorus of cheers, their excitement palpable. Although they had merely witnessed the destruction of the monster's tongue, it felt as though a victory had been secured. In that moment, the pressure emanating from Terrace effortlessly captivated the hearts of the Earthlings. After all, compared to Driambigius, who had stood idly by, targeted by the monster's relentless assaults, Terrace's actions were invigorating. With just a flick of his hand, he had delivered an effective blow, rendering the monster's once dreaded tongue capable of effortlessly slicing through buildings, utterly ineffective, instantly gaining the upper hand. In the immediate juxtaposition, the stark disparity between the two became glaringly apparent. One appeared as a battle-hardened warrior, calculating every move of the opponent with precision, while the other seemed utterly oblivious to seizing the opportunity, riddled with vulnerabilities, and merely evading the onslaught of the monstrous adversary in a state of disarray. That it was evident that Driambius felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having discerned the situation as well this moment, Terrace stood in the very spot of his initial descent, silently conveying to him the essence of true combat. From the outset, Terrace had established absolute dominance, disrupting the rhythm of the beast and preparing for his subsequent actions. That he now comprehended that had he possessed such extensive battle experience as Terrace, he could have avoided this current predicament of ineffectiveness. The actions Terrace undertook illuminated the superfluity of his previous maneuvers. The wounded Dinosaur, with its tongue severed, was overwhelmed with excruciating pain, erupting in a fit of rage. Its body trembled, releasing a barrage of high-heat projectiles toward Terrace's direction. Terrace effortlessly erected a barrier, shielding himself from the assault while advancing towards the beast. Soon, he found himself face to face with Dinosaur, who evidently lacked proficiency in close combat. Upon seeing Terrace approach, it panicked, bending its body to charge at him. Unfazed, Terrace delivered a powerful blow to the creature's back, shattering its once formidable defense to reveal the frail flesh beneath. After undergoing numerous attribute enhancements, Terrace's hands had become far more resilient than any cosmic alloy. He could easily shatter any sturdy material, let alone the defenses of Dinosaur. The creature howled in agony as its elongated tail lashed out at Terrace. Yet this slender appendage lacked any real intimidation. Terrace, barely raising his gaze, executed a swift strike with his hand, severing Dinosaur's tail with a decisive blow. The beast emitted another wretched scream, that moment. Terrace dispelled the barrier and seized Dinosaur by the neck, lifting it effortlessly before hurling it into the heights above. He then began to gather energy, and in the next instant, thrust his hands forward. Frankie laser cannon was at the Stralum ray. The ferocious energy instantaneously pierced through Dinosaur's body, exploding in mid-air. The terrifying heat obliterated the creature into fragments. Throughout the battle, Terrace maintained complete control, never needing to unleash his full power. Otherwise, that initial close encounter would have been sufficient to crush Dinosaur to death. Once the creature was dealt with, Terrace cast a glance at Driambius before departing. He had no intention of engaging with him at the moment, as he had his own matters to attend to. Moreover, he feared that any interaction might lead to being entangled with Driambius and pressured to join guys or the like. Observing Terrace's departure, Driambius felt an urge to retain him but failed to act in time, standing amidst the ruins while reflecting on Terrace's combat style. That it seemed he had a sudden epiphany. After all, he was a genius in his own right. He quickly grasped the essence of what Terrace had sought to convey, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. Indeed, he was still too young, and the captain's words rang true. Hey, look at what you've done. What kind of second-rate combat skills were those? If it weren't for that Ultraman's timely intervention, do you have any idea what would have happened to the city? You failed to protect anything. Just like me, you lost everything. Up on a building, Akiyama Ryu bellowed at Driambius, seemingly directing his frustration at both Driambius and himself. Like that moment, a myriad of emotions surged within him. He had finally witnessed the legendary power that belonged to Ultraman. Indeed, it was formidable. At least the combat prowess Terrace exhibited after his arrival was beyond the capabilities of humanity. Faced with the monster, humans were easily crushed, unable to offer any resistance. Yet, with Terrace's arrival, The tide had completely turned. What troubled him most was that he had previously held an unwavering belief that humanity could safeguard this earth with their own hands, dismissing the power of Ultraman. Now, it was painfully clear how misguided he had been. All of this stemmed from blind arrogance. At least in the current stage, humanity lacked the ability to protect itself and could only rely on Ultraman. The very power he had once resisted. Was that truly the level of a genuine Ultraman? Akiyama Ryu took a deep breath, feeling a heavy sense of oppression within. As for Driambius, he was taken aback by Akiyama Ryu's moral high ground. He looked around at the chaos he had caused, feeling equally distressed. After all, someone as naive as he was could easily take things to heart. Akiyama Ryu's words served as a stark reminder of his shortcomings. It seemed he still had a long way to go. Driambius felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. That moment, he felt somewhat withdrawn. Meanwhile, Terrace, now in his human form, stood not far away, observing the scene unfolding before him with a mixture of familiarity and strangeness. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, yet another familiar scene was unfolding. The act of standing on a moral pedestal to criticize warriors who risked their lives battling monsters was pure moral coercion. However, he couldn't be bothered to intervene. Perhaps this was simply a phase of growth for Driambius, a tumultuous journey towards ultimately discovering the strength of bonds, transforming into Phoenix Driambius, just as Terrace intended to leave. He suddenly sensed something and swiftly turned his gaze toward a specific direction. He vaguely spotted a figure flash by. Could it be her? Impossible. Terrace furrowed his brow, recognizing the identity of that silhouette. It was none other than Akiyama Kyoko, the acquaintance he had made during his last visit to Earth, who had just warned Ryu. Seeing Akiyama Kyoko was not particularly surprising. After all, only 25 years had passed since his last visit to Earth. Logically, she should be in her 40s now. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that her appearance had remained unchanged. She looked exactly as she had when they first met, as if her age had been frozen at 23. Such a feat was beyond human capability unless she was no longer human. In this Ultraman universe, anything was possible. Numerous cosmic races could disguise themselves as anyone, blending among ordinary people. This thought inevitably reminded him of the higher dimensional predator, Boger, with Dinosaur's arrival on Earth. It indicated that Boger had also made his way here. However, this Boger was not the same as the previous one. Originally, within the ranks of the Dark Four Heavenly Kings of the Ampelra, there was a Boger known as the Evil General, who was incredibly powerful. However, due to certain circumstances, he betrayed the Ampelra and was subsequently sealed within a black hole. This current Boger had yet to break free from his seal. And the one who had arrived on Earth was merely one of his underlings. In the original timeline, Hikaru's descent into darkness had significantly impacted Torekia, reshaping his worldview and leading him into the abyss. However, now that Terrace had intervened, this storyline had been altered, that he believed that the current Torekia would not tread the same path as before. After all, compared to the Road of Darkness, wouldn't it be far more enticing to rule through technological means? Had she suddenly vanished? Terrace furrowed his brow, gazing in the direction where the figure had disappeared. Chapter 34. Plot discrepancy. His senses expanded immediately, soon detecting a tremor in the distance. It seemed that two powerful life forms were engaged in battle. Without hesitation, he propelled himself like a gust of wind toward the source of the disturbance, quickly arriving at the site of the vibrations. From afar, he beheld two dark figures colliding at an astonishing speed along the coastline. Were they in combat? After a brief encounter, one figure fell into a disadvantage, being forcefully propelled away. Tala scrutinized the appearances of the two silhouettes. Two women. One of them appeared strikingly familiar. Tala furrowed his brow, astonished within. How could it be Ehara Kyoko? He could ascertain with absolute certainty that Ehara Kyoko was entirely human. How could a mere human resist the ravages of time and grow so powerful? This peculiar circumstance piqued his curiosity. Perhaps Eddie knew what was unfolding, but regrettably, upon Eddie's return to the Land of Light, their paths diverged perfectly, leaving no chance for confrontation. The defeated figure was indeed Ehara Kyoko. Clearly, in the face of this high-dimensional predator, Bagaru, Ehara Kyoko was significantly outmatched. Although Ehara Kyoko lay defeated on the ground, She remained silent, her intense gaze fixed unwaveringly on her opponent. Bagaru licked her cheek with her tongue. As a high-dimensional predator, her preferred sustenance consisted of entities rich in energy. Evidently, Ehara Kyoko at this moment perfectly matched her predatory criteria. Just then, Talus suddenly appeared, positioning himself between the two, gazing at Bagaru. Talus smiled and remarked, "You truly are infamous. It seems you are being hunted, yet here you are running about." Bagaru tilted her head, suddenly revealing a strange smile, for the perspective of a potential meal. Talus seemed to satisfy her even more. Observing this, Talus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Ah, yet another who wishes to devour me. Oh, you have such a large appetite." He understood that although Bagaru was merely in her human form, she could still utilize numerous supernatural abilities of her true self. This was a significant advantage over Ultraman. In the next moment, Bagaru transformed into an afterimage, hurtling toward Talus. However, the enhancements bestowed upon her body were equally applicable to her human form, a testament to the system's might. Thus, for Talus, the sole purpose of transformation was to conceal his human identity. Talus stood motionless, quietly awaiting her approach. Just as she reached him, poised to strike, Talus moved with lightning speed. He executed a palm strike, yet Bagaru's form vanished into thin air. The next second, she reappeared behind Talus. Instantaneous movement. Talus turned around unfazed, gazing at Bagaru as he said, "Your speed is still too slow." Bagaru slowly lowered her head, staring at a long wound that had appeared on her arm, a rare expression of deep color crossing her face. The strike from Talus had sliced through her body as effortlessly as a sharp blade. Had she not evaded in time, using her instantaneous movement, the injury would have been far worse. Bagaru once again displayed a peculiar smile, then licked her wound with her long tongue, utilizing her instantaneous movement ability once more. Her form flickered and vanished from sight. Upon witnessing her departure, Talus shook his head. If Ehara Kyoko were not still present, how could someone like Bagaru possibly escape his grasp? Sensing that Bagaru had indeed retreated, Talus gradually relaxed his vigilance. However, upon turning around, he was astonished to find Ehara Kyoko had vanished. Talus furrowed his brow. Damn, where did it all go wrong? How could there be such a significant deviation in the storyline? He rubbed his temples, deciding not to dwell on these matters for the time being. Yet just moments ago, he had faintly sensed a familiar energy fluctuation emanating from Ehara Kyoko, a wave of negative energy. This indicated that her current transformation might indeed be linked to negative energy. That night, Ehara sat dazed on a long bench, gazing at the distant coastline, lost in thought. Suddenly, a figure approached from behind him. "You truly came here," Hibino Mirai observed Ehara quietly. Ehara slowly raised his head, astonished. "You join, guys?" Hibino Mirai nodded firmly, declaring, "Please allow me to fight alongside you. I wish to battle with you." "Do not put on such a spirited facade. Guise is no longer needed," Ehara exclaimed, rising abruptly to confront Hibino Mirai. His heart ached deeply. As a human, he felt utterly powerless to protect anything. Ultimately, he relied on Ultraman's strength. Only Ultraman's power could vanquish the monsters. Why should they, as humans, engage in such futile endeavors? At that moment, Ehara began to doubt his beliefs. As he spoke, he contemplated throwing his communicator into the sea, but hesitated. "Let us go, together to the guy's base. There are those waiting for you." Hibino Mirai gently urged that a new guise has been established, and the current leader is Maki Shingo, gazing at the newly formed guise and the few small cats among them. Hibino Mirai resolved to recruit new members. He had already identified several candidates, including Torina and others. From them, he perceived love and courage. He believed that with their addition, the new guys would become an invincible team. Regrettably, it seemed these individuals harbored little faith in the new guys. With Ultraman's presence, did they still require guys? Any adversary could be dealt with by Ultraman, right? This was the rationale presented by everyone. They felt that since Ultraman was already present, what was the purpose of forming guys? After all, the ultimate foes were ultimately vanquished by Ultraman. Human weaponry was powerless against monsters, the so-called Earth Defense Force. Guys had just been obliterated. Historically, Earth's defense forces seem to have always ended this way. However, ultimately, through Hibino Morai's relentless efforts and a sincere heart, they were finally moved. The newly inducted members of Guys gazed at the dormant Earth Defense Guys team. Astonished, they had not anticipated that despite the arrival of 2 Ultramen, these individuals were so invigorated, determined to revive Guys. Where are the uniforms? We are here to help. The room fell silent for a few seconds before Torekia removed her jacket and inquired. Subsequently, everyone began painting the new GUIS battle machines. After nearly a day's labor, they finally completed this monumental task. Hibino Morai beamed at the battle machine before him. This is our wing. His words stirred many hearts. Suddenly, the base's alarm blared. The group rushed to the control room. On the monitor in the control room, a monstrous creature with whip-like arms was emerging from the ground. Is that Gooden? It attacked the East 34 years ago, exclaimed Hisakawa Tetsuhei, who had considerable knowledge of monsters and Ultramen. The others stared at him in confusion. You all don't know? Hisakawa Tetsuhei looked at them in astonishment, as if this were common knowledge. Deploy, Maki Shingo commanded sternly. Consequently, the combatants, Hibino Morai, Ehara Ryu, Ikigami George, Torekia, and others, immediately sprang into action. Meanwhile, in the control room, Hisakawa Tetsuhei remarked, monsters are appearing with increasing frequency. With that Ultraman around, Earth should be safe. That Ultraman? Maki Shingo inquired. Glancing at him. Yes, Ultraman Talas. Hisakawa Tetsuhei spoke animatedly. What did you say, Talas? Hibino Morai's voice immediately resonated through the communicator. Even Maki Shingo beside him was somewhat shaken. He naturally recognized who Hisakawa Tetsuhei was referring to. The one whose name he did not know, encountered in the cosmos, and who had now come to Earth. In truth, when Talas first appeared, he had already recognized Tala's identity. However, he simply did not know the name of Terras. This was largely due to Terras' infrequent activities on Earth, resulting in scant records. Were it not for the remarkable monster researcher Geoliziping, who had nearly memorized the entire history of Ultramen and monsters, few would be aware that Terras had indeed visited Earth. Do you really not know? Geoliziping gazed at Sui Shui Jinwu in astonishment. As a formal member of Guys, should he not be more informed than he was? Sui Shui Jinwu shook his head. Nichibiya Mirai also interjected through the communicator, urging him to speak quickly to AT that moment. A storm of emotions surged within Nichibiya Mirai. The other student, accepted by Zophie, was right before them. He had trained under Zophie first. Why was he so much weaker? He even began to doubt whether he possessed any talent to be a warrior at all. Sui Shui Jinwu murmured. So that's his name. Terras? Geoliziping replied incredulously. You really didn't know? I recall he visited Earth on 2 occasions. The first time Terras Ultraman came to Earth was during the Mac era. At that time, due to the barbarian aliens, he took on the form of Leo's brother Astra after stealing the Ultraman key from the Ultraman star, causing a collision between Earth and the Ultraman star. The Ultraman brothers pursued Astra to Earth to retrieve the Ultraman key, thus igniting a conflict between the Ultraman brothers and the Leo brothers. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of shock. Tian Gumuji Mei exclaimed in astonishment. Was there even a civil war among Ultramen? Well, Geoliziping scratched his head. It seems that the Leo brothers and the Ultraman brothers had a misunderstanding. Igahara Ryu pressed urgently. Never mind that for now. Tell me how it ended. Geoliziping, somewhat speechless, had hoped to build suspense, but finally nodded in resignation. At that moment, Terras Ultraman appeared, concluding the battle with a decisive victory over Leo. They still had some recollection of Leo, for that era was fraught with calamities, with the greatest disasters occurring while Leo protected Earth. With Leo, Nichibiya Mirai muttered in disbelief. He was aware of the near collision between the Time Kingdom and Earth. After all, it was a major event, although he lacked specific details. What he did not expect was that the ultimate outcome was Leo's defeat. He knew Leo was already one of the Ultraman brothers, renowned for his formidable combat skills. How could such a powerful figure be unable to defeat Terras? I recall there must be archival data. There exists a somewhat blurred footage documenting the battle between Terras Ultraman and Leo Ultraman. At that time, due to the impending collision of the Ultraman star with Earth, Tsunamis erupted across the planet. The disasters had left humanity overwhelmed, resulting in little attention being paid to that battle. This led to the obscurity of the conflict. As he spoke, he fiddled with the computer, and after a short while, he retrieved a segment of footage, projecting it onto the large screen. The battle depicted was truly breathtaking, and it remained etched in my memory. In the footage, everyone witnessed two colossal figures engaged in an awe-inspiring clash. The collision of fists and feet generated intense shockwaves that shattered the ground. This footage also reached the Guy's combat aircraft. As they watched this brief segment, lasting barely a few dozen seconds, they fell into silence. One figure was indeed Terra's, while the other was a fully Crimson Ultraman. Leo was almost entirely overpowered by Terra's. The recording abruptly ended, likely due to electromagnetic disturbances caused by the immense shockwaves. How terrifying. After viewing the footage, all were left in shock, their scalps tingling. So powerful. Both were immensely strong. What kind of terrifying power is this? Indeed, an extraordinary individual. Igahara Ryu, after a moment of silence, remarked, at that moment, he truly grasped the magnitude of Ultraman's strength. No wonder Earth faced various dangers at that time, whether from monsters originating from the planet itself or invaders from space. Ultimately, they were able to withstand these threats, allowing humanity to enjoy peace to this day. Ultraman's contributions were undeniably significant. Without these powerful Ultramen as guardians, how could humanity have survived until now? Especially after the recent arrival of Dino Zoru on Earth, Chapter 36. Meteor Technology, he became even more acutely aware of this fact. Yet, the thought of his own insignificance made him clench his fists. No, humanity cannot rely solely on others. It is indeed him. Sui Shui Jinmu nodded. He had already witnessed Terra's might in space. Moreover, Terra's had demonstrated even greater power at that time. He had once witnessed Terra's effortlessly evaporate countless cosmic battleships with the M87 ray. Such a spectacle was far more astonishing than mere physical confrontations. This is our human shield, Sui Shui Zhenwu reflected. Truly worthy of being Lord Terra's. Tiangumu Ji Mei was filled with excitement. However, due to the incomplete data this time, Terra's Ultraman's name was not recorded. The real documentation of Terra's Ultraman's name occurred during his second visit to Earth, Jiu Lai Zhiping suddenly stated, and that was during the UGM era. UGM? 25 years ago. The group was well aware of this. There were no signs of monster appearances during that time. UGM had announced its dissolution. Following that was a period of peace lasting 25 years. Until Guise was established, it was said that Terra's Ultraman came to Earth that time to pursue an evil alien. This alien, known as King Galatan, was possibly a cosmic tyrant with countless cosmic battleships at his command. At that time, Terra's Ultraman pursued them from the far reaches of the universe to Earth. King Galatan sought revenge by attempting to kill Eddie on Earth, launching a surprise attack from behind while Eddie was engaged in battle with a monster and nearly exhausted. At the critical moment, Terra's arrived on the scene and obliterated King Galatan with overwhelming force. As he recounted this, Jiu Lai Zhiping searched once more. Finally, he found a clearer segment of footage, as it was documented directly by UGM. In this footage, upon Terra's appearance, he immediately suppressed King Galatan with sheer force, effortlessly shattering the cosmic alloy sword in King Galatan's hand and splitting him in half with a simple chop. Witnessing this, everyone's pupils constricted. How brutal! To think that he could bisect such a formidable cosmic being with mere bare hands. Simply terrifying, since Terra's Ultraman visited Earth only twice, and each time stayed briefly. His combat data was not comprehensive. What could be certain was that he was remarkably powerful, capable of inflicting tremendous damage with casual strikes. His words reminded everyone of the moment when Terra's had shattered Dino Zur's armored shell with a single punch. Indeed, indestructible. However, in the recorded archives, Terra's primarily employed physical combat, seemingly pursuing a style akin to Leo's. Yet during this visit to Earth, his fighting style appeared entirely different. Instead, he predominantly utilized light-based attacks. Were it not for the preserved footage, they might have doubted the veracity of this information. It appears Terra's Ultraman is a warrior with a highly adaptable fighting style, It can only be described as unfathomable. Shui Zhenwu concluded. The others nodded in agreement. Assistant Noima expressed his excitement. With such a powerful Ultraman safeguarding our Earth, we can finally rest easy. What are you all talking about? Aigahara Ryu said discontentedly. How can we humans continue to rely on Ultraman for protection? Beneath the protective aegis of Ultraman, do we truly find what we need? Should the day arrive when Ultraman vanishes from the Earth, would humanity not become prey to the whims of others? Is it not far more meaningful for humankind to safeguard this planet with their own hands? Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell into contemplative silence. This discourse resonated deeply with the newly joined members, igniting a fervor within their hearts. It was at this moment that they finally reached the designated location for their mission. Below, Gooden was brandishing a pair of whips, advancing towards the city. The atmosphere grew tense. Let us employ meteor technology, Captain, Hinomaya Mirai suddenly proposed. Shinsui Mako nodded in agreement. Very well. Meteor technology is an advanced extraterrestrial science, derived from the remnants of spaceships left behind by the alien invaders, surpassing the current technological capabilities of Earth. By leveraging the enemy's technology to enhance their own arsenal, humanity at long last possessed the means to combat the monsters. Subsequently, the inaugural application of meteor technology left Gooden in a state of bewilderment. Regrettably, its usage was limited to a mere minute. During this process, Mirai, due to her inadequate physical condition, fainted prematurely. Ultimately, Gooden remained unresolved. It was now time for Mebius to make his entrance. However, this iteration of Mebius was evidently much improved compared to before. He strategically chose an appropriate battleground from the outset, and in this encounter, he endeavored to seize the initiative, drawing Gooden into his rhythm of combat. With the cooperation of guys, they successfully subdued Gooden. Ding, ding, the colorful timer on Mebius's chest flashed rapidly, signaling that his battle time was dwindling. Just as Mebius was poised to deliver the final blow to Gooden, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Suddenly, a dazzling blue and white light enveloped the area, blinding everyone. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, the crowd was astonished to discover a colossal figure had appeared not far from Mebius. Upon sighting this figure, everyone felt a rush of clarity. It was him, Ultraman Taro. He had arrived. In that moment, Taro's radiance overshadowed Mebius, relegating him to the role of a mere supporting character, even though Mebius was currently aiding them in vanquishing the monster. Yet soon, confusion ensued. Was the battle nearing its conclusion? Why had Ultraman Taro appeared? They quickly realized that Taro's arrival seemed ill-timed. This prompted them to scrutinize Taro's actions closely. However, after a brief observation, the crowd finally discerned something amiss. From the moment Taro descended, they sensed an oddity. Chapter 37. The brutal assault on Mebius at last. They recognized the anomaly. The Taro that appeared now seemed somewhat different from the last time they encountered him. Firstly, his entire form appeared dimmed. The silver hue had shifted to a silvery gray, and the red stripes had transformed into a dark crimson. Most strikingly, his eyes were blue. They distinctly remembered that the last time they beheld Ultraman Taro, his eyes were silver. Moreover, they had just watched 2 recordings of Taro. There was no room for error. Even more bizarre was the blue tear streak that extended from beneath his eyes down to his jawline, adding an unsettling aura. Was this truly Ultraman Taro? Kuai Japing stared blankly at the figure. Why did he exude such a different essence? The previous Ultraman Taro conveyed a sense of dignified warmth, while this one emanated an endless chill. They were completely transformed. Shinsui Mako furrowed his brow, deeply resonating with this sentiment. Facing Taro, Mebius was equally puzzled. Though the figure appeared to be Taro, the sensation he evoked was utterly distinct. Taro? Mebius finally could not help but voice his uncertainty. Yet Taro offered no response, instead directing his gaze towards the vigilant Gooden before him. He strode slowly towards Gooden, who seemed to sense the impending danger. Gooden brandished his whips in a warning gesture. Upon witnessing Taro's indifference, Gooden let out a roar and lashed out with his dual whips. Taro effortlessly caught the whips, abruptly stepping back and pulling them towards himself. In an instant, Gooden's frail form lurched forward and collapsed to the ground. Taro pivoted, grasping Gooden's whips, and began to spin. The immense force lifted Gooden, and after several rotations, hurled him into the distance. Thud! The massive form crashed to the ground with a resounding impact, causing the earth to tremble violently, fissures spidering outward as the ground caved in. Gooden, dazed and disoriented, managed to rise unsteadily. In his weakened state, he appeared utterly helpless. At that moment, Taro swiftly appeared before him, his fist shimmering with blue and white light, striking fiercely against Gooden's head. Thud! The powerful blow shattered Gooden's skull, sending tremors through his body as he convulsed and gradually ceased to breathe. Witnessing this brutal spectacle, the crowd couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Could this truly be Taro? In their recollections, only Taro possessed the strength to obliterate a monster's skull with mere fists. Yet why did he appear so eerie at this moment? Zheping, what on earth is going on? Do you have any answers? Akiyama Ryu inquired through the communicator. Kuai Zheping's expression was peculiar. Do not ask me. I am equally perplexed by this situation. However, I have a feeling he is not the real Ultraman Taro. What do you mean? Shinsui Mako pressed for clarification. It's just a feeling, Kuai Zheping replied, shaking his head. In truth, this suspicion arose from some bizarre information he had encountered regarding Taro. Reports indicated that 25 years ago, after Taro's second visit to Earth, several individuals claimed to have witnessed Taro's reappearance. However, this had never been officially confirmed, leading some to believe it was merely a case of memory distortion. Yet according to the eyewitness accounts, the Taro they had seen was entirely different from the descriptions in the records. He possessed blue eyes and a deeper, darker coloration, presenting a wholly different persona. Just then, Kazama Mirai gasped. It seems he had set his sights on another Ultraman. The crowd's expressions shifted in alarm as they hurriedly turned their attention to Mebius. Indeed, Taro was steadily advancing towards Mebius. His footsteps were heavy, imbued with an oppressive aura. Mebius sensed that the atmosphere was decidedly off. The identity of this Taro cast doubts in his mind, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. Suddenly, Taro leapt into the air, executing a flying kick. Watch out, it's Taro's flying kick, Kuai Zheping exclaimed, his heart racing. Taro's flying kick was the very technique he had employed during his clash with Leo in the earlier footage. Kuai Zheping could not accurately name the technique, nor did he realize it was a move learned from the Star Clan, developed by Leo. Thus he referred to it as Taro's flying kick. The crowd gasped, their hearts racing for Mebius. In the recorded footage, Taro had nearly incapacitated Leo with a single kick, the resulting explosion rivaling that of a nuclear bomb. Mebius seemed to recall this as well, and his nerves flared. He quickly rolled to evade the attack. Thud! The kick slammed into the ground, partially embedding itself within. Yet compared to the destructive force witnessed in the footage, it was significantly diminished. At that moment, everyone was left in stunned silence. What was going on? Was this not Taro's flying kick? They vividly recalled the time when Talas collided with Leo. That one kick, in its friction with the air, even ignited flames, nearly engulfing Talas entirely. The explosion that ensued pierced through the clouds. Yet, now this kick appeared rather unremarkable. Although it seemed immensely powerful, in comparison to the fierce clash with Leo, it was as different as heaven is from earth. Just as the onlookers were filled with confusion, Talas suddenly waved his hand. Instantly, beams of light shot forth from his palm, aimed at attacking Morabius. Morabius hurriedly attempted to evade, but still felt one beam graze his arm. The intense pain caused his body to stiffen momentarily. At that instant, Talas unleashed another energy slice. In the next moment, two light blades carved an eerie arc toward Morabius. Chapter 38. Friend or foe, everyone fixated on this scene, clearly remembering that it was precisely this move that Talas had used to sever the tongue of Dinosaurus in his segments. This implied that this technique was even sharper than Dinosaurus's tongue. Morabius activated his defensive ring, a protective measure crafted based on the theory of Ultraman shields. Its defensive capabilities were quite impressive. Since he could not withstand the attack, he was left with no choice but to adopt a passive defense. Sizzle, sizzle, the two light blades managed to bypass the defensive ring, slicing into Morabius's shoulders. He winced in pain, causing the defensive ring to dissipate. However, the cutting effect of these light blades was not as terrifying as anticipated. Yes, it hurt, and he was injured, but did not sever his arms as he had feared. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he looked up at Talas, although he could not ascertain whether the figure before him was indeed the true Talas. He realized that if he did not strike back soon, he would be left with no escape. With this thought in mind, he swiftly wiped his hand across Morabius's essence, launching a Morabius slice. Talas, however, stood firm and unyielding. With a flicker of blue and white light upon his palm, he executed a hand chop that utterly shattered the Morabius slice into fragments, which then dissipated as motes of light in the air. That guy, Morabius's gaze narrowed. He had merely used his palm to block his Morabius slice? Was the disparity truly this vast? Although the attack power of the Morabius slice was not particularly formidable, it was still an energy attack. This inevitably reminded him of the footage he'd seen, depicting Talas's physical confrontation with Leo and how he effortlessly crushed a colossal sword made of cosmic alloy. He recalled the moment when Talas had cleaved King Galtan in two with a mere hand chop. In that instant, he felt a flicker of fear. Only when facing such a formidable foe did he truly comprehend the terror they embodied. Just as this fear took root, Talas leaped high into the air, delivering a hand chop aimed at Morabius's position. The speed was astonishing. Morabius's heart raced, and he could only roll to evade. Boom! The blue-white, glowing hand chop struck the ground with force, creating a massive fissure. Witnessing this scene, Morabius felt a surge of dread. Had he taken that blow head-on, he might not have survived, or at the very least, been grievously injured. Lightning strike, Morabius began to gather energy, launching a golden stream of lightning toward Talas, seemingly hoping to create distance between them. However, at that moment, blue-white light suddenly radiated from Talas. He clawed his hands and forcefully slammed them onto the approaching stream of lightning, swiping it aside. Whoosh! The energy burst into two halves, detonating violently behind him. At this moment, smoke wafted from Talas's hands, revealing some scorch marks, but he appeared largely unscathed. How is this possible? Morabius was taken aback. This lightning strike was derived from Zofi's Z-beam, a unique skill of his own. Its power was roughly equivalent to the Z-beam, while it was not an overwhelmingly powerful energy skill. The fact that Talas could split it apart with bare hands was truly astonishing. Suddenly, Talas performed a somersault, landing directly in front of Morabius. The blue-white light flashed as he delivered a punch toward Morabius's chest. Morabius hurriedly crossed his arms in defense. Thud! A tremendous force jolted through him, numbing his arms and sending him staggering back over 100 meters. Morabius felt as if his arms were on the verge of shattering. What terrifying power! Witnessing this, Akahara Ryu's face was a mask of astonishment. Why was there such a vast discrepancy among the Ultramen? They shared the same identity, yet Morabius, facing this entity whose true identity remained uncertain, found it difficult to withstand even a single attack. Just as Morabius endured this agony, Talas closed in once more. The blue-white light reappeared as he delivered a powerful kick to Morabius's calf. Thud! The immense force knocked Morabius to the ground. Before he could rise, Talas had already planted a foot on his chest. He began to gather energy, colorful energies swirling around him as he formed a T-shaped gesture. Upon witnessing this, everyone gasped in shock. It was the stellar beam. Allegedly, it was first utilized by Taro, a technique with temperatures reaching hundreds of thousands of degrees Celsius and devastating power of hundreds of thousands of horsepower. If this technique struck, it would likely be fatal, Kirai Tetsuhira exclaimed in alarm. Instantly, everyone grew tense. Although Morabius had only recently appeared twice, they understood that his arrival on Earth was undoubtedly to protect its peace. If he were to perish before their eyes, they would be consumed by guilt. They should have lent a helping hand. Yet uncertainty loomed over whether this was truly a battle among Ultramen, if the opponent were a monster or another invader. They would act without hesitation. However, if it was an internal conflict among Ultramen, they would refrain from intervening. Thus, they could only watch helplessly, anxiety mounting. Especially for the numerous members of Guys present, they were at a loss. If they only executed a restraining attack now, they could potentially save Morabius's life. Yet the other party's identity remained ambiguous. If this was indeed a comrade, like Hinobino Mirai, who piloted the same fighter jet as Kazama Mari, who had fainted after forcibly using meteor technology, just awakening now, with their aircraft having landed, they would be torn. Yet, she was captivated by the unfolding scene, unable to bear the thought, are we really going to stand by and watch? Thus, this Talas cannot be the genuine Ultraman Talas, can he? Might he, like Astra before him, be an impersonator from another universe? Upon hearing her words, everyone found some reason in her statement. However, without absolute certainty, they dared not act rashly. A single misjudgment could lead to dire consequences. All they could do now was, Chapter 39, Identity revealed they had no choice but to wait. Kazama Mari shook her head. She was acutely aware of the dilemma. But could they truly stand by and watch without intervening? Logically, if this were indeed an imposter, the real Talas should appear to validate his identity, right? Would they allow such an imposter to run rampant? Suddenly, her gaze caught sight of a figure in the distance. Muttering to himself as he approached, the individual seemed to be plagued by a headache, occasionally rubbing his forehead. He was a tall, handsome man, exuding a gentle aura. Kazama Mari recalled her current role as a member of Guys and promptly began to signal for the individual to disperse. Talas, too, wished to find someone to clarify the situation. Why was he currently unleashing a relentless assault on Morabius? To my astonishment, the spectacle of genuine and counterfeit Ultramen has unexpectedly unfolded before me. Although the interplay between the true essence and the imitation is undeniably exhilarating, its abruptness is quite jarring. I sense the familiar wave of negative energy. My thoughts drift to the state of Ehara Kyoko I encountered previously. This evokes a significant conjecture within me. I have a vague recollection of a similar form. Negative energy originates from the adverse emotions harbored within the human psyche. During the era of Eddie, there was a child who succumbed to bullying, ultimately lying bedridden. In a remarkable display of willpower, coupled with the negative energy he emitted, he fused with the ever-present Seven Doll, giving rise to the manifestation of Delusional Seven, though merely a replica born of negative energy. Its combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. At that time, Delusional Seven could nearly hold its own against Eddie. And now, the colossal figure before me, relentlessly assaulting Dream Beat Us and bearing a striking resemblance to myself, embodies this very state. Utilizing the power of negative energy, the Delusional Terras has been materialized. It possesses a portion of the abilities I showcased on Earth, albeit its combat style leans towards a frenzied, instinctual approach. Despite Delusional Terras retaining some of its capabilities and skills, had Dream Beat Us possessed a tad more experience, the outcome would likely have been less dire. It is high time to bring this farce to a close. With a sense of weariness, Terras shook his head. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this Delusional Terras is likely Ehara Kyoko. Yet, I find myself perplexed as to how she acquired such power. This also perfectly elucidates why Ehara Kyoko can maintain a youthful appearance at 23. It turns out she has transcended the bounds of normal humanity. She bears a resemblance to the beings of the Light Clan. However, fundamentally, her essence stands in stark opposition to that of the Light Clan's life forms. While the structure of the Light Clan is composed of luminescence, Ehara Kyoko's bodily composition is formed from negative energy. I promptly approached, snapping my fingers gently. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted from my being, transforming into a colossal figure. Not far away, Kazama Marina gazed in astonishment at this figure born from radiant brilliance, her face awash with shock. She had witnessed everything unfold. Such an extraordinary spectacle had a profound impact on her worldview. Ultramen are, in fact, human, and that dashing young man moments ago is the true Terra's Ultraman. How could this be? At this instant, her mind felt utterly confounded. Many ordinary individuals, the existence of Ultramen resembles something akin to deities. Humanity firmly believes this notion. They seem to possess a mode of thinking far beyond human comprehension, akin to divine guardians safeguarding humanity from various monsters and external aggressors. Yet, despite their numerous deeds, they appear to seek no recompense, remaining concealed from the eyes of the world. selfless and devoid of desire. They mirror the legendary gods. Gradually, in the eyes of these ordinary people, Ultramen have become increasingly deified, adding a touch of fantasy. Even the so-called Land of Light is, in the eyes of some, almost equivalent to a mythical divine realm. However, just moments ago, Kazama Marina bore witness to such a stunning scene. The shock she experienced was, naturally, ineffable. The Terra's Ultraman, who appeared invincible in their eyes, turned out to be a strikingly handsome and affable young man. Does this mean that these Ultramen have been disguising themselves as ordinary humans all along, only to reveal their true selves in times of crisis, stepping forth as saviors? With her mind in disarray, Kazama Marina rubbed her eyes for confirmation. Yet at that moment, Terra seemed to have noticed her, slowly turning his head to cast a calm glance in her direction. In that fleeting instant, Kazama Marina felt as though her blood had congealed, her heart halting its rhythm, not from fear, but from an instinctive reverence for an entity imbued with terrifying power. Terra chuckled inwardly, having long since recognized Kazama Marina. However, he was currently disinclined to pay her any mind. He then proceeded forward, as the energy of delusional Terras had amassed to its utmost limit, poised to unleash its might. Observing this, Terras pointed a finger, unleashing a laser beam that struck the opponent's arm, dispersing their energy. Almost all of delusional Terra's techniques were derived from his own. Thus, he knew precisely how to counter them effectively. Delusional Terras was immediately captivated, as was the entire Guy's team. Another Terras has emerged, Amaki Yoshimi exclaimed in astonishment. As Marina's speculation was correct. Ehara instantly grew solemn. The simultaneous appearance of two Terras implies that one is an imposter. Given prior events, the conclusion is self-evident. The one who appeared first must surely be the counterfeit. Kurai Tetsuhara mused. It seems the legends hold truth. There is indeed a second Terras. Ahara, Ryu retorted. So you were aware of the truth all along. Why did you not disclose it earlier? Kurai Tetsuhara fell silent, offering a wry smile. Because I was uncertain. I had merely heard from certain legends that someone once encountered an Ultraman resembling Terras, who served as a guardian spirit in a distant mountain. Others claimed he might be the specter of a certain Ultraman. Chapter 40. The True and False Terras. People often reported sightings of him, weeping quietly in a secluded corner of the mountains. For a time, that place became a forbidden zone for humanity. Regarding such folklore, many harbored doubts about its authenticity, had I not witnessed it today. I might have dismissed the tale as mere fabrication. Ehara Ryu snapped his fingers, then addressed Hashizu Shingo. What do you think? Shall we engage, Captain? Hashizu Shingo unexpectedly shook his head. For now, it would be prudent to refrain from rash actions. Let us observe for a moment. Why not? Everyone immediately appeared baffled. Hashizu Shingo replied leisurely. Have you not noticed? The genuine Terras upon his entrance had no intention of harming the impostor. Perhaps there are deeper implications. We should observe for now. Upon hearing this, the others recognized the issue. Just moments ago, Terras had merely restrained the opponent without delivering a lethal blow. Delusional Terras turned to face Terras, suddenly freezing, his body trembling slightly. As if battling an internal conflict, it is almost time. If this continues, he may perish. Terras smiled. Long time no see. Miss Kyoko, your transformation astonishes me. Upon hearing Terras' address, delusional Terras was instantly moved. Gradually, he withdrew his foot, releasing Dream Beat Us as reason began to triumph over chaos. Dream Beat Us was equally bewildered. Point 2. Terras. Could it be that the other is truly a disguised extraterrestrial? This extraordinary scene unfolding before him left him utterly speechless. Dream Beat Us gazed gravely at the delusional Terras, who had just thoroughly beaten him. He readied himself, gathering energy to unleash a beam attack. Terras' gaze sharpened, and with a mental barrier, he sent Dream Beat Us flying away. Too impulsive, Dream Beat Us, Terras' voice echoed. There are matters I need to clarify. Dream Beat Us, bewildered once more, thought, why is he attacking me again? Who is the real one? The Guy's team, witnessing the spectacle, was equally perplexed. What is happening? Why is it always this Ultraman who gets injured? Both are attacking. Could it be yet another imposter? Ehara Kyoko gazed at Terra's familiar face, her heart deeply stirred. Her consciousness gradually became clearer. Previously, her awareness had been shrouded in chaos, especially in recent times, becoming increasingly frequent. This may be directly correlated with the monster's resurgence. Almost every time a monster appeared, a mysterious voice echoed in her heart, urging her to head towards the location of the monster's emergence. Throughout the entire process, her consciousness would become exceedingly hazy, rendering her utterly oblivious to what transpired afterwards. For over 2 decades, such occurrences would manifest periodically, albeit with much longer intervals in the past. Previously, due to her understanding of the pattern, she would isolate herself within the mountains at the precise moment she deduced. Only after regaining full awareness would she re-emerge before others. This entire saga began 25 years ago on a particular day. On that day, 7 Ultraman suddenly went berserk on the streets, seemingly intent on exterminating the Earthlings nearby. The UGM was dispatched in an emergency. Yet they refrained from direct confrontation as the target was 7 Ultraman. Soon, Eddie appeared and engaged in battle. However, in that very moment, Eddie discovered that this 7 was nothing but a puppet, materialized through the fusion of human negative energy and souls. A fierce struggle ensued, culminating in Eddie dispersing the negative energy within that instant. Kyoko Ihara, who was nearby, found that the terrace doll she always wore had been assailed by this negative energy, resulting in certain transformations. During that time, Kyoko Ihara was unaware of this change. However, from that day forth, she sensed her physical form beginning to alter. Initially, her strength increased significantly, surpassing the limits of an ordinary human. Once a gymnastics instructor, she could now effortlessly perform gymnastic maneuvers she once deemed impossible. At times, with merely a slight exertion, she would even crush gymnastic equipment into deformity. Then, one day, her consciousness would become foggy every few days. Her awareness would encounter brief lapses. Upon regaining her senses, she would discover 2 enormous footprints beneath her. Everything around her seemed to have been ravaged by some mysterious force. In those moments, she felt immense fear, even believing she had fallen victim to a demonic curse. As this sensation grew increasingly frequent and instances of disorientation multiplied, she gradually sought to isolate herself, resigning from her position as a gymnastics instructor. Yet, one fateful day, while Eddie vanquished a negative energy monster, she stood nearby, and in the monster's dying moments, the negative energy that burst forth was unexpectedly absorbed by her terrace doll. Since that moment, she realized that her episodes of disorientation seemed to have been significantly delayed. Following this experience, she frequently positioned herself at the sites where Eddie defeated monsters to maintain her sanity. Until Eddie returned to the Land of Light, she discovered that she could maintain her composure for extended periods. Simultaneously, her strength grew even more formidable. Even in her human form, she could effortlessly lift objects weighing over 1,000 kilograms. She became nothing short of superhuman. With running speeds reaching 300 to 400 kilometers per hour, her vision and hearing sharpened considerably, enabling her to clearly perceive objects several kilometers away and discern sounds from similar distances. As her power intensified, she discovered that she could transform into the form of delusional Terrace using her Terrace doll. Gazing at her enormous physique, Kyoko Ihara believed this power was a gift from Terrace. If she could master this strength, one day, she would soar through the cosmos alongside Terrace. Miss Ihara, could you share your reasons with me? Terrace inquired once more. Upon hearing this, Kyoko Ihara immediately transmitted her memories to Terrace's consciousness through her telepathic ability. Terrace was somewhat taken aback by her action, for to open one's memories to another requires absolute trust. This indicated that Kyoko Ihara was entirely defenseless regarding him. Chapter 41. A shift in atmosphere after reviewing this memory. Terrace finally grasped the situation. His suspicions were indeed correct. This moment, Kyoko Ihara was akin to a manifestation of delusional 7. Although certain portions of her memory were missing, Terrace could reconstruct the entire process using his past experiences. However, her existence differed somewhat from that of delusional 7. The latter was a fusion born from a child's life force and soul, while Kyoko Ihara appeared to have undergone a passive fusion. She had become a state akin to a human form. Remarkably, she could wield her doll like a spark to transform. What an extraordinary phenomenon, an alternative type of artificial Ultraman. Yet Kyoko Ehara's case could only be described as miraculous. Others affected by negative energy either perished or transformed into monsters driven solely by bloodlust. Yet Kyoko Ehara not only escaped significant harm, but also achieved super evolution in a unique manner. She evolved into a supernatural being that surpassed humanity. Now, it was imperative to address Kyoko Ehara's predicament. Do you wish to resolve your issues? Terrace suddenly asked. Is it truly possible? Kyoko Ehara felt a tremor in her heart and couldn't help but lift her gaze. Initially, she believed this power was a gift from Terrace, a means to follow in his path. However, as time passed, she came to understand that this was not a simple power, but a curse. Each time her strength surged uncontrollably, she would inadvertently cause destruction she wished to avoid. Consequently, she suffered immensely, often retreating to weep quietly, her face becoming stained with energy-laden tears, gradually forming corresponding tear streaks. It should be feasible. I haven't tried yet, but we can give it a shot, Terrace replied with a smile. Although he merely suggested an attempt, his tone was imbued with confidence that, in truth, changing Kyoko Ehara's circumstances was not particularly challenging. There were essentially two approaches. The first was to learn to control this power. No force is truly uncontrollable. Some may be unruly, while others are relatively gentle. Negative energy falls into the former category. Numerous cosmic beings thrive on negative energy. It would not be surprising for someone to master such energy, yet it would likely require considerable time and Terrace's assistance. The second method involved purifying the negative energy, utilizing Terrace's own light to cleanse this malevolent energy. In doing so, Kyoko Ehara would not be swayed by this force. The gentler, rejuvenated energy would entirely become her ally. From Terrace's perspective, the success rate of the first method was exceedingly low, almost devoid of hope. After all, Kyoko Ehara was merely an ordinary human. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary mind to contend with the vast and complex malevolence of negative energy. There was even a risk that her psychological defenses could completely collapse, leading to her mind being entirely tainted by evil thoughts. Thus, the second approach had to be chosen. The second method required immense energy, and fortunately, Terrace was in no short supply of energy at that moment. Every ounce of power emanating from Kyoko Ehara stemmed from the negative energy. Having determined the method, Terrace stepped forward. Come now, relax. As he spoke, he gently enveloped Kyoko Ehara in his embrace. Kyoko Ehara's body stiffened momentarily before she began to relax. Observing this scene, the members of Guise and Dream Mephisto widened their eyes in astonishment. What was happening? Why did everything suddenly feel so peculiar? Could Ultraman also possess G? As everyone pondered, Terrace radiated a brilliant light that nearly blinded them, illuminating the entire city as if it were daylight. Dream Mephisto was utterly astounded. What an immense source of light energy! Could there be a star residing within Terrace's being? In the control room of the Guise base, Shingo Hajui and others stared in awe at the colossal energy reaction, their hearts racing. Such immense energy had always existed within Terrace Ultraman. Was this the power of a deity, based on the energy readings? The energy erupting from Terrace could effortlessly obliterate the Earth. And oh wonder Terrace possessed such terrifying combat prowess. Finally, as the brilliance gradually subsided, Terrace gently released Kyoko that moment. Her physique underwent a dramatic transformation. First and foremost, the disparity between her and Terrace became even more pronounced. While Terrace bore a red and silver hue, Kyoko Ehara now showcased a striking red and black palette. Moreover, her physique had entirely feminized. The contours were as they should be, and the curves as well. Next came her appearance. Her eyes remained a striking blue, still marked by traces of tears. However, her face had transformed into an oval shape, exuding a softness that was a stark contrast to the previously resolute visage of Terrace. Additionally, dangling ornaments adorned her ears. Observing these changes, Terrace let out a sigh of relief. At last, he would no longer feel as though he were embracing a man. Suddenly, at that very moment, An invisible wave of energy surged forth, incapacitating Theras's ability to move. This sensation was all too familiar to him. Was it telekinesis? He found himself surprisingly calm despite the sudden immobilization. He could scarcely think of anyone else capable of launching a sneak attack at this moment besides the ever-watchful Bogyaru. Clearly, after their previous encounter, Bogyaru had come to regard him as prey. Yet, perhaps due to a fear of his strength, she dared not reveal herself and confront him openly. This time, having expended a significant amount of energy to purify the negative energy within Kyoko's Gen. Bogyaru was convinced he must be quite weak, hence her intention to strike from the shadows. Tera smirked. Although he had just endured a considerable drain, he felt no ill effects whatsoever. It could be said that the moment she decided to ambush him, Bogyaru had sealed her own unfortunate fate. Indeed, a brilliant flash of light erupted not far off, heralding the emergence of Bogyaru's human form. She approached Tera's, laughing maniacally with each step. Nearby, Mebius was taken aback. Could this woman truly be the one associated with this fellow? He glanced at Tera's, realizing that both he and Kyoko were ensnared by a formidable energy, and his heart sank. Without hesitation, he positioned himself in front of them, beginning to accumulate energy. Chapter 42. The Weakling's Ambush, however. Bogyaru dismissed Mebius entirely, shaking her body and unleashing a destructive energy sphere that struck Mebius with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Mebius was violently hurled to the ground. At this moment, his energy reserves were nearly depleted, leaving him utterly incapable of contending with Bogyaru. Moreover, even if he had sufficient energy, his lack of combat experience would render him no match for her. Mebius struggled to rise, only to be struck again by another destructive sphere, sending him crashing back down. Ding dong, ding dong. The colorful timer on his chest flashed rapidly, signaling that Mebius had nearly reached his limit. It was the energy indicator. Jiraiya shouted in alarm. What happens if that thing stops flashing? The voice of S-Gen re-echoed through the communicator. The energy indicator not only represented Ultraman's active time, but also their vitality. Should it cease to flicker, it would signify death. Jiraiya spoke gravely. Everyone was stunned. If Jiraiya knew this, did it not imply that Ultraman had once perished? How could such a divine being possibly die? Therase looked at the fallen Mebius with a sense of helplessness. Though Mebius's intentions were noble, he was utterly oblivious to the situation. How could Therase be restrained by such trifles? With a sudden surge, Therase effortlessly shattered Bogyaru's telekinetic grip. I must commend your courage. Therase's gaze turned icy. Bogyaru, do you truly think I was unaware of your presence? With that, he moved his hand aside, revealing the still glimmering blue energy timer. Bogyaru was momentarily taken aback. Full energy? How could this be? Possessing extraordinary intelligence, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Incredulous. After expending such colossal energy, he still maintained peak condition. Just how vast was the energy within Tera's Ultraman? Jiraiya, an expert well-versed in Ultraman's history, wore a look of shock. The others from Guise shared in his astonishment. As for Mebius, he became increasingly convinced that a star resided within Tera's. At that moment, Jiraiya also noted the changes in Kyoko's Gen's form. Amaki Mizumi conducted an analysis on the computer and arrived at a conclusion. Tera's had recently utilized an immense amount of energy to cleanse her body, resulting in fundamental alterations. The current Ultraman appeared closer to the true essence of Ultraman. Hayakawa Shingo nodded in agreement. Thus, it stands to reason that the recent attack on Mebius might not have stemmed from his own volition, but rather from the influence of his unique energy. Rendering him uncontrollable, he felt fortunate that he had refrained from impulsively issuing an attack command earlier. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dangerously. Jiraiya nodded, sharing the sentiment. However, as he reflected on Hayakawa's words, he sensed an underlying issue but could not pinpoint it at that moment. Mebius? Assistant Director Toriyama inquired curiously, are you referring to the name of that unknown Ultraman? When was that decided? Why was I, as the Assistant Director, not informed? Hayakawa cleared his throat, realizing he had misspoken, and quickly rectified. It was just recently confirmed. I simply hadn't had the opportunity to inform everyone. The group did not press the matter further. Now that the name of the Ultraman had been established, it was indeed easier to address him. Hey, what are you all fussing over such trivial matters for? Have you not considered where this monster came from? This creature has likely been lurking nearby, waiting for the perfect moment to strike at the Ultraman. S-Gen re-lamented. Upon hearing this, the group grew solemn. This monster was clearly targeting the Ultraman. Attack. Assist the Ultraman in dealing with this beast, Hayakawa commanded with gravity. Finally, we have someone to fight, S-Gen re-exclaimed with enthusiasm, as he had been itching to engage after merely spectating. Meanwhile, Terra's on screen had already assumed a combat stance. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. Was that martial arts? Terra's Ultraman was finally going to showcase his unique combat style. The group watched with rapt attention. At that moment, Terra's propelled himself off the ground, launching forward like an arrow released from a bow, delivering a powerful kick to Bogyaru. With the amplification of his enhanced strength, he unleashed a terrifying force, sending Bogyaru hurtling several hundred meters away. The shockwave radiated outward, shattering the ground beneath. Bogyaru's form twisted grotesquely. His side had caved in, and he likely suffered internal injuries. The excruciating pain jolted Bogyaru back to reality, and he gazed at Terra's in sheer disbelief. What manner of creature was this? Clearly, Bogyaru was not well acquainted with Terra's, which emboldened him to challenge him. Bogyaru's strength was commendable, roughly equivalent to that of a high-ranking warrior. However, even a high-ranking warrior would find it effortless for Terra's to overpower him at this juncture. That moment, Terra's charged once more, delivering a powerful palm strike. Boom! Bogyaru attempted to block with his arm, fortifying it with energy to barely withstand the blow. Yet even so, he could feel his insides quaking, and his arm was left shattered. Subsequently, Terra's swiftly shifted tactics, driving his elbow into Bogyaru's chest. Crack! Bogyaru barely managed to reinforce his defenses when he saw his chest cave in dramatically. His sternum seemed to have fractured. Bogyaru was filled with both astonishment and fury. He could not comprehend why Terra's, as a member of the Light Clan, displayed no signs of energy depletion while maintaining such terrifying combat prowess. Chapter 43. The complete domination of Bogyaru. Moreover, was this level of martial prowess not somewhat perverse? In a fit of rage, he lunged forward, utilizing his back, akin to wings, to envelop Terra's, intent on swallowing him whole. Observing this, Terra's remained impassive, delivering a swift kick to Bogyaru's calf. The impact caused Bogyaru to lose his balance, and with a resounding crack, a piece of his leg was shattered. Following this, a flurry of punches. Kicks, knees, and elbows rained down upon Bogyaru. In both skill and strength, Terra's was utterly dominating Bogyaru at that moment. Ultimately, a powerful strike landed upon Bogyaru's left mandible. With a swift slice, the wing-like mandible was severed. The excruciating pain forced Bogyaru to stagger backward, and he crumpled to the ground, green blood splattering across the earth. After a brief moment, Bogyaru, somewhat disheveled, managed to rise, casting a terrified glance at Terra's, hastily unleashing a barrage of destructive energy orbs in an attempt to hinder Terra's advance. However, Terra's simply reached out and shattered these energy orbs with ease. At that moment, Terra's began to gather power, preparing to unleash a devastating flying kick to utterly vanquish Bogyaru. Suddenly, a blue and white beam surged forth, threatening to engulf both Terra's and Bogyaru. Terrace's gaze sharpened as he swiftly turned, cleaving the beam in two with a single strike, which then exploded violently upon impact with the ground. The source of this beam revealed itself to be a blue figure clad in armor, the Hunter Knight Sword. It was the very knightly beam that had just been unleashed. The appearance of this blue giant instantly captured the attention of the guy's team. They were already numb from the multitude of unexpected events. Just as they were struggling to process what had transpired, another blue giant had emerged. They did not believe him to be an Ultraman. His features bore no resemblance whatsoever. Furthermore, there had never been a blue Ultraman in history. In their recollection, Ultramen were typically red or a combination of red and silver. Yet, this blue giant had audaciously launched an attack on Terra's. At that moment, they were at a loss for words. Terra's was certainly not as easily provoked as Mebius. This was an Ultraman who had nearly incapacitated Leo with a single kick and had pursued a cosmic overlord across the far reaches of the universe to arrive on Earth. They could almost foresee the fate that awaited this blue giant. Out of a sense of humanity, they couldn't help but feel a chill of apprehension for the newly arrived blue giant. Clearly, the Hunter Knight's sword was equally taken aback by Terrace's actions. That he had effortlessly cleaved through his nightly beam with nothing but a hand was a profound shock to his worldview. The hatred that had rendered his heart desolate was momentarily stirred. Terrace recognized that the Hunter Knight's sword before him was none other than the superhuman Egwong, whose heart was clouded by hatred beneath the armor. However, given that the opponent had sought to strike him down, he felt justified in retaliating. With his gaze fixed, Terrace raised his hand and unleashed the shining fruit laser beam. A barrage of beams struck the Hunter Knight's sword. Bang, bang, bang. Even clad in the armor of vengeance, he was still sent sprawling to the ground by Terrace's relentless assault of beams. The guy's team watched this unfold with expressions that clearly conveyed their expectations. Provocation requires an understanding of one's opponent. Not every adversary is as easily dealt with as Mebius. Meanwhile, Mebius gazed intently at the silhouette of the Hunter Knight's sword, lost in thought, for reasons unknown. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the blue giant before him. It was the essence of light. Yet this light, which should have been free and unrestrained, now seemed shrouded in darkness. This strange sensation left him uncertain, unable to confirm whether this blue giant was indeed one of his kin. Suddenly, from not far away, the severely wounded Bogauger appeared to seize an opportunity for retaliation. Seeing that Terrace's attention was diverted by the Hunter Knight's sword, he swiftly extended his tail toward Terrace to ensnare him. Bogauger's tail could stretch freely, primarily designed to capture prey, and could unleash a powerful electric current to stun foes. However, his feeble attempts were utterly ineffective against Terrace. Just as Terrace prepared to move, two arrow-shaped light blades shot in from a distance, cleaving through Bogauger's tail. From afar, Kyoko Sakuma regarded Bogauger with a piercing gaze. Clearly, Bogauger had forgotten that there was another ally on Terrace's side. Although Mebius now lacked combat strength due to excessive energy expenditure, Kyoko Sakiyama, having undergone Terrace's rigorous training, still boasted a full reservoir of energy. However, her skills were somewhat lacking in potency, merely interrupting Bogauger's assault. A smile played on Terrace's lips as he gathered light in his hands. The shining fruit Amaterasu's sword. Whoosh! Bogauger's tail was instantly severed into 3 pieces. Roaring in agony, Bogauger stumbled backward, dragging his body away. Terrace would not let such a prime opportunity slip by. He leaped into the sky, engulfed in flames. The burning fruit divined fire. Unknown fire. With a swift motion, Terrace's claw-like hands pierced through Bogauger's chest. A massive column of fire erupted from Bogauger's back, staining half the sky crimson. The creature's body erupted violently, shattering into countless fragments. A clever escape. Terrace's eyes flickered. He had fled. Bogauger had left a decoy behind, using instantaneous movement to escape. What a troublesome ability. So this is the true power of Ultraman Terrace. Toru Hirai was deeply shaken, his heart racing with excitement. The others shared similar sentiments. That moment. The knight's sword had just risen from the ground and found Terrace approaching him. This instantly made him tense, as he sensed Terrace's overwhelming power. He knew he was no match for Terrace. At this juncture, Hikari was entrenched in an obsessive mindset. Annihilate Bogauger and avenge the life of Planet Able. He was willing to sacrifice everything. To Hikari, Terrace was merely an obstacle in his quest for vengeance. Chapter 44. A body full of vulnerabilities if he could eliminate Bogauger. Then to Hikari, even the lives of all those on Earth were expendable. However, from Terrace's perspective, Hikari was merely a vengeful puppet, blinded by hatred. Though Hikari was a direct subordinate of Torekia, he was not well acquainted with Terrace. Even in the Ultraman narratives he had watched in his previous life, he had paid little attention to Hikari. After arriving in this world, Terrace had only glimpsed Hikari from afar, but he knew that Hikari was not only the most outstanding scientist of the Blue Tribe, but also the only existence that transcended racial barriers. Compared to Torekia, Hikari was a prodigy of extraordinary talent, a once-in-millennia phenomenon. In the original timeline, after concluding his trials on Earth, Hikari had successfully joined the ranks of the Ultraman brothers. Terrace's gaze shifted to the armor of vengeance adorning Hikari, which housed countless vengeful spirits from planet Abel. This was the source of Hikari's current power. Before he could avenge himself on Bogager, the vengeful spirits would forcibly enhance Hikari's potential through their immense resentment. Yet once his revenge was realized, Hikari would collapse under the burden of his own body, ultimately losing his life. Unless he liberated the armor of vengeance. But if he relinquished the armor, Hikari would also forfeit his chance to grow stronger. Just as the Night Sword had risen to his feet, he turned to leave. However, Terrace unleashed a barrage of beams, obstructing his path, wanting to leave after attacking. Terrace spoke slowly. The Knight's sword immediately pivoted, resolute, slamming his hand onto his knightly bracers. In the next instant, a gleaming golden sword materialized. The Knight's sword, whether it was the essence of Mebius or the knightly essence, both wielded the same ability to condense the energy within oneself into a tangible sword of light. Its cutting power was formidable. However, the Knight's sword was superior in both hardness and sharpness compared to the Mebius sword. After all, one was a gift from the King of Ultra, while the other was a tool bestowed by the Father of Ultra. The primary efficacy of the knightly aura lies in its ability to augment the power of the Knight's sword, enhancing energy attacks and more. It is precisely because Hikaru possesses this knightly aura that he can relentlessly pursue Bagaru all the way to Earth. Fortunately, he wields the Amatsukagami. With a flourish, Hikaru brandishes his luminous sword, unleashing a flurry of light blades directed at Tala's. Bang, bang, bang. Tala's remains unperturbed, summoning the Amatsukagami into his grasp, deftly tracing arcs to deflect the incoming assault. The Knight's sword clenches his fist, leaping forward to strike with his knightly lightsaber. The sheer intensity of his rage exposes him to vulnerabilities. Tala's calm voice resonates, having already utilized the Thunder Fruit's teleportation to position himself behind the Knight's sword, seizing his wrist and delivering a sharp kick to his ankle. Subsequently, he twists the Knight's sword's arm, forcing him to kneel on one knee. Talas presses against the Knight's sword's back with his knee, immobilizing him. Is this the strength you have gained at the cost of the extinction of Planetub? Pathetically weak, Bagaru has been growing stronger all along. The Knight's sword, subdued in a single move, is filled with shock. How is this possible? How could he know what transpired on Planetub? But soon, an overwhelming fury consumes his spirit. I fight with the will of vengeance for Planetub. Yet why am I still so feeble? He struggles with all his might. Talas grips his arm, swinging him about like the Hulk tossing Loki, slamming him repeatedly into the ground. The thundering sounds echo through the air. Dazed, the Knight's sword flails his knightly lightsaber aimlessly, hoping to inflict some damage on Talas. However, Talas, empowered by overwhelming energy, remains utterly unscathed. Vulnerabilities, your entire being is riddled with them. As he speaks, Talas tosses the Knight's sword into the air, delivering a fierce kick to his abdomen. The Knight's sword is sent flying, crashing into two mountains before coming to a halt. The Knight's sword cries out in agony. This moment, he has completely lost his sanity and charges forward once more. Too slow. Talas effortlessly swats away the incoming lightsaber and delivers a punch to the Knight's sword's chest, propelling him back over 100 meters. The Knight's sword, as if driven mad, attacks Talas blindly like a headless fly. Vulnerabilities, still vulnerabilities. Each of the Knight's sword strikes fails to connect with Talas. With a swift kick, Talas sends him flying several hundred meters away. Lightning five-fold whip, Talas unleashes 5 consecutive strikes of Thunder Fruit discharge. Crackle. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. The onlookers are left in utter bewilderment. What kind of combat style is this? There has never been such a fighting method recorded in the history of Ultraman. Lying on the ground, the Knight's sword is enveloped in spirals of black smoke. He is now breathless, charred, and covered in wounds, looking utterly miserable. The intense drain of energy and stamina, combined with the pain coursing through him, causes him to falter as he attempts to rise, collapsing to one knee. How was this possible? How could this happen? The Knight's sword clenches his fist, striking the ground in frustration. Weak, so weak. I am still far too weak. Anger dominates your body, exposing vulnerabilities at every turn. You stand no chance of defeating me now. Talas slowly shakes his head and says, "It truly boggles the mind. With your power, how could you possibly seek vengeance? Bagaru continues to devour beasts and grow stronger, while you remain stagnant. In truth, even if the Night Sword were not consumed by rage, he would still stand no chance against Talas. Talas seeks only to provoke his adversary, curious to see how formidable he can become under the enhancement of the vengeful armor. With the genes of the Blue Clan, can he transcend the level of an elite warrior? Although he is not well acquainted with Hikaru, he is aware that Hikaru is a close friend of Torekia, and thus he decides to assist Hikaru for the sake of Torekia. This will allow him to discover his own path to strength without the armor. Currently, Hikaru, under the influence of the vengeful armor, is experiencing a rapid surge in power. Once he sheds the armor, this boon will soon fade. Sensing that it is time, Talas turns to leave. Meanwhile, the Night Sword remains in place, consumed by impotent rage, yearning desperately for power. Talas speaks truly. Bagaru has been growing stronger and stronger, and he cannot afford to stagnate. Chapter 45. Shepherd of the Stars. Upon this realization, he transforms into a beam of light and departs. Talas. Suddenly, Mebius steps forward. Was that also a member of the Light Clan? Talas pauses momentarily. Indeed. However, he is clouded by vengeance. Is that so? Mebius stands still, lost in thought. In truth, Talas need not speculate. He knows that Mebius, with his character, will undoubtedly seek to liberate Hikaru from the shadow of hatred. He will not hinder this endeavor, as it is one of Mebius's paths to growth. Only by merging Mebius's power with Hikaru's can they forge the true Phoenix warrior. Has it finally come to an end? Gazing at Talas, Kyoko, Ahura, and Mebius transform into beams of light and vanish. The onlookers finally exhale in relief. What a heart-pounding day it has been. Everyone cannot help but express their sentiments. However, at that moment, Mizuki Kanoko notices that Nerina has remained unusually silent, prompting her to inquire, "Nerina, what is wrong?" Nerina suddenly awakened from her stupor. "No, nothing." At this moment, Kazuma Nerina's emotions are tumultuous. She is yet to recover from the shock of recent events, especially after learning that Ultramen could potentially be transformed humans. This revelation casts doubt upon everything she perceives. She begins to question each individual around her, suspecting that they may harbor a hidden Ultraman identity. This compels her to scan the control room, passing over Hibino Mirai, Ehara, Kadota George, Amagaki Kinoshita, and assistant Toriyama, ultimately resting her gaze on Shingo Sakamizu. Among these individuals, only Shingo gives her the most mysterious impression, making him the most likely candidate to be an Ultraman. Of course, during the appearances of the previous Ultramen, Shingo had remained in the control room. That IT seems incompatible. Yet, with 3 Ultramen already revealed, how could a 4th not exist? This is quite astonishing. Miss Kyoko. At this moment, Talas has arrived at Kyoko Ehara's residence. However, Talas is somewhat taken aback to discover that Kyoko Ehara actually owns a ranch. She has raised over 1,000 cattle and sheep here. Who would have thought that Kyoko Ehara has become a small fortune? After a brief inquiry, Talas learns that there was a time when Kyoko, afraid to interact with others, distanced herself from the bustling city and invested all her savings into establishing this ranch. Naturally, Kyoko only intended to secure a source of livelihood. However, she unexpectedly found a capable assistant, which allowed her ranch to flourish. This individual appears to be quite dedicated, possessing remarkable work and business skills. A rare talent named Tsuburaya Torin that I can't believe Tsuburaya Torin is involved in business. A mysterious figure who vanished for over a decade has resurfaced. Talas is left utterly bewildered. What a twist. The Ultraman brothers he has been searching for have unexpectedly appeared here. Seven's human form, Tsuburaya Torin, is actually working at Kyoko Ehara's ranch. However, he recalls that Seven's first appearance in Mebius indeed occurred at a ranch, where he was feeding sheep. Truly, a case of searching high and low only to find it effortlessly. Talas feels a surge of joy. For some time, he has been considering the search for the Ultraman brothers, though he had yet to make preparations. He never anticipated that one would come knocking at his door. Talas wonders what rewards the system would offer for repeatedly mastering the same skill. Kyoko Ehara frowns slightly, expressing her discontent with Talas calling her Miss from now on. Please just call me Kyoko. At that moment, within the sheep pen of the ranch, a middle-aged man dressed in cowboy attire is busy feeding the animals, gazing at the flock before him. His eyes radiate satisfaction. Fatten up, will you? The price of mutton is about to rise. Senior 7. I never expected to see you again. A familiar voice resonated, causing Zhu Xing to want to halt his movements and lift his head in astonishment. Teras, how did you find me? He was well aware that Teras had arrived on Earth, especially since the media and numerous television stations had fervently broadcasted the news of Teras's descent. His surprise. The owner of this ranch was someone he knew, which elucidated how he had come to learn that his senior, 7, was working here. Teras chuckled lightly. Ms. Kyoko Sakahara, I presume? Zhu Xing Tuan was momentarily taken aback, then pondered before responding. In fact, I discovered 20 years ago that Kyoko Sakahara is no ordinary human. She is exceptional, even more so than us, having achieved a form of super-evolution while appearing as an ordinary person. Teras was not the least bit surprised that Zhu Xing Tuan could perceive the changes in Kyoko. After all, despite Zhu Xing Tuan's diminished state, his knowledge remained intact. I only knew Kyoko before, and it was during this visit to Earth that I learned of the transformations she underwent. Zhu Xing Tuan nodded, gazing at Teras. Lost in memories of the past. 20 years ago, the Ultraman brothers had expended all their energy to seal the Ultraman killer Solace, which rendered them unable to transform again. They possessed only a meager amount of energy to maintain their human forms, and once that energy was depleted, their lives would come to an end. For 2 decades, they lived as ordinary humans, nearly forgetting their identities as Ultramen, except for their superior physical conditions that spared them from illness. During this limited time, they led fulfilling lives through labor, which made them almost forget that they were Ultramen. However, Teras's arrival had completely awakened the memories of his Ultraman identity, yet that did not alter his current state. He was powerless, and his vitality was waning. If it were merely energy, restoration would be possible, but once life energy was exhausted, it could never be replenished. Forcing a transformation would lead to self-destruction. Currently, the other Ultraman brothers were not unwilling to return to the Land of Light. They simply lacked the ability to do so. Upon meeting Zhu Xing Tuan, Teras began to contemplate what excuse he could devise to learn psychic techniques. After some thought, he decided it was best to speak frankly. Senior 7, are you aware that the Earth now faces dangers beyond just Solace? The Dark Universe Emperor has also set his sights on this planet, Teras stated earnestly. Zhu Xing Tuan was taken aback. What did you say? Teras nodded. The Dark Universe Emperor intends to annihilate Earth, thereby destroying something crucial to the Light Clan as an act of vengeance. I have been dispatched to Earth specifically to thwart him. Zhu Xing Tuan gazed at Teras in astonishment. But with your abilities, can you really stop the Dark Universe Emperor? It was not that 7 doubted Teras, but rather that the Empyrean was far too formidable. Although he had never encountered this emperor, various legends suggested that the opponent's might was at least on par with that of the Father of Ultra, and he knew precisely how powerful the Father of Ultra was. I never imagined that you and Mebius would come to Earth to thwart the Empyreans. Zhu Xing Tuan remarked gravely. If we were not in our current state, we would not let you younger ones take such risks. Zhu Xing Tuan thrust his trident fiercely into the ground. This can be resolved rather easily. Teras suddenly interjected. Zhu Xing Tuan paused, inquiring, what do you mean? I mean the Empyreans are not insurmountable. There is still some time before they invade Earth, as they need to disperse the forces of the Land of Light first. Only when the Land of Light cannot attend to its defenses will they invade Earth and bring about its destruction. We must grow stronger during this critical period, Teras replied with a smile. Zhu Xing Tuan gazed at Teras, exasperated. Do you even comprehend what you're saying? How could one possibly grow strong enough to match the Dark Universe Emperor in such a short time? Do you know the kind of power the Empyreans possess? Teras was well aware, yet he remained optimistic, believing that he would not be defenseless when facing the Empyreans. Moreover, even if he failed, Mebius would be there to support him. He preferred to have contingency plans, thus allowing Mebius to forge connections with the Earthlings. In the end, whether they succeeded or not, there would be a Phoenix warrior to back them up. Besides, he felt quite confident. Zhu Xingtuan scrutinized Therese for a few moments, seemingly moved by Therese's determination, rekindling the fervor of his youth. In that case. Are you prepared, Therese? Zhu Xingtuan said solemnly. I just acquired a new Jeep. What? Therese was momentarily dumbfounded. A Jeep? This immediately conjured images of Zhu Xingtuan recklessly pursuing Leo in a Jeep during a past narrative. Suddenly, he felt a headache coming on. Was this truly Zhu Xingtuan's training method? He certainly did not wish to partake in such a regimen. I simply wish to learn a couple of skills. I have no need for such training. He waved his hands dismissively. What I desire is to enhance my skills. Perhaps then I might reach the level of the Empyreans through hard work. This left Zhu Xingtuan utterly baffled. You think that merely learning a few skills will elevate you to the Empyreans' level? What nonsense are you spouting? The fervor Zhu Xingtuan had just regained was instantly extinguished, leaving him disinterested as he replied perfunctorily. What do you wish to learn? Let's start with psychic techniques. I've heard that the Empyreans possess formidable psychic abilities. Zhu Xingtuan, astonished, turned to Therese. Has your psychic ability awakened? What is its intensity? Without further ado, Therese unleashed his line fruit, causing it to expand outward, lifting thousands of cattle and hundreds of sheep from the ground. Zhu Xingtuan was taken aback, fully aware of what this implied. Though the line fruit and psychic power had their differences, their purposes and outcomes were strikingly similar. If Therese were to exert his full strength with the line fruit, he could potentially attain the ability to fix or even slice planets. Moreover, even without the line fruit, his psychic power had reached the equivalent of 2 substellar levels after enhancement from 10 devil fruits. This showcased just how terrifying Therese's talent was. Therese, Zhu Xingtuan sighed. While your talent is indeed formidable, it remains insufficient. It is said that the psychic abilities of the Empyreans have reached stellar levels. We are still far from that. Not just you. I too am quite distant. That is someone who, single-handedly, nearly obliterated the land of light. Their strength is unfathomable. Zhu Xingtuan did not believe that merely training one's Ultraman psychic abilities could enable them to contend with such an adversary. Furthermore, in this universe, few could match the Empyreans in pure psychic manipulation. Even if Therese mastered all their techniques, there was no way he could confront the Empyreans. Let's first give it a try. Therese said firmly, stellar levels are indeed terrifying, but it is not without opportunity. Zhu Xingtuan furrowed his brow. Fine, since you are so insistent. I shall teach you. With that, he promptly explained 2 psychic techniques to Therese. One was called psychic impact, a means of attacking using psychic energy. Essentially, it involved condensing one's psychic energy into a point to unleash a shockwave capable of harming enemies, with the actual power dependent on the individual's psychic strength. The second technique was a method of precise control over enemies, essentially a means of binding and imprisoning them. As Therese began to awaken the line fruit, he received a notification. Host has acquired psychic techniques. Awakening the line fruit. What? The devil fruit has awakened. The line fruit successfully awakened, granting skills. Shield white line, giant wave white line, oceanic white wave, 1,000 arrows piercing heart, feather strike line, and 16 sacred death bullets. Divine execution. Congratulations, host, for successfully awakening a devil fruit. All attributes doubled. Therese was astonished. Incredible. This surge in combat power is astounding. He set a modest goal for himself, to learn all the skills of the Ultraman brothers. Observing Therese lost in contemplation, Zhu Xingtuan felt a sense of relief and prepared to depart. However, Therese immediately snapped back to reality and inquired, Senior Saiwen, might I ask where the other esteemed seniors are present? Zhu Xingtuan paused momentarily, and with a hint of nostalgia replied, Brother Hayata is currently working at the airport. As for Yashiki, he is engaged in automotive racing endeavors. And regarding Beidou, he is now a chef at a restaurant. After uttering these words, Zhu Xingtuan took his leave, leaving Therese somewhat bewildered. He had not yet inquired about the specific whereabouts of these individuals. Nevertheless, Zhu Xingtuan's explanations rendered him utterly speechless. Chapter 47. The meeting, it was quite astonishing to hear that he still needed to meet a client and could not afford to waste any time. Subsequently, he resolved to seek out Ace. During this period, Marin had been engaged in a clandestine activity, namely, tailing Maku Mizunishin. Her suspicions were strong, believing that Maku Mizunishin was one of the Ultramen. There was no other explanation. Sometimes, Maku Mizunishin's actions exhibited considerable flaws, particularly the last time when he inadvertently mentioned the name of Mebius. After consulting with those around her, she confirmed that no one had prior knowledge of this information, suggesting that Mebius's name had been exclusively brought up by Maku Mizunishin. Could it be possible that Maku Mizunishin had long been acquainted with Mebius? Marin found this possibility quite compelling. Thus, she resolved to uncover the secrets that Maku Mizunishin had been concealing. On this very day, she discovered that Maku Mizunishin had stealthily departed the guy's base. She mounted her motorcycle and discreetly followed him from a distance. Maku Mizunishin drove a guy's vehicle toward a remote area. Finally, after leaving the guy's base and traveling several kilometers, he came to a halt. Before him lay a dense forest. Maku Mizunishin exited the vehicle and immediately vanished into the woods. Marin watched all of this from afar. At that moment, Maku Mizunishin was meeting with a mysterious man. Upon catching a glimpse of the man's features, Marin's eyes widened in shock, nearly gasping aloud. She recognized that this man was none other than Terrace, the one she had previously encountered, or rather, the human capable of transforming into Father Ultraman. It was indeed the case. "Captain, you are Ultraman without a doubt." Marin felt as if she had uncovered a monumental secret, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Father Ultraman? Who would have thought you came to Earth? Is it in response to the impending crisis facing our planet?" Maku Mizunishin gazed intently at the Ultraman he had once met in the cosmos, his heart brimming with emotions. This might be the bond between the two of them. It was Terrace's words that had inspired him to return to Earth, determined to repay the Ultramen for their countless efforts on behalf of humanity over the years. Now, thanks to his unwavering persistence, humanity was finally prepared. He believed that their bond would indeed prove invaluable one day in the future, allowing their connection to shine brilliantly throughout the universe. "Indeed," Terrace chuckled. "I never expected you to become the captain of guys. However, there is a rather troublesome matter that may require your assistance." Terrace's visit to Maku Mizunishin was born out of necessity. He had realized that as civilization on Earth advanced, the absence of identification made progress nearly impossible. If it had been several decades prior, it would not have been so exaggerated. Although it has yet to become widespread, it is already taking shape. Wherever one goes, lacking a means of identification for passage renders even simple outings challenging. There's even the risk of attracting unnecessary trouble. Therefore, in search of a means of stable identification on Earth, he thought of Maku Mizunishin, that he then communicated with him telepathically and arranged to meet at this location. Upon receiving the message, Maku Mizunishin hurried to the agreed-upon spot as the captain of guys and the director of the Earth Defense Force. "This should be quite manageable for you, right?" Terrace remarked. Maku Mizunishin looked at Terrace in surprise, that he sensed that Terrace seemed to know many of his secrets. After all, even his team members were unaware that he was both the captain of guys and the director of the Earth Defense Force. However, he soon smiled that he felt that for this most enigmatic Ultraman, Terrace, even omniscience would not be particularly astonishing. This assessment of the most mysterious Ultraman did not originate from him, but from the former captain of the Earth Defense Force. UGM. Previously, after learning Terrace's name, he had sought out the relevant files, ultimately discovering only fragmented records, most of which were comments by Yamashita Kazuki, who had categorized Terrace as the most enigmatic Ultraman. "Rest assured, I can handle these minor matters. Let's meet here again next time. I will provide you with what you need." Maku Mizunishin nodded in agreement. After a brief silence, he looked at Terrace and said, "Terrace Ultraman, when I encountered you in the cosmos, I made a vow. The bonds formed by the Ultramen through their efforts for humanity will one day be repaid by humankind. I believe that day will come soon." Terrace looked at him calmly, that he understood the meaning behind Maku Mizunishin's words, that he also recognized that humanity had achieved this, specifically the Spatium Amplifier. In the original timeline, the combined strength of humanity and the Ultramen had already been sufficient to defeat the Amplians. "I eagerly anticipated," Terrace gazed deeply at him before departing from the location. As Makamizunishin watched him leave, he clenched his fists tightly, whispering to himself, "It will happen. The bond between humanity and the Ultraman. At last, I have found you." After witnessing Terrace head off in a particular direction, Marin quickly donned her helmet and mounted her motorcycle, discreetly following from a distance. Suddenly, a bird flew overhead. Ah! She was startled, causing her concentration to waver. When she resumed her search for Terrace, she discovered that he had already vanished without a trace. She pounded her chest in frustration, lamenting, "I've lost him." Oh, following others in such a sneaky manner is hardly the behavior of a Guy's member fighting for justice. Just then, a voice echoed from behind Marin. She stiffly turned her head and beheld Terrace's tall figure leaning against a tree, quietly observing her. Marin immediately felt her limbs tremble. She was anxious. She was terrified. For she knew that this seemingly handsome, towering, and approachable man was the very Ultraman capable of defeating monsters single-handedly, as documented in the files. This is a misunderstanding. I am not the sort to follow others indiscriminately. Under Terrace's calm gaze, Marin quickly backpedaled, denying the accusation. Yet Terrace did not allow her the opportunity to make excuses, saying, "You must have seen my true form back then." Chapter 48. The conference of big shots. Marin's body stiffened slightly, her mind conjuring the image of Terrace transforming into a giant amidst a brilliant glow, even casting a glance back at her. With her vivid imagination, she began to envision various scenarios of those who knew too much being silenced to keep secrets. Indeed, the next moment, Terrace's voice turned icy. "If that is the case, to protect the secret, I must eliminate you. After all, only the dead can ensure absolute secrecy." Marin was nearly brought to tears from fright. She regretted her impulsive decision to follow Makamizunishin to this desolate place. Now, she was at the brink of confronting death. She hurriedly pleaded, "No, please, I truly know nothing. I was briefly blinded and saw nothing at all." Terrace was taken aback. Goodness, could this excuse be any more far-fetched? He stepped closer, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. In an instant, Marina felt every hair on her body stand on end, and she let out a shriek. Yet her body remained rigid, paralyzed by fear. "Is this real?" The judgmental voice echoed like that of a demon. Marina sensed her blood racing, her heart threatening to leap from her chest. "Ha! I won't scare you anymore. Is it truly terrifying to you that I reside in your heart?" Terrace retracted his hand, reassuring her. "Do not worry, it's merely a trivial matter. I am, after all, a protector of humanity. Why would I wish to harm you?" Marina was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had just been played. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, she began to cry in grievance. "Wah! You scared me to death." Terrace replied with exasperation. "Curiosity killed the cat. I advise you to suppress your inquisitive nature. Next time you encounter someone else, you may not be so fortunate. I could see this." He waved his hand and prepared to leave. He was not particularly concerned about revealing his identity. Moreover, once this period passed, Earth would possess the capability to venture into the stars. Whether or not he would be exposed was not of great importance. After all, didn't T-Dream Bias eventually reveal his identity? Watching Terrace depart, Marina wiped the tears from her face. After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself and followed him. Are all Ultramen really human? Terrace turned around, astonished by her inquiry. What kind of illogical reasoning is that? He shook his head and responded, "Miss Marina, you seem to have misunderstood the order of things. Ultramen take on human forms merely for convenience in traversing the human world. They are not humans transformed into Ultramen. Ultramen are extraterrestrial beings." Marina suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, as if her long-standing doubts had been resolved. That it appeared she still wished to ask something further. Terrace furrowed his brow. Subsequently, with a mental command, he sealed her ability to speak to that moment. A marathon team was running past him. Meanwhile, in the depths of the universe, under the looming threat of the Dark Legion's forces, the Land of Light could only begin to salvage its losses, deploying a significant number of troops. This had resulted in the defenses of the galaxy becoming increasingly vulnerable. It is important to note that the previous defenses of the galaxy were exceedingly stringent. The 9 planets of the solar system had nearly each established planetary patrol officers. Under such protective measures, many formidable cosmic beasts were intercepted before they could even approach Earth, preventing them from descending and causing catastrophic damage. However, since the end of the Taro era, there have been changes in military deployment here. Additionally, following the large-scale assaults of the Dark Legion on the Land of Light's territory, the forces here had dwindled significantly. During this period, the Dark Legion frequently initiated wars, and the Land of Light realized that the defensive capabilities within the cosmos were becoming insufficient. Thus, there had been no opportunity to reinforce their forces here. Seizing this window of opportunity, several extraterrestrial beings had stealthily infiltrated the solar system, preparing to launch an assault on Earth. They were the Empire Star people, the Gats people, the Nakal people, and the Zerub people. Upon gathering, these 4 extraterrestrial beings discovered that their common target was none other than Earth. Instantly, dissatisfaction arose among them, leading to mutual disdain. Ultimately, they engaged in a fierce battle just outside the solar system. Each party sought to monopolize Earth, yet neither was willing to concede, inevitably leading to a conflict. However, they soon realized that each of their strengths was quite formidable. Continuing to fight like this, they might deplete one another before even reaching Earth. Even if they achieved victory, they would likely suffer severe losses, leaving them without sufficient strength to attack Earth. Thus, amidst their skirmish, they paused. Out of mutual wariness, they began to negotiate. After a brief discussion, they arrived at a result that most found satisfactory. "How about we join forces this time?" proposed the Gats people. "We must remember that there are still light warriors on Earth." The Zera people cackled. "According to reliable information, indeed, 2 light warriors have appeared recently. However, I believe I alone can handle them. This time, I will ensure the Zera people's might is recognized." The Nakal people scoffed. "There are not merely 2 Ultramen on Earth. There are also the first generation. 7, Jack, Ace, and other Ultraman brothers. 20 years ago, they came to Earth to combat the Aber people. According to credible reports, they sealed away the Aber people's Ultraman killer with their very life energy. They are currently living on Earth in human forms." Upon hearing this, the Gats people chuckled. "I have a plan, but before that, we must first gather data on Earth's Ultraman." Terrace contemplated, deciding to give it a try. Perhaps there would be unexpected gains. "I remember that the Guy's organization has its own training center, right?" Terrace suddenly inquired of Marina. Marina, momentarily startled by his question, although unsure of Terrace's intentions, nodded. After all, she had been rendered unable to speak by Terrace, making it impossible for her to voice any thoughts. Observing her reaction, Terrace snapped his fingers, restoring her ability to speak. Yet she couldn't help but complain, "Could you be a little gentler with girls?" Chapter 49. Basic Training. Terrace merely gazed at her calmly. Marina felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly waved her hands. "I'm genuinely afraid of you. I can take you to the training facility as a member of Guys. It has professional training equipment and intelligent coaches. You can learn whatever you wish." After truly interacting with Terrace, Marina found herself less fearful. Perhaps it was because she understood that Terrace had no intention of harming her. Additionally, she regarded Terrace as a hero of humanity, a notion that seemed to negate any reason for fear. Although she was now aware of Terrace's identity, she understood that it was best to keep this secret under wraps. After all, she knew that those so-called heroes cared deeply about maintaining the confidentiality of their identities. Moreover, if Terrace's identity were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly attract a host of troubles, not only from humanity, but also from those who sought to oppose Ultraman. Subsequently, Marina led Terrace to the dedicated training center of Guys. I could see that moment. The facility was completely empty. The training center was vast, featuring a swimming pool, stadium, grassy fields, gym, and more. Everything one could wish for. Terrace couldn't help but marvel at the luxury, exclaiming, "No wonder they are the guardians of Earth. They truly enjoy top-tier treatment." The expansive training center was prepared solely for the mere few members of Guys, a testament to extravagant generosity in such a training environment. It was unsurprising that the members of Guys had become elite among humanity, excelling in both physical abilities and skills. "Try this." Terrace pointed to a short running track within the athletics area. Here, an intelligent program was designed to introduce various running techniques. demonstrating how to achieve absolute perfection in running posture through adjustments in center of gravity, foot placement, and landing force, among other factors. After observing for a while, Terrace attempted to learn these movements. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Host is learning basic human skills. Replacement not possible. Base attributes increased by 0.1. Terrace was taken aback. No way. It works like this? In that moment, he felt he had stumbled upon a bug in the system. This system enhancement was utterly invincible. He would need to plan how to operate it effectively. Seizing the momentum, he continued to engage in other training activities: long-distance running, high jumping, rings, weightlifting, swimming, diving, and more. After a full round of training, he indeed reaped remarkable rewards, with his base attributes increasing by 2.1 this moment. A spaceship hovered in the void of space. They had gathered information regarding the recent appearances of Ultraman on Earth and the subsequent battle situations that moment. A segment of battle footage was playing, depicting the fight between Terrace and Dinozuru upon his arrival. Tyrus has exhibited formidable battlefield control, mastering the rhythm of the entire combat. Ultimately, in a one-sided display of prowess, he vanquished his opponent. Following this, the scene of Tyrus battling Bagaru unfolded. In this confrontation, Bagaru found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Tyrus showcased immense skill and terrifying energy sustainability. Observing the various displays above, the 4 extraterrestrial beings aboard the spaceship wore expressions of deep concern. This Moebius is hardly a credible threat, one of them analyzed. Yet, this Tyrus warrants caution. Our plan involves utilizing the Ultraman brothers to unleash the Ultraman killer, Saurus. We aim to leverage it to realize our dream of cosmic domination. Prior to that, the other Ultramen above are the most suitable bait. If we could devise a means to capture them, we can use them to draw out the beleaguered Ultraman brothers. However, according to the current intelligence, it is evident that this Tyrus presents a significant obstacle. Upon reaching this point, he once again retrieved footage from the time of Leo, depicting Tyrus's arrival on Earth. This battle footage was extracted using his advanced scientific technology from the guy's headquarters. In the footage, Tyrus demonstrated extraordinary physical prowess. With a Tyrus kick, he countered Leo's Leo kick, swiftly concluding the battle. Following that strike, Leo was nearly incapacitated. Subsequently, the alien from Gats retrieved another clip of Tyrus. This was during the pursuit of King Galtan, showcasing a similar overwhelming sense of pressure in combat. Judging from the fragmented battle footage, his beam skills and physical techniques are formidable. Moreover, at this juncture, the Zerub alien gravely noted, it seems he also understands how to wield psychic abilities. The Gats alien nodded. Indeed, this complicates matters. It appears the plan must be momentarily shelved. He then turned his gaze towards the Empire alien. Curious about his thoughts, he was acutely aware that the Empire aliens were all muscle-brained combat maniacs, who had no reason to remain silent at such a critical moment. Yet, the Empire alien merely cleared his throat. Feel free to discuss. I only understand killing and fighting. In truth, he was genuinely intimidated by Tyrus's displayed capabilities. Just moments ago, he had mentally simulated numerous encounters with him, but always felt inexplicably pained in his head, as if Tyrus had cleaved him in two. No. At that moment, the Knuckle alien suddenly interjected. I do not believe that this Ultraman Tyrus is entirely beyond our reach. His words successfully captured everyone's attention, prompting them to turn their gazes towards him. The Knuckle alien then chuckled. I have discovered Tyrus's critical weakness. Is that so? The Gats alien inquired with curiosity. What weakness? Speed, from the analysis of various footage. It is evident that this Ultraman Tyrus has a pronounced speed disadvantage. To deal with such a ferociously aggressive opponent with high physical skills, we must exploit his weakness and devise a targeted strategy to achieve victory effortlessly. The Knuckle alien declared, as if he had seized upon Tyrus's fatal flaw. In that moment, he was exceedingly elated. The others, upon hearing this, quickly reviewed the footage once more and indeed confirmed that the Knuckle alien was entirely correct. Tyrus's battles displayed a characteristic. He charges head-on, never engaging in evasive maneuvers. His attacks are almost always short-range bursts. This implies that his speed is not particularly swift. The reason Tyrus has triumphed each time is that he has yet to encounter an opponent capable of countering him. Such opponents would be those capable of supersonic combat or those with agile maneuvering. Once this weakness is identified, Tyrus is destined to lose. Even the mightiest attack is futile if one cannot seize the opponent. With this realization, the group erupted with excitement. If that is the case, then the situation becomes much more manageable. The Empire alien exclaimed, "I must participate in the first battle." The GATS alien shot him a glance, reminding him that before that, they needed some targeted planning. Regarding speed, I believe we all possess that capability. At this point, they all nodded in agreement. Among them, there were indeed a few who were capable of high-speed combat. The GATS alien could utilize phantom clones, switching between his true self and the clones to confuse the enemy while launching surprise attacks. The Knuckle alien was an exceptional fighter in the universe, particularly adept at agile physical techniques. However, if he intends to confront Tyrus, he may need to undergo some rigorous training. Once they grasped Tyrus's intelligence, the two could certainly formulate targeted plans based on Tyrus's weaknesses, thereby achieving ultimate victory. At that moment, they exchanged knowing smiles, as if victory were already assured. During this period, Tyrus immersed himself in various subjects. His attributes visibly soared. Finally, after an unknown passage of time, he began to seek additional skills. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the training grounds for swordsmanship. Such disciplines exist even in the cosmos. For instance, the upcoming cosmic swordsman, Zamsha, is notably renowned. Even among the Ultraman brothers, there lurks a swordsman, Ace. Ace's swordsmanship is formidable. He once adapted his own decapitating sword style to create a skill, Ace's blade. By harnessing his Ultraman psychic energy and combining it with his own power, he forged an exceptionally sharp, long sword capable of effortlessly severing the heads of super beasts. Tyrus even speculated whether Ace's outstanding swordsmanship led him to develop the decapitating sword style based on his understanding of slashing techniques. Subsequently, Tyrus learned the so-called swordsmanship movements through the intelligent program. Indeed, he received the system's prompt. The system revealed, upon mastering swordsmanship, the host may randomly acquire skills from the following 3 individuals: Brooke, Cavendish, and Kikunajo. What the heck? It can be played like this. Tyrus immediately thought, draw. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Cavendish's beautiful sword. Bluebird, beautiful sword. Swan Lake, beautiful sword. Slay, Prince of Stardust, beautiful sword. Round Table, beautiful sword. Blue, golden, and silver twin axes. Not bad, not bad. The prowess of this nobleman is quite impressive. With that, he promptly accessed the intelligent program to learn dual sword techniques. Upon discovering that the host had mastered dual sword techniques, he received skills. Roranoa Zoro, all dual sword flow skills. Eagle Wave. Rhinoceros returned, 2 slices, Ascending Tower, 2 slices, Responding to Ascending Tower, 2 slices, Flash, 2 slices, Sand Pattern, 2 slices, Demon Bear, Great Strike Sword, Iato, Rashomon, 72 Annoying Winds. Incredible. Indeed, these are Zoro's skills. What a thrill! Alas, this world lacks the 3-sword style technique. However, it's still sufficient. Subsequently, Tyrus retrieved a bamboo sword and effortlessly sliced it against a wooden stick. With a swift cut, the stick split cleanly in 2. The cut was smooth and even, as if it had been severed by a true blade. Tyrus felt satisfied within. Nearby, the alien Truthina gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. He cut through wood with a bamboo sword. Is that truly achievable? It seems only extraterrestrials can accomplish such feats. Truthina mused to herself. Suddenly, Truthina's communicator began to buzz. Is there a monster? Codenamed Volcano Monster Barton. The very creature that once killed Ultraman. Truthina mentioned this. Glancing cautiously at Tyrus on the communicator, Hisashi Tetsahira gravely stated, Indeed. He previously killed both Taro and Zoffy Ultraman. Just moments ago, Mybius battled him and was injured by the toxins in his venomous pouch. He is an exceptionally fearsome monster, Truthina, in disbelief, asked. So, Ultraman can actually die? Hisashi Tetsahira fell silent. Meanwhile, the nearby Masamitsu Shingo spoke. Truthina, Barton is currently heading towards the city. You must go and provide support. The once invincible Ultraman can also perish. Understood. I will head out immediately. Trathena's expression turned serious as she approached Tyrus, exclaiming, "We have a serious problem. A troublesome monster has appeared, the very beast that once killed Ultraman, the fearsome creature responsible for the deaths of Taro and Zoffy Ultraman. Just moments ago, I found myself engaged in a fierce duel with Ultraman Mebius, only to be struck by the opponent's venom. Now, I am uncertain of my fate," she mentioned, observing Teraz's expression closely. Yet, to her surprise, Teraz exhibited no signs of rage, instead displaying an unexpected calmness. "Is it the volcanic bird baton?" The original baton indeed possessed considerable strength. However, this current baton is still quite young and lacks substantial power. Based on Teraz's recollections, this baton should be the offspring of the one that once defeated Zoffy and Taro. It is astonishing how, after decades, it has grown to such a size that IT can still be considered in its adolescent phase. After all, while monsters may not rival the light race in lifespan, they certainly live for millennia. This baton is likely still in its juvenile stage, hence its strength is not as formidable as one might assume. Otherwise, how could a creature that once dominated Zoffy and Taro possibly be on par with Mebius and Guise? "Do you understand?" Marina inquired, of course. "But this monster is merely a child. It is not as fearsome as one might think." Teraz shook his head. Marina was momentarily taken aback that a child. How could something so small subdue Ultraman Mebius to such a state? Marina felt utterly speechless. IT this time. The volcanic bird baton was heading towards the city. Meanwhile, at the Guise base, the team remained preoccupied with the question of whether Ultraman could perish. "So, Ultraman only has one life?" George Kojima queried through the communicator. "That is uncertain. However, historical records suggest that after Zoffy and Taro's demise, they seem to reappear," Tetsu Kurai analyzed. Chapter 51. Seiji Hokuto no, that's not right. The ailing Hibino Mirai, who had been poisoned, promptly corrected them upon entering the control room. While Ultraman can, under certain circumstances, have the opportunity to regain new life, the probability is exceedingly low. It is not a guaranteed success, the others suddenly realized. However, they simultaneously turned their gazes towards Mirai. "Huh. How do you know this?" Mirai's breath hitched, clearly aware that she had been too impulsive and let slip too much. An awkward silence ensued. Just then, Shingo Hashizaki arrived, diverting everyone's attention. Ryu Sakaibara inquired over the communicator. "Hey, is it related to that energy timer?" Tetsu Kurai quickly nodded. "Indeed, it is related. According to the records, once Ultraman dies, the energy timer loses all its brilliance. This appears to represent Ultraman's life clock. In other words, Ultramen fight fiercely within their limited 3 minutes of life." The group was astonished at "Is that so?" But soon, Ryu Sakaibara reacted. "No, wait. Why did Teraz's energy timer seemingly never flicker? Could it be that the time limit is not necessarily only 3 minutes? Confusion enveloped the group. Even Hibino Mirai appeared perplexed. After all, in her understanding, the light race's operational time on Earth indeed only lasts 3 minutes. No one is an exception. Even if there were exceptions, they would only be for shorter durations. For instance, Leo and Astra only have 2 minutes and 40 seconds of active time. The primary reason for this disparity is that those two do not hail from the land of light. They originate from L77, so variations in operational rules are entirely reasonable. However, the situation concerning Teraz remained a mystery. Tetsu Kurai pondered. "Based on my analysis, the timer issue likely has 2 causes. The first is excessive energy consumption, nearing the 3-minute limit. The second possibility is severe vitality depletion, indicated by the red light signifying imminent death. If it consistently remains blue without turning red, perhaps Teraz possesses a truly immortal existence." The group fell silent. They had just concluded that Ultraman only has 1 life, yet now they were suggesting Teraz might be immortal. Wasn't that contradictory? Tetsu Kurai quickly waved his hands. "I am merely speculating. However, according to past records, this is unlikely. Perhaps Teraz possesses some extraordinary secret." Others dismissed it as a jest. Only Hibino Mirai took it seriously. Tetsu Kurai's reasoning held merit. In truth, as beings of light, Ultramen utilize energy to heal from severe injuries. And once their energy is depleted and cannot mend their wounds, it signifies they have truly reached their limit. At that moment, it is indeed the time of death. If Thrashes truly possesses infinite energy as speculated, then he is indeed immortal. As long as his energy does not deplete, he will never face genuine threats to his life. Even if injured, he could recover swiftly. Yet, deep down, he struggled to accept this as reality. In the city, the volcanic bird batten finally descended upon the urban landscape. A tumultuous landing shattered numerous skyscrapers. Stumbling to regain its footing, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames, igniting nearby structures. Batten's flames soared to thousands of degrees. Wherever it passed, towering buildings were instantaneously incinerated, melting into liquid. The scene was utterly tragic. Guy's members had already arrived at the location. Earlier, in an attempt to divert Batten's path, they employed meteor techniques. This had caused their fighter jet engines to reach their limits, rendering them unfit for intense combat. Thus, they could only rely on their standard-issue firearms for ranged attacks. However, they could not inflict any genuine damage. After a round of fire, Batten became enraged, spewing high-temperature flames towards their position. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Ultraman Mebius re-emerged. However, due to earlier exposure to Batten's potent toxin, his vitality was hanging by a thread. Even though he had transformed, the colorful timer on his chest flickered wildly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. This guy, Ryu Sakaibara, was moved upon witnessing this. He only has one life, yet he chooses to fight until the very last moment. The cuisine here is truly delightful. Thrashes was currently in a restaurant. The surrounding patrons had evacuated at lightning speed. Only one chef, donned in a white hat, remained, bustling about as if unperturbed by the monster's approach. However, Marina beside him was growing increasingly anxious. "Hurry, Mebius is running out of time," she urged fervently. This time, having foreseen Batten's arrival, she had insisted on bringing Thrashes to the vicinity. Yet unexpectedly, Thrashes had taken to enjoying a meal. No need to rush. Thrashes was confident that Mebius would not encounter any danger. His gaze remained fixed on the chef before him, for he was someone he recognized all too well, the person he had long sought, Seiji Hokuto, the human form of Ace Ultraman. At that moment, Seiji Hokuto was diligently preparing ingredients. Despite the monster's looming presence, he exhibited no signs of panic, confidently crafting his signature dish for Thrashes. Achieving this level of composure requires an exceptionally strong spirit. "Young man, the monster is approaching. Do you not feel fear?" Seiji Hokuto presented the meticulously prepared dish to Thrashes, wearing a warm smile. "That aren't you the same?" Thrashes retorted. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Observing this scene, Marina was left speechless. Truly, these were two fearless individuals, though she believed Thrashes' bravery stemmed from his immense power. While the chef appeared to be simply unafraid of death, such a courageous young man is indeed a rarity. Badaoxing C could not help but exclaim that he reminisced about his youth, a time when, despite possessing nothing, he dared to charge headlong into the fray against the super beast while driving a truck. Chapter 52. The Sword of Ikari. Although had Ace not appeared to merge with him, he would likely have perished. Yet, isn't it the essence of youth to possess that fiery spirit? You must be members of Guys, right? Badaoxing C inquired again. Talas swiftly finished the meal before him. For the Light Clan, there is essentially no need for sustenance. Otherwise, in that barren land of light, there would be nothing to consume. Moreover, the Light Clan's source of nourishment is solely light energy. In simple terms, as long as they engage in photosynthesis, they can maintain basic life signs. This individual beside me is a formal member, while I am merely an ordinary person. Thank you for your hospitality. Senior Badaoxing. Talas stood up. Badaoxing C's expression shifted slightly. He was certain he had not divulged his name to the young man before him, and he was equally certain he did not know the other. A humble chef like himself should not attract such attention, should he? Just then, his form suddenly stiffened. He then relaxed, a glimmer of understanding crossing his face. Talas remained still, locking eyes with him. These two peculiar individuals left Marina feeling immensely troubled. At such a time, were they really still staring at each other in bewilderment? The meal was finished. Shouldn't they be addressing Batten now? At this moment, Talas and Beidauxing C had already commenced a mental communion, engaging in a heart-to-heart exchange. Ace, it has indeed been a long time. Talas remarked that, I just met 7. It seems you have fully embraced the guise of an ordinary human these days. Beidauxing C was taken aback. Who are you? Talas. Talas nodded slowly. Da-da. So, it is you. Beidauxing C's realization dawned. He had followed the news earlier and was aware that 2 Ultramen had descended, Mebius and Talas. He was not particularly familiar with Talas, having only seen him a few times, and therefore did not recognize him at first. Speaking of which, Master Zophi had once mentioned giving him the opportunity to learn some light techniques from Ace. Regrettably, the cosmic war erupted shortly thereafter, and the first generation, 7, Jack, and Ace had all mysteriously vanished from Earth, leaving that matter temporarily unresolved. Talas suddenly said, as luck would have it, we are about to face the volcanic monster Batten. This creature has previously claimed the lives of both Master Zophi and Senior Taro. Why not, Ace, impart a few powerful light techniques to me? Beidauxing C felt genuine admiration for Talas's audacity. He showed no hint of embarrassment. Despite just having met, he got straight to the point, requesting to learn his signature skills without even the pretense of pleasantries. Beidauxing C could not help but chuckle bitterly. You know, I am well aware of your capabilities. This Batten is hardly a match for you. Your reasoning is rather superficial. Talas chuckled. Is that so? You've seen through me. Beidauxing C felt both exasperated and amused. Your main objective must be to learn the decapitating blade. Am I correct? Talas nodded. That was indeed his primary goal, but if he could acquire additional skills, that would be even better. Having encountered Beidauxing C now, he naturally could not let this opportunity slip away. In his eyes, Ace was a treasure trove. Among the known skills Ace possessed, he had nearly 79. This included 32 light techniques, 20 combat skills, and nearly 27 special abilities. Others merely had a few standard moves, repeating the same tricks. Only Ace dazzled in battle, unleashing a myriad of spectacular skills, none of which were alike. He believed that if he could master all of Ace's skills, he would become immensely powerful. The decapitating blade is not merely something that can be learned. Beidauxing C declared solemnly, you must first master the way of the sword. The reason I developed the decapitating blade skill is due to my insights into swordsmanship. Talas's lips curled slightly. What a coincidence, he had recently delved into swordsmanship and had gained some understanding. Ace, how fortuitous! I have just begun practicing swordsmanship and have gained some insights. Talas then added, please first share with me the forging methods of the blade of Ace. Subsequently, I will employ swordsmanship to deal with Batten. Beidauxing C gazed at Talas in astonishment that you've just begun practicing swordsmanship. Merely beginning, you are still far from mastery. He felt quite helpless in an attempt to dissuade Talas. He nonetheless shared the forging methods of the blade of Ace. Master the blade of Ace. One must first possess a certain level of ultra-telekinetic strength. Furthermore, one must transform the nature of energy to give it physical form. Beidauxing C provided a brief explanation. He did not expect Talas to truly learn it, for he understood well that the blade of Ace incorporated elements of the decapitating blade style, which demanded a high level of control over energy. Even if Talas was extraordinarily talented, he could not simply grasp the method and expect to succeed. This required a foundation in the decapitating blade. Discovering that the host had acquired the blade of Ace would it replace with Wado Ikamanji. Wado Ikamanji, one of the great swords, the 21st in the series, is actually the paired sword of Kuna. Replace, Talas silently mused. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Rorinoa Zoro's paired sword. Wado Ikamanji. All right, now it belongs to Zoro. Talas chuckled. Now, I will take care of Batten. With that, Talas turned and departed the restaurant. Marina was also quite anxious, although she did not fully comprehend what had just transpired. Talas's readiness to confront Batten was a positive development. She hurriedly followed suit. Beidauxing C, shaking his head in resignation, suddenly froze. Has this fellow not yet paid? At that moment, Mebius was locked in a fierce battle with Batten. Even in its juvenile stage, Batten was thoroughly dominating Mebius, pushing him into a desperate struggle. Moreover, Mebius was currently afflicted by a potent toxin. Observing the scene before them, Akiyama Ryu and the others could not help but feel a wave of concern for Mebius. "Marina, where have you been?" At that moment, Marina dashed over. Upon seeing Marina, who had been missing for quite some time, their teammates could not help but voice their complaints. Chapter 53. Improved? Marina hurriedly replied, "I was delayed by some other matters." With that, she directed her gaze towards the battlefield. She was unaware of how Batten had previously slain Zophi and Taro. Although this monster could suppress Mebius, it still did not seem overly formidable. Yet, recalling its past achievements, she felt a twinge of worry. Am I actually concerned for him? After all, he had just teased me. Marina quickly shook her head, casting aside her thoughts. "Look, it's Tolla's Ultraman." The crowd brightened at the sight of a radiant beam shooting skyward. A red and silver giant appeared before the volcanic monster Batten. This moment. Upon witnessing Tolla's arrival, Mebius too relaxed, immediately collapsing to the ground. Upon seeing yet another obstacle before it, Batten was instantly enraged. It had been in slumber, only to be awakened by a mysterious force. Upon awakening, feeling its hunger as it was growing, it sought to find some nourishment, humans, to replenish its energy. Who could have anticipated that bothersome foes would appear? This irked it greatly. Without hesitation, it unleashed a torrent of flames towards Talas. Talas extended his hand, and a protective barrier materialized before him, absorbing the attack. Just as Batten finished expelling its flames, Talas suddenly thrust both hands forward. Barrier fruit. Charging bull charge. Buton felt an invisible shockwave collide violently with him. Instantly propelling him away, he executed a full 720-degree roll in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The earth trembled beneath the weight of his massive form. Dazed and disoriented from the impact, Buton staggered to his feet. Upon inspecting his abdomen, he discovered a significant dent had formed. Terrace nodded in satisfaction. To prevent fatal harm to the Buton before him, he had only unleashed half of his power. Surprisingly, it had failed to injure the tough-skinned and resilient Buton. It must be said that despite being in his growth phase, Buton had fully inherited his race's characteristic traits, a tough hide and remarkable defense. However, it was the fire-based attacks that constituted Buton's most formidable offensive capability. After all, Buton had once ignited Zophi's head with his flames, subjecting him to decades of humiliation as the Flaming Head. The temperature of Buton's flames was secondary. What was truly peculiar was their ability to burn on any material. For the Light Clan, perhaps the greatest fear was neither light nor heat. Thus, mere thermal assaults or simple fire attacks were nearly incapable of inflicting immediate fatal damage. They would merely cause injury. However, to heal from such injuries required immense energy. And once that energy was depleted, death would inevitably follow. It was precisely due to Buton's unique flame-burning characteristic that he could ignite the bodies of the Light Clan. Therefore, once ignited, if not effectively extinguished, the inflicted damage would continue to escalate, leading to demise. Of course, this tactic would have no effect on Terrace. It would undoubtedly cause pain, but it would not be lethal. The moment had arrived, sensing that Buton was completely enraged and charging toward him. Terrace's gaze hardened. Then, a flash of light emanated from his hand, a slender blade, glimmering with a cold light, materialized in his grasp. With a single motion, Terrace summoned the Taoist blade upon the appearance of this long knife. He could even sense its terrifying sharpness, as if it could part the air itself. Not far away, Beidauxing glanced towards Terrace's direction with astonishment. It had truly succeeded. His pupils dilated. Initially, he had merely wanted to dissuade Terrace, but he never anticipated that Terrace would actually master it. What a joke! How could someone who had never learned the decapitation blade forge the Blade of Ace? Yet, why did it seem somewhat different from his own Blade of Ace? Beidauxing's mind was in turmoil. Could it be that while Terrace learned it, he also modified it? He began to question his own expertise. Not only had Terrace created the Blade of Ace without learning the decapitation blade, but he had also enhanced it. This completely contradicted his understanding. What kind of talent did Terrace possess? Beidauxing was now wholly convinced that Terrace had reached an unimaginable level of swordsmanship. Furthermore, his ability to transcend boundaries in learning surpassed all logical reasoning. Beidauxing found himself at a loss for words. After Terrace condensed the blade of Terrace, he effortlessly twirled it, producing a sharp sound that sliced through the air, igniting sparks. He then beckoned to the fiery avian Buton. "Come forth." Buton, sensing the overt provocation from Terrace, erupted in fury, unleashing a torrent of high-temperature flames. Terrace's gaze sharpened. The blade in his hand immediately sliced through the flames. With a sharp sound, the flames were instantaneously severed in two. However, to Terrace's astonishment, the remnants of the flames clung to his blade like parasites, igniting upon contact. With a gentle shake of his hand, Terrace dispersed the flames from his blade and advanced step by step towards Buton. Buton spread his wings, whipping up a fierce wind as he charged towards Terrace. Yet Terrace stood firm, as if his feet had taken root in the face of winds equivalent to a level 16 tempest. He remained utterly unyielding. He even wielded his long knife to cleave the pressure of the wind before him. Beidao watched from afar. Dumbfounded, he had never imagined that one could slice through a gale. After all, wind pressure was an intangible force. How could a sharp weapon cut through it? Terrace's swordsmanship must have reached an astonishing level. In his presence, there was nothing that could not be severed. Beidao took a deep breath and arrived at a conclusion. This was the ultimate pursuit of swordsmanship. As long as there was the resolve to sever all, nothing could obstruct the blade in hand. Buton's mind, clearly unable to comprehend the spectacle before it, resorted to flight after realizing that none of its attacks were effective. It soared high into the sky, diving down towards Terrace. Faced with the aerial assault of the volcanic avian Buton, Terrace slightly lowered his head. This scene elicited gasps from everyone present. The speed of Buton's flight was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Terrace, his hardened beak aimed to strike. Yet Terrace relaxed his body, raising his long knife with ease. The Cavendish beautiful sword Blue Bird. In an instant, the blade in his hand radiated brilliance. With a resounding clang, Buton's momentum did not wane. His body was instantly cleaved in two, falling to either side of Terrace. With a thunderous crash, clouds of dust were kicked up. Terrace glanced at the Taoist blade in his hand, murmuring with a smile, "Impressive." Was each of Terrace's battle styles distinct? "Not far away," Julai Jipping exclaimed with excitement. This time he actually employed swordsmanship. I have only seen this technique used by Ace in the records, where he once severed the heads of two super monsters in one strike. It is said to be a blade condensed by sheer will. The crowd marveled in awe. Not only was Terrace's combat style unique each time, but it was also consistently formidable, somewhere in the solar system. The new battle footage of Terrace reached the Gassixing people, who could not help but gasp. Swordsmanship? Could it be that Terrace is a cosmic swordsman? It is quite possible. The Naker people analyzed. Nevertheless, it matters not. We will act according to his weaknesses, having grasped his combat data. As long as we take precautions, we shall be fine. The Imperial people were brimming with enthusiasm. When shall we strike? I want to be the first to take the stage. I can definitely eliminate Terrace in one fell swoop. No rush. It will only be a few days. We need to formulate a detailed plan. After all, Terrace is merely a side issue. Our true objective remains the Ultra Brothers. After dealing with Buton, Terrace turned his gaze towards a particular direction. At that moment, Bogazu was observing everything from a distance. Her eyes filled with trepidation. Upon sensing Terrace's gaze, beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. A spatial portal appeared behind her, and she jumped into it, vanishing without a trace. Terrace chuckled. Did I manage to scare her off? At that moment, Bogazu was overwhelmed with fear. She understood that Buton's emergence was undoubtedly linked to her. More precisely, it was Bogazu who had summoned him. Bogazu had the ability to enhance her power by continuously devouring other monsters or supernatural beings. Perhaps before her strength could grow, she would retreat at the sight of him. Subsequently, the blade of Terrace in his hand transformed into a beam of light and dissipated. After Terrace departed the battlefield, he gradually shrank back to his human form. Meanwhile, Beidao had somehow appeared not far from him. Terrace, you truly possess boundless potential, Beidao declared solemnly. Terrace replied. So, what shall we discuss? Beidao sighed. The decapitation blade skill is not to be taken lightly. It has been classified as a forbidden technique by the Light Nation. Even I, when wishing to employ it, must seek permission from the Light Nation. Thus, I can teach you, but I hope you will not misuse it. Terrace nodded. He was well aware that these forbidden skills often came with restrictions. However, in the current stage, wasn't Ace able to freely wield the decapitation blade across various parallel universes in the later stages? It is evident that by that time, this restriction had already been lifted. Moreover, having learned the guillotine skill, it remains uncertain what skill the system will substitute it with. Even the Kingdom of Light has no record of it. What a farce! Subsequently, Beidao passed the guillotine technique on Atalas. However, the guillotine technique is not merely a single move. There exists the ultra guillotine, vertical guillotine, horizontal guillotine, circular guillotine, multiple guillotines, and the ultimate guillotine. Upon discovering that the host had acquired the guillotine technique, it was noted that they gained sword energy attributes. Sword energy? This immediately invigorated Talas. Whether the guillotine technique has alternative skills is of no concern. After all, they're all light-based skills that could be simulated or substituted using the Shining Fruit or Thunder Fruit without arousing suspicion. However, the light skills inherent to the guillotine technique are merely one of Ace's most formidable skill categories. For someone like him, who possesses dozens of skills, it is but a trifling matter. If he could master all the skills Ace possesses, Talas believed he could awaken the Shining Fruit. With this thought in mind, Talas couldn't help but gaze eagerly at Beidao and Ace, asking, "Is there anything more?" Beidao expression darkened. "What do you want now? Haven't I already taught you enough?" Yet Talas shook his head and replied, "Ace, it's not for my own sake. It's because danger is approaching. I need to grow stronger, as the Amperians have set their sights on this planet. It may not be long before Earth becomes a battleground for the Amperians. And as the main force of the Kingdom of Light, we are currently restrained by the Dark Legion in space. By then, the only ones who might face the Amperians will be me and Driambius. Therefore, I must enhance my strength as swiftly as possible." Hearing this, Beidao face turned grave. "No wonder the captain sent you to Earth. Logically, given your potential, you should be at the cosmic front lines. This would certainly increase our chances of success. It seems the captain has indeed considered this deeply and made some arrangements. Merely learning skills will not lead to true strength, especially in the face of the Amperians. Talas, you must seek out your own bonds. Only the power of protection is the ultimate strength. As long as you possess the heart to guard what is important to you, you can attain true power." Talas was somewhat speechless. He was not a genuine ultra. What use were bonds to him? However, he feigned a look of being taught and said, "I understand the reasoning, but when will you teach me?" Ace, Beidao lips twitched slightly, and after a moment, he calmed down. Considering Talas's age, he felt he was still too young to comprehend his words. After all, when he was young, he too had been resistant to such teachings. Nevertheless, he believed that since Talas had come to Earth, he would eventually find his own bonds. That he was confident that day was not far off. He had once been in the same position, having found what he wished to protect, and gradually matured. Thus, he spoke, "I can't possibly teach you everything, can I? Moreover, while I have developed some light skills, there are times I may not recall them myself." Talas replied, "Then teach me the Metalium Ray first." Chapter 55. Bagaru's Goldis is one of Ace's most prized skills and his most frequently used finishing move. Very well, Beidao pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding. The host has learned the Metalium Ray, enhancing the Shining Fruit skill, Yada no Kagami. Not bad. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a skill enhancement. Among the light skills he currently possesses are the M87 Ray, Spatium Ray, Metalium Ray, and Strium Ray. He still needs to collect either the Cluster Ray or the Emilium Ray, as well as the Hitchram Ray. Once he gathers them all, he should have a chance to awaken the Shining Fruit. At the battlefield aftermath, Bagaru once again devoured two monsters, transforming into a human form, but a cruel smile adorned her face. "In no time, I will complete my evolution. When that happens, I will surely devour Talas the Ultraman." Although she currently dared not provoke Talas, given time, she was certain she would become more powerful than him. At least, that was her belief. Once she attained greater strength, her first target would be Talas, for she could sense the nearly limitless power within him. That power was simply immense. She even thought that if she could consume Talas, she could instantly surpass her master, the wicked Bagaru, at that moment. A cold voice rang out. Accompanying it was a blade of light. In an instant, Bagaru vanished. Then from afar, she glanced back at the night sword, transformed from Captain Serzawa, and scoffed. What an annoying fellow! Seeing Bagaru's disappearing figure. Night Sword's face was filled with fury. I am still not strong enough. I let her escape again, a week later, in the guy's control room. During this time, has Bagaru been continuously consuming monsters? Shingo Hakusui scrutinized the observational data, his expression grave. Bagaru had been summoning monsters incessantly, yet they had been unable to respond effectively. Bagaru's escape skills are too formidable. Even when they once cornered her alongside Driambius, they ultimately couldn't finish her off because she possesses the ability to switch places. The moment she senses a lethal threat, she immediately flees. What surprised them, however, was that the blue giant seemed to have grown stronger this time. Previously, this blue giant had nearly perished against Bagaru. If not for their rescue alongside Driambius, he would have long been dead. In just a few days, he had somehow grown this much stronger. The situation is indeed grim. Shingo Hakusui couldn't help but think of Talas, that if Talas were here, perhaps there wouldn't be so many problems. Bagaru was suspected to have appeared in the abyss. At that moment, a voice from the communicator announced Ryusei Egawa's presence. Shingo Hakusui immediately responded. Can you discern this fellow's intentions? Ryusei Egawa's voice came through again. It's currently unclear. However, based on my observations, he seems to be heading towards the suburbs. For now, he poses no threat to the city. Shingo Hakusui's expression turned serious. Guys, mobilize! Everyone immediately sprang into action. Ryusei Egawa remarked with a hint of sentiment. I have an aunt there too. With that, Ryusei, you must quickly stop Bagaru. Shingo Hakusui shook his head helplessly. I'll also find time to meet your aunt. Where is Bagaru now? Asked Tetsu Kurai. After checking the satellite, he wore a peculiar expression. It seems her destination is a ranch. A ranch? Ryusei Egawa muttered, but he quickly caught on. What did you say? A ranch? Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. It can't be just a coincidence, can it? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Ryusei Egawa hurriedly pressed it, of course. I couldn't have misread. The name of the ranch seems to be Kyoko Ranch. Tetsu Kurai shrugged. There's no need to worry too much. It might not be your aunt's ranch. Besides, even if it is, you can catch up and reminisce. Shingo Hakusui frowned. Rescuing any civilian is our guy's duty. Tetsu Kurai realized he had misspoken and promptly fell silent. Ryusei Egawa trembled. Damn it, why did this guy choose this location? Let us move, Shingo Hakusui replied, dumbfounded. First, we need to evacuate the crowd. At that moment, 2 fighter jets descended from above Kyoko Ranch. Kyoko Egawa slightly raised her head, her gaze remarkably calm. During this time, she had spent with Talas, yet she had never broken that thin layer of ice, which left her feeling quite anxious. After being purified by Talas, she had always believed that acquiring this power was a blessing from heaven, granting her the chance to be with Talas. I wonder where Miss Kyoko Egawa is. As the guy's members disembarked from the fighter jets, she responded, I am. Kyoko Egawa gave them a slight nod. Having secluded herself for over 20 years made her quite averse to interacting with strangers. Thus, upon meeting a few of them, she remained as cold as ice. Are you? The crowd, however, remained utterly oblivious to his demeanor, completely overtaken by astonishment. This really Ehara Ryu's aunt? How can she be so youthful? She hardly resembles someone in her 40s. One could easily believe she was merely 18. Are you truly Miss Ehara Kyoko? George Bandu found himself compelled to confirm. You have business with us? Ehara Kyoko furrowed her brow. Is my name not authentic? No. The crowd quickly apologized. Then are you aware of Ehara Ryu? Indeed, that moment. Ehara Ryu was hiding timidly behind the crowd, utterly flabbergasted. This truly his eccentric aunt with such remarkable strength. How could she possibly look this young? She seems even younger than him, and he is already 26 years old. In this instant, even his aunt seemed too shy to speak up. Are you friends of Ryu? Ehara Kyoko inquired. The crowd turned their gaze towards Ehara Ryu, who, with his head bowed, dared not utter a word, rendering the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Is like this. Miss Ehara. Miku Hibino hastily interjected. We have received information that a monstrous creature is heading towards your ranch. We hope you can take refuge promptly. A monster? Ehara Kyoko appeared to have some dormant DNA awakened within her, brimming with a desire to engage the beast in battle. This might be a remnant of the countless times she had lost control over the past 2 decades. Chapter 56. The growth of the Knight's sword, however, with outsiders present, transforming was not feasible. Thus she sought alternative distractions. Her gaze then fell upon a nearby jeep, which appeared to be improperly parked. And so, before the astonished eyes of all, she delivered a powerful kick. Thud! The jeep slid several meters, perfectly aligning itself within the parking space. The crowd watched in sheer disbelief, jaws nearly hitting the ground. Even Shingo Hashizu, stationed in the base's command center, along with his aide, were equally astounded. This was utterly outrageous. No wonder Ehara Ryu was so fearful of his aunt. Not only Ryu, but who wouldn't he be intimidated by such terrifying strength? They even began to question whether such a powerful woman could genuinely find a boyfriend. One could imagine that merely holding her hand might result in a crushed palm. George Bandu, sweating profusely, stammered, "We are unsure. How do you feel about our proposal?" Ehara Kyoko nodded. "I shall comply. Have the workers evacuate promptly." George Bandu quickly added, "You must also leave. This place is perilous that we will confront the monster. Once it is safe, you may return." At that moment, a tall and handsome man approached. "Kyoko, what is happening?" he asked. "They say a monster is approaching our ranch." "Oh," the man nodded, his expression remarkably calm. The crowd was instantly taken aback. What kind of mindset do these two possess? They hear of an impending monster, yet remain entirely unfazed. "Kyoko, is this your boyfriend?" George Bandu inquired cautiously. Indeed, Ehara Kyoko rarely displayed a smile, yet one graced her face now. Is he truly her boyfriend? The terrifying strength Ehara Kyoko had just exhibited made everyone cast sympathetic glances towards the distant Talas. Clearly, they believed that Talas' future would be grim. Meanwhile, Ehara Ryu was utterly bewildered. What on earth? It was astonishing enough that his aunt was so youthful, but why did her boyfriend appear the same? His future uncle-in-law? Talas, observing Ehara Ryu and the others, felt perplexed upon learning of the monster's approach. Yet when he discovered that the attacking creature was Bogazu, he couldn't help but chuckle. The skies have cleared, and the rain has ceased. Bogazu felt as though she could triumph once more. Recently, Talas had rarely ventured out, spending his time assisting at Ehara Kyoko's ranch, allowing himself to unwind while learning various skills from the Juron group. That we must leave at once. It will be too late if we delay. Ehara Ryu urged anxiously. Talas nodded towards Ehara Kyoko, and then followed Ehara Ryu and the others towards the refuge area. Just then, on the path ahead, the Night Sword obstructed Bogazu's advance. "Bogazu, this time I shall not let you escape." With that, he summoned his light sword and charged forward. Bogazu smirked coldly. During this time, she had devoured no fewer than a dozen monsters, enhancing her strength severalfold. She felt capable of obliterating anything. Therefore, when faced with the advancing Night Sword, she exhibited not an ounce of alarm. With a flick of her hand, she unleashed a destructive energy blast. Boom! The terrifying explosion force sent him staggering backward in disbelief. During this time, having learned from earlier lessons imparted by Talas, he had been diligently pushing his latent potential, resulting in a significant increase in his power. The Night Sword had evolved into a high-ranking warrior. This dramatic boost in strength instilled within him immense confidence. He believed this time, Bogazu would surely be no match for him. Yet unexpectedly, after their initial clash, he found himself at a severe disadvantage. However, just as the Night Sword regained his composure, a shadow suddenly struck. It was Bogazu's tail. High-voltage electricity surged from her tail, swiftly enveloping the Knight's sword. Zzz. The Knight's sword was instantly paralyzed, collapsing to the ground. Clearly, Bogazu had little interest in him. Upon witnessing the Knight's sword incapacitated, she kicked him aside and redirected her gaze towards the distant ranch. Her primary objective for coming here was to devour Talas. She had been observing him at this ranch all this time. Immediately, she set forth towards Talas's location. This time, she intended to win decisively. After all, Tala's had nearly defeated her, and she had expended tremendous effort to recover from her injuries. Now, with a glimmer of hope, she wished to make Tala's feel the despair she once endured. Has the Blue Ultraman been defeated? At that moment, the Guise members, observing the scene, grew solemn. The Blue Giant's power was undoubtedly formidable, at least superior to the current Mebius. Yet, it had failed to endure even a single round against Bogazu. This clearly indicated how immensely Bogazu's strength had escalated. It was known that the initial confrontation between Bogazu and the Blue Giant had been fiercely contested. Although the Blue Giant ultimately had the upper hand, Bogazu's growth was visible, becoming increasingly formidable day by day. Now, she had become so terrifying that even the Blue Giant could not withstand a single exchange. Contemplating this, the crowd felt a sense of quiet shock. They even began to question whether Talas could suppress Bogazu if he were to confront her again. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the scene as Mebius made his entrance. The moment he appeared, he charged directly at Bogazu. Observing this, the Guise members could not help but sigh. If even the Blue Giant had fallen, it was evident that Mebius would also stand little chance against Bogazu. Among the three Ultramen, Mebius was the weakest. He had even struggled against the previous female Ultraman. As the crowd sighed, indeed, Mebius found himself comprehensively overwhelmed by Bogazu. Yet unexpectedly, this time, Mebius did not appear as weak as they had imagined. He was not instantly defeated and managed to hold his ground. He had grown stronger. Everyone gazed in astonishment at Mebius. It turned out that not only Bogazu and the Blue Giant were growing stronger, but Mebius was also rapidly increasing in strength. At this moment, Bogazu's power surged, greatly enhancing her physique and imbuing her with unimaginable strength. Yet Mebius could withstand her attacks. He only faltered when Bogazu unleashed her energy beam assault. Chapter 57. The Imperial Star People strike, seizing the opportunity. The Night Sword fired the Night Ray at Bogazu. It seemed as if Bogazu had eyes on her back, sensing the energy fluctuations behind her. She unfalteringly turned around and unleashed a barrage of destructive energy blasts from her head. The intense collision of energies revealed that the Knight's Sword's attack was still lacking in potency. The successive energy blasts shattered his assault, and the subsequent strikes slammed directly into him. The Knight's Sword suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Observing this, Mebius swiftly leapt beside the Knight's Sword at that moment. The red lights on the Knight's Sword flickered rapidly, clearly reaching its limit. Mebius spoke solemnly. "Do not let your hatred blind you. Such a path will inevitably lead you into darkness. True strength does not manifest in this manner." Previously, Mebius had encountered the Knight's Sword and learned about the tragic fate of planet ABO from him. Although he understood that the current Knight's Sword, blinded by hatred, had ceased to be his true self, he still wished to reach out, for his brothers had told him that true power lies in the protection of what is precious. However, the Knight's Sword displayed an expression of impatience. "Stop getting in the way." Just as he was about to push Mebius away, he realized that his energy was nearly depleted. To his astonishment, he found himself pinned down by Mebius. "You rascal!" At that moment, the Knight's Sword discovered that Mebius was also of a high warrior caliber. Clearly, while he had been progressing, Mebius had also been advancing. Although his growth was fueled by the collective resentment of planet ABO, what had spurred Mebius on? This reflection led the Knight's Sword to contemplate the distinctions between races in the Land of Light. Whether of the silver or the red race, they were all born warriors. The moment their genes awakened, the power they acquired was far beyond what the blue race could compare. In that instant, the Knight's Sword felt as though he had underestimated Mebius. It is worth noting that the Knight's Sword had previously held Mebius in disdain. During earlier pursuits of Bogalu, he had clashed with Mebius several times, each time emerging as the overwhelming victor. Unexpectedly, after being subdued so many times, Mebius had not succumbed to despair, but had instead grown at an astonishing pace. Truly remarkable. The Knight's Sword mused silently to himself. "What are you doing?" He had long felt that if he were to face Talas now, he would not suffer such a humiliating defeat. There was even a possibility of victory. He had always regarded Talas as his greatest obstacle. For if he wished to accomplish anything, no one could hinder him besides Talas. Yet now, It appeared he had overlooked one crucial individual. Mengbius. Fortunately, Mengbius was not yet his equal, although he was rapidly developing. He still lacked a bit of finesse. Just then, Bagaloo launched a series of destructive energy blasts towards him. Mengbius, straining with effort, conjured a protective barrier and placed it in front of the Night Sword. Mengbius's defense was instantly shattered, and he was subsequently struck by the remaining energy blasts. In excruciating pain, he did not budge an inch, instead using his body as a shield to protect the Night Sword. "You fool!" The Night Sword was suddenly moved. Despite having attempted to kill him several times, why was this individual so recklessly standing in front of him? Was this not the essence of his resolve? The Night Sword's previously sealed heart began to waver. Bagaloo's voice echoed. "What a pair of nuisances! Since it has come to this, allow me to devour you both before I consume Talus. To augment my strength." An invisible spacecraft concealed itself in the sky. A boisterous voice emerged from within. "These two have grown so much, they will surely become our hindrance." The irate voice of an Imperial alien resounded. "Let me deal with these two." He contemplated that before tackling Talus, he would eliminate the Night Sword and Mengbius as a warm-up. However, the Gotzi alien chuckled sinisterly. "They're no match for us, though they are both high warriors. They remain far too weak. However, we can collect their data. It may prove useful." At this point, the Gotzi alien pointed to the large screen displaying Xiang Yuan Jingzi, who was fleeing with Xiang Yuan Long and others. "If I am not mistaken, this should be someone of great significance to Talus. If we capture her first, even if our plan falters, we will still possess a safeguard." The others' eyes lit up at once. Although they believed their plan to be foolproof, any endeavor could encounter unforeseen complications. In the event of a mishap, they could utilize Xiang Yuan Jingzi as a shield, leaving Talus in a state of desperation. Meanwhile, at the location where Mengbius and the Night Sword confronted Bagaloo, the two had joined forces to combat their adversary. This was an exceedingly rare instance of collaboration, and their coordination displayed a modicum of synergy. Yet, they were still no match for Bagaloo, and soon found themselves overwhelmed. The color timers on both of them flickered wildly, as if they might extinguish at any moment. "Become my sustenance," Bagaloo sneered ominously. Then opened the maw on her back. Suddenly, an alarm blared in Bagaloo's mind, and a sense of danger surged within her. In that fleeting moment, she could only roll aside. With a sharp sound, a weapon sliced through the surrounding terrain. Cleaving a nearby mountain in half, Bagaloo's pupils constricted slightly. A cold sweat broke out as she quickly turned her head, only to see Talus observing her from a distance at the guy's base. The captain reported, "According to our analysis, Bagaloo has absorbed a massive number of monsters, resulting in a terrifying accumulation of high-purity energy within her. If she were to perish, that would likely devastate everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers." Takashi Hirai exclaimed in shock, directing his gaze towards the screen. He silently prayed that Talus would notice this detail, that if it came to a confrontation, they needed to devise a way to draw her into outer space. Otherwise, everything around them would be obliterated in an instant. Chapter 58, Rampant Bombardment. Moreover, under such an explosion, even Talus himself would not escape unscathed. In the outskirts of Shinto, Bagaloo declared, "Talus, I have awaited you for a long time. This time, I shall repay the humiliation of our last encounter in full." "Congratulations are in order," Talus replied calmly. Bagaloo scoffed, then prepared to witness. With that, she unleashed a barrage of destructive energy blasts toward Talus's direction. Talus's gaze sharpened as he delivered a powerful punch. The barrier fruit activated, creating a defensive shield. The energy blast detonated mid-air. "Have you ever experienced true despair?" Talus chuckled. In his previous encounter with Bagaloo, he had employed an oppressive combat style. This time, he intended to adopt a different approach, an intricate technical strategy. Upon witnessing Talus effortlessly block her attack, Bagaloo felt no surprise. That had merely been a probing strike. She charged at Talus, determined to reclaim the advantage in physical prowess, having suffered a setback in their previous duel. Now, her power had surged, and she felt confident she would not lose to Talus again. Shimmering Fruit Laser Beam. Talas unleashed a beam of light that surged toward Boogaloo with lightning speed. Taken aback, Boogaloo hastily attempted to evade by sidestepping. Yet, she was a moment too late, resulting in one of her horns being shattered by the beam. With a cry of anguish, Boogaloo soared into the sky, launching a frenzied barrage of destructive energy blasts that encompassed all directions. Simultaneously, her tail released a powerful high-voltage current, attempting to restrict Talas's movements. Observing this relentless onslaught, Talas smiled slightly. Barrier Fruit Shield Ball. This skill had been enhanced by Ace's barrier. The incoming energy blasts were immediately intercepted by the shield, resulting in a series of violent explosions. As Boogaloo's assault subsided, Talas's form re-emerged, crackling with energy. Thunderbolt Fruit Discharge. Max 200 million volts. Without hesitation, he directed his attack straight at the airborne Boogaloo. Feeling the overwhelming surge of energy, Boogaloo's scalp prickled. And she dared not delay. She attempted to counter it with her destructive energy blasts, but each of her projectiles was swiftly dismantled upon contact with the electric discharge. Ultimately, in a moment of desperation, Boogaloo had no choice but to employ her instantaneous movement and vacate her original location. A thunderous explosion resounded where she once stood, the forceful shockwave scattering the clouds in the sky. At that moment, Boogaloo had already teleported behind Talas. Her tail, resembling a spear, lunged forward with precision. Yet Talas showed no intention of evasion. He harnessed the power of the shining fruit, charging it in his hand before swiftly executing a downward strike. Sensing imminent danger, Boogaloo attempted to retract her tail, but it was too late. Talas severed the tip of her tail with a single strike, prompting a painful cry from Boogaloo as she staggered backward. At that moment, Talas appeared akin to a hedgehog, virtually impenetrable. He stood firm, transforming into a veritable light cannon, unleashing a dazzling array of beams from his hands, leaving her with no opportunity for close combat. Although she had ceased her offensive, Talas offered her no respite. His hands ignited with a blazing inferno. Burning Fruit, Fire Fist. The immense heat surged toward Boogaloo's position. She desperately evaded, yet the flames from Talas continued to erupt. Burning Fruit, Solar Flare, Burning Fruit, Fire Gun, Burning Fruit, Inferno. The vast sea of flames isolated their battlefield from the outside world. The terrifyingly high temperatures scorched the ground, and Talas's relentless barrage even caused a degree of vitrification on the surface. Boogaloo, akin to a fleeing mouse, had no choice but to ascend into the air. Observing this, Talas thrust his hands forward. The meatball fruit unleashed a pressure cannon. In an instant, a multitude of bubbles surged toward Boogaloo. This unprecedented assault left her no room for complacency, compelling her to dodge. However, the sheer volume of bubbles was overwhelming. Attempting to evade them all with her massive form was nothing short of a dream. Ultimately, dozens of bubbles struck Boogaloo, producing a resounding boom. The orifice on her wings was obliterated, leaving her body marred with injuries. Just as Boogaloo, in anguish, plummeted from the sky, Talas invoked the Thunder Fruit with outstretched palms. Two bolts of lightning surged forth, targeting Boogaloo's chest with deadly accuracy. The impact reverberated. Boogaloo fell to the ground. That blow had nearly annihilated a significant portion of her internal cells. Astonishingly, she still clung to life. Talas was astounded. He was well aware that Boogaloo, having consumed so many monsters, harbored immense energy within her. Should she perish, that energy would be unleashed in a cataclysmic explosion. Understanding this, Talas had meticulously prepared countermeasures. The absence of any signs of impending detonation indicated that she must still be alive. This creature, nearby, the Knight Jien was equally astonished, for the power exhibited by Talas was truly terrifying. The seemingly ceaseless beams of light had transformed into a formidable light cannon. A feat requiring an extraordinary amount of energy. Was this the potential inherent in the true warrior race? In that moment, Jien felt a sense of despair akin to what Torekia had experienced earlier. Such overwhelming energy was likely beyond his reach for a lifetime. After all, the Blue Tribe warriors are not only physically weaker, but also possessed a lesser energy capacity compared to other races. How could one unleash light-based abilities as casually as one might eat or drink, without even breaking a sweat? Not only were the light-based skills formidable, but his physical prowess was astonishing as well. Previously, he had harbored hopes of besting Talas, only to realize how absurdly unrealistic that notion was. Who could possibly triumph over such a fearsome Talas? Meanwhile, on the side of Xiangyuan Jingzi, the group was engaged in evacuation efforts. Chapter 59. Bojomon's the ranch staff had already been relocated to safer areas. Given that Xiangyuan Jingzi was the aunt of Xiangyuan Long, extra caution was exercised, with guys personally escorting them. However, in stark contrast to Gai's palpable tension, Xiangyuan Jingzi remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the impending arrival of the monster. Miss Xiangyuan Jingzi, where's your friend now? At this moment, only Xiangyuan Long, Amano Kinoshita, and Banxiao George remained. Having witnessed Talas's sudden disappearance, Hibino Mirai had found an excuse to depart. Xiangyuan Jingzi shook her head and replied, "There's no need to worry. He is fine." The others exchanged glances, still somewhat concerned but hesitant to inquire further. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared before them, eliciting gasps of surprise as they instinctively tensed. They quickly recognized it as Hibino Mirai, who had returned. Their relief was palpable, yet they couldn't help but feel a mix of exasperation and amusement. Banxiao George began to complain, "You reckless fool, why are you always so hasty?" Hibino Mirai chuckled, "I apologize, everyone. I didn't expect to return so soon." "Mirai, how did you come back? Didn't you say you would hold Bojala back to buy us some time? Now that you're here, won't Bojilu arrive shortly?" "It's all right. The Blue Giant, Mebius, and Ultraman Talas are currently engaged with her. She won't be here anytime soon. We should make our escape." The group collectively sighed in relief. Hibino Mirai, wearing a broad smile, approached their position. Just as they were within arm's reach, he suddenly unleashed electrical energy from his palm, sending Xiangyuan Long and the others crashing to the ground. Xiangyuan Long was incredulous. "Mirayu, he is not Hibino Mirai." Xiangyuan Jingzi stood unharmed, asserting, "This is clearly the disguise of an alien." "Oh, you're unscathed? Is it an issue of electrical conduction?" The Zarabian alien mused. "No matter. Come with me as a bargaining chip against Ultraman Talas." He chuckled ominously. However, his response was met with a delicate yet powerful fist. This seemingly frail punch carried an incomprehensible force, slicing through the air with a resounding crack. "Nanny!" The Zarabian alien was struck with terror. Before he could react, the fist connected squarely with his face, sending him hurtling through the air. As the Zarabian alien soared through the sky, he was gripped by fear. What a terrifying display of strength! Under that single blow, he felt as if half his face were about to shatter. How could such power possibly emanate from this seemingly fragile human, especially a woman? What was happening? Had that Gatsian deceived me? Did he fail to provide complete information? In that instant, the Zarabian's mind raced with conspiracy theories. Although they had formed a so-called alien alliance, it was well known that each member harbored ulterior motives, never truly united in their cause. Once their objectives were met, they would turn on one another without hesitation. The Zarabian crashed violently against a wall, shattering it to pieces. Terrified, he gazed at Xiangyuan Jingzi, who was advancing slowly, her fists crackling with energy. The Zarabian, in a panic, leaped into the sky, genuinely afraid. He never anticipated that a woman could possess such terrifying power. He even questioned whether she was truly human, yet she undeniably exuded the essence of humanity. Watching as the Zarabian fled into the distance, Xiangyuan Jingzi let out a cold snort. She then turned her gaze toward Xiangyuan Long and the others, who looked at her with awe. She was simply too strong. An alien had been sent fleeing in disarray. "Hey, why are you back? Where's that woman?" The Zarabian, having failed to capture his target, retreated to his spaceship. Upon his return, the remaining three were astonished to find him alone, his face swollen and slightly deformed. They felt a wave of confusion wash over them. After all, the Zarabian's mission had merely been to capture a single Earth woman. How had it devolved into this? "Are you hiding something from us?" The Zarabu aliens glared angrily at the trio, who were instantly left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the words of the Zarabu. Although each harbored ulterior motives, they had indeed refrained from any foul play regarding this matter. That woman was utterly terrifying. It was unclear what kind of physical structure she possessed, but she exhibited an alarming strength that nearly cost me my life with a single punch. Upon witnessing their bewildered expressions, the Zarabu seemed to realize they were not in the know, which prompted him to suppress his anger and vent his frustrations. The trio was taken aback. A woman with monstrous strength? What could that possibly entail? They exchanged glances, momentarily lost in confusion. What kind of incredible power could astonish a being like the Zarabu, a creature from another universe? It could not simply be attributed to sheer physical might. The atmosphere grew tense. Their recent failure would undoubtedly raise suspicions on the enemy's part. Clearly, the plan to abduct Kyoko Sakahara as a hostage was no longer feasible. Well, since this woman could not be swayed, it would be best to disregard her for the time being. Now, let us discuss the upcoming mission arrangements. The Imperial aliens will be dispatched to deal with Terrace, while the Zarabu will be tasked with luring out the Ultraman brothers. This way, we can unleash the Ultraman killer, Solace. At that moment, laughter erupted among the group, though each remained secretive about their true intentions. Meanwhile, on the ground, Terrace observed as Bagaru's form began to crack open. A menacing figure emerging from the shell of her body. Ah, is this her second form? Upon witnessing Bagaru's current state, Terrace quickly realized that Bagaru could evolve once her energy reached a certain threshold. At this moment, she had officially evolved into her second form. The second form of Bagaru is known as Bagramons. In terms of strength, defense, and energy intensity, she had undergone a significant enhancement. However, this second form differed from what had been originally depicted in the narrative. It was at least several times stronger. Chapter 60. The plot unfolds just after completing her evolution. Bagramons reveled in her newfound power. She had intentionally preserved this opportunity for evolution, waiting for the right moment. The shedding that occurred during evolution granted her immunity from death once. This is my true power. Without hesitation, Bagramons charged at Terrace. Terrace, remaining calm, unleashed several beams of light, yet they failed to inflict substantial damage. Terrace understood that in this form, Bagramons possessed remarkable resistance to light. Moreover, with each evolution, Bagaru seemed to enhance her resilience against light-based abilities. Eventually, light attacks would become nearly ineffective against her. This ineffectiveness did not mean they were entirely without effect. Rather, Bagaru would convert and absorb the energy from such attacks to bolster her physical strength. Particularly in her malevolent form, Bagaru could withstand the light attacks of 6 Ultramen without sustaining any harm, even appearing more invigorated. Bagaru inherently possessed this devouring ability, which became increasingly potent with each evolution. Once sufficiently enhanced, she could rapidly convert light attacks into energy that strengthened her. However, I possess more than just light-based skills. Fire Fruit, Cross Flame. Immediately, Terrace crossed his index fingers and unleashed a cross-shaped flame beam. With a resounding boom, it pierced through Bagramons, leaving a gaping hole in her form. Bagramons cried out in pain. Her body trembling, yet still managed to convert some energy, making her aura slightly stronger. Incredible. Fire can also be converted? Fearing Terrace would employ similar tactics, Bagramons extended 2 tendrils from the glowing organ atop her neck. Lunging toward Terrace, these tendrils were her unique skill for ensnaring prey to consume. Once entangled, it would be quite troublesome and nearly impossible to escape. Seeing this, Terrace swiftly conjured a long blade and the sword of Daichi in his right hand, while his left wielded the Amaterasu sword, dual-wielding, Eagle Wave. Instantly, 2 crescent waves of energy, nearly 6 to 7 meters in diameter, surged forth to meet her attack. With 2 sharp sounds, Bagramons' light tendrils were swiftly severed. The massive crescent energy continued its relentless trajectory toward Bagramons. Alarmed, she quickly attempted to evade, but was still a moment too late, suffering a gash on the corner of her mouth. Terrace sheathed the Amaterasu sword and readied the sword of Daichi. Adopting a stance for a quick draw .1 sword style, Ekin Bird. With lightning speed, he drew his sword 4 times, instantly targeting her neck, legs, arms, and waist. Bagramons had no means of escape, forced to wield her light tendrils in a futile attempt to block the onslaught. Clearly, such an endeavor was doomed to failure. All attacks struck true. Bagramons stood frozen, As if time had come to a standstill, in the next instant, her head fell, followed by her arms, legs, and waist, collapsing like a stack of blocks. Weapons are indeed the romance of man. Terrace nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky and a blue extraterrestrial figure descended from above. Terrace instantly recognized him, an Imperial alien, known as a nefarious being. He once harbored ambitions of cosmic domination. The first generation appeared during the Taro era, and this second generation, Terrace recalled, was a member of the Cosmic Alliance, as well as the first character to meet his demise. This so-called alien alliance was established solely to liberate the Ultraman killer, Solace. Although it was termed an alliance, it essentially consisted of only 4 aliens joining forces. They sought to harness Solace's immense power to dominate the universe. Thus, in the original narrative, they devised a scheme involving Mebius, intending to draw out the Ultraman brothers, who were running low on energy. They aimed to utilize the Ultraman brothers' strength to break Solace's seal. Terrace quickly grasped the situation. The plot involving Mebius and the Ultraman brothers was likely about to unfold. However, this timing was somewhat premature, catching Terrace off guard. Yet he remained unfazed. After all, he was not Mebius. If they attempted to confront him with the same methods they planned for Mebius, it would only lead to their own downfall. Oh no, it's the Imperial alien. That was a foe who once posed a significant challenge, even to the 6 Ultramen. Why has this menace resurfaced on Earth? Is he here to invade? Jurai Tetsahara gasped upon witnessing this, prompting the nearby Shingo Hajui to inquire. Is he truly someone even the Ultraman brothers find troublesome? If so, will Terrace be in danger, facing him alone? Jurai Tetsahara remained silent. In the entire history of Ultraman, any foe that required the combined efforts of the Ultraman brothers to defeat was certainly not an ordinary opponent. The Imperial alien gazed at Terrace, laughing heartily. Terrace Ultraman, I have eagerly awaited this moment. I yearn to engage you in battle and demonstrate who truly reigns as the strongest in the universe. Let all others recognize that we Imperial aliens are the mightiest warriors in this cosmos. Terrace felt a sense of exasperation. Some villains simply relished delivering lengthy monologues. Regardless of their abilities, they always insisted on presenting themselves theatrically. However, Terrace was not inclined to grant him that opportunity, knowing full well that the enemy had companions. With this thought in mind, Terrace swiftly launched a wave of energy. The massive energy wave, measuring 70 to 80 meters, sent a shiver down the spine of the Imperial alien. Fortunately, he had long anticipated this. The Imperial alien transformed into a phantom, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, it was already to Terrace's right side, striking down toward Terrace's head with his enormous pincers. Terrace's gaze sharpened. A super-speed attack. This did not align with what he knew of the Imperial alien's abilities. He distinctly remembered that the Imperial aliens were typically brutes who favored straightforward combat, relying on their physical advantages. They were born with bodies tougher than cosmic alloys and possessed a myriad of formidable abilities. Yet where had this super-speed capability originated? Terrace retaliated with a punch. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the impact sent shockwaves through the ground. The Imperial alien, characterized by his rugged exterior and immense strength, was indeed formidable in hand-to-hand combat, though this was not due to exceptional skill. Rather, it stemmed from a sheer destructive force of his physique. Chapter 61. Intelligence misstep in this confrontation. Terrace remained steadfast, while the Imperial alien stumbled back 3 paces. Deep footprints were left on the ground. As soon as the confrontation began, he found himself at a disadvantage. However, the Imperial alien had long since devised a plan. He was well aware of Talas's formidable strength, and his initial assault was merely a probing attack. Upon realizing the terrifying nature of Talas's martial prowess, he immediately activated his super-speed ability to vacate the premises. At that moment, both Driambius and Night Sword were filled with great concern upon witnessing Talas engage in yet another battle. Suddenly, Night Sword's body weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. Driambius, taken aback, rushed forward to assist him. What ails you? Night Sword shook his head. After Bagaru's demise, his emotional turmoil had been resolved, and his life force began to wane. Thank you, Driambius. You have helped me reclaim my heart of light. Even though I committed some misdeeds in my quest to vanquish Bagaru, I believe my death will bring about a sense of closure. Driambius was shaken and quickly inquired, "What is happening?" Knight's sword shook his head again. The colorful timer ceased its pulsating glow, and his eyes dimmed. Driambius was astonished, yet there was nothing he could do. At that moment, the world before them transformed dramatically, and they found themselves in a golden expanse. Driambius instantly comprehended that this must be an independent space created by a member of the Light Clan using their energy. Shortly after, he beheld a figure. Mother of Ultra. The figure was none other than the highest officer of the Silver Cross Corps, the finest doctor of the Land of Light, appearing on Earth, but soon. Driambius breathed a sigh of relief. Mother of Ultra gazed at Knight's sword. "You cannot perish yet. Your life is needed to save many others." Knight's sword's consciousness was fading, and in a weak voice he asked, "Can I still manage that?" Mother of Ultra nodded. "Of course, as long as you believe, you can achieve it." At this juncture, she turned to Driambius. "Driambius, a new crisis is on the horizon. You must return to reality promptly. The Cosmic Alliance is currently devising a plan to target the Ultra Brothers. Although they are no match for Talas, they will employ various methods to lure out your brothers." As she spoke, she infused Driambius with a surge of energy. In an instant, Driambius felt his condition restore and his injuries healed. The colorful timer on his chest returned to a blue light. The Imperial alien, oblivious to the disappearance of Driambius and Hikaru, was already aware of Talas's formidable senses, murmuring to himself, "Is it Mother of Ultra?" Mother of Ultra had been lingering near Earth. This explained why neither Hikaru nor the Ultra Brothers had perished despite facing imminent death. The finest doctor of the Land of Light was always on standby, ready to revive anyone who still clung to a breath of life, even if all signs of life appeared to vanish. There remained a chance for revival. Bagramons was on the verge of exploding. Talas's gaze flickered, noticing Bagramons' corpse rapidly swelling, with its energy reacting at an astonishing rate. Barrier sphere. In an instant, a massive transparent sphere enveloped Bagramons' body. The next moment, a thunderous explosion caused the entire barrier sphere to expand violently, shaking uncontrollably. Ultimately, once the barrier dissipated, nothing remained of Bagramons' body. Witnessing this spectacle, the guy's base's Shingo Hashikawa couldn't help but exhale in relief. Thankfully, Talas hadn't overlooked this matter. Otherwise, that explosion would have likely annihilated them all. In this lull, the Imperial alien refrained from launching an attack. Feeling quite pleased with his recent accomplishments, in his overconfidence, he generously allowed Talas time to deal with Bogoryu. As soon as the task was complete, he spread his large pincers, and arcs of energy twisted into two luminous whips. With rapid swings, he lashed out across a 1,000-meter radius. The whips were incredibly sharp, effortlessly slicing through any object and even generating violent explosions. Yet Talas remained unfazed, with a flash of light in his hand. A long sword materialized. With consecutive slashes, he effortlessly deflected all attacks. Seeing his strike fail, the Imperial alien immediately activated his super speed, propelling himself forward and leaving a trail of afterimages as he circled Talas. Wielding his light whips to attack from all directions, Talas countered with ease. Decent speed, but far too slow before me. The next moment, Talas vanished from sight. The Imperial alien, spinning in circles, was taken aback as his target suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? Swish! In the next instant, he felt a sharp pain in his hands and looked down to see his pincers had fallen to the ground, the cuts smooth and clean. Blood gushed forth as his energy rapidly drained, leaving the Imperial alien unable to maintain super speed combat. Terrified, he retreated, attempting to escape Talas's range of attack. As his cloak fluttered, it transformed into wings, lifting him into the air. Unfortunately, he felt a chill on his back, as the cloak that had morphed into wings was severed. The Imperial alien plummeted to the ground. Inside the spaceship, the Nakul and Gat's aliens stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. "How is this possible?" Nakul exclaimed in shock. Questioning his own capabilities, Gats, with a serious expression, remarked, "It seems our intelligence was flawed. Talas's weakness is not in speed." "I refuse to believe it," Nakul insisted. Gats sighed. "No matter. He is still the slowest among us. Each of us is swifter. Now, it is your turn to take the stage, Nakul. You excel in supersonic combat. All right, Nakul took a deep breath. Meanwhile, at the guy's base, Takuya Kurai expressed his astonishment. According to the intel from Shinto, Atalla's Ultraman has appeared in the city. Shingo Hashikawa was taken aback. What did you say? This cannot be true. Takuya, equally incredulous, proceeded to display the footage from the city on the large screen in the heart of the city. A colossal figure bowed its head, surveying the surroundings as if scrutinizing something. It truly is Talas? Shingo remarked in surprise. Where are Egawa and the others? Urge them to investigate immediately. I suspect this may be the scheme of some alien. Takuya nodded. Throughout history, there have been numerous instances of aliens disguising themselves as Ultramen. However, Takuya was uncertain which alien this might be. In the city, Talas' figure captured the attention of many humans. They gazed in awe and fervor at the unfolding scene, yet soon felt a tinge of confusion. Look, it's Ultraman Talas. How can this be? Why has Talas appeared? Is there a monster nearby? No, there haven't been any alarms. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and among them, two delinquent youths were mocking one another. What do you think Talas is here for? One youth asked his companion. The other jested. Maybe he's come to take you down a peg. At that moment, they noticed Talas was looking in their direction. With a wave of his hand, a beam shot forth, landing just short of the crowd and igniting a tremendous explosion. Everyone was stunned, and the delinquent youths fled in terror. One companion shouted at the other. I told you he was here to take you out. The delinquent, nearly in tears from fright, exclaimed, but I haven't done anything to offend Talas. The figure before the crowd, disguised as Talas, was in fact a Zarabu alien, who felt a sense of pride swelling within him. In truth, any astute observer could discern the significant differences between this impostor and the genuine Talas. Firstly, his eyes were an unnatural dark yellow, tinged with a hint of red, whereas Talas' eyes were a pure white. Additionally, the corners of this Talas' eyes were slightly upturned, exuding an aura of malevolence. Huh, laughed the Zarabu alien. His primary objective for coming here was to draw the attention of the Ultramen due to Talas' formidable strength. They had devised a dual strategy for caution. When the Imperial aliens clashed with Talas, the Zarabu alien would masquerade as Talas to wreak havoc upon the city. In such a scenario, Talas would be too preoccupied to notice the chaos, and the Ultramen would surely not remain passive observers. Yet, just as the Zarabu alien was basking in his triumph, a radiant light suddenly streaked across the horizon. It was Mebius. He gazed at the Zarabu alien before him, momentarily taken aback, before quickly realizing this was undoubtedly an impostor. With that, Mebius engaged the Zarabu alien in combat. As they exchanged blows, Mebius found himself quickly at a disadvantage, being rapidly overpowered by the Zarabu alien. Are you joking? How could Talas possibly be here? In a corner of the city, Ehara Ryu observed the unfolding scene with astonishment. That is not Talas. Ehara Kyoko shook her head, asserting, it is a counterfeit. Clenching her fist, she regarded the Zarabu alien with disdain. This must be the same fellow we encountered earlier. Stay put. Everyone, I shall confront this scoundrel. With that, she strode forward, lest the others wonder how she intended to teach him a lesson. Ehara Kyoko suddenly seized a nearby vending machine and, with a mighty heave, hurled it at the Zarabu alien. Ehara Ryu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. What extraordinary strength! The machine crashed against the Zarabu alien's eyes, eliciting a painful cry. Upon realizing that the assailant was Ehara Kyoko, he was instantly filled with rage. He had yet to settle the score from their previous encounter. With that thought, he unleashed a barrage of piercing shots aimed at Ehara Kyoko. Boom! A violent explosion enveloped Ehara Kyoko, yet she remained unfazed, her expression as cold as ice. Simultaneously, a blue glow enveloped her eyes, and it appeared that tears of a cerulean hue streamed down her cheeks, leaving two streaks upon her face that extended to her chin in a dazzling display of light. Ehara Kyoko transformed in her Ultraman form for the first time since her purification, without hesitation. She leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick towards the Zarabu alien. The Zarabu alien was taken aback. I knew it. This woman is no human. He swiftly crossed his arms in front of him to block the attack. However, the force of her kick was overwhelming that a distinct cracking sound echoed as bones shattered, and he immediately realized that one of his arms had lost all strength. The Zarabu alien howled in agony. Retreating in haste. At that moment, Ehara Kyoko executed a graceful 360-degree flip, landing a short distance away. "Are you a monster, woman?" The Zarabu alien glared at Ehara Kyoko's current state, nearly convinced that she was also a being of light. No, she seemed somewhat different from typical beings of light. Yet, the extraordinary strength she exhibited was undeniable, surpassing even Mebius. Even with the Zarabu alien having acquired some of Tyler's data, he was no match for her. In truth, the so-called data merely allowed the Zarabu alien to mimic Tyler's abilities in a rudimentary manner. The true power could not be replicated. The fracture of his arm drastically reduced the Zarabu alien's combat effectiveness. Ehara Kyoko's kick was not merely a display of strength. It was as if it were forged from cosmic alloy, nearly indestructible. Faced with this, the Zarabu alien grew fearful and hastily employed his piercing shots in a desperate attempt to force Ehara Kyoko back. Yet she merely scoffed, raising a hand to conjure an Ultraman barrier, drawing from Tyler's partial barrier fruit abilities, successfully deflecting all incoming attacks. After discarding the barrier, she began to gather energy, launching a dual slicing attack at the Zarabu alien, mimicking Tyler's partial light fruit abilities. The Zarabu alien scrambled to evade, but was ultimately struck across his back, leaving 2 deep gashes from which dark green blood flowed. Clearly lacking in combat experience, the Zarabu alien writhed in pain. Meanwhile, Ehara Kyoko charged towards him. Her combat prowess had undergone a dramatic transformation since her initial appearance. The negative energy within her had converted into a unique power of illusion, capable of simulating the abilities of those she emulated. The skills Tyler's had demonstrated in his battles against Boger and Kishiken were now replicated within her, significantly boosting her combat capabilities. Indeed, as Ehara Kyoko closed in on the Zarabu alien, she leapt into the air, delivering a swift knife-hand strike aimed at his head. The Zarabu alien felt a chill run through him and swiftly sidestepped. Although he narrowly avoided the blow, he still appeared somewhat disheveled. Ehara Kyoko's knife-hand strike cleaved into the ground, creating a fissure in the earth. Undeterred by her initial miss, Ehara Kyoko executed a side kick, landing a powerful blow to the Zarabu alien's side. He stumbled, crashing headlong into an artificial lake. "You scoundrel!" The Zarabu alien clambered out of the lake, his face contorted with humiliation and rage. He charged forward, unleashing a volley of piercing shots, but Ehara Kyoko deftly evaded them with elegant gymnastic maneuvers. This spectacle left Mebius momentarily stunned. Is that gymnastics? Can it really be applied in combat? However, he quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "Let me assist you." He understood that Ehara Kyoko had turned over a new leaf since her purification by Tyler's and was now determined to thwart this impostor. Yet he never anticipated that Ehara Kyoko would suddenly fire a beam at his feet, obstructing his advance. Mebius was taken aback. Why? Hasn't she reformed? Ehara Kyoko, however, said nothing, instead raising a leg, gathering energy. Both Mebius and the Zarabu alien gasped in shock. Mebius was merely surprised, while the Zarabu alien felt a surge of panic as they recognized a familiar move. The Tyler's flying kick, demon wine kick, the very technique that had once pierced Boger. The Zarabu alien's scalp tingled with dread. How could she know the Tyler's flying kick? In a state of sheer terror, he turned to flee. Yet, blue and white flames flickered around Ehara Kyoko. The Tyler's flying kick descended. Boom! Perhaps due to the Zarabu alien's timely escape, he was only caught in the residual force, sustaining no injuries, but his disguise was effectively shattered. The Zarabu alien cried out in pain, his expression a mix of shock and fury. "I will kill you." He attempted to gather energy to unleash a Strelum ray at Ehara Kyoko. In response, she mimicked his stance, preparing to unleash her own Strelum ray, emulating Tyler's Frankie laser cannon. The two fired simultaneously. However, the outcome differed. Ehara Kyoko's ray succeeded, while the Zarabu aliens faltered. He stared in disbelief at his hands, then quickly realized that his disguise had been lifted, raising his gaze. He was met with a terrifying beam of light descending upon his face. Zarabu aliens had previously descended upon Earth, even taking on the form of the original Ultraman, Kunrai Tepe noted, recognizing the underlying intent to sever the bond between Ultramen and humanity. So that was the plan. Shako Mizushiro nodded. Indeed, it is a scheme orchestrated by extraterrestrial beings. However, it seems that the number of aliens landing on Earth today is greater than ever, as if they had conspired together. Upon reaching this point, he suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. For reasons unknown, he felt an impending sense of great significance in the air. Outside the city, Tala stood poised with his blade, already within sight of the Imperial alien, who was taken aback, consumed by a singular desire to flee. Yet, how could he find such an opportunity before Tala's? A sharp pain shot through his back. With a swift slash, his arm was severed, brutally detached from his body. Ah, this fiend! The Imperial alien was engulfed in terror. The speed of the attack was astonishing, far beyond his expectations. What kind of fool had claimed that this individual's weakness was speed? In that moment, the Imperial alien felt utterly deceived. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Of course, it must have been those treacherous individuals plotting against him. They conspired to prevent him from becoming their leader, subjecting him to their control through such insidious schemes. Enraged, the Imperial alien found himself at odds with the other three cosmic beings. While they were cerebral strategists, he was a battle maniac, often ostracized among them. Thus, prior to the commencement of this conflict, he had proposed a condition. Should he vanquish Talas, he would claim the title of the true leader of the Cosmic Alliance. At the time, the others seemed to acquiesce. Now, it appeared that their amiability was merely a fade, concealing their true intent to orchestrate his demise. The thought ignited a fierce flame within the Imperial alien's heart. If he could successfully break free this time, he vowed to obliterate those duplicitous scoundrels upon his return. Such conniving schemes were too foul to be allowed to persist. At that moment, a white figure suddenly descended from the heavens. The Imperial alien squinted to discern the figure, only to be astonished to find was a Naker alien. "You dare to show your face before me?" He spat in fury. "Didn't you inform me that this creature's weakness was speed? Look at the situation now." The Naker alien cast a sidelong glance, sneering. "This was not within my expectations. It was merely a lack of comprehensive data that led to this misjudgment. Why must you be so agitated? Nonetheless, you have done well in forcing out his true strength, allowing us to acquire more detailed information. Now, I shall take the lead in confronting him. You merely need to assist from the sidelines." "What?" The Imperial alien's eyes glinted dangerously. His haste to be the first to confront Talas stemmed from his ambition to defeat him and ascend as the leader of the Cosmic Alliance. Now, not only had he failed, but he was also left wounded. The Naker alien, known for his agile combat techniques, was further augmented by recent specialized training, granting him astonishing speed. Clearly, he was better suited for a confrontation with Talas. Yet this only deepened the Imperial alien's suspicion that he was ensnared in a trap set by the Naker alien. Was it a deliberate ploy to let him charge in first, only to retreat as he claimed victory over Talas and emerge as the leader of the Cosmic Alliance? What a cunning scheme! In that instant, the Imperial alien's gaze towards the Naker alien turned hostile. He felt a burning desire to eliminate him, irrespective of the battle's outcome. The Naker alien remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril, oblivious to the fact that his ally might very well turn against him at a critical juncture. His sole focus was on Talas. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Talas, Ultraman, at your current level, you are no match for me." With that, he placed two circular devices against his legs and, in the next moment, activated his super speed, charging towards Talas. Observing the Naker alien's maneuver, Talas suddenly understood they had harnessed such rapid movement through technological means. Fortunately, with both the Flash Fruit and the Thunder Fruit at his disposal, he possessed the abilities of light speed and instantaneous movement. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to their tactics, attempting to restrain him with speed. Just then, the Naker alien zipped around Talas like a bolt of lightning, performing supersonic maneuvers. When he reached Talas's rear, he delivered a powerful kick. The force behind the strike was tremendous, prompting the Naker alien to scoff. After standing still for so long, you have indeed lost your target under my super speed. Finally, the kick landed squarely against Talaz's back. However, the Naker alien was taken aback. It was merely an afterimage. In an instant, he realized Talaz had appeared to his right. Just as he attempted to pivot to defend himself, Talaz's fist crashed into his chest. The fist, ablaze with golden flames, unleashed a terrifying wave of heat that surged into his body. The Naker alien let out a cry, but before he could retaliate, Talaz struck again. Boom! 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 3 consecutive punches pounded into his abdomen, sending him hurtling away. After tumbling several times, the Naker alien lay scorched and writhing on the ground, howling in agony. The combined forces of the flash fruit, photon fruit, and flame fruit had not merely ignited him externally. His internal organs and cells had suffered widespread necrosis. Talaz chuckled derisively. I thought you might be a formidable opponent. It seems I overestimated you. After a while, the Naker alien finally managed to rise. For these supernatural beings, as long as they possessed sufficient energy and were not mortally wounded, they could recover rapidly due to their highly active cells. At that moment, countless cells within the Naker alien's body had already undergone a complete cycle of regeneration. Yet, despite regaining some mobility, his injuries were severe. He cast a wary glance at Talaz's hand. Still ablaze with golden flames, his heart sinking. Damn it! Has he been preparing for this, anticipating that someone would analyze his data? Otherwise, how could he have refrained from using his full strength in that instant? The Naker alien lamented that perhaps the most regrettable decision of his life had been his reckless attempt to analyze Talaz's abilities. This was a path towards his own demise. Talaz, with a mocking chuckle, hurled a punch. The royal fist of Elizabello II, a colossal fist of nearly 1,000 meters, surged towards the Naker alien and the Imperial alien. The Naker alien was taken aback, feeling utterly insignificant in the face of such an overwhelming assault. What in the world was this? He quickly rolled to evade, and although he was gravely injured, his limbs remained functional, and the instinctual surge of potential in the face of death allowed him to temporarily regain peak speed. However, the Imperial alien, already half destroyed, had no chance to escape. Seeing the Naker alien about to evade, his fury ignited once more. You won't escape, you scoundrel! With that, electric currents erupted from his severed arm, intertwining in midair to form a luminous whip that ensnared the Naker alien. The Naker alien gasped in shock, incredulous that the Imperial alien would use him as a shield. You fool, he seethed, exasperated. This idiot was willing to die, but he was also intent on dragging him down with him. Before he could ponder further, Talaz's attack struck. Bang! The Naker alien and the Imperial alien were obliterated in an explosive collision. Two allies, who were far from harmonious, had now achieved a tragic unity in death. Inside the spaceship, the Gotzi alien fell silent upon witnessing this scene. Now, among the Cosmic Alliance, he stood alone. What should he do next? Even if he faced Talaz, it would cost him his life to die in an instant. The Gotzi alien began to waver, contemplating retreat. Just then, a voice resonated within the Gotzi alien's mind. He tensed. Who are you? I am the Mephira's alien. The voice replied, Do you not wish to rescue the Ultra Killer, Soras, and enlist him as your ally? I can lend you my assistance. A certain lord is awaiting the return of the Yabo people to serve him. Should you complete this task, the Ultra Killer, Soras, will still be yours to command. The Gotzi alien was taken aback. The Supreme Commander of the Dark Legion, why would you help me? Perhaps it is merely a fleeting whim. A voice declared, of course, this is merely a jest. The interdimensional wave people have found themselves in this predicament solely due to their assistance to our Dark Legion in combating the Ultraman brothers. I shall not forget this merit. This encounter could be seen as a repayment of a favor. The Gats alien fell silent for a few moments, sensing an oddity in the air. Yet the Mephilas aliens were renowned throughout the cosmos, their reputations seemingly beyond reproach, although they aligned with the Dark Camp. They were esteemed as gentlemen. It would be inconceivable for such a person to deceive a mere insignificant individual. With this thought, he became fervently animated, exclaiming, What must I do? You need only to proceed to the sealed location. At that time, I shall instruct you on the necessary actions. The GATS alien hastily piloted his spacecraft to the ocean's surface where the wave people were sealed. The sea shimmered with a hazy radiance. "I have arrived," he quickly communicated to the voice in his mind. "Lower a bit. You are too high." The voice promptly replied, seemingly more eager than he. The GATS alien continued to descend. Now, he was merely a few thousand meters from the ocean's surface. "Still too high, just a tad lower," the voice continued. Just a tad lower. The GATS alien felt a surge of impatience. Why not clarify everything at once? Yet in pursuit of his dream of cosmic domination, he resolved to comply with the instructions. "To be prudent," he lowered his altitude to the minimum. "This is as low as it can go. I am merely a few dozen meters from the ocean's surface. Surely I cannot descend any further?" he asked, somewhat exasperated. "Is this truly the minimum?" The voice responded, astonished. After a brief silence, it suddenly chuckled. "Indeed, it is the minimum. That is sufficient." However, the GATS alien's expression shifted, for he realized that the first half of the voice's statement and the second half belonged to entirely different entities. In that instant, he sensed something amiss. "Huh? Have you noticed the discrepancy? It is too late now. Are you not curious about the method to break the seal? It is quite simple. I require your life force. Once I obtain your life force, I can forcibly shatter the seal with my own power." The voice proclaimed with laughter, "My life force." The GATS alien was struck with horror. The entity had referred to itself as I. Could it be that this creature was fool? "I am the interdimensional wave people. You, a mere fool, dare to demand my loyalty? Utterly absurd." The GATS alien's heart raced with dread. He realized he had fallen into a trap and hastily attempted to maneuver the spacecraft upwards. Yet it was too late. At that moment, the sea began to churn violently. Beneath the spacecraft, the water coalesced into a vortex, generating a terrifying pull that dragged the entire vessel downward. Without a doubt, amidst the GATS alien's desperate screams, the spacecraft was engulfed by the whirlpool. At the Shinku airport, Hayatejin was inspecting the recent flight routes when an instinct compelled him to gaze towards the distant sea. This intuition weighed heavily on him, prompting him to exit the airport. The Zayu's team, now back in the city, made the same observation, their eyes widening in alarm. "This is bad." They rushed forward to the racetrack. Yashiki Sato also felt a stirring sensation. Turning his gaze towards the same direction, he sped off in a racing car towards the coastline. Hokuto Seiji felt a tightening in his chest. The wave people, drawing a deep breath, he recalled the potential ramifications of this old adversary's emergence. It seemed he would soon confront this formidable rival. With that, Hokuto closed his restaurant, hopped on a bicycle, and headed towards the coast. Simultaneously, Kyuko Akira, who had just dispatched the Zareb aliens, along with Marabaru, sensed an ominous force awakening. "I feel a terrifying evil power reviving," Marabaru exclaimed, his scalp prickling. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable darkness. What kind of being could possess such profound malevolence? Were new foes approaching? Kyuko's gaze sharpened as she glanced towards Terrace. At that moment, Marabaru soared into the air, heading towards the coastline. Kyuko hesitated but ultimately resolved to seek Terrace. Just as she began to move, Terrace appeared above her. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. "Kyuko, you must find a safe place to take refuge. This opponent is beyond your capacity to confront," Terrace urged. Given Kyuko's current abilities, she would not stand a chance against the wave people. After all, Kyuko did not possess any enhancements, while Marabaru had his brothers to infuse him with energy, achieving infinite form. What did Kyuko have? Even Terrace himself was merely intending to observe the unfolding drama, hoping to glean some advantage while testing his hypothesis. If his theory proved correct, he might gain the genuine opportunity to participate in this high-stakes confrontation. Kyuko fell silent for a few seconds but ultimately nodded. Since Terrace had spoken so, it must be true. She did not wish to hinder Terrace. Subsequently, Kyuko transformed into a beam of light and departed. Terrace then made his way towards the center of the gathering dark energy. "Captain, we have a significant development." At that moment, Hisanori Tetsuhira exclaimed, capturing the attention of Shingo Hisumi. Shingo frowned. "What has transpired now?" "Our scans indicate that a massive protective barrier has emerged around Shinku, completely isolating it." Hisanori reported that IT has effectively prevented us from investigating the situation within. "What? Shingo's spirits lifted, contact Ryu and the others immediately. Before long, Ryu's connection was established. Ryu, what is happening on your end? Shingo inquired urgently. Ryu chuckled ruefully. Captain, we are not entirely sure, but we have detected some considerable explosions. We fear another invader has emerged. I wonder if you could send some reinforcements. We may not be able to hold out much longer. Shingo contemplated for a moment. Ryu, hold on just a bit longer. We have just received intelligence that your area has been isolated by a unique energy barrier, creating an independent special space. On the ocean surface, a colossal whirlpool began to spin violently, and suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed. The seal previously imposed by the Ultraman brothers had been breached by the Ultraman killer, Solace, emerging from the shattered seal. Solace transformed into a massive energy entity, soaring into the sky. At a certain height, he plummeted down, resembling a meteor from the heavens, crashing forcefully into the earth. Chapter 66. Solace, a significant portion of Solace's body, was now embedded in the ground, creating a vast fissure in the earth. Before him stood the original Ultraman, Seven, Jack, and Ace, the four Ultraman brothers. They gazed solemnly at Solace. This moment, they could sense the overwhelming negative energy emanating from him. It was possible that over the past 2 decades, he had been silently accumulating power. On this earth, every human served as a vast reservoir of negative energy. This negative energy could be consumed by the Wave People to sustain their own power. In such an environment, the Wave People had not weakened during their imprisonment. Rather, they had grown increasingly powerful over time. Wave People, we have sealed you once before, and we can do so again, Hayata Jean declared gravely. Ultraman brothers, my ability to break free from the seal signifies that your demise is imminent. You wish to seal me again. I fear you lack the capability. The remnant soul of the Wave People, possessing Solace, laughed heartily. This moment, he was brimming with confidence. Having regained his freedom, he felt more powerful than ever before, exponentially stronger than he had ever been, believing he would never again be bested by the Ultraman brothers. A sudden tremor coursed through his massive form. The colossal portion, previously buried within the earth, was forcefully extricated, revealing its full stature. At that moment, Solace towered nearly 303 meters high. The Ultraman brothers, still in their human forms, appeared diminutive before him, akin to inconspicuous insects. Enormous tendrils snaked out from his body, lunging toward Hayata and his companions. With grave expressions, they had prepared themselves for certain death, in their determination to confront the looming threat of Solace. They finally underwent their ultimate transformation. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot in from the distance, severing one of the tendrils. This successfully captured Solace's attention. He turned to see the arriving Mebius, although Mebius was nearly depleted of energy. With his colorful timer flashing ominously red, he remained resolute, shielding Hayata and his allies from all incoming attacks. Seizing this moment, Hayata and his comrades completed their transformation. After 20 long years, the Ultraman brothers were finally able to make their return. They did not perish from the exertion of their last vestiges of strength. However, just as they transformed, the red light flickered to life. This was a sign of their life energy nearing its end. At that moment, Solace let out a chilling laugh. Suddenly, beams of silver light erupted from his eyes. The killer evil eye beam. The light struck the ground, resulting in a violent explosion, akin to sharp blades, violently cleaving the earth apart. Meanwhile, the group took to the skies to evade the onslaught. Solace was relentless, as tendrils once again slithered toward them, as if they were living entities seeking to ensnare them. Naturally, the group could not remain passive. They continually unleashed various cutting beams to combat the tendrils. Yet for every tendril severed, new ones rapidly emerged, merely depleting their energy in vain. Given Solace's gargantuan size, his strength was equally formidable. Should they truly be ensnared, escape would be exceedingly difficult. Suddenly, missiles erupted from Solace's body. Like a swarm of bees, they bombarded the group. These were Solace's killer warheads. His spines could transform into biological missiles for widespread bombardment. Faced with such a relentless barrage, the group found it impossible to evade. They were struck by the missiles and fell to the ground. As the explosions gradually subsided, they found the earth beneath them completely obliterated, now filled with seawater. Their colorful timers flickered even more rapidly, as if they could extinguish at any moment. With Solace's tendrils reaching for them once more, the now exhausted group found it increasingly difficult to evade. 8-point light wheel, Fishman karate, gun wave. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out that a colossal wave of water surged from the depths of the sea, attacking with the precision of laser cutting. What in the world was that? Solace was momentarily taken aback. He quickly extended his tendrils to collide with a massive water wave. Ultimately, with great effort, Solace hurled the water skyward, sending it into the depths of the cosmos. Though this assault did not vanquish Solace, it hindered his movements, allowing the first generation and others to escape. My apologies for arriving late, everyone, but it seems I'm not too late. The figure of Terrace descended from the heavens. Upon seeing his arrival, the group collectively sighed in relief. Another ally meant an increased chance of success. Terrace, you arrived just in time. Ace exhaled, then activated his powers. Why is your 8-point light wheel different? I made some adjustments, Terrace replied with a smile. The first generation also expressed approval. You actually modified it yourself. Its power is even more formidable than before. Terrace, I knew I did not misjudge you. You truly are a gifted individual. However, the pressing concern remained. How to defeat Solace. Currently, Solace was overwhelmingly powerful, and they could not inflict any substantial damage. Terrace nodded in agreement, though it is quite challenging. We must resolve this Solace as soon as possible. Otherwise, his power will only grow stronger. The group fell silent. Terrace continued. He has sealed off the entire deep region. The humans trapped within will grow increasingly frantic as time passes. Solace's energy will continue to swell. Thus, this creature has been devouring the negative energy of humanity. Solace, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Oh, what an impressive little fellow. You know so much about me. Has another outstanding warrior emerged from the land of light? But what I relish most is obliterating the future hopes of the land of light. Before Terrace could respond, Solace launched another attack. Enormous tendrils surged toward the group once more, accompanied by a flurry of biological missiles. Chapter 67. The Birth of Miracle, What the Hell? This is like playing with a thunderstorm, Terrace exclaimed, instructing the group. Everyone, come close to me. Barrier fruit. Barrier sphere. A spherical barrier with a diameter of 300 meters enveloped Terrace and the first generation. Boom, boom, boom. The air resonated with deafening explosions. The barrier sphere created by Terrace was immediately subjected to terrifying blasts. Terrace's body shook violently as the energy within him was rapidly drawn out to repair the barrier. Finally, at the last moment, the barrier he crafted shattered completely. Simultaneously, the onslaught ceased, leaving Terrace astonished at the sheer extent of energy he had just expended. Had it been anyone else, they would have been utterly drained by such an attack. Truly, the power of the strongest super beast created by the Yabo people is formidable, Terrace thought to himself. Although Solace appeared powerful, he was not as invincible as initially perceived. Ace, witnessing Terrace's actions, was left dumbfounded. A barrier? Why are Terrace's skills so incredibly powerful and distinct? The might he wields surpasses my own. How is that possible? Others looked on in astonishment as well. Meanwhile, Terrace began to gather energy. M87 beam, Kaido's dragon breath. Solace, who had been relatively stationary and with such a massive body, was an easy target to hit. Boom. After the smoke cleared, Solace appeared largely unscathed. Even his defenses remained intact. Although he had not exerted his full strength, Terrace was still taken aback. What the hell? Is his skin that thick? Or is Kaido simply too weak? What Kaido? Seven inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Don't mind it. The others, witnessing the scene, unleashed beams of light and cutting techniques in a probing assault. However, aside from severing a few tendrils, they inflicted no significant damage. Moreover, the severed tendrils quickly it seemed their efforts were in vain. Terrace hesitated, contemplating whether to take this seriously and eliminate the creature. But he feared shocking the Ultraman brothers, If word reached Ultraman Father, it could bring him unnecessary trouble. After much deliberation, he decided against it. He would play along and observe how the narrative unfolded. He must have a weakness. The first generation declared solemnly that if we can strike at his weak point, we should prevail. As long as these humans are present, you will never defeat me. I am utterly invincible in my current state. The voice of Yabo rang out, filled with arrogance. After all, if even the so-called strongest singular M87 from the Land of Light could withstand his might, he had every reason to feel proud. Terrace chuckled coldly to himself, then turned his gaze to the first generation and the others, only to find their colorful timers had reached their limits. They were struggling to muster the energy for subsequent light attacks. Terrace raised his hand and said, "Everyone, take a moment to recover your strength. Meatball fruit, healing bubble." In the next instant, he released several large bubbles from the bodies of the Ultraman brothers, instantly revitalizing them. The group was astonished. This technique rivals that of Ultraman Mother. At that moment, Terrace did not halt his actions. He divided a large portion of energy and cast it into the sky. This energy split into 5 beams, each illuminating the colorful timers of the first generation, the Ultraman brothers, and Mebius. Under the immense influx of energy, the first generation felt their vitality surge, and their energy was fully restored. "Let us launch a combined attack." The initial proposal was met with no hesitation from the crowd, who immediately unleashed their most impressive skills. Talas, maintaining a calm demeanor, fired a sparkling fruit laser beam. Joining forces with others in a combined attack, in the face of this united onslaught, Saurus remained unperturbed. He activated the launching device in his abdomen, unleashing a colossal energy cannon with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. With a continuous supply of energy, Saurus's cannon maintained a terrifying power output. Talas felt that its might was comparable to his own full-force attack. Truly, this was the essence of a genuine world. Such display overshadowed even the Saurus from the theatrical version by several streets. He gazed upon the city, now in ruins, having detached from Cherry Blossom Island, fragmented into numerous small land masses. Clearly, the recent energy fluctuations had severed its connection to Cherry Blossom Island. The fissures were filled with seawater, forming rivers that traversed the city. Many had already met their demise. Talas turned to Jack and Seven, saying, "Seniors, though it may not be the most opportune time to say this, perhaps we could give it a try." The others looked at him in confusion, clearly bewildered by Talas's words. Talas solemnly continued, "The method of utilizing the Shinirama beam and the cluster beam." "He merely wished to learn more skills," Jack, exasperated, replied. "I was just starting to think you were reliable, but in a moment like this, even if we taught you the methods, you couldn't possibly learn them instantaneously. Could you? Moreover, even the Shinirama beam and the cluster beam may not penetrate Saurus's defenses. They had already exhausted all their attacks, which had proven ineffective, even invigorating Saurus further. Not necessarily. Perhaps a miracle might occur." Talas shook his head. The others were perplexed, unable to comprehend the source of Talas's confidence. Suddenly, Seven turned to Talas. "This is the method for the cluster beam that you've consistently created miracles. Let's hope you can do so once more and craft your own." Jack glanced at Seven, and after a moment of silence, he transmitted the method for the Shinirama beam to Talas telepathically. Although he was unsure of Talas's intentions, he thought it was merely a method for a light skill, and sharing it posed no risk. Yet it was not the time for jokes, especially with such a formidable adversary looming before them. Talas nodded. "I have my own ideas," as he acquired Jack's Shinirama beam and Seven's cluster beam. A notification resonated in his mind, detected that the host has learned the Shinirama beam and cluster beam, enhancing the Meatball Fruit's Mega Push Pressure Cannon and the Burn Fruit's Firefly. Fire Dama. Chapter 68. The astonishing energy IT turned out to be these two skills. He had expected further enhancements to the Yada no Kagami. Congratulations, host. Successfully gained the Cosmic Quintuple Light, awakened the Sparkling Fruit and Thunderclap Fruit. Obtaining the Thunder God Body and Light God Body, with a 200 boost to all attributes. What the heck? He understood that the Cosmic Quintuple Light was a fusion skill born from Ace's amalgamation of the powers of 4 other Ultra Brothers. He had not anticipated acquiring it this way, along with 2 awakened fruits. In an instant, Talas felt a mysterious and immense energy flood into his body. The overwhelming sensation of euphoria caused him to forget he was amidst a battlefield. By the standards of the Land of Light, his power had already reached the quasi-legendary level. Meanwhile, Saurus's attacks showed no sign of abating. At this moment, Talas, overwhelmed by the surging energy, found himself momentarily paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, Saurus unleashed a beam of evil eye energy towards Talas. The initial team attempted to shield Talas from the blow, but Saurus's attack held them at bay. Just then, a radiant light descended from the heavens, landing before Talas, quickly transforming into a silver-red figure. Upon its appearance, the figure erected an ultra barrier, blocking the attack aimed at Talas. The barrier shattered under the force of the evil eye beam. The figure staggered back a few steps, but ultimately managed to absorb the impact of the evil eye beam. It was Zophi, accompanied by Taro. They had recently noticed a disturbance in the Earth's seal and hastened to arrive. They had finally made it just in time. Zophi looked at Talas with surprise. What has happened to this kid? Why do I sense his energy surging uncontrollably? The first generation utilized the 8-split light wheel to sever one of Saurus's tentacles, gaining a brief respite. Taking advantage of this moment, he approached Zophi, glancing at Talas before shaking his head. We're just as perplexed. Moments ago, he learned Jack's Shinirama beam and Seven's cluster beam, and he transformed into this. Is that so? Zophi stared at the first generation, clearly unable to grasp the situation. However, before they could ponder further, Saurus laughed heartily. Now that everyone is gathered, the real battle is just beginning. With that, his numerous tentacles began to slither toward them once more. The group, sensing the gravity of the situation, prepared to counter with various cutting attacks. Yet, the tentacles seemed impossible to sever entirely. Among them, the one most at a disadvantage was undoubtedly Mebius, as he possessed the least battle experience. Although he was also a high-ranking warrior, he was merely at the bottom tier among them. Engaging in such a battle was still quite taxing for him. Suddenly, a tentacle ensnared him before he could evade, twisting him into a pretzel and rendering him incapable of resistance. Subsequently, Saurus focused all his assault on Talas. Zophi felt the gravity of the situation and unleashed the M87 beam, aiming to obliterate the tentacles. However, after slicing through 2 or 3, his attack was completely neutralized. Realizing they were losing ground, Zophi inwardly panicked. Just then, a brilliant light erupted behind him, and a massive light blade shot forth from above. Targeting Saurus, Zophi watched the enormous light blade fly away, feeling a chill run down his spine. Had it been just a fraction off, his head would surely have been severed. The Yabo people controlling Saurus were also taken aback, hastily using their tentacles to block the attack. With a series of hissing sounds, several tentacles were effortlessly cleaved in half by the colossal light blade. Ultimately, the light blade was shattered only by one of Saurus's charged evil eye beams. Saurus gazed in astonishment. Zophi, still shaken, turned to look behind him. The eyes of the first generation and the others were also involuntarily drawn toward the scene. At this moment, Talas had regained his composure, radiating a dazzling glow. Talas, both Zophi and the first generation felt the astonishing energy waves emanating from him. Soon, Zophi recalled how narrowly he had escaped being decapitated moments ago, and his face darkened. Could you please give a warning before you attack next time? Talas waved his hand apologetically. I truly apologize, Zophi-sensei. The situation was rather urgent. What on earth did this guy just do? Why has he suddenly gained such immense energy? Saurus stared incredulously at Talas. Gaining strength amid battle. This level of growth seems rather exaggerated. The first generation could not help but inquire. Talas, what exactly happened to you? Why has your power increased so dramatically? Talas shook his head in response. Perhaps it was the skills I learned that activated my latent potential. Zophi appeared astonished. Is that truly the case? Your energy surged to this extent, and yet you remain so composed. The fact that Talas could unleash such a burst of power in the midst of battle was nothing short of extraordinary. While such occurrences existed, no one had managed to do so as dramatically as Talas. Moreover, those capable of achieving this undoubtedly possessed terrifying potential beyond ordinary comprehension. This inevitably reminded them of Mebius. Initially, Mebius was hailed for his infinite potential precisely because the Land of Light had discovered a vast reservoir of untapped potential within him. If all that potential were to be fully realized, he might one day become a powerful figure representing the Land of Light, akin to the status of Ultra Father. Now, it seemed that Talas might possess similar potential, perhaps even more exaggerated than Mebius. However, upon reflection, there seems to be no issue with this, especially considering that when Tai awakened, he indeed surpassed Dream. Subsequently, Tai surpassed Zophie and stood before the crowd. After experiencing the recent upheaval, he could now openly eliminate his opponent. Do you wish to march to your own demise? Sa cackled. Although your energy has significantly increased, it would be utterly naive to think that this alone can make you my rival. At this juncture, he unleashed a malevolent eye beam towards Tai, eager to test his current strength. While he appeared brash on the surface, he was in truth a cautious individual. Tai shook his head, declaring, "You shall soon find out." With that, he extended his palms and began to gather energy. Chapter 69. The Cosmic Miracle Ray. He aimed to emulate the effect of the cosmic fivefold light using the awakened shiny fruit. Vibrant colors began to coalesce within his palms, ultimately transforming into a massive, multicolored light sphere nearly 100 meters in diameter between his hands. A spark of brilliance flashed in Tai's eyes. Yet he felt somewhat astonished. "I forgot that without the ultra hole, it cannot be released." No, wait, it seems that may not be a problem. At that moment, all gazes converge upon him. Every individual present wore expressions of disbelief. For apart from Dream and Tai, nearly all were familiar with this technique. After all, it was the ace killer created by the A who had also deceived the Ultra Brothers to the planet. They were all too well aware of the terror that the cosmic fivefold light once inspired. Extra-dimensional, eh? I presume you are familiar with this technique. Why not attempt once more the move that previously defeated you? Ace Killer? Tai addressed Sa in accordance with the narrative. He then propelled the multicolored light sphere towards Sa. The cosmic fivefold light collided instantly with Sa's malevolent eye beam. But a mere exchange. It completely shattered the malevolent beam. How could such a technique possibly harm me? Sa bellowed. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most potent power. He slightly elevated his abdomen and radiated the maximum output of his biological energy cannon from his glowing abdominal organ. This energy surged towards the cosmic fivefold light unleashed by Tai. Boom! The two terrifying energies surged together in mid-air. The violent energy shockwave shattered the surrounding earth. The land within a radius of dozens of kilometers began to rapidly collapse and sink into the sea. The clouds in the sky vanished without a trace under the onslaught of the ferocious energy. The atmosphere itself bore countless cracks. Finally, after a prolonged standoff, the two formidable energies simultaneously dissipated at a draw. Could it be that Sa's biological energy cannon was this formidable? Tai was somewhat bewildered, realizing the system was not particularly reliable, even though he had only utilized 65 of his output. There was no choice. If he input 100 of his power, Earth might very well be lost out of course. It was also possible that this fellow had been enhanced. No wonder he could force the Ultra Brothers into a corner. Upon discovering that the host had acquired the power of the cosmic miracle, enhancing the god of thunder and the god of light, with a total attribute boost of 300, Tai's heart soared with joy. Sa is impressive. This round is a significant gain for me. How could Tai wield the cosmic fivefold light? Witnessing this scene, the Ultra Brothers were left speechless. The most astonished among them was Ace. After all, this technique was one he had created. It was a deadly skill that combined the energies of Zophie, the first generation, Seven, and Jack. The hallmark of this technique was that it required the combined strength of multiple individuals to execute. Yet now, Tai alone could flawlessly perform it. Was this boy a monster? Moreover, the most crucial issue was that Tai lacked an ultra hole. Tai, how on earth have you accomplished this? Ace inquired directly. Calmly, Tai responded, I merely integrated the various light skills I possess, drawing upon some of the experiences of my predecessor, Ace, to successfully develop this technique, the cosmic fivefold light. It is not particularly difficult. Not particularly difficult? The crowd was instantly bewildered, their faces reflecting disbelief. If it is so easy, then why can we not achieve it while you can? Huh? the cosmic fivefold light. Merely that, Sa, having escaped death, laughed maniacally. Such a technique seems to consume a great deal of energy. Can you launch a second strike? Do you have the strength to continue battling me? He was aware that Ace had only been able to unleash the cosmic fivefold light because Zoffy and the others had transferred nearly all of their remaining energy to him. Yet now Tai, alone, executed such a formidable technique, undoubtedly expending tremendous energy. It was impossible for him to launch a second attack. However, Tai merely chuckled. In comparison to the cosmic fivefold light, there exists an even more suitable skill for you. Sa was momentarily stunned, a shock coursing through him. You possess an even stronger technique? This cannot be. No, your energy must be depleted. You are deceiving me. Energy? Tai glanced at his eternally blue, colorful timer, indicating he was unaware of what Sa was speaking about. Sa also noticed this, momentarily dazed. How could this guy still have so much energy left? Has the technology of the light reached such a level? Have they discovered alternative sources of energy? Seizing the moment while Sa was in shock, Tai suddenly unleashed several rays of light, instantly shattering multiple tentacles and simultaneously rescuing the trapped dream. Enraged, Sa became even more convinced that Tai was deceiving him. He immediately swung countless tentacles towards Tai, determined to eliminate him on the spot. However, facing the oncoming tentacles, Zoffy and the others were filled with trepidation. Only Tai remained utterly composed. Meanwhile, vibrant colors swirled around him, as if some mysterious power was awakening. Upon witnessing this, Tai's face turned pale with astonishment. He exclaimed, "Could this be the power of the cosmic miracle?" He was all too familiar with this sensation, as it was the very power he had wielded when he had united the strengths of the Ultra Six Brothers to transform into Super Tai. Only by mastering the cosmic miracle light could one unleash the cosmic miracle ray. In that instant, Tai, like Ace, began to question his existence. What manner of monster is this guy? Indeed, the very next moment, Tai extended his right hand, positioning his armpit towards Sa. He directly activated the armpit ray, simulating the shiny fruit. No, it should be the cosmic miracle ray, the radiant silver cosmic miracle light, imbued with terrifying energy fluctuations, surged forth towards Sa. Upon witnessing this, the ape possessing Sa's body finally felt fear, his face contorted with shock. Impossible. What kind of terrifying attack is this? He once again fired his biological energy cannon from his abdominal luminescent organ. This time, he expended nearly all of his energy. Ultimately, his biological energy cannon collided with Tai's cosmic miracle ray. And amidst the terrifying energy clash, astonishing residual waves rippled throughout the entire space. It seemed even the fabric of space bore cracks, and the violent energy shock waves triggered a tsunami in the sea. Chapter 70. The three divine armies seeing this, Jack and Seven immediately utilized ultra-telekinesis to shield against the tsunami. Meanwhile, the two attacks continued to confront one another. However, it was evident that Sa's biological energy cannon fell significantly short of the power of Tai's cosmic miracle ray. No matter how hard Sa struggled, he was gradually pushed back by Tai's cosmic miracle ray. Tai maintained a relaxed expression, while Sa trembled all over, clearly reaching his limits. "Himph," Tai scoffed, silently intoning, "God of Light." Subsequently, the power of the cosmic miracle ray surged exponentially. Sa's biological energy cannon instantly collapsed, and the cosmic miracle ray bore down upon him. No, the remnant soul of the A within Sa screamed in terror. Yet his voice was drowned in the cataclysmic energy storm. Under this energy onslaught, Sa was disintegrated into atomic form, vanishing without a trace, completely evaporated. Tai was somewhat astonished. The God of Light truly was formidable. In the state of the God of Light, he had only utilized 30% of his strength. Yet the damage was already so immense that, in the depths of the cosmos, a colossal battleship was presently docked beyond the Milky Way. The voice of the Mephala's alien echoed. "Zoffy has departed from the front lines? If so, then our opportunity has arrived." He issued the command. "Commence operations. Launch an all-out assault. Clear the path for His Majesty the Emperor to descend upon Earth." Upon receiving his command, the entire army of the Dark Legion immediately launched an assault, recklessly attacking the front lines steadfastly held by the Luminary clan. At last, the defensive line was breached. The Dark Legion successfully opened a passageway. The Mephala's aliens, gazing down upon Earth, were taken aback by the intelligence that reported, "Is it true that warrior named Terrace actually killed Solace? Was my previous conjecture incorrect? Does he truly possess such potential?" The Mephalas have been closely monitoring the situation concerning Solace. They were acutely aware of Solace's formidable strength, though he might merely be considered a minor player in the eyes of Emperor Ampila. In the current universe, he was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of power. The fact that Terrace could eliminate Solace piqued their interest. After all, when the Mephalas first encountered Terrace, despite his power, they had not given him much thought. However, times had changed. Terrace's rapid advancement in such a brief period was enough to instill a sense of wariness. Had he not exhausted his potential? Or was this individual's potential so vast that it had nowhere to be contained? Such a troublesome entity should be eradicated at the earliest opportunity, or so pondered the Mephalas. Regardless, a being with such terrifying growth must be approached with utmost caution. At that moment on Earth, Terrace gazed at a slowly closing rift in space, his expression one of astonishment. Although Solace had been vanquished, the extra-dimensional abyssal being had not perished as a result. This extra-dimensional abyssal being possessed the entire extra-dimensional space as its backing. As long as the extra-dimensional realm remained intact, it would not truly die. Even if temporarily vanquished, it could harness the energy of the extra-dimensional space to resurrect itself. Such was the current situation. After Solace's demise, his residual soul, though somewhat wounded, hurriedly opened a portal to the extra-dimensional realm, allowing him to return to safety. One must admit, this abyssal being's skill in evasion was remarkable. Terrace recalled that in the original narrative, even the formidable Mebius, upon transforming into an infinite form, had been unable to slay it. However, since the extra-dimensional abyssal being had already fled, this particular battle had come to an end. Following the conclusion of this grand conflict, the city was thoroughly liberated. With the loss of Solace's energy supply, the colossal shield that had enveloped the entire city dissipated. Observing the devastated landscape, Jiulai Zheping was utterly shocked. What transpired here? The devastation was truly horrifying. Haku Mizushita was also taken aback, inhaling deeply, realizing that an extraordinary battle had just unfolded here. When the defensive barrier was lifted, it seemed they had caught a glimpse of the legendary Ultra Brothers. It was possible that the Ultra Brothers, along with Terrace and Mebius, had collectively defeated a formidable adversary. The exact nature of this enemy's strength remained unknown for the time being. However, it was evident that, with the current capabilities of Earthlings, they would be unable to confront such a foe. Jiulai Zheping exclaimed. The Ultra Brothers? He hastily replayed the satellite footage, immediately spotting Taro and Zafi as they soared into the depths of space. The other Ultra Brothers figures flickered and vanished. An enemy powerful enough to compel the Ultra Six Brothers, Mebius, and Terrace to join forces was undoubtedly unprecedentedly strong. Such a lineup had never before been documented in the archives. However, this also left him feeling somewhat regretful, as he had missed the opportunity to witness such a monumental battle. In the time that followed, everything seemed to settle into a calm, with not even a single monster appearing. In the solar system, the Mephala spacecraft was docked in the orbit of Pluto. At that moment, the internal space of the ship suddenly fractured, and an abyssal being emerged. He gazed coldly at the Mephalas before him and said, "What plan do you have in mind for my cooperation? If it concerns the Luminary clan, I shall gladly comply. If it pertains to anything else, do not waste my time." The Mephalas shook his head. "Abyssal being, I have come to seek your assistance, though not specifically against the Luminary clan. However, I believe you will find this quite intriguing. The recent battle on Earth has sufficiently demonstrated your capabilities. Thus, His Majesty the Emperor has decided to appoint you as the new evil general among the Dark Four Kings." Upon hearing this, the abyssal being trembled slightly, yet he understood that under the command of the Ampila aliens, the position of evil general in the Dark Four Kings was reserved for the most powerful. Unfortunately, this position had remained vacant for many years, leading to the so-called Four Kings being reduced to merely three, often referred to as the Three Divine Generals. This situation arose, it was said, because the previous evil general, Bagaru, had betrayed the Ampila aliens, even attempting to overthrow their rule to become the new sovereign of the universe. Chapter 71. The recruitment plan. Regrettably, Bagaru had been overly arrogant, failing to recognize the vast chasm between himself and the Ampila aliens. Ultimately, he was subdued and imprisoned within a black hole, never to see the light of day. Though he once harbored ambitions of universal domination, such notions were merely the folly of youth, born from ignorance. Having gained experience and a deeper understanding of the true pinnacle of power in this universe, he was now acutely aware that he lacked the capability to conquer the cosmos, even if he could forge powerful monsters or wield the mightiest super beast. Solace, it would still be insufficient. Before those truly at the apex of the universe, he was merely a slightly larger ant. The so-called Dark Universe Grand Emperor, the Ampila alien, was indeed one such genuine powerhouse. He was hailed as the sovereign among dark forces, an overwhelming presence in the dark realm. The dimensional divide was a natural barrier he would find insurmountable in his lifetime. The abyssal being had long since outgrown his arrogance. Upon hearing that the Ampila alien sought to recruit him as the evil general among the Dark Four Kings, he felt not a shred of anger, but rather intrigue. First, the Ampila alien could serve as his powerful backing, allowing him to act without restraint. Second, while he lacked the capacity to dominate the universe, aligning himself with such a grand entity, ruling over the cosmos, seemed an appealing prospect. With these thoughts in mind, the abyssal being took a deep breath and unhesitatingly replied, "Very well. Inform His Majesty the Emperor that I, the abyssal being, am honored to receive his recognition and shall serve as his evil general, dedicating my life to the glory of the great Emperor. Congratulations, abyssal being. From now on, we shall both serve the Grand Emperor of the Dark Universe." The current Emperor wished to descend upon Earth. To ensure that the Emperor's arrival ceremony would not be disturbed, the most crucial task was to eliminate those Ultramen on Earth. The extra-dimensional abyssal being's expression turned grave. While I wholeheartedly agree with this proposal, we must not act in haste, for there are currently not only the Ultra Brothers and Mebius on Earth, but most importantly, that individual named Terrace. He is a formidable opponent after my defeat at his hands. I sought out all his battle data. From the fundamental information within these records, it is evident that this individual has exhibited an alarming rate of growth over the past 2 or 3 decades. He is at least a quasi-legendary warrior. I believe the Dark Legion may find it challenging to contend with him, unless His Majesty the Emperor himself intervenes to eliminate this threat. The Mephiles nodded. In truth, he was fully aware of the battle on Earth and internally concurred with the abyssal being's assessment. After all, despite his confidence in the current Dark Legion strength, he recognized that they were still lacking in top-tier warriors. The quasi-legendary level was a colossal challenge for them. Do you think it possible to recruit him into our dark ranks? The Mephiles pondered for a moment before proposing a suggestion that left the abyssal being astounded. To draw Terrace into our dark ranks. You truly dare to imagine such a thing? How could that possibly be? Is this truly the strategy of the cunning strategist known throughout the universe? Is this genuinely a proposal derived from careful consideration? The abyssal being not only struggled to comprehend, but found Mephiles' words to be utterly fanciful. One must understand that light has always stood in stark opposition to darkness. The Luminary Clan and the Ampila aliens are perhaps the most quintessential examples of this dichotomy. How could the Light Clan possibly pledge allegiance to the sovereign of the Dark Universe? Such a notion is utterly absurd. Yet, the Mephiles seemed quite enthusiastic, appearing unfazed by the implications of his proposal. With a smile, he explained to the ABO people, "Nothing is impossible. Every circumstance presents an opportunity, contingent solely upon one's willingness to envision it. Everyone possesses their vulnerabilities. Moreover, I have observed this Terrace, and he appears somewhat different from the other members of the Light Clan. He does not unilaterally consider himself the epitome of justice. Perhaps this could serve as an entry point." The ABO listened, utterly astonished. He sensed there might indeed be some feasibility in this. Inducing the Light Clan to descend into darkness. This has occurred in history before. Take, for instance, Belial who is said to be sealed within a cosmic prison and is renowned as the most malevolent of the Light Clan. He had once succumbed to darkness and even brought about a second catastrophe for the Light Nation following the invasion of the Ampellans. Otherwise, it would not have taken the Light Nation so long to fully recuperate. What might the specific plan entail? After a brief silence, the ABO inquired. Mephiles responded. The Light Clan seems to harbor a keen interest in the humans of Earth. The ABO nodded. While the precise reason remains unclear, it is indeed a fact. In that case, Mephiles appeared to be brimming with confidence. Let us commence with Earth. Let this revered Father Ultraman comprehend just how grotesque the hearts of Earthlings truly are. To employ humanity to assault Terrace's psychological defenses, the ABO pondered for a moment, finding this notion increasingly plausible. Humans are incredibly complex beings, harboring both light and darkness within their souls, yet more often than not, darkness occupies the vast majority of their spiritual realm. The negative energies that arise from their hearts can indeed manifest as monsters or serve as sustenance for beings such as ourselves from the cosmos. Such a race would unmistakably clash with the ideology of the Light Clan. Ultimately, it would profoundly reshape their worldview. It merely awaits the spark to ignite this fuse. ABO, Mephiles continued. You shall be entrusted with this task. The ABO nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Terrace was diligently acquiring various skills. He discovered that the host had obtained the cosmic miracle collision, which had transformed into the shining fruit. Remarkably, it was the Diamond Joe's. This diamond defense could entirely withstand light-based attacks, perhaps even reflecting them. With attribute enhancement, the host's physical attributes began to strengthen. Simultaneously, Chapter 72. The repulsive Haraka Mitsuhiko. Terrace felt the energy within him surging rapidly. As for his defensive capabilities, he would need to transform before ascertaining the extent of the enhancements. Yet he had not anticipated that a single cosmic miracle collision would not only amplify his internal energy, but also enhance his defensive abilities. It was rare for him to encounter a skill that bolstered skin defense. This brought him a new form of advancement, for physical defense is indeed a crucial attribute. Resilience against impacts and increased resistance to various attacks would allow Terrace to minimize unnecessary injuries. Among the Ultraman brothers, the original was unparalleled in physical defense, bravely enduring light attacks with his massive pectorals. Then there was Ace, whose defenses could withstand less potent missile strikes. However, such skin defense capabilities are generally innate and challenging to acquire. Terrace mused that perhaps he could attempt to emulate the sensation of withstanding light attacks with diamond-like pectorals. Ordinary missiles, needless to say, would likely be incapable of breaching his defenses. With the emergence of the shining fruit, Terrace's overall strength had received a considerable boost. His current level was now on par with the Dark Emperor of the Ampellans or the Father of Ultra. However, these two were ancient beings with millennia of experience, and he was certainly not their match. The next level would be the so-called legendary tier. The mysterious 4 Ultras belonged to this rank. Yet he still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching that level. At worst, he could later embark on a multiverse expedition to learn the techniques of other characters from the Heisei era. Just then, Terrace's gaze sharpened as he noticed a familiar figure suddenly manifest in the mirror before him. This figure was none other than the giant form of the ABO from another dimension. ABO, he actually dared to appear before me. Terrace immediately suppressed all expressions, stating, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. ABO, the ABO chuckled. Terrace Ultraman, I believe you are a remarkable talent. Or rather, the Dark Emperor to whom I currently pledge allegiance deems you a talent. Yet within the Light Nation, you have allowed your abilities to languish. The hypocrites of the Light Nation, with their so-called hearts of justice, are merely tools to impede your growth. Ultimately, light is not the true path. Darkness is eternal. Come, Terrace, join the ranks of darkness. Pledge your loyalty to the illustrious Dark Emperor of the universe. Bearing the will of the Dark Emperor, reign over the entire multiverse. Terrace was momentarily rendered speechless, unable to fathom that the ABO had come to incite rebellion. Did he feel that there was no effective means to confront him, thus resorting to such desperate tactics? He maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. ABO, Do you believe I am the sort to be easily swayed like a child? What do you mean by darkness being eternal? Light and darkness are both eternal. The ABO shook his head. No. You shall see. You will witness just how foolish the decisions of the Light Clan truly are. Humanity on Earth is unworthy of your protection. They harbor dark and malevolent hearts. No matter how well you safeguard them, they shall never become true beings of light. One day, you will realize how laughable your persistence has been. What do you wish to convey? Terrace raised an eyebrow, utilizing his formidable perception to ascertain the Abo's current location. The ABO shook his head. Instead, allow me to present you with a splendid spectacle. At this moment, the mirror suddenly revealed a scene. Within the image appeared the figure of Hinata Miku. At that moment, Hinata Miku was engaged in her routine patrol. Suddenly, a man, akin to a thief, stealthily followed behind her. Hirakawa Mitsuhiko. Terrace was taken aback, recognizing the true identity of this insidious character. He was the unscrupulous journalist who had once appeared in the storyline of Mebius. He had previously wounded Hinata Miku's heart, nearly causing her to doubt her Ultraman spirit. In that instant, Terrace comprehended the Abo's intentions. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, as a super beast emerged from below. This was the missile super beast Balaukin. Under the Abo's control, it commenced a large-scale rampage, wreaking havoc on everything in its vicinity. It could launch missiles from its entire body. Countless missiles rained down, and the surrounding crowd began to flee in a frenzy towards safety. The scene descended into utter chaos. Hinata Miku attempted to transform, but unexpectedly, Hirakawa Mitsuhiko stepped forward, a mocking expression on his face, and said, "In such perilous times, what are you guys doing? You still have the leisure to patrol here. Shouldn't you be rushing to confront the monster immediately?" He was holding a camera, clearly capturing the moment of Hinata Miku's dilemma. But he could not finish his sentence, for Balaukin had already taken notice of Hinata Miku. It launched a missile in her direction. Hirakawa Mitsuhiko was instantly terrified, screaming as he fled in panic. Only then could Hinata Miku seize the opportunity to transform into Mebius. Just as she completed her transformation, she immediately confronted the monster. It must be said that Mebius's growth rate was astonishing. After experiencing so much, he had indeed gained considerable strength. Although he still ranked low among high-level warriors, he was significantly stronger than the last time Terrace had seen him. Ultimately, with the assistance of the guy's team members, he successfully defeated Balaukin. However, facing the Super Beast, Mebius was encountering it for the first time, and thus found it somewhat challenging. After all, Super Beasts possess powers far superior to ordinary monsters. The battle concluded with the demise of the Super Beast Balaukin and Mebius being bombarded by the Super Beast's missiles multiple times. By the end of the fight, his energy was nearly depleted, and he weakly reverted to his human form. Upon witnessing the monster finally defeated, Hirakawa Mitsuhiko approached once more, mocking, "How utterly ridiculous! The Ultraman fought valiantly to vanquish the monster, while you US team members did not even engage in direct confrontation with it." Ribai Mirai gazed silently at the man before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Due to the nature of his identity, which must remain concealed, she could not engage in any form of rebuttal. This misunderstanding was something she could only accept without protest. Just as Hirakawa Mitsuhiko was about to continue his taunts, the ground suddenly fissured, splitting open like a vast spider web. Chapter 73. The Belief of Ribai Mirai. Subsequently, both of them felt the ground give way beneath their feet, and in a state of bewilderment, they fell into a special space that had been prepared in advance by the Yabo people. Is this a ploy to kill both body and spirit? Terrace understood. The Yabo people intended to show him a segment of their story. In a desolate wasteland, two figures lay amidst the sea of yellow sand. This place once seemed to be a thriving metropolis, yet now it lay in ruins. As Hirakawa Mitsuhiko regained consciousness, the scene before him filled him with horror and disbelief. How could this be? You bastard! While we were unconscious, the monsters obliterated our world. At this point, Hirakawa Mitsuhiko was enraged. He was merely 30 years old and had yet to save her life. Now, the world lay in ruin, all because of those useless guys. With this thought, he turned his gaze toward Ribai Mirai. whose injuries had yet to heal, and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon her. This only served to further wound Ribeye Mirai. Yet, she merely stared at Hirakawa Mitsuhiko, silently enduring it all. Hirakawa Mitsuhiko was taken aback by the fiery intensity in her gaze. He trembled as he asked, "What do you intend to do? Are Guy's members truly going to turn on ordinary citizens?" Ribeye Mirai forced herself to calm her tumultuous emotions and spoke slowly. "No, Mr. Hirakawa, I will not harm you." Her adversary was the invader. She would not raise her hand against the humanity she cherished. Upon hearing that Ribeye Mirai would not harm him, he arrogantly delivered another kick, sending her sprawling to the ground. Spitting, he exclaimed, "You trash! How dare you look at me with such eyes? Are you threatening me?" Ribeye Mirai silently endured, her once fervent heart now gradually losing its warmth. However, she could not strike against earthlings, for once she did, the very faith she held dear would waver. Look, this is the ugly nature of humanity. They possess no so-called hearts of light. Within their hearts lies only darkness. Filthy darkness. The guardianship of the Light Clan holds no significance. It is merely an indulgence of darkness, if that is the case. Why not join the darkness? Terra's Ultraman. If you are willing, I can let you personally slay this filthy human. What say you? Terra's glanced at him, asked you, "Is this what you wish to show me?" What humanity is truly like, I am far more aware than you. In his past life, he had been a genuine human, and thus he knew precisely what manner of beings human to, no matter how well the Yabo people understood humanity or analyzed their hearts. They could not comprehend it better than he. Among humans, there were indeed many wretched beings like Hirakawa Mitsuhiko, but he would not denounce humanity, for that to deny humanity would be tantamount to denying oneself. It would hold no significance whatsoever, that of course. Had it been he in this situation instead of Ribeye Mirai, he would not have hesitated to deal with Hirakawa Mitsuhiko harshly. If it were him, he would have already incapacitated this scoundrel, bullying the weak, fearing the strong, and being ungrateful. All manner of negative traits were on full display in Hirakawa Mitsuhiko. Do you still wish to persist? The Yabo person was somewhat surprised. Then he chuckled. Then continue to watch, shall you? With that, the Yabo person appeared in the world reflected in the mirror. Hirakawa Mitsuhiko, who was still kicking and punching Dream Mebius, was taken aback to that moment. The Yabo person transformed into the visage of an old man. Upon seeing the old man, Hirakawa Mitsuhiko immediately shouted, "Hey, old man, are you a survivor?" The Yabo person scoffed, using his telekinetic abilities to grip Hirakawa Mitsuhiko's throat. Lifting him off the ground, his eyes gleamed with a cold light as he stared at Hirakawa Mitsuhiko and slowly spoke, "Dream Mebius, how about I eliminate this filthy human on your behalf?" Dream Mebius's gaze sharpened. Although Hirakawa Mitsuhiko's actions had deeply saddened him, he remained resolute in his beliefs. If he were to nod in agreement, his Ultraman heart would shatter. "Stop it!" he shouted. Subsequently, he manifested the Dream Mebius aura, unleashing a blade of light. Dream Mebius cut. Due to the presence of the Dream Mebius aura, which served as a means to store energy, even in his human form, Ribeye Mirai could utilize this tool to execute some fundamental skills of the giant form. Although he was unaware of the Yabo person's true identity, he did know that the other party was certainly an extraterrestrial. The true aim of the Yabo person was to induce him to harbor hatred for humanity. The Dream Mebius cut swiftly approached the Yabo person. However, the Yabo person dismissed it with disdain, erecting a telekinetic barrier that effortlessly blocked the attack. This seemingly weak Dream Mebius cut left not even a ripple upon the Yabo person's barrier. Nevertheless, the appearance of this attack distracted the Yabo person, causing the grip on Hirakawa Mitsuhiko's throat to falter, and he fell to the ground. Yet the now liberated Hirakawa Mitsuhiko could hardly dwell on his pain, instead staring in terror at Dream Mebius, shouting, "You monster!" Ribeye Mirai, who was about to assist him, was shaken to her core. "Monster? Is he referring to me?" In that moment, she began to doubt the faith she had held so dearly. When she first arrived on Earth, she had been so resolute in her desire to protect humanity. However, The experiences she had encountered since her arrival had allowed her to appreciate the bonds of humanity, to feel the emotional ties that belonged to them. Gradually, she found herself deeply enamored with the humans of this planet. Yet now, her belief began to waver, questioning whether this was truly the humanity she sought to protect. Were those she cherished truly such beings? Would they cast her aside as a monster upon learning she was not one of them, despite all she had done, risking her lifetime and again to safeguard this planet? In her self-doubt, Dream Mebius's expression shifted between light and shadow. In front of the mirror, Teras could not help but raise an eyebrow. Indeed, regardless of how many times he had witnessed the scoundrel Hirakawa Mitsuhiko's true colors, he found them utterly repulsive. The existence of such a person undoubtedly lowered the moral standard of the entire human race. Teras felt an overwhelming urge to teach him a lesson. Chapter 74. The Door Fruit. Teras remained silent for a moment before speaking. "Yabo person, let me in." The Yabo person's eyes brightened. "What? Have you come to your senses? Upon understanding the depravity and filth of humanity, you will realize how tragic your previous convictions were. Humanity is such a creature, despicable, dark, and filthy, unworthy of your protection." Teras said nothing. For the first time, he found himself in complete agreement with the Yabo person's words. Indeed, the Yabo person was correct. Hirakawa Mitsuhiko was even more repugnant than described. "Now I will open the dimensional portal, allowing you to enter this other dimensional space." Yet Teras replied, "That's too troublesome. Why not teach me the ability to traverse the dimensional space directly? It would be more convenient." "You wish to learn the ability to traverse the dimensional space?" The Yabo person was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend this request. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a notion. To avoid inconvenience, one wishes to learn the ability to traverse dimensional spaces. This ability was a talent inherent to the Yabo people, not a skill one could simply develop. How could anyone learn it at will? He began to wonder if assisting the Ampila people in recruiting Teras was a grave mistake. Due to his recent behavior, it appeared Teras sometimes had a rather erratic thought process that if they were to enter the Dark Legion and commit any errors, would he, as the intermediary, also suffer the consequences? "What? Is there a problem?" Teras furrowed his brow and inquired. The Yabo person gave a wry smile. "That ability cannot be learned on a whim. You should let me open the portal and allow you to enter. Teach me first, and let me see if I can manage it. If I truly cannot, you will suffer no loss." Teras shrugged and remarked, "Very well." The Yabo person shook his head, realizing Teras was so adamant, leaving him with no recourse. However, a sudden desire to witness Teras's folly arose within him. Due to their differing physiques, even if this method were to be disseminated, no one would be able to master it. With this thought, the Yabo individual felt significantly more at ease that he then utilized his telepathic abilities to impart the method of opening a dimensional portal to Teras. Teras immediately examined it and discovered that the method was remarkably simple. Essentially, it involved sensing the coordinates of the alternate dimension, resonating with it through oneself, and utilizing one's abilities to shatter the dimensional space, thereby achieving the goal of opening a dimensional passage. Teras, lacking the unique resonance with dimensional space that the dimensional beings possessed, would certainly be unable to learn it. However, he was someone with the advantage of a system. Upon realizing that the host had acquired dimensional teleportation, the system activated the door fruit. Transformation successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the door fruit. Teras couldn't help but chuckle, initially expecting it to be the mirror fruit. To his surprise, it turned out to be a Pirate King version of a portal. This would be quite convenient, far quicker than traveling via light particle spacecraft. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on the mirror before him. With a gentle extension of his hand, click, the seemingly ordinary mirror transformed into a doorway as Teras stepped through. Meanwhile, in a separate, isolated space, the Yabo individual was anxiously gripping Hichikawa Mitsuhiko, waiting for Teras's response. However, as time passed without any communication, impatience began to set in. There was no sign of activity on the other end of the mental connection. This struck him as peculiar. At that moment, the Yabo person suddenly noticed something and turned around. The space there rippled, and a door materialized out of thin air. Was this the dimensional portal? The Yabo individual gazed at the door with bewilderment, his mind filled with questions about who could open such a passage. Who was it? Could there be other dimensional beings? He certainly did not consider Thrashes among them, for he could not believe that this being of light could master their racial abilities. After all, such a violation of logic seemed nearly impossible. Just then, the door swung open, and upon discerning the figure that emerged, the Yabo individual was astounded. Thrashes? How could this be? How could you possibly open a dimensional portal? What have you done? Utilizing the door fruit, Thrashes found his initial experience of interdimensional travel quite delightful, but he chuckled, thinking, isn't this something one learns easily? There's nothing difficult about it. I suspect you were deceiving me when you claimed that only your kind could master this ability. The Yabo individual, too, was at a loss. I don't know that I always thought this was an innate ability of our kind, one that others could not learn. Wait, that's not right. Even we dimensional beings would require time to grasp such an ability. How could you have understood the method of opening a dimensional portal so swiftly? Setting aside racial limitations, your speed of learning is simply unbelievable. This defies the laws of science. Science? Thrashes chuckled. Perhaps I am extraordinarily gifted. Or perhaps you are simply lacking. The Yabo individual's expression darkened. Are you implying that we dimensional beings are lacking? He could only suppress the rising anger within, for it seemed that Thrashes was poised to embrace the darkness and join the ranks of the Dark Empire. Perhaps even to work alongside him in the future. Thus, he refrained from tearing the facade any further. How you came to learn the ability to open a dimensional portal is no longer my concern. It is your skill to have learned it. I now leave this person to you. Eliminate him, and you may join the darkness. He gestured toward Hichikawa Mitsuhiko, who was now scrambling backward in terror. Meanwhile, Dreambows stared at Thrashes in shock, unable to comprehend how Thrashes could find himself entangled with the Yabo individual. This was inconceivable. Thrashes was a companion of the Light Nation, a messenger of light. Why was this happening? Could there be some misunderstanding? He gazed at Thrashes, desperate to understand the unfolding events. Hichikawa Mitsuhiko, terrified, pleaded, "No, please don't kill me." His eyes conveyed a desperate plea to Nichibino Mirai. "Hurry and save me." "Are you foolish? Isn't it your duty to protect us weak humans in times like this?" Chapter 75. One willing to strike, one willing to endure. Nichibino Mirai's expression fluctuated, and after a deep breath, he asked, "You are Thrashes? Have you truly fallen into darkness? How can a member of the Light Nation align with darkness?" The Yabo individual, upon hearing this, unleashed a telekinetic blast, aiming to send Dreambows flying. Dreambows quickly conjured a dream beam ring to shield himself from the oncoming telekinetic wave. That moment, Thrashes shook his head. "Dreambows, let me impart a truth upon you. Not all humans are benevolent or deserving of our protection." As he spoke, Thrashes' gaze hardened, and a telekinetic strike sent Hichikawa Mitsuhiko flying. Hichikawa Mitsuhiko coughed up blood, staring at Thrashes in horror. You are Father of Ultraman? Aren't you supposed to be a hero of humanity? A protector? How could you do this to me? The earlier conversation had made it clear to him that the figure before him was indeed the legendary, enigmatic Father of Ultraman, even acclaimed as the strongest warrior among them. Yet, he never fathomed that this Ultraman, who had always appeared to selflessly guard humanity, would turn against him. In his terror, he resorted to moral coercion, attempting to bind Thrashes with the connection between Ultraman and humanity. However, Thrashes was wholly unfazed by this. You ought to question yourself instead. His expression remained impassive, his eyes betraying a glimmer of menace. Hichikawa Mitsuhiko felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. The aura of death began to creep into his heart. At this moment, he finally understood that Ultramen were not merely protectors of humanity. They were formidable beings in their own right. They possessed their own personalities and emotions. In their presence, humanity felt as insignificant as ants. Should they choose, they could effortlessly annihilate humanity. Previously, he had provoked Nichibino Mirai, dancing on the edge of a blade. Had it not been for Nichibino Mirai's innocence and fervent love for humanity, he would have perished countless times already. You Haven T killed him? The Yabo individual gazed at Thrashes. It seems you still haven't fully accepted it. If that's the case, allow me to assist you. With that, the Yabo individual launched another telekinetic wave toward Hichikawa Mitsuhiko. Terrified, Hichikawa Mitsuhiko watched as the invisible wave, distorting the air with its power, closed in on him, and despair washed over him. He turned to Nichibino Mirai, shouting in terror, "Save me!" However, Nichibino Mirai was simply too far away to intervene, and he had begun to doubt the bond he once held with humanity. Thud! The telekinetic wave pierced through Hichikawa Mitsuhiko's body, obliterating his organs in an instant, killing him beyond revival. Throughout this ordeal, the Yabo individual closely observed Thrashes' expression, noting his calm demeanor, devoid of any visible reaction. He couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Excellent, excellent. Father Ultraman, come with me to meet the great Emperor. From now on, you shall be the foremost warrior under his majesty." Thrashes cast a sidelong glance at him. Do you truly believe that this would earn my consent?" The Yabo individual's face darkened. "Are you toying with me?" Thrashes shook his head. "Yabo individual, your naivety is astounding. The notion that I would join the ranks of darkness surely isn't the idea of the Ampera aliens. Is it? This is merely a delaying tactic from you, the Dark Four Kings. You should expend less effort on such schemes and focus on facing me in battle instead. After all, I openly provoked the Ampera alien before. Given his arrogant nature, I highly doubt he would set aside old grievances to recruit me. Joining the dark ranks, Talas had never contemplated such matters. Furthermore, he possessed a degree of understanding regarding the temperament of the Ampelans. In essence, they regarded all beings as mere ants, displaying an arrogant disposition. They fancied themselves as the grand emperors of the dark universe, aspiring to dominate the cosmos. From this alone, it was evident that he held little regard for others. In his eyes, even his most capable generals, the Dark Four Kings, were nothing more than pawns. The unwavering loyalty of the Mephiles to him, having served for countless years and achieved numerous feats, ultimately led to a grim fate, falling victim to his Xerillium beam. As for Talas, he even believed that if they ever met, it would be a stroke of fortune if the other party refrained from immediately unleashing a Xerillium beam upon him. The Yabo people were astonished that Talas could discern so many truths. Subsequently, one of them glared and exclaimed, "So you have been deceiving me. You have stolen my powers." Talas chuckled softly. "Deceive? It takes two to tango." He then unleashed a telekinetic shockwave towards the Yabo. The Yabo hastily erected a telekinetic barrier to defend against it. The Yabo's telekinetic prowess was indeed noteworthy, having harnessed the collective strength of an entire interdimensional race and embodying its ultimate form. Thus, Talas's telekinetic assault had little to no effect on him. The Yabo's expression contorted. "Very well. I shall remember this, Talas. The next time we meet, I will be your sworn enemy. At that time, I will make you experience the might of the dark forces." With that, he immediately opened an interdimensional portal in an attempt to escape. Witnessing this, Talas let out a cold chuckle and directed a Stirling beam, Frankie laser cannon, at the spatial portal. The portal shattered, and the Yabo's figure tumbled out. "Talas!" The Yabo glared at Talas in fury, realizing that he had forgotten Talas had already mastered the ability to traverse dimensions, as long as Talas possessed this skill. He could not escape under his watchful eye. This realization filled the Yabo with deep resentment, lamenting why he had entrusted such an ability to the insufferable Talas. Had it not been for his earlier blunder, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Talas? Not far away. Nichibino Mirai gazed at the current Talas, his eyes shimmering with a hint of brightness, for he realized that Talas had not succumbed to darkness. "Indeed, you are truly remarkable, Talas," Nichibino Mirai exclaimed with joy. Yet his heart soon turned cold again. "Talas, do you truly believe that Earthlings are not worth our protection? Such matters," Talas shook his head, "are for you to ponder. What is the essence of your perseverance along this journey? Is it merely due to someone else's perspective, or for the future of a particular race, or perhaps for someone else altogether?" Chapter 76. The Dark Forest Principal, Nichibino Mirai, fell silent for a moment. Then his eyes brightened. "Indeed, on this earth, I have companions whom I cherish, friends who fight alongside me." He thought of Akiyama Ryu, of Hasumi Shingo, of the entire Guy's team. In that instant, The heart that had nearly extinguished reignited with fervor. As long as he could be with his companions, the opinions of others were utterly inconsequential. With that thought, he stepped forward. "Leave this fellow to me." Talus sensed that at this moment, Nichabino Marai seemed to awaken an inexplicable power. Goodness, Talus mused internally. Could it be that my offhand remarks have sparked this awakening? With that thought, he nodded. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed Nichabino Marai transform into the form of Ultraman Mebius amidst a radiant glow. Charging towards the Yabo sneered, for he only feared Talus. While Ultraman Mebius belonged to the Light Clan, he regarded him with disdain that in truth, the current Mebius was no match for him. The Yabo casually wielded his shovel, striking Mebius and sending sparks flying, forcing him back 100 meters. Yet Mebius stood undeterred. The Yabo's gaze sharpened, for he sensed Mebius's energy escalating at an alarming rate. This surge of power was utterly abnormal. After repelling Mebius several times, flames ignited around him. Mebius's brave form. Witnessing this, Talus felt a flicker of interest. I never anticipated he would unlock such strength. Mebius's growth was intricately linked to his bond with humanity. The Yabo was ultimately vanquished by Mebius's Mebius burst. Even if you kill me, the other three kings are watching over this earth. They will avenge me. The Yabo let out a wretched scream. Within the spaceship orbiting Pluto, an alarm blared. The Mephiles' expression hardened. Soon, an alien approached to report. Lord Mephiles, the life force of the new evil general, Yabo, has vanished from Earth. Yabo is dead. The Mephiles mused inwardly. Did Tala's Ultraman take action? His expression quickly turned icy. What a useless being. He couldn't even handle such a trivial matter. At that moment, a terrifying presence descended. The Mephiles' face paled. It is the Emperor. He hastily knelt in a knightly manner, respectfully proclaiming, "Emperor Mephiles." The spiritual power of the Ampelans manifested above the spaceship's dome, forming a colossal visage that slowly spoke. "Where is the interdimensional Yabo? I have a task for him." The Mephiles' expression grew awkward, and he cautiously recounted the events that had transpired. Talus, the Ampelon, strained to recall the name, feeling it was somewhat familiar. After a moment, he finally remembered the incident on the cosmic battlefield, where Talus had nearly slain the Mephiles before his very eyes. So it is, a cold glimmer flickered in the Ampelon's gaze. That impudent being of the Light Clan? I never imagined he has grown to such an extent. Excellent. Originally, I intended to kill him with my own hands. However, it seems your suggestion, Mephiles, may not be without merit. The Mephiles raised his head. Might it be that you wish to recruit him in my name? If we could enlist him into the Dark Camp to eliminate the other Ultraman on Earth. Watching those detestable warriors of light turn upon one another would undoubtedly be spectacular. With the death of the Yabo, the peculiar space he had created began to collapse. Talus opened a spatial portal and departed. Subsequently, he and Mebius returned to the real world. Talus resumed his human guise, while Mebius transformed back into Nichabino Marai. Talus found himself intrigued by the Mebius burst, and after some consideration, he inquired about its fundamental principles. Mebius readily shared the knowledge of the Mebius burst's mechanics. Talus, not to be outdone, also asked about the principles behind the Mebius ray, upon discovering that the host had acquired the Mebius burst. The Mebius ray, and awakened the burning fruit. He noted a 150 enhancement across all attributes. Soon after, the two parted ways. Nichabino Marai needed to return to the base to report the situation, having just been absent for an extended period. Is Earth feeling somewhat different now? Talus gazed at the sky, sensing a peculiar wave emanating from the planet. Could it be a temporal wave? The temporal wave was in fact a device set up by the Mephiles on Earth to attract various monsters and extraterrestrial beings. It functioned like a signal source, for in the universe, the dark forest principle reigns supreme. Each civilization is a hunter. Once a civilization reveals its position, it is transformed into prey. Other hunters will then come to hunt. Unless one is exceedingly powerful, like the Land of Light. Otherwise, faced with such a situation, annihilation is inevitable. Currently, this temporal wave incessantly broadcasts signals, luring other hunters to invade this Earth. Truly, the Mephiles are cunning. Talus shook his head. Is this a plan to eliminate the Ultramen on Earth without a single soldier being lost? Nonetheless, Talas felt little concern, for he understood that those so-called extraterrestrials were merely offering themselves up as sacrifices. Even if he refrained from intervening, the current Mebius could handle them upon acquiring the Valiant form. Driambius's combat prowess has exponentially surged. He has become a formidable figure even among high-level warriors. However, for Talas, the true adversary remains the Ampelrasian, the Dark Emperor of the Cosmos. At this moment, a young maiden approaches, her attention seemingly fixated on him. Talas casts a fleeting glance and realizes that this girl appears somewhat familiar. After a moment of reflection, goodness, she is a Sakanosian. In the original narrative, these mischievous extraterrestrials are known for their pranks. This race wields exceptionally potent psychic abilities, specifically telekinesis. The telekinetic prowess of the Sakanosians is renowned throughout the universe. Chapter 77. The Sakanosians. Their manipulation of telekinesis is remarkably refined, even surpassing that of the Luminosians. Once a Sakanosian, solely employing telekinesis, utterly obliterated a regenerating Impleza. It is worth noting that the Impleza, regardless of circumstances, is an entity of high warrior caliber. Endowed with immortal qualities, to destroy such a being using merely telekinesis speaks volumes of the Sakanosians' mastery. This is merely one of the astonishing facets of their telekinetic abilities. Furthermore, Sakanosians can utilize their powers to conjure colossal beasts resembling living creatures from inorganic matter. It is akin to creating life itself. Possessing such exceptional telekinetic manipulation skills, each Sakanosian is practically a master of psychic force. Talas even suspects that these are merely juvenile Sakanosians, potentially weaker than the combatants he has faced in the past. However, the presence of this Sakanosian before him clearly harbors ulterior motives. Much like the original tale, she has approached Driambius to instigate her mischief. Each of her traits exudes malevolence. Contemplating this, Talas furrows his brow and strides forward. Suddenly, the earth begins to tremble, and a creature resembling an armadillo emerges from the ground, heading towards the city. Onros, Talas glances sharply. This is precisely the earthen beast created by the Sakanosians, utilizing their formidable telekinetic abilities. They have amalgamated various minerals and soil from beneath the surface to fabricate this colossal entity. This creature not only moves as if it were alive, but also possesses rudimentary thought. It is a miracle akin to that of a creator. Simultaneously, the girl before him gasps and collapses to the ground. Talas's lips twitch slightly. Her acting is woefully inadequate, bordering on non-existent. The Sakanosian girl slowly lifts her head, displaying a pitiful visage. "Brother, could you assist me? I seem to have twisted my ankle." "What a pity," Talas shakes his head. "How can a powerful extraterrestrial like you sprain her ankle in an environment like Earth?" Truly a clumsy lie. The Sakanosian girl's expression darkens instantaneously. Soon, her demeanor shifts to one of cold determination. As she rises, no trace of injury remaining. With a sneer, she remarks, "So, you are Talas the Ultraman? I didn't expect you to unravel my identity so swiftly." It appears the intelligence was somewhat inaccurate. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous. "Come, let us battle. I wish to witness the true power of the so-called Ultraman. Do not disappoint me." Talas remains expressionless. "What a disobedient child you are. You must be several centuries old, yet you come to Earth solely to challenge me? Of course, the thrill of slaying a human hero through mischief is something you could never comprehend," she replies nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Talas's countenance grows cold. Adults must face the consequences of their actions. The Sakanosians revel in mischief. Yet in truth their so-called pranks merely inflict harm upon the lives of other civilizations. The term pranks is utilized solely because they present themselves with childlike appearances, continuously seeking to assert their existence. Their method of obtaining significance is through the destruction of other civilizations and inciting panic. Devoid of a homeland, this is their only means of discovering a semblance of value in existence. The Sakanosian before him smirks disdainfully, her eyes narrowing slightly. An invisible shockwave instantly hurls towards Talas. In an instant, Talas vanishes, deftly evading the telekinetic assault. In his human form, Talas possesses not only telekinetic abilities, but also remarkable physical prowess. His speed, strength, and martial skills are all at a superhuman level. Conversely, the Sakanosians are merely notable for their telekinetic strength. Their physicality is considerably weaker. Upon reappearing, Talas finds himself behind the Sakanosian, gripping her neck tightly, lifting her effortlessly. "I have warned you. Adults must bear the consequences of their actions." Talas's icy voice resonates in the Sakanosian's ears. "Are you prepared for death?" Releasing his grip, she falls to the ground. "Ouch!" The Sakanosian cries out in pain, her gaze towards Talas now filled with terror. The moment Talas spoke, an almost imperceptible aura of death enveloped her, sending chills down her spine. At that moment, a group of youthful Sakanosians appears beside the earlier girl. They stand poised, eyeing Talas with apprehension. "This one is formidable. Let us unite and slay him," proposes one of the Sakanosians. Talas's expression turns icy. "It seems you are prepared for death. Very well." The murderous intent he has honed over the years erupts from him in an instant. Throughout the cosmic battlefield, he has personally eradicated countless extraterrestrial races, numbering in the billions. The sheer terror of this accumulated killing intent is unfathomable. Talas has merely chosen to control it until now. In this moment, the Sakanosians are immediately engulfed by the fear of death. How terrifying. The Sakanosian who spoke earlier stares at Talas in panic, internally repeating, "We will be killed. We truly will be killed. I have no desire to play games with you. That if you are prepared to meet your demise, I am more than willing to oblige. However, if you lack the courage, I suggest you vanish from my sight." Talas regards the nearly petrified Sakanosians with an amused smirk. "You dare to challenge me." Without revealing his emotions, Talas strides closer, casting a shadow over them. In that instant, they feel their limbs weaken. Unable to meet Talas's gaze, point one even falters and collapses to the ground. "Are you so frightened that you've lost control of yourselves? Come back when you are ready to die. Do not waste my time." Talas shakes his head, turning to leave. They watch his retreating figure. The Sakanosians exhale in relief. Despite their formidable powers, they dare not unleash them in Talas's presence. They cannot even manage to maintain simple eye contact. "Hey, what is the purpose of our existence? Do we find joy in perpetually engaging in such pranks?" Suddenly, one Sakanosian, for reasons unknown, becomes animated. Chapter 78. The followers, the others, still shaken from their previous encounter, gaze at him in bewilderment. "What do you mean? Did you notice? That individual earlier, without lifting a finger, emanated a terrifying gaze that instilled fear in us. If we could achieve that level, surely we could validate our existence. If we could follow him, we would surely discover how to project that kind of authority." The group falls silent, contemplating his words. These Sakanosians possess relatively juvenile mindsets, their pursuits often bordering on the absurd. The shock Talas imparted upon them has sparked a newfound ambition. Reflecting on their previous actions, they deem them utterly juvenile. If they could emulate Talas, instilling fear with merely a glance, it would undoubtedly enhance their perceived significance. With this notion in mind, they swiftly intercept Talas, who has not ventured far. "What? Ready so soon?" Talas smiles. Though his smile carries a hint of warmth, it sends a shiver down the spines of the Sakanosians. "Indeed, this is what we seek." The Sakanosian girl who had previously feigned injury hurriedly interjects. "No, we wish to follow you." Talas is taken aback. Do these little creatures possess a few screws loose? Why do they wish to follow him again? Do they have some ulterior motive? Under the scrutinizing gazes of suspicion, the Sakinos gathered around, each displaying a sycophantic glimmer in their eyes that left Talas somewhat bewildered. Goodness gracious, these mischievous youngsters truly needed some discipline. Through his perception, Talas discerned that the Sakinos bore no ill will, and thus he refrained from voicing further comments. He calmly accepted these seemingly unappealing Sako. "Do you genuinely wish to follow me?" However, perhaps due to the profound impression Talas had left on them earlier, the moment their gazes met his, they instinctively recoiled slightly. After a brief moment of panic, the group of Sakinos quickly nodded in unison. "Yes, we hope you will take us in. We shall offer our unwavering loyalty." Talas raised an eyebrow. Very well. Since you wish to follow me, I shall accept you. However, you must obey my commands without question. Should you resist my arrangements or engage in actions that displease me, there will be consequences. The Sakinos tensed, promptly nodding in agreement. We certainly will. You need not be so anxious. I will arrange your accommodations. It is unnecessary for so many of you to accompany me. It feels rather uncomfortable. Let this young lady remain with me. As for the others, you shall head to the farm to assist. Upon your arrival, you are to adhere strictly to the instructions of the ranch owner. Kyuko Sakuya. After exchanging glances, each individual appeared reluctant. They had followed Talas for their own purposes, aspiring to learn abilities that would highlight their existence rather than merely serving as laborers. Talas' gaze sharpened slightly. At once, they felt a jolt of apprehension and hurriedly nodded. I will seek out Kyuko's ranch at once. Lord Talas. Lord Talas? Talas chuckled in disbelief. This group of Sakinos was rather amusing, though their thoughts were slightly erratic. If they could be managed, they could prove to be a formidable force. The potential of these Sakinos was evident. Once in the plot, even the formidable Morabius in his Ultraman form was effortlessly subdued by Sakinos. Unable to resist, this was only because the Sakinos harbored little murderous intent. Otherwise, eliminating Morabius would have been a trivial task. At this moment, he turned his gaze towards the earlier young lady. She was the one referred to in the plot as Xiangzi. It was she who, wielding her immense telekinetic power, had rendered Morabius powerless. Even during the final confrontation, she had endured an attack from an Amperian with her telekinetic abilities, though she had lost consciousness. Her life was not in jeopardy. Had she been an ordinary person, her frail frame would likely have been crushed. If they could also achieve gigantification, perhaps they would have no weaknesses. Do you have a name? After arranging for the little ones, Talas looked once more at the young lady. A name? She pondered for a moment. I have forgotten my own name. After the wandering earth, no one has called each other by name anymore. In the eyes of others, we are Sakinos. In our own eyes, we are also Sakinos, the last embers. Thus, we collectively represent an identity. Her explanation took Talas by surprise. Then from now on, you shall be called Xiangzi. He replicated the name given to the Jack Nino by the guy's team from the original plot. Xiangzi dared not voice any objections, nodding repeatedly. Aside from telekinetic masters, Yusakinos are also referred to as the radiant cosmic beings? Talas inquired, recalling the talents of this race. There is such a legend. Xiangzi nodded slightly. She was still unfamiliar with Talas, so she did not dare to oppose him. The previous encounter had left a significant shadow in her mind. In her view, Talas was a ruthless demon. Though we Sakinos are known as telekinetic beings, not all of us can wield telekinesis. We are perhaps more akin to a group of outliers. The Sakinos have always been an ordinary cosmic race, only slightly advanced in technological prowess, until one day, a scientist discovered a radiation energy that could facilitate genetic evolution, which initiated the divine plan that enabled the entire Sakinos race to evolve into omnipotent beings. We were among the first successful subjects of this experiment. However, this power proved excessively potent. At the time of our acquisition, we had no understanding of how to wield it, resulting in a catastrophe. Our mother planet, Sakinos, was utterly destroyed under the chaos of our telekinetic upheaval. Thus, we, the evolved Sakinos, became wanderers devoid of a home, aimlessly drifting through the cosmos. Chapter 79, A Fortuitous Discovery, Once a Planet of Dazzling Technology. Sakinos gradually faded into cosmic oblivion. In the boredom of our wandering years, we devised a method to keep the name of Sakinos alive by creating terrifying pranks to announce our existence. However, upon encountering you, we realized our previous actions were quite childish. Thus, we aspired to become beings like you, so we could easily leave an impression and make more people aware of the Sakinos. As Talas stirred her memories, she gradually began to speak more freely. From their conversation, Talas gleaned the origins of these Sakinos. He was astonished. Sakinos was merely an ordinary technological planet. The Sakinos there had no supernatural abilities. Not everyone was a telekinetic master. Only those who survived certain experiments gained formidable telekinetic powers. The weaker Sakinos had perished in the explosion of their mother planet. Talas even speculated that the reason these Sakinos maintained their current form might be due to the side effects of the experiment that granted them supernatural powers. This side effect stunted their physical development, yet their telekinetic abilities multiplied over time. Indeed, once one acquires uncontrollable power, it may not necessarily be a blessing. That it is often a calamity, at least for their kind. Xiangzi continued, these telekinetic techniques were developed through continuous practice and learning during our wanderings, mutually summarizing our findings. Telekinesis has become an integral part of our lives. Thus, we can effortlessly utilize basic telekinetic operations. We conceive the idea of simulating biological structures to create inorganic organisms. We also devised methods to dismantle the basic structures of other beings through molecular disruption. Furthermore, we can achieve long-distance teleportation through telekinesis. This teleportation can be applied to ourselves or others, but it can only occur within our sensing range. Likewise, our telekinesis allows for remote perception. As long as our telekinetic power is sufficient, we can perceive everything happening across the universe. Currently, my telekinetic range can cover thousands of light years. Talas was rendered speechless. He had to admit that this group of Sakinos were indeed brilliant. Just by thinking of it, they had accomplished it, mastering techniques without a teacher. Even the Amperian's telekinesis could only incapacitate her. It could not kill her. It seemed that the potential of these Sakinos was nearly limitless. Having undergone a form of evolution, they need not worry about their lifespans. As long as they continually develop their telekinetic abilities, reaching new heights, they could ultimately influence the very fabric of the universe with their powers. It was truly terrifying. At that moment, Talas felt he might have stumbled upon a treasure. Their value lay not only in the powerful telekinetic techniques they could offer him, but also in their potential to become his capable subordinates in the future. Subsequently, Talas shifted his focus to their telekinetic techniques. Although limited in number, each was remarkably powerful, especially the ability to create biological constructs from inorganic materials. It was nothing short of phenomenal. The Sakinos could use it to fabricate creatures akin to Ongros, which seemed a bit excessive. That if it were repurposed to create formidable beings like Red King Jedon, wouldn't that allow for the spontaneous generation of top-tier cosmic monsters? Indeed, to create the same kind of monstrosity, one must first comprehend the internal structure of that particular race. Moreover, certain creatures necessitate immense energy support within their bodies. Take Jayatan, for instance. His very being requires colossal energy, such as a million-degree fireball, absolute defense, and short-range teleportation, among others. These attributes demand substantial energy reserves. Simply fabricating Jayatan from inorganic materials would be utterly impossible. However, crafting those creatures that rely solely on brute force for combat, such as Red King, poses no challenge as long as one grasps their fundamental anatomical structure. There shall be no issues whatsoever. Allow me to witness the telekinetic skills unique to you, the Saxoner people. With that thought, Talas spoke. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiangzi established a mental connection with Talas through telekinesis and transmitted a plethora of techniques directly to him. Host has acquired skills: telekinetic exploration, telekinetic repulsion, mental teleportation, mental transmission, mental rebound, mental collapse, and mental creation. No skill substitutions or fruits. Host's overall attributes increased by 300. Aside from the basic telekinetic development techniques Talas had already mastered, he obtained a total of 7 additional telekinetic skills from Xiangzi. Continuing to augment fruit skills held little significance for him. What truly mattered was the foundational strength. As long as he elevated his attributes sufficiently, he could intercept light blades even with bare hands. At that moment, the energy within Talas erupted violently. If unleashed, it could potentially obliterate the earth instantly. Despite his utmost efforts to maintain control, he inadvertently triggered a significant earthquake within the city. Xiangzi gazed at him with concern. The impression Talas had previously left in their minds was that of a villain. However, they had now pledged their loyalty to him. Talas gritted his teeth against the throbbing pain in his head, harnessing his formidable willpower to forcibly retract the terrifying energy fluctuations back into his being. For the next several days, Talas focused on familiarizing himself with and controlling the energy within him. Now he was on the verge of mastering these skills to create powerful monsters. One must first understand the basic anatomy of those creatures. There exists a particularly suitable location. Tallas mused, realizing this place was none other than the monster graveyard. He recalled that near Earth, passageways to the monster graveyard would often open. When Hibino Mirai descended upon Earth, he had encountered a portal leading to the monster graveyard. The current form of Hibino Mirai was established at that time, as the original owner of this appearance was consumed by a wormhole in the monster graveyard, which Driambius failed to save in time, leaving him filled with regret. Consequently, he resolved to live on Earth in the stead of the original. Although somewhat reluctant to comment, it felt akin to possession, and it was no wonder the original's father did not consent. Chapter 80. The new arrivals of the monster graveyard passage. Tallas' telekinesis immediately transformed into a pair of eyes. Beginning to spread from the center of Earth, soon he detected a spatial wormhole several 100,000 kilometers away, currently absorbing surrounding matter. Tallas nodded slightly. "We are departing, Xiangzi." The insect-like Xiangzi promptly replied, "Yes." Lord Tallas. In an instant, the two figures vanished from their original location. Mental teleportation. When they reappeared, they found themselves before the spatial wormhole near the solar system. A comet soared in from the depths of the universe. Visiting the solar system, this immediately captured the attention of the guy's team. That the Oshima comet. Its original trajectory should have been away from Earth. However, for reasons unknown, it is now heading towards Earth. Jiulai Jiping stated swiftly. Pursuit Water Shinobu remarked gravely. "If that is the case, we must find a way to stop it. All right, allow me to destroy it." Saito Ryu was brimming with enthusiasm. True to his nickname, the hot-blooded idiot, he was always full of fervor, undeterred by any challenges he faced. Witnessing his expression, the others couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, despite the evident danger. This fellow appeared utterly unafraid. Indeed, Saito Ryu had grown significantly during this period. He had endured numerous hardships, witnessing the complete annihilation of his comrades and the death of his beloved captain right before his eyes at the hands of a monster. This instilled in him the resolve to carry on the will of all those lost and continue fighting. Above the Oshima comet, several figures clashed fiercely. One of these figures donned armor reminiscent of samurai and wielded a long blade. Opposing him were two magma aliens who relentlessly besieged the armored warrior, each strike intent on delivering fatal blows. "Too slow, too slow," the armored warrior bellowed. "Is this all you can muster? If this is the extent of your abilities, then it is time to conclude this." With that, he quickened the pace of his long blade, unleashing a streak of silver light. One of the magma aliens was cleaved in two. Boom! The magma alien erupted into a burst of flames. The other magma alien cried out, "Brother, you wretched fiend, you have slain my brother." The armored giant Zamsha sneered, "The weak are destined to perish. Your fate was sealed the moment you chose to challenge me. Now, it is your turn." However, amidst their fierce combat, one of the magma aliens, having clashed with Zamsha, suddenly noticed the distant Earth and exclaimed, "Is that the Earth that our ancestors once visited?" Zamsha turned his gaze towards Earth. "Is that truly Earth? I have heard that a powerful Ultraman resides there. Excellent. That shall be my next target." With this thought, he forcibly altered the trajectory of the Oshima comet, directing it towards Earth. Yet in that moment of distraction, a magma alien lunged forward with a blade. However, Zamsha merely chuckled, seemingly prepared, and raised a hand to block. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the magma alien, splitting it in two, the very comet beneath him. The Oshima comet was also cleaved in half by this terrifying strike. An explosive shockwave ensued. The massive comet disintegrated into countless fragments, hurtling towards Earth. Such a sizable comet, akin to an asteroid, was effortlessly divided in two by that single stroke, showcasing the sheer ferocity of his technique. Suddenly, a shadow surged from behind Zamsha. Sensing the impending attack, Zamsha wasted no time in slicing towards the assailant. It was then that he recognized the figure, the Balki alien. Known as the Seaman of the universe, the Balki alien brandished a spiked hook, gazing at Zamsha with a sinister grin. "The title of the strongest swordsman in the universe shall now belong to me." Zamsha regarded the Balki alien with a cold smile. "Another challenger. I see. Very well. Let us engage in battle. The two clashed amidst a flurry of meteoric debris, twisting and turning as they exchanged blows. The bulky alien indeed possessed considerable skill. He managed to parry some of Zamsha's strikes. Nevertheless, he remained at a disadvantage overall. How is this possible? How did it suddenly shatter into so many pieces? At that moment, geologiping on Earth was utterly bewildered. If it had been a singular comet, they could have dealt with it relatively easily using powerful missiles. However, in an instant, it shattered into countless fragments, complicating the situation considerably. With so many targets now, they needed to obliterate all of them to avert disaster. Otherwise, if these numerous fragments fell, the island beneath their feet would likely sink into the sea. In the face of such a crisis, they all grew tense, preparing for the worst. Just then, two colossal figures plummeted from the sky, landing beside the guy's base. Both figures wielded weapons, one clad in armor with a long blade, and the other wielding a spiked hook. Geologiping gasped. That individual is the alien known as Balki, recorded in our archives. He immediately recognized the Balki alien. Saito Ryu inquired eagerly, and what of the other individual? Geologiping scrutinized Zamsha's figure closely, then searched the archives once more. Ultimately, he shook his head in disbelief. There is no record. It appears to be a new arrival. No record? A completely new cosmic visitor? The atmosphere grew somber as everyone found themselves ensnared by a sense of foreboding. They were uncertain whether the newcomers were friends or foes, yet they were acutely aware that the Barkisians were far from benevolent. Their files marked them as invaders from the cosmos. If both parties were indeed aggressors, they would not only have to contend with the onslaught of meteors, but also face the invasion of two extraterrestrial beings. Doomed! At that moment, the Barkisian launched another assault towards Zamsha. With a powerful leap, he thrust his sharp spear towards Zamsha. However, Zamsha remained unperturbed, deftly sidestepping the attack. In the blink of an eye, both figures stood frozen in place. Tremors coursed through the Barkisian's body before it exploded into fragments. In stark contrast, Zamsha bore not a single scratch. A cold chuckle escaped Zamsha's lips as he gazed towards the direction of the guy's base, sensing the presence of some earthlings within. Chapter 81. The monster graveyard. His chilling voice reverberated in the hearts of all present. Earthlings, I have heard tales of a formidable swordsman named Tolla residing on this planet. Where is he now? I am the cosmic swordsman Zamsha. I seek to engage him in a duel of swordsmen. Meanwhile, Tolla had arrived at the entrance of the monster graveyard, having transformed into his giant form. In his grasp was Xiangzi. Let us venture inside. Here lie the remains of countless monsters that have perished in battle. Without hesitation, Tolla soared into the spatial wormhole before him. The terrifying spatial distortions of the wormhole posed no threat to him. Moments later, his vision brightened as he beheld the corpses of various monsters suspended in the void. Not far off lay a desolate planet, the very heart of the monster graveyard. Is this what they call a monster ranch? Indeed, it boasts a diverse array of creatures. The remains of monsters once slain on Earth have all been collected here. Tolla surveyed his surroundings, various monsters revealing themselves to his gaze. The skeletal beast Red King, the electric beast Ale King, the cosmic dinosaur Jedon, the colossal monster Bamingston, and the monstrous Lord Gamora. There were even ultra beasts once crafted by the Aborigines, such as the missile ultra beast Balakan and the unicorn ultra beast Baxim. Understanding the purpose of his visit, Tolla wasted no time and began his search for suitable monsters, his psychic ability scanning the anatomical structures of these creatures. Under his scrutiny, the life structures of the monsters became immediately apparent. Ultimately, he identified several targets. Foremost was the Red King, followed by the bodyguard monster Black King, who had once fought alongside the Nakal aliens against Jack. These brawny monsters were his primary selections. Next was the Tyrant monster Tyrant, a powerful beast even more formidable than the Red King. However, his replicated Tyrant possessed only the considerable physique of the original, lacking its unique abilities that, in essence, the creatures he created were merely clumps of earth. As he continued his exploration, Tolla nodded slightly, formulating a plan. Just then, he sensed a disturbance and turned to see several Bogezu, roughly his height, glaring hungrily at him from the center of the graveyard. Their eyes were filled with a ravenous desire for prey. Talas smirked, recalling the presence of smaller Bogezu in this monster ranch. They must be the offspring of the previous Bogezu. This monster graveyard had long become a hunting ground for these young creatures, where they consumed the remains of monsters or engaged in mutual slaughter to accelerate their growth. With a flick of his wrist, Talas unleashed a sharp projectile that obliterated one of the young Bogezu into fragments. The remaining young Bogezu immediately sprang into action, converging to devour the remnants of their fallen kin. In the next instant, their bodies began to swell, evolving into a larger form. Newly transformed, they fixed their ferocious gazes upon Talas. Perceiving him as their next quarry, unfazed, Talas seized the opportunity to test his ability to conjure life through thought. With a wave of his hand, the earth beneath began to coalesce, forming the Red King. The newly manifested Red King beat its chest and roared at the heavens. Upon noticing the group of young Bogezu before it, the Red King charged at them. The young Bogezu, eager to consume the towering figure, leapt forth in unison. There were 5 of them, one having been dispatched by Talas earlier, leaving 4 to confront the Red King in what appeared to be a lopsided battle. The Red King soon found itself surrounded. As the young Bogezu, driven by unrestrained hunger, tore into the Red King, they soon realized that it was merely a mound of earth, incapable of feeling pain. Their actions only served to enrage the Red King. With a powerful shake, it flung the young Bogezu away. Simultaneously, its shoulders and thighs bore the marks of their assault, but under Talas's mental control, the missing portions of the Red King's form were promptly replenished with fresh earth. Fully restored, the Red King roared and delivered a crushing blow to one young Bogezu, slamming it into the ground with a resounding thud. Not yet satisfied, it then stomped down with its massive foot, driving the creature into the earth, leaving it gasping for breath before finally relenting. The other young Bogezu, witnessing this, resumed their assault with claws and bites, yet regardless of how they attacked the Red King. No matter how many wounds it sustained, it was continuously restored by Talas's ceaseless supply of earth. The once fearless young Bogezu were now filled with dread, faced with such an unpalatable yet immensely powerful foe. They lost the will to continue their assault and sought to flee. However, the Red King would not grant them that luxury. With a swift sweep of its long tail, it knocked the remaining 3 young Bogezu to the ground. Then, with a mighty stomp, it crushed one into the soil, leaving it frothing at the mouth before finally ceasing its onslaught. With both hands, the Red King seized the remaining 2 young Bogezu by their arms, lifting them into the air and crashing them together. Chapter 82. The invitation from the Emperor, the 2 young Bogezu were left dazed, stars swirling in their vision as they struggled to comprehend their predicament. Before they could retaliate, the Red King relentlessly continued to collide them against one another until their heads were bloodied and battered. Just then, Talas felt a stirring within, followed by a notable transformation in the Red King's internal structure. The Red King suddenly recoiled a few steps and unleashed a barrage of stones from its mouth, which struck the young Bogezu with a tremendous force. The terrifying, penetrating power pierced through their bodies, spilling green blood across the ground. After several rounds of stone projectiles, the young Bogezu could no longer withstand the onslaught, disintegrating into a pile of fragments. This was a combat ability simulated by Talas, inspired by the Red King from the Max series. The formidable Red King, perpetually burrowing underground, voraciously consumes explosive ores that it possesses the remarkable ability to store these volatile substances within its very belly. And when engaging in combat, it can unleash them as a unique form of attack. This ingenious tactic compensates for its inherent deficiency in long-range assaults, resulting in an immediate surge in the Red King's combat prowess. Taras mused that this creature, now under his dominion, must possess considerable strength, likely ranking among the elite warriors. This performance is commendable. Although it cannot rival his own might, it is, after all, a creation born of psychic energy and is immortal. Few among the advanced warriors can surpass the Red King merely due to its undying form. Quite impressive indeed. Taras nodded in satisfaction, contemplating that it was time to return. With this thought, he departed from the monster ranch. At that moment, Xiangzi, who had witnessed everything, was filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that the psychic creation skill could be wielded in such a manner. The ability to conjure such a formidable beast. Although they had previously developed this skill, they had never conceived of utilizing it in this way. Moreover, Terrace's capacity for learning was astonishingly rapid. Despite their own exceptional psychic talents, it had taken them centuries to barely master this ability. Truly, Terrace was a remarkable figure. Xiangzi gazed at him with deep admiration, affirming that following Terrace was indeed a wise choice, for such a great being was destined for extraordinary achievements, perhaps even worthy of dominating the universe. Furthermore, she was astounded to realize that Terrace's psychic prowess far exceeded her own. This indicated that he had shown her mercy before. Had Terrace truly unleashed his psychic abilities against her, she might not have even realized her demise. The Sakshino people must undoubtedly support Terrace in his quest to become the sovereign of this universe. Xiangzi silently vowed. Have you spotted Terrace? He has gone to the monster ranch. The Mephil is alien. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, instantly brightened. Go. Invite this individual over, stating that the great emperor wishes to meet him. The alien promptly nodded. The Mephil's alien gazed into the depths of the cosmos. Father Ultraman. Do not provoke His Majesty the Emperor. Just as Terrace left the monster graveyard, he encountered a spaceship blocking his path, surprise flickering in his eyes. He recognized the origins of this vessel. The insignia of the Dark Legion emblazoned upon it was unmistakably conspicuous. Terrace mused to himself. How intriguing. He was prepared to take action. Observing this, the aliens aboard the ship were immediately taken aback, exclaiming, Do not make a move. We are here bearing the will of His Majesty the Emperor. The Emperor? Ampilla? Terrace squinted. What message does Ampilla wish for you to convey to me? If it is from the Ampilla aliens, he certainly needed to take it seriously, for he understood that the current Ampilla aliens could descend upon Earth at any moment. This meant he might soon confront the Dark Cosmic Emperor. His Majesty the Emperor grants you permission to join the Dark Legion, the alien stammered. Grants permission? Terrace was instantly amused. Truly, the arrogant Dark Cosmic Emperor lived up to his reputation. This lofty demeanor was perfectly in character. With a cold sneer, Terrace swiftly unleashed a piercing shot, obliterating the alien ship before him into mere fragments. In that instant, within a colossal fireball burning with dark red flames, a shadowy figure stirred, casting its gaze toward Terrace. The Light Tribe dares to defy my authority once more, unafraid of the dark. Suddenly, a terrifying psychic force surged forth, enveloping Terrace at the entrance of the monster graveyard. In that moment, Terrace felt a powerful psychic presence encasing him and pulling him away. It was the Ampilla aliens. Terrace's expression hardened. He dared not underestimate the situation. A tremendous psychic force erupted within him. Clashing against the opposing force, the distant Ampilla alien narrowed its eyes slightly. How can this Light Tribe member possess such potential? Is this the new generation of the Light Nation? Could he be a budding Ultraman? The Ampilla alien's gaze grew grave. The stellar-level psychic abilities were fully unleashed, forcibly suppressing Terrace. Terrace sensed the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, feeling himself being inexorably drawn toward the asteroid belt on the outskirts of the solar system. His expression grew serious, yet he remained composed. He knew that the Ampilla alien had no intention of killing him at this moment. Otherwise, the previous psychic clash would not have merely sought to pull him away rather than launching a direct attack. Did the Ampilla alien wish to recruit him into the dark? Terrace pondered silently. It seemed he would finally have the opportunity to witness the legendary Dark Cosmic Emperor in person through their recent confrontation. He understood that while he was not yet a match for the Ampilla alien, it would not be an easy task for the latter to eliminate him. For, given the chance, he could effortlessly utilize his psychic teleportation ability to return to Earth. Although his psychic prowess lagged behind that of the Ampilla aliens, it was not an insurmountable gap. Chapter 83. The descent into darkness that IT was roughly equivalent to about 1/3 of the Ampilla alien strength. This level of psychic energy, while still being overpowered by the Ampilla alien, was sufficient for brief exchanges. Meanwhile, under the immense pulling force, Terrace was swiftly drawn to the asteroid belt beyond the solar system. Before him loomed a massive, dark fireball, its flames raging fiercely. Within that dark inferno, a shadowy figure gazed down upon him. Light tribe member? Or, as referred to on the planet known as Earth, Father of Ultraman, the Ampila alien chuckled. Truly an extraordinary light tribe member. Aside from the Father of Ultra, it has been long since I have encountered such a powerful psychic force within the Light Nation. You have defied my will twice. Do you truly fear the dark? Terrace, with an impassive expression, replied to the Ampila alien. How could the light fear the dark? Where there is light, darkness naturally follows. It was evident that Terrace's words incensed the Ampila alien. After having sold his soul to the darkness, he perceived light as heresy that must be eradicated. He yearned to slay Terrace at that moment. Yet the events that had transpired had instigated a shift in his perspective. Originally, he sought to recruit Terrace, a distinguished warrior of the Light Tribe, into the darkness to incite mutual slaughter among his kin. However, having witnessed Terrace's potential, he now saw hope. Especially considering Terrace's outstanding psychic talent, mastering such formidable abilities at such a young age. Terrace, while you hold firmly to your beliefs, what can you truly achieve in the face of my overwhelming power? Surrender. You are aware of my forthcoming plans, which will plunge Earth into eternal darkness. I shall obliterate the bond that connects the Light Tribe to Earth, the Ampila alien declared, if you choose to submit and descend into darkness. I may spare this inconsequential Earth. Terrace was taken aback. To save Earth, he merely needed to fall into darkness alongside the Ampila alien. He did not believe the Ampila alien spoke in jest. After all, a proud individual would never demean themselves. However, given the Ampila alien's deep-seated hatred for the Light Tribe, it seemed unlikely he would spare Earth. This led him to question whether the Ampila alien before him was genuine. Ampila alien. Terrace paused momentarily before stating, although I acknowledge your strength, Earth is not necessarily destined to lose. Do not underestimate the bond between the Light Tribe and Earth. Knowing the narrative, Terrace was acutely aware of the eventual outcome. Regardless of the protagonist's halo or narrative constraints, the Ampila alien would ultimately face defeat. Is that so? The Ampila alien chuckled. Do you still harbor hope? If that is the case, let me show you how Earth marches toward its demise. However, if you are willing to become my underling, I can promise to spare Earth until its obliteration. Yet, to ensure your existence does not disrupt my plans, before my arrival, I shall not permit your presence on Earth. The Ampila alien gazed at the loss and spoke slowly. The loss sensed a distortion in the space around him. It was the telekinetic power of the Ampila alien, effectively sealing his movements. Yet the loss found himself increasingly perplexed. What exactly did this Ampila alien intend? Despite harboring such animosity toward the Light Clan, why had it promised to spare Earth? Of course, this concession was limited to Earth alone. It was evident that the Ampila alien was determined to confront the Kingdom of Light to the bitter end. This was a war between darkness and light. The Ampila alien silently regarded the loss, inadvertently recalling his ineffectual subordinates, as the sovereign emperor of the vast universe. He lacked even a single formidable counterpart like the loss. There had once been a Bagaru, but that being's ambitions were far too grand, even attempting to devour its master. Thus, the Ampila alien, with great reluctance, had sealed it away. In truth, among the four Dark Kings, the only one he deemed worthy was the treacherous Bagaru. Otherwise, he would have killed it outright rather than merely sealing it. A glance at the fate of the Mephiles alien and then at Bagaru's fate revealed a stark contrast. One, loyal and diligent, was obliterated simply for having lost its utility, while the other, eccentric and ambitious, could have easily been dispatched by the Ampila alien's power. Although Bagaru was immune to light, under the crushing force of the Ampila alien's stellar-level telekinesis, it would likely be reduced to dust. This illustrates that the Ampila alien has always valued individual strength above all. As long as one possesses power, even if they wish to slay him, he would show them mercy. Presently, the Ampila alien harbored such sentiments towards the loss, wishing to draw him into darkness to replace Bagaru's former position. Alas, the loss was a member of the Light Clan. If the loss could be tempted to embrace darkness, it would indeed be an intriguing possibility. Such precedents were not without precedent. The Light Clan was not without its blemishes. There had once been members who fought for justice, yet stepped into the realm of darkness. The only one he remembered vividly was Belial. In the past, Belial had fought alongside the Father of Ultra, and thus he had a lingering memory of that encounter. Yet he never anticipated that this once deadly adversary would eventually, like him, sell their soul to darkness. Later, Belial even invaded the kingdom of light, plunging it into chaos. Reflecting on this now, he felt astonished. The Lost gazed at the Ampila alien before him and inquired, "You intend for me to deal with the other members of the Light Clan on Earth, do you not?" The Ampila alien shook his head slightly. "Perhaps that was the case before, but now things are different. The Dark Universe lacks powerful warriors worthy of use. You possess that potential. Embrace the darkness. There have been such beings within the Kingdom of Light before." The warrior named Belial, who once fought alongside the Father of Ultra, fell into darkness shortly after I invaded the Kingdom of Light. Wreaking havoc, the Lost's mind word. He was beginning to understand. The Ampila alien genuinely sought to recruit him. Chapter 84. Full-scale invasion. He shook his head and replied, "Do not harbor such delusions. Ampila alien, I shall not become a mere pawn for another." The Ampila alien responded indifferently. "Only the weak and useless become pawns. But you need not be so. You possess immense potential. Perhaps you could become my right-hand man." This is the stark reality. In the original narrative, the reason he eliminated the Mephiles aliens was due to their failure to meet his expectations. Their prolonged inability to subdue the Ultramen on Earth was a waste of time with no progress. This dissatisfaction led the Ampila alien to deem the Mephiles aliens as having lost their utility. Thus, he dispatched them with a single blast of the Rezoilum ray. "What if I still refuse?" The Lost asked calmly. "Refuse?" The Ampila alien chuckled. "Do not worry. I shall make you agree. Soon, I will bring you to my side, and together we shall proceed to Earth. You will witness its annihilation firsthand. Watch as your former comrades fall beneath your feet. I will instill in you a deep-seated hatred for me. In your quest for power, you will inevitably descend into darkness, just as Belial once did. Only darkness can expedite your acquisition of greater strength. Your talents are formidable, yet light ultimately has its limits. Darkness, however, is eternal. It will become the wellspring of your empowerment." The Lost gazed at the Ampila alien in silence. Perplexed by this melodramatic scenario, this was nothing like he had anticipated. Initially, he thought that upon arriving here, they would engage in a fierce battle of words and fists. At this moment, the Lost prepared to flee while probing the depths of the Ampila alien's intentions. To his surprise, the alien was so resolutely intent on recruiting him, even seeking to provoke his inner hatred, compelling him to despise it. What madness was this? It was remarkable that the Ampila alien could conceive such a scheme. The Ampila alien smiled and said, "Just watch. Witness the true power of darkness. This invincible power. 30,000 years ago, I fought the Father of Ultra to a standstill. Yet over these 30 millennia, I have grown stronger while the Father of Ultra has aged, his condition steadily declining. He is no longer my match. Now, no one in the Kingdom of Light can thwart me. Perhaps given you more time, you might have stopped me, but you are too young. Behold this dark power." With that, he snapped his fingers. Instantly, they found themselves aboard the spaceship of the Mephiles aliens, this telekinetic teleportation. The Lost thought that he had not anticipated that the Ampila alien possessed a similar ability. The Mephiles alien, seated at the forefront of the spaceship's cabin, was startled. Upon realizing that the Ampila alien had arrived, fear gripped his heart. Then he noticed the Lost beside him, his expression one of bewilderment. He could not comprehend how the Lost had suddenly found himself in the company of the Ampila alien. Hadn't he previously arranged for someone to notify the Lost and deliver the Ampila alien's message? Why had the news not reached the Lost yet he had arrived? Could it be that the Lost had voluntarily sided with the enemy? Just as he pondered this, the Ampila alien suddenly proclaimed, "Let the full-scale invasion of Earth commence." The Mephiles alien's heart raced. He had not expected the Ampila alien to decide to invade Earth so swiftly. He recalled that the previous plan had been for the 4 Dark Kings to lead the charge. Was it because they had made no progress that the Emperor grew dissatisfied? Indeed, the Mephiles alien did not hesitate. and quickly complied. At the same time, he disseminated word that intensified the assault on the cosmic battlefield beyond the Milky Way. Meanwhile, due to the mounting pressure on the cosmic battlefield, Zophi was compelled to send a signal to Earth, seeking to summon the Ultramen back. Upon receiving the message, the Ultramen on Earth immediately set off. Realizing they were of little use on Earth at present and would rather support the cosmic battlefield. Consequently, only Mephiles remained on Earth, perhaps not just Mephiles alone. Earth, a swordsman of the cosmos, before the guy's base. Everyone was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Zamsha introduce himself. They had not anticipated that he came to challenge the loss. To challenge the loss? Pursuit Mizuno furrowed his brow. This fellow certainly chose in an opportune moment. They were currently facing a meteor shower, and yet he dared to claim he wanted to challenge the loss. If not handled properly, it could lead to disaster. Mephiles could wait no longer. He quickly sought a corner to transform. He needed to stop the meteor shower from descending. Otherwise, Earth would be in peril. However, upon his appearance, Zamsha glanced at him. "Are you the loss?" Mephiles shook his head, about to explain. Yet before he could, Zamsha struck with a swift blow. This left Mephiles utterly astonished, and reluctantly, he could only conjure a light sword and engage in battle. However, before long, Zamsha had already severed Mephiles' light sword. As Dream Bias fixed his gaze, he realized that this lightsaber had been forged from the essence of Dream Beam. This essence was a precious gift bestowed by the Father of Ultra. To think it had been severed by the opponent, is this truly the caliber of swordsman in the universe? Zamsia swung his long blade with a mocking sneer, declaring, "Tyrus is nothing extraordinary." Dream Bias quickly shook his head, asserting, "No, I am Dream Bias. That fellow Tyrus is not present here, and you are certainly not his match." Zamsia narrowed his eyes, questioning, "You are not Tyrus? Where is that fellow? How can you be so sure that I am not his equal?" Dream Bias replied, "By intuition. If I were facing Tyrus, perhaps I would not survive even a single strike. Yet here I am, entangled with you for such a duration." Taken aback, Zamsia had not anticipated that Dream Bias would consider himself a unit of measurement. Soon after, he scoffed, "How can you know without testing? The Earth is currently in peril that we must resolve this calamity and prevent innocent lives from perishing." Dream Bias wished to avoid further entanglement, hoping to postpone the duel for a while longer. Zamsia, however, coldly laughed and remarked, "Why would I concern myself with such matters?" Dream Bias, incredulous, retorted, "You scoundrel, since you wish to engage, allow me to be your adversary." Chapter 85. A reputation of empty glory. Just as Dream Bias found himself at an impasse against Zamsia, a sudden voice rang out. The crowd turned their attention to see a blue figure materializing in their midst. "Hikali, are you Tyrus? The color seems off. I have heard that the one named Tyrus is a giant of silver." Zamsia stated quietly, "I am not Tyrus. However, I am the one destined to defeat you," Hikali proclaimed, locking his gaze upon Zamsia as he summoned a lightsaber. Observing this, Zamsia raised his long blade, fixing his eyes on Hikali. After a prolonged moment of mutual scrutiny, they swiftly passed each other. Zamsia quietly gazed at his long blade, only to witness the weapon named Star-Cutting Blade suddenly shatter into two pieces. The Star-Cutting Blade had broken. Zamsia stared in disbelief at the remnants of his weapon. Hikali, having sheathed his lightsaber, shook his head, stating, "No, it was not I who severed your blade, but rather another. Prior to our encounter, it had already been compromised." Suddenly, Zamsia recalled the moment he had battled Dream Bias, when he had severed Dream Bias's lightsaber, and from that point onward, the sensation of the star-cutting blade had felt awry. Yet Hikali's subsequent arrival had left him no time to investigate. This meant that both had simultaneously severed their opponent's weapon. It was a draw. Perhaps the blade had not yet reacted, hence it did not shatter immediately. But now, in the confrontation with Hikali, the blade could no longer withstand the burden and had ultimately fractured. To think I came to this earth to challenge Tyrus, only to be defeated by two nameless adversaries. It seems there are many more formidable beings in this universe. That my journey as a swordsman is far from over. Hikali nodded. "If you seek to challenge Tyrus, this level of skill is nowhere near sufficient to match him. I have a vivid memory of that fellow. Even when I faced him, I could not withstand a single strike. Is that so? Zamxia was taken aback. He had not anticipated the existence of such powerful beings in this world. Even the two unknown foes who had just defeated him were utterly inferior before that individual. It appears that my reputation as a cosmic swordsman is indeed undeserved. I have simply never encountered a true powerhouse. With this realization, Zamxia felt a profound sense of desolation. Meanwhile, the guy's team was fervently shattering the meteors plummeting from the sky. Finally, the last meteor was destroyed, and they collectively exhaled in relief. They had narrowly averted this disaster. Yet before they could bask in their triumph, a colossal figure suddenly descended from the heavens, crashing heavily to the ground. "What is that?" After a prolonged silence, Li Zhiping exclaimed. The crowd turned their gaze to see a steel behemoth standing quietly not far from their base. It was the unparalleled Iron God, Impreza. The entity seemed to be gazing towards the city and began gathering energy. Suddenly, the tri-barrel Gatling gun atop its head emitted a yellow glow. Buildings in the city were obliterated in its wake. Witnessing this, Dream Bias rushed forward to intervene. However, just as he approached, Impreza unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, scorching fireballs raining down upon him, sending him flying. "What a monster!" Hikali exclaimed, rushing to the rescue. Yet he too was struck by a shell from Impreza, sent reeling back. Struggling to his feet, he fixed an intense gaze upon the sky. Suddenly, countless crystalline objects rained down upon him, coalescing into a suit of armor, the armor of vengeance. No, it should now be called the armor of the brave. This time, he donned the Arb equipment through the sheer force of his righteous heart. Transforming into a heightened form through his own willpower, his noble spirit resonated with the land of the Arb, manifesting a new Arb device. This new Arb device bore no taint of corruption, representing the original essence of the Arb. It was fundamentally different from the previous armor of vengeance. Clad in the armor of the brave, Hikali found his strength, speed, defense, and the potency of his beams significantly amplified. He unleashed a night ray towards Impreza. Yet, Impreza stood unfazed, allowing the light to strike him directly. The vibrant energy shattered his upper body into fragments. However, to Hikali's astonishment, the pieces of Impreza's shattered form rapidly melded back into his original body, restoring it to its complete state. How is this possible? Hikali was taken aback. Suddenly, Dream Bias sprang to his feet, emanating a powerful fiery energy. This flame energy swiftly coalesced before him, forming intricate patterns of fire. He thrust his hands forward, unleashing the Dream Beam explosion upon Impreza. The terrifyingly intense heat vaporized Impreza in an instant. Success! Dream Bias sighed in relief. The oppressive aura from Impreza had been overwhelming. Had even the Dream Beam explosion failed, there would have been no recourse. However, just as he reveled in his victory, a new Impreza appeared before him. The tri-barrel Gatling gun began charging, aimed directly at Dream Bias. Dream Bias, utterly astonished, exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Another one has appeared. Hikali wore a similar expression of disbelief. Although Dream Bias wished to unleash another Dream Beam explosion, his energy reserves were nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of maintaining the brave form. At that moment, the colorful timer on his chest flickered rapidly, as if it were on the brink of extinguishing. Gasping for breath, he lamented his own inadequacy. "Since I have caused you trouble, allow me to aid you in battle." Suddenly, Zamxia stepped forward, the already fractured star-cutting blade poised to strike, that he cleaved the new Impreza in half at the waist. Though the blade had broken, it still possessed considerable might. Alas, his attack was destined to be ineffective against Impreza. Has the battle already begun? Tyrus's psychic abilities had detected the events transpiring on Earth. Yet he had no time to focus on these matters, for the actions of the Amperian beings before him were particularly peculiar. Chapter 86. The four fundamental forces, they were positioned beyond the Earth's atmosphere, gazing intently towards the sun. Your psychic talent is quite remarkable. However, your mastery of psychic techniques remains rather crude. Do you know where the true strength of psychic energy lies? The Amperian being gazed at the dazzling sun and began to speak slowly. Tyrus was rendered speechless. His psychic techniques were crude, Before acquiring the psychic development techniques of the Sakinos, he had also believed this to be true. However, after gaining those techniques, he considered his psychic development skills to be quite commendable, capable of creating life. Could this still be deemed crude? What a joke! Tyrus could not help but cast a glance at him. You cannot be suggesting that the truly refined techniques for developing telekinesis stem from the laws of nature. Can you? The Ampullarian paused momentarily, then nodded slightly. Indeed, it seems your talent is quite extraordinary. However, your assertion is only half correct. What are the laws of nature? Merely predetermined protocols. The true strength of telekinesis lies elsewhere. At this juncture, he snapped his fingers sharply in the next instant. A remarkable transformation occurred on the surface of the sun. Tyrus distinctly sensed a shift in the magnetic field surrounding the sun, which intensified 1,000-fold or more. The once searing sun began to cool rapidly. Countless sunspots emerged upon its surface. The sun was on the verge of extinguishing. Telekinesis is an omnipotent superpower. What telekinesis influences is never the natural rules. They are merely ancillary. My direction in telekinesis development is to interfere with the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. For instance, by utilizing telekinesis, I can manipulate the magnetic field of the sun, adjusting its strength at will that a powerful magnetic field can cause the sun to cool rapidly, even to the point of extinguishment. He then elucidated the fundamental principles. Tyrus was left utterly astonished. Good heavens, he is actually teaching me. Yet it was evident that he was eager to do so, having learned the Ampullarian's techniques for telekinesis development. Surpassing him would not seem too arduous. However, upon hearing the Ampullarian's explanation, Tyrus was utterly taken aback. That's how it is. The Ampullarian's approach to telekinesis development had always revolved around 2 primary aspects, one being electromagnetic force, and the other gravity. As for the various other wondrous abilities, they were merely accessories. This revelation made him reflect deeply. The Ampullarian was indeed a genius. This method of developing telekinesis is something ordinary individuals would scarcely dare to conceive. Even the Sakinorians, lauded as the telekinesis beings of the universe, had never considered that telekinesis could interfere with the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. Manipulating the magnetic field could extinguish the sun. Manipulating gravity could serve as a means of attack. Perhaps sealing the black hole of Bagaru was the remarkable aspect of the Ampullarian's telekinesis. Whether summoning thunderclouds or extinguishing the sun, there exists but one capability: mastery over electromagnetic force. By interfering with the magnetic field, one can alter the natural laws. Whether changing celestial phenomena or extinguishing the sun can be achieved through manipulating the magnetic field, interfering with gravity to create gravitational fields that crush adversaries, or even fabricating black holes that consume all. This further underscores the terrifying nature of the Ampullarians. Merely these 2 abilities are already astonishing, for they represent 2 of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe. As long as one can continue to develop further, the possibilities are endless. This is what is referred to as transcendent telekinesis. Truly, they are deserving of their status atop the pyramid of power. It is no wonder the Ampullarians could single-handedly invade the Land of Light. This is inseparable from their exceptional talent. Upon discovering that the host had mastered telekinesis related to magnetism, with a 1,000 enhancement across all attributes, Tyrus was momentarily taken aback. What? Is this even possible? Tyrus could only express his admiration for the Ampullarian, for he was indeed a good person. The mastery of magnetism and gravity are both remarkable feats. At this moment, he glanced at Xiangzi, who trembled in his palm. After encountering the Ampullarian, Xiangzi had fallen silent, fearing to attract the attention of such a terrifying presence, especially after witnessing the Ampullarian's formidable telekinesis. She was overwhelmed with dread. The Sakinorians, a race that relied on telekinesis for survival, could not conceal their narrow perspective in the presence of a true master of telekinesis. Telekinesis could achieve this, directly interfering with the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, thus influencing the laws of the cosmos. Tyrus smiled knowingly. He understood Xiangzi's feelings at that moment, yet he chose not to elaborate. The Sakinorians indeed possessed remarkable talent in developing telekinesis. ranking among the best in the universe. The reason they had not considered such possibilities was simply due to their limited perspective. Now that they had a concept in mind, it would undoubtedly spark a revolution within their race. Oh, these so-called Ultramen on Earth are even more remarkable than I had anticipated. At this moment, the Ampelarian's gaze flickered. The second Impreza was once again dealt with, this time by the valiant Morabius. Morabius had exhausted nearly all his energy, launching another Morabian burst that obliterated Impreza completely. "Yes, Your Majesty," at this juncture, the Mephilas, busy as ever, inquired, "Shall we continue dispatching new Imprezas?" "Proceed." After a brief silence, the Ampelarian declared, "I wish to observe the limits of the bond between Ultramen and humanity." Clearly, the earlier remark by Tyrus, not to underestimate the bond between Ultramen and humanity, had resonated with the Ampelarian. He too was curious about the nature of this so-called bond and what power it possessed to instill such confidence in Tyrus. Next to him, Tyrus could not help but feel a sense of irony. The moment the Ampelarian became curious, his defeat was already sealed. Just as villains meet their demise through verbosity, curiosity regarding this so-called bond was akin to providing fertile ground for its growth. Once the power of the bond began to ferment, even the Ampelarian would find it uncontrollable. The Morabius Phoenix Warrior was completely resistant to the Ampelarian's strength. The Zolium Ray, primarily utilized by the Ampelarian for support, was specifically developed to counter the powers of the Light Clan, whereas the Morabius Phoenix Warrior, embodying the power of human bonds, could remain entirely immune. As Tyrus watched, several more Imprezas were dispatched. Upon the arrival of the new Imprezas on Earth, a palpable sense of despair enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 87. Uncle is Ultraman, having just vanquished two Imprezas, Morabius and Hikaru, were already drained of their energy. They were now forced back into their human forms. The only one left capable of fighting was Zamshia. However, despite Zamshia's formidable strength, allowing him to exchange a few blows with Impreza, he lacked the ability to completely eradicate them. Zamshia gazed at the newly appeared Imprezas with a serious expression, instinctively tightening his grip on his broken blade. At this moment, the Imprezas began to gather energy, preparing to unleash their electronic beam attacks. The crowd felt a wave of dread wash over them, instinctively closing their eyes in anticipation of death. Among them, the image of Tyrus flashed through Marina's mind, and with a sigh, she too closed her eyes. Hibino Mirai and Hikaru, who had transformed into Sarazawa Kenzuya, exchanged grave glances at the approaching Imprezas, clenching their fists tightly. They wished to transform, but found themselves utterly devoid of strength. Just then, a group of seemingly youthful boys and girls appeared at Zamshia's feet. To Zamshia's astonishment, these individuals unleashed a tremendous surge of telekinesis, obliterating the Imprezas entirely. Upon witnessing this, Tyrus felt a pang of exasperation. What were these Sakanorians doing here? Stirring up trouble. The greater the despair, the more likely it was to unleash Morabius's potential. With the Sakanorians creating such a commotion, the pressure on Morabius had dissipated. As such, it remained uncertain whether Morabius would be able to evolve into the Phoenix Warrior. Nevertheless, Tyrus felt he had gained a semblance of confidence in confronting the Ampelarian before him. This was all thanks to the Ampelarian's generous assistance. Telekinesis users, the Ampelarians beyond the atmosphere regarded the unfolding scene with surprise. Yet he soon shook his head and declared, if that is the case, then there is nothing more to be done. Shortly thereafter, two figures materialized before him, Grozum and Tislam, two members of the Dark for Heavenly Kings. One was known as the General of Might, while the other was referred to as the Strategist. Both were formidable combatants, possessing considerable strength, even among high-ranking warriors. Of course, in the eyes of the Ampelarian, they were merely two useless individuals. Perhaps the Ampelarian regarded them with even less esteem than the Mephilas. Descend, the Ampelarian commanded. The main event was about to commence. In the heart of Terrace, a silent thought emerged. Earth. Suddenly, unexpected allies appeared, prompting Shingo to exhale in relief. They gazed in astonishment at the youthful Sakanorians before them, seemingly eager to inquire about their origins. We are the Sakanorians, likewise followers of Lord Terrace. We have come to assist you on Earth, as commanded by Lady Kyoko, one of the Sakanorians proclaimed. Lady Kyoko? Could it be my aunt? Igahara's eyes widened in surprise that so. His aunt knows Terrace, the Ultraman. He was momentarily dumbfounded. Though passionate, he was not a fool. Today had been overwhelming with revelations. First, he learned that Hibino Mirai was, in fact, Mebius. Just moments ago, Mebius had lost all his energy and reverted to human form, mirroring Hibino Mirai's appearance. Thus, his identity was fully exposed. Then he found out that his aunt was acquainted with Ultraman Terrace. Who exactly was this Terrace? Could he be someone familiar? At that moment, a handsome young man, previously referred to as Kyoko's boyfriend, floated into his mind. Could it be him? Igahara speculated. Clearly, he felt he was nearing the truth. Shingo confirmed his suspicions, stating, indeed, Terrace is likely on a date with Miss Kyoko. Igahara was instantly filled with questions. Terrace, my uncle. In that instant, his worldview was shaken. With Pliza now dealt with, surely, there could be no further threats, right? Meanwhile, the others took this opportunity to catch their breath. However, just as they began to relax, a voice thundered from the sky. I am the Dark Universe Emperor, the Ampera Star, and I bring forth the Dark Four Kings, Mephilas, Grozum, and Destrium. What? Another enemy. The group hastily turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. Upon hearing the name of the Ampera Star, both Hibino Mirai and Sarazawa Kinzuya's expressions changed drastically. They understood the weight of that name. It represented the ultimate ruler of the Dark Universe, a sovereign of the Dark World who once clashed with the Father of Ultra, nearly annihilating the Land of Light. Though they had never encountered Ampera, tales of his deeds had reached their ears since childhood. After all, he was one of the greatest foes of the Land of Light. It was the presence of the Ampera Star that had nearly led to the extinction of the Land of Light's fighting forces, which had only recently begun to recover. Currently, the true combat power of the Land of Light scarcely surpassed 30,000 years, all thanks to the Ampera Star. Even Zoffy, the eldest of the Ultra Brothers, was merely 25,000 years old, born after the great battle of the Ultras. As they focused their gaze, they finally beheld a figure enveloped in black and red flames descending to the earth. Upon landing, he emitted a powerful wave that shattered nearby buildings. The flames swiftly engulfed the surrounding structures, and the very soil was violently propelled into the air. As the black and red flames surrounding the Ampera Star gradually dissipated, 4 figures fell behind him. 3 of these figures, Mebius and Hikari, although not intimately familiar with, recognized as members of the Dark Four Kings. Yet the 4th figure left them astonished. It was Terrace. How could Terrace be associated with the Ampera Star? He belonged to the Light Clan, the very essence of which the Ampera Star despised. The Ampera Star, having just landed, nonchalantly declared, and with a snap of his fingers, the sun, which had once illuminated the sky, vanished entirely. Chapter 88. The power of guardianship. This was not merely disappearance. The sun had been extinguished. Subsequently, dense storm clouds obscured the sky, enveloping the world in darkness. The Ampera Star scanned the surroundings, and with a mere flick of his cloak, summoned a fierce wind that extinguished all flames. As a ruler of darkness, even the smallest flicker of fire was unbearably glaring in his eyes. Terrace, how could you be allied with Ampera? Mebius gazed at Terrace in disbelief, silently questioning him about me. Terrace shook his head. Mebius, as always, was restless but remarked, I was forcibly dragged into this commotion. Hikari restrained Mebius, saying, Mebius, you must trust your comrades. At this, Mebius shuddered, suddenly recalling how Terrace had once guided him, helping him resolve his inner turmoil and rediscover his bonds with his companions, thereby attaining an even mightier warrior form. Indeed, I should trust Terrace. Mebius murmured as he gazed at Terrace. Terrace maintained a stoic expression as he observed him. Terrace, will you not make a choice? Will you truly stand by and watch as the earth perishes? The Ampera Star's voice resonated, seemingly without intent to conceal anything. He was above employing any cunning. He had faith in his own strength. Are you using our lives and the safety of this planet to coerce Terrace into loyalty? Witnessing this scene, Mebius grasped much more, his fists clenched in anger at his own impotence and weakness. If only he could be stronger, perhaps a miracle would unfold. In the throes of desperation, he finally summoned the last vestiges of his strength. Amidst a radiant glow, he underwent yet another transformation. Terrace's gaze sharpened, recognizing that Mebius had reached his limit. The recent transformation had been achieved by forcefully tapping into his potential. Now, he had merely transformed, and his colorful timer flashed rapidly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Sarazawa Kinzuya also gazed at Terrace, taking a deep breath. Terrace, though you often appear aloof, you once aided me. I know that despite the humiliation you inflicted upon me, your true intention was to make me stronger. I have now reclaimed my ultra heart. With this heart, I shall prove to you that I will not yield. I will use this power to protect our Earth. I possess strength. How could I stand idly by as you plunge into an abyss from which there is no return? If that is the case, I would rather fight to the death alongside this being. At this point, Hikari's eyes seemed to glisten with blood. Even misting slightly, but he strained to extract his potential and completed his transformation once more. Similarly, his colorful timer flickered rapidly, as if it too were on the verge of extinguishing. So, this is Terrace? Zamsha gripped his broken blade tightly, fixated on Terrace in the distance. So, this is guardianship. This is the so-called power of protection, to sacrifice oneself for the sake of one's comrades. What a magnificent force that springs from the depths of the soul. At that moment, Zamsha felt a profound respect. Terrace, witnessing the two deeply moved and even self-reproaching, felt a surge of emotion that he yearned to explain, but reconsidered, thinking it best to remain silent, lest he complicate matters further, at least on the surface. That was how it appeared. The Amperistar watched the unfolding scene, somewhat astonished. So, this bond is not solely between humans and Ultramen. It seems there exists a connection between Ultramen as well. Reflecting on this, he could not help but chuckle. Terrace, you have just witnessed psychic force. Why not let me show you what gravitational force is? With that, he thrust one hand forward. In the next moment, a powerful wave of gravity bore down upon Hikari, Mebius, and Zamsha, pinning them to the ground, rendering them unable to rise. They were enveloped in a dazzling display of sparks, as if their bodies were on the verge of disintegration beneath the terrifying gravitational waves. Dreambeat and Hikaru fared somewhat better, for they belonged to the lineage of light. Thus, although the damage appeared formidable, the actual harm was not substantial. It was merely a consequence of excessive energy expenditure. Coupled with the fact that their energy reserves were nearly depleted, their forms flickered in and out of visibility under the oppressive weight of the gravity waves, as if they could be forcibly reverted from their transformed states at any moment. Yet upon glancing at Terrace, they summoned their formidable willpower to maintain their transformed state. In truth, compared to them, Zamsha was in a far graver predicament. Still bound to his physical form, he had likely fractured several bones and torn numerous tendons under such overwhelming pressure. The Ampella alien chuckled softly. This is the power of telekinetic gravity. By harnessing immense telekinetic abilities, one can defy the laws of the universe to create formidable gravitational disturbances to attack foes. He then proceeded to elaborate on certain operational intricacies, just as he had before. At this juncture, the Ampella alien cast another glance at Terrace. Your companion is currently in agony. It must be weighing heavily on your heart, is it not? Pledge your loyalty to me. Terrace, embrace the powers of darkness. Should you consent to serve, I shall impart all these techniques to you. I will lead you to conquer the multiverse. Your infamous reputation as a dark general will echo throughout the cosmos. Terrace remained impassive. What sort of bizarre dark general? Who would covet such a title? The moment the Ampella alien opposed the Kingdom of Light, it was evident that a dismal fate awaited him. Setting aside the formidable denizens of the Kingdom of Light, one misstep could summon the King of Ultra and the enigmatic Four Ultras, leading to true calamity, had it not been for the original storyline. The Ampella alien would have faltered long before provoking the steadfast sentinel of the Kingdom of Light. Yet now, he dared to aspire for dominion over the multiverse. Suddenly, Terrace felt a surge of vitality as he discovered his newfound telekinetic gravity. Enhancing all attributes by 1,000, he sensed that he had attained the caliber of a legendary warrior. The moment was ripe. Chapter 89. Transcendent telekinetic power. Now, commenced the true spectacle. Terrace felt compelled to express gratitude towards teacher N, who had demonstrated a dedication surpassing that of a certain teacher Kai, truly a paragon among educators. To fall into darkness may disappoint you. Impella alien, your aspirations seem grand, yet they are not but the musings of a dreamer. As for threatening me with the lives of Earth and these individuals, you have miscalculated that my desires shall never be dictated by others' coercion. Come forth. Let us engage in a serious battle, and allow me to witness the true strength of you. The Emperor of the Dark Universe, the Impella alien, stared at Terrace in astonishment. Evidently taken aback by Terrace's intense reaction, he mused inwardly. Is it due to that absurd bond? Not only he, but even Hikaru and Dreambeat shared similar thoughts that, of course, they felt a mix of surprise and concern, loathing their own impotence that forced Terrace into such a predicament. Be cautious. Do not jeopardize yourself by worrying about us during battle. Dreambeat urged. Terrace, amused yet exasperated, shook his head. Do not read too much into it. I merely believe the moment has come. Dreambeat did not dismiss his words lightly, continuing to gaze at him intently. Hikaru, with a resigned smile, remarked, Here we go again, this seemingly unfeeling yet genuinely heartfelt Sundara personality. Terrace sighed in silence. Fine. Think as you wish, the Impella alien chuckled nonchalantly. Are you prepared to strike against me? Terrace, you are too eager. Had you waited a few millennia, perhaps this opportunity would have presented itself. You truly believe your current strength can contend with me? Who says I cannot? Terrace replied calmly. Is Terrace finally ready to take action? Zhuping, who had long been observing, pondered. Perhaps he has endured too much pressure during this time. Massimian nodded gravely. The Impella alien seems particularly interested in him. In a bid to coerce him into joining, he has placed the lives of humanity and the Ultramen Dreambeat and Hikaru as leverage. Perhaps the will of Dreambeat and the others has awakened Terrace, making him realize that this path is not what we desire. Thus, he has resolved to confront the Impella alien in a decisive battle, although the odds may not be in his favor. Upon hearing this, the group fell into a contemplative silence. That moment, Terrace transformed in their minds into a tragic hero. Suddenly, Trithna stood up resolutely. Captain, let us assist Terrace. No, we cannot, Massimian replied, shaking his head. Our weapons were obliterated by the previous onslaught from the Impulse Zaza. We can only rely on Terrace. However, at this juncture, he placed his hand over his chest, where the highest authority key resided. In due time, we humans shall repay Terrace Ultraman in our own way. Meanwhile, Terrace's telekinetic power erupted violently. The staggering intensity of his telekinetic energy coalesced into a tempest, shattering the very ground beneath him. In the next instant, to the astonished gaze of the others, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst the asteroid belt beyond the solar system. Subsequently, he unleashed his telekinetic abilities, fully liberated from their constraints. An invisible storm of energy pierced through the asteroid belt, reducing surrounding asteroids to mere dust. At this moment, the intensity of his telekinetic energy surged towards unfathomable heights. 500, 600, 700, 1,000. 1,000 equated to stellar level. Upon reaching such a peak, the growth did not cease. A new wave of escalation ensued. 2 stellar, 3 stellar, 5 stellar, 10 stellar. Ultimately, it soared to an astonishing 12 stellar before finally subsiding. Terrace himself was momentarily taken aback. At this juncture, his telekinetic energy had wholly surpassed that of the Impella alien. According to Terrace's estimations, the Impella alien had expended tens of thousands of years merely to elevate his telekinetic intensity to 3 stellar. Yet Terrace had directly achieved 12 stellar. The intensity of his telekinetic energy had exceeded that of the Impella alien by more than 4-fold. So this is transcendent telekinetic power, to master the 4 fundamental forces of the universe with such overwhelming telekinetic prowess. So this is its true form. Terrace slowly extended his arms, savoring the sensation of omnipotence. Telekinetic magnetism enabled him to control electromagnetic forces, thereby influencing the cosmic magnetic field. Now he could even extinguish the sun by generating a magnetic field powerful enough to envelop it. Moreover, he could execute this feat with greater ease and efficiency than the Ampella alien. Telekinetic gravity allowed him to manipulate universal gravity, freely applying gravitational waves to various objects. IT could crush foes or even conjure black holes at will. It is time to return. Having just acquired transcendent telekinetic power, he was eager to test his newfound abilities against the Ampella alien. Terrace murmured to himself, then promptly vanished from his location. Meanwhile, on Earth, the Ampella alien stared blankly at Dreambeat and the others. Clearly, Terrace's sudden disappearance had taken them all by surprise. Yet it was the Ampella alien who reacted first. Could that recent surge of telekinetic energy signify an enhancement in Terrace's capabilities? This realization astonished him, prompting him to deploy his telekinetic powers to search for Terrace's precise whereabouts. However, under the cloak of his telekinetic energy, Terrace's presence was entirely absent, as if he had evaporated from existence. Impossible! The Ampella alien, refusing to accept this, continued his pursuit, yet ultimately yielded no results. He remained unaware that, once Terrace's telekinetic abilities had vastly surpassed his own, he could passively shield himself from the Ampella alien's telepathic detection. This represented the inherent dominance of a higher-tier telekinetic over a lower-tier one. Conversely, the Ampella alien's presence was distinctly highlighted within Terrace's telekinetic scan. Could it be that he has already left the Milky Way? The Ampella alien pondered silently. However, his gaze soon shifted back to Dreambeat and the others. I could see that moment. Dreambeat and the others, having been thoroughly impressed by Terrace's earlier actions, did not believe he would choose to flee alone at this critical juncture. As the Ampella alien pondered the situation, Chapter 90, the power of sovereignty over the universe unfolded. Contemplating whether the demise of Mengbias and others would compel Terrace to reveal himself, an abrupt sense of suffocation enveloped him. Tightening his heart, who could possibly exert such mental pressure? In this vast universe, who else could instill in me such an overwhelming sense of oppression? After reaching this level of growth, it had been ages since the Ampella alien had experienced such a profound feeling of constraint. Suddenly, a figure materialized before him. It was Terrace. In truth, the time since Terrace's departure had been but a fleeting few seconds. Yet in that brief span, Terrace had undergone a remarkable transformation. Gazing at Terrace, the Ampella alien's eyes narrowed slightly. For reasons unknown, he felt that Terrace now exuded an entirely different aura, one that vaguely radiated an extreme sense of danger. I thought you had departed alone, the Ampella alien remarked, observing Terrace before him. I never anticipated your return. Alas, I encountered a slight issue with my psychic energy. Had I lingered for another second, this Earth might have been obliterated. Thus, I sought a place to address these concerns before hastening back. Terrace replied calmly. The Ampella alien chuckled. Is this your trump card? To believe that a mere increase in psychic energy qualifies you to contend with me? How naive. Terrace, my current psychic strength has ascended to the level of 3 stellar ranks. And no matter how you might enhance your abilities, it is impossible for you to breach the stellar barrier in such a brief period. Behold, this is the might that empowers me to reign over the vast cosmos. Upon uttering these words, the Ampella alien propelled his hand forward, unleashing a wave of psychic force. Startled, Mengbias exclaimed, "Be careful." Having personally experienced the magnitude of the opponent's psychic prowess, he was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the Ampella alien's abilities. However, what transpired next left him utterly astounded. The formidable psychic wave dissipated abruptly, nearly 10 meters away from Terrace, vanishing into the air. The residual energy brushed against Terrace like a gentle breeze, failing even to disturb his form. Extraordinary psychic power, Terrace smiled. Ampella alien, allow me to demonstrate the fruits of my recent endeavors. With that, the latent psychic energy within him erupted instantaneously. Without any movement on his part, the surrounding space trembled. The air before him was riddled with countless cracks. How is this possible? Your psychic energy has surged so dramatically. The Ampella alien's countenance changed drastically. He finally comprehended the source of the earlier mental oppression. Initially, he had dismissed it as mere illusion. Now, It was evident that it stemmed from Thrashes himself. In an instant, Thrashes had amplified his psychic energy several-fold, an occurrence so bizarre it made the Ampella alien question his own worldview. Thrashes chuckled. "I owe you my gratitude, Ampella alien. Without your guidance, I would not have elevated my psychic prowess to such heights. You are indeed a genius. Without your techniques for developing psychic energy, I cannot fathom how long it would have taken me to achieve this level. This, I presume, is what you refer to as psychic magnetism." As he spoke, he pointed towards the storm clouds above. The clouds trembled and roiled violently, ultimately transforming into a vortex, teeming with a multitude of crackling lightning. Spherical bolts of lightning, seemingly under the influence of an unseen force, surged towards the location of the Ampella alien. With a narrowed gaze, the Ampella alien flicked his cloak, shattering the spherical lightning and dispersing it into the air as errant energy. Yet this was merely the beginning. This what you call psychic gravity, Thrashes declared, pushing forward with one hand. Instantly, a wave of gravitational force descended upon the Ampella alien. The sudden surge of millions of times the gravitational pull bore down upon him, eliciting a sound of strain. The Ampella alien projected his psychic energy outward, restoring the surrounding gravity to its original state. After all, he had spent far longer developing gravitational manipulation than Thrashes, and was thus capable of withstanding such an assault. I merely explained some fundamental principles to you, and you have already mastered them? To such an extent. The Ampella alien gazed at Thrashes in astonishment, his worldview shattered anew. What an alarming capacity for learning. How could such a prodigy exist in this world? He sensed that Thrashes' finesse in manipulating psychic energy even surpassed his own. Although dispelling Thrashes' gravitational wave appeared effortless, in reality, he exerted his utmost focus. Meanwhile, Thrashes seemed merely to be testing his abilities, not even fully engaged. The Ampella alien scrutinized him deeply. Could life within this universe truly possess such a fearsome capacity for learning? He was skeptical. Recall that he had devoted nearly 10,000 years to developing psychic magnetism and gravity, another 10,000 to perfecting it. The culmination of nearly 20,000 years of effort had seemingly been grasped by Thrashes with but a glance. Such a notion was preposterous. Though he appreciated talent, he could only admire geniuses, and if such a monstrous talent were to be in his presence for too long, he feared he might feel inferior. Taking a deep breath, he conceded, "It appears I have underestimated you. This is the gravest mistake I have made. Thrashes, you are remarkable, even more so than I had imagined. However, if you are destined to stand against me, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you. I have already granted you an opportunity. Although you have mastered the techniques of psychic magnetism and gravity, and even compelled your current psychic abilities to a terrifying level, do not presume that this will enable you to contend with me. I am the Emperor of the Dark Universe, the Ampella Alien." Chapter 91. Handcrafted black holes beyond possessing extraordinary psychic power. Strength also stands at the pinnacle of the universe. As he spoke, a beam of Rezalim energy surged forth. Psychic energy rebounded. Thrashes felt a surge within him and thrust one hand forward, conjuring an invisible psychic barrier before him. Boom! It was evident that Thrashes had still underestimated the might of the Ampella alien. After all, the Ampella alien was not only formidable in psychic ability, but also a legendary powerhouse, an entity devoid of apparent weaknesses. Thrashes' psychic prowess was indeed formidable. Though he could not deflect the Rezalim beam back, he managed to divert its course, sending it soaring into the sky. A terrifying wave of dark energy struck a portion of the moon, causing a significant chunk to be blasted away, hurtling toward Earth. Thrashes raised his gaze slightly, and with a burst of powerful psychic energy, he initiated a psychic transfer. In the next moment, the shattered edge of the moon was relocated to the asteroid belt of the solar system. Could he truly wield psychic energy to such an extent? The Ampella alien felt a sense of astonishment within have deflected his Rezalim beam with mere psychic energy was no trivial feat. Even he could not succeed in using his own spear against his own shield. While psychic energy was indeed powerful, within the spectrum of the Ampella alien's capabilities, it was merely a means to subjugate weaker foes. Otherwise, during his battle with the Father of Ultraman, he would not have refrained from utilizing psychic energy. Yet now, Thrashes had accomplished what was thought impossible. Although he had previously known that Thrashes' psychic ability had surged exponentially. The sudden increase in power and its mastery seemed almost implausible. Was this the potential of Thrashes? The Ampelarians silently pondered within their hearts. Previously, he believed that Thrashes, despite having mastered telekinetic skills, had merely scratched the surface and remained ultimately insignificant. However, after witnessing Thrashes' exquisite mastery of telekinetic magnetism and gravity, his worldview was profoundly reshaped. Yet he still maintained that, while Thrashes could swiftly comprehend these concepts, mastering the sudden surge of telekinetic power was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight. But now, upon witnessing Thrashes' complete command over his telekinetic abilities, he felt numb and began to question the fairness of this vast universe. Why, in this cosmos, did such a formidable life form exist? In the eyes of the Ampelarians, Thrashes was nearly perfect, a being worthy of being called the epitome of life. Moreover, the power Thrashes possessed was sufficient to command his attention, with a telekinetic strength of 12 constants. He posed a threat even to legendary-level warriors. Not to mention, based on the array of techniques Thrashes had just displayed, each one had nearly reached perfection. Suddenly, Thrashes spoke. "I am well aware that you possess more than mere telekinetic abilities. However, our previous clash was merely a trivial test." At this point, he smiled faintly and gently snapped his fingers. In an instant, a terrifying gravitational field emerged, centered around the Ampelarian, enveloping the astonished Mephilarans in its grasp. The oppressive gravitational force crushed the ground beneath the Ampelarian, pulling him downward. The Ampelarian grimly resisted with his telekinetic powers, yet to his astonishment, the moment his abilities encountered the gravitational field, they crumbled. Telekinetic suppression. Meanwhile, the Mephilarans had already been forcibly dragged into the earth by the gravitational field, leaving only their heads exposed above the surface. "Your Majesty, save us!" the Mephilarans cried out, their bones groaning in agony. Only Grozum, who was reputed to be immortal, could withstand some of the pressure. As for the other two, they were being crushed under the terrifying gravitational waves, their cells shattering. The gravitational field Thrashes had created now exceeded the force of millions of times that of Earth. This was akin to the gravity found on a white dwarf star. In the universe, certain celestial bodies are exceptionally perilous. Even the strongest beings in the cosmos are rendered as mere ants before them. Among the most dangerous are black holes, with their terrifying gravitational forces capable of distorting space, instilling dread even in many powerful beings. Next in line are neutron stars, notorious for their immense gravitational pull, each one possessing a gravity over 1 trillion times that of Earth. Following that are white dwarf stars, whose gravity is at least 1 million times greater than that of Earth, under such a gravitation field akin to that of a white dwarf. Ordinary advanced warriors like the Mephilarans could not possibly withstand it. Nevertheless, this could not confine the Ampelarian. He unleashed a torrent of energy, breaking free from the gravitational field's constraints. Observing this, Thrashes remained unfazed, fully aware that his opponent had the ability to escape. The reason for unleashing such a powerful gravitational field was primarily to prepare for his next offensive. Thrashes stood silently for a few seconds before pointing at the Ampelarian. Instantly, the Ampelarian felt a powerful gravitational field manifest around him. As the surrounding space began to collapse toward his location, Thrashes swiftly created a zero-gravity zone, severing the gravitational pull. Otherwise, the nearby Driambius and Hikali would have been torn away by the overwhelming force. "Are you preparing to create a black hole to seal me away?" The Ampelarian scoffed. He had previously used this tactic to seal the evil General Bogaloo. Essentially, it involved exerting an immensely compressed gravitational field on a specific target, making the target the core of a black hole, thereby affecting the surrounding space. This method could be used to craft a black hole, crushing the enemy to death or sealing them away. While the principle was straightforward, executing it was a monumental challenge that required immense control over telekinetic abilities and a certain strength in telekinesis, at least at the stellar level, to manage it. When he had sealed Bogaloo in a black hole, it was merely a small one. Yet even the elite Boogaloo, once trapped within, would not die but would remain unable to escape for eternity. Chapter 92. Strong magnetic field attack. The black hole Talas was now creating was evidently larger than the one he had previously fashioned. After all, Talas' telekinetic abilities surpassed those of the Ampelarian several times. The darkness surrounding the Ampelarian coalesced like a tangible force, desperately resisting the crushing weight of the powerful gravitational pull if he did not resist. His body would rapidly collapse under the dreadful pressure, reducing his towering form to mere specks of dust. Yet even so, the sudden surge of gravity threatened to cause the surrounding space to collapse. He attempted to eliminate the gravitational field within him, fully aware that the magnitude of the gravitational field created by telekinesis depended on how many layers of gravitational fields were superimposed. One layer equated to a single unit of gravity. To eliminate the gravitational field capable of forming a black hole, he would need to remove at least trillions of layers. However, with his telekinetic power, completely erasing the gravitational field would require considerable time. He understood that Talas was forcibly dictating the pace of the battle, compelling him to compete in terms of superpowers, should he fall into this trap. It would undoubtedly play into Talas' hands, for in a mere contest of superpowers, he would stand no chance against Talas at this moment. At that instant, Talas' new attack was already upon him. As the Ampelarian endeavored to dispel the gravitational suppression, Talas smiled and said, "Ampelarian, while I admire your capacity for developing telekinetic skills, you have yet to delve deeply into their potential. By harnessing these two abilities, you could entirely unlock more diverse methods of attack. You merely underestimate the potential of these two powers. This technique is one I have just developed. Strong magnetism." Talas then slowly snapped his fingers. Though the action appeared sluggish, he was actually layering powerful magnetic fields within the Ampelarian's body. The Ampelarian immediately sensed that the magnetic field within him had seemingly amplified 1,000-fold. In truth, every living being possesses an internal magnetic field. Albeit a feeble one, the existence of this magnetic field supports the basic functioning of life. What Talas had just done was adjust the strength of the Ampelarian's internal magnetic field, causing it to surge exponentially. Such a sudden increase in magnetic strength was no trivial matter. It could lead to severe complications in the life signs of the being. Indeed, at this moment, the Ampelarian's abruptly heightened magnetic field caused his vital signs to indicate serious distress. A searing sensation suddenly enveloped his entire being. Subsequently, the Ampelarian ignited in flames. The moment these flames appeared, they rendered the surrounding air unbearably arid. The temperature soared to over 10,000 degrees. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The flames continued to escalate, swiftly reaching over 100,000 degrees. Ultimately, the temperature peaked at 200,000 degrees before ceasing its ascent. Truly, he was a legendary-level warrior, Talas marveled inwardly, under the influence of the strong magnetic field. The temperature within a living organism could instantaneously rise to an unfathomable degree, resulting in spontaneous combustion, while ordinary beasts or cosmic beings might only reach a few tens of thousands of degrees. The Ampelarian burned with flames reaching 200,000 degrees. The inferno consumed not only the surroundings, but also the very life force of the Ampelarian. So it was, despite the pain coursing through him, the Ampelarian remained curiously composed. "I have indeed not misjudged you. You have discovered such an astonishing avenue of development. This talent must surely be a gift from the vast cosmos. But alas, such an assault cannot so easily vanquish me, for I am the Emperor of the Dark Cosmos." He spoke up to this point and simply abandoned passive defense. With a mere wave of his hand, he imposed a gravitational field upon Terrace. However, Terrace's psychic abilities were overwhelmingly formidable. He had already sensed the issue the moment his opponent made a move. Thus, he immediately utilized his psychic teleportation, vanishing from his original position. Boom! After his departure, the ground where he had stood suddenly caved in extensively strong magnetic endowment. With another snap of his fingers, Terrace instantly felt that the magnetic field within him had also been altered. The actions of the Ampelarians were executed with utmost secrecy, seemingly anticipating his evasion direction, setting this strong magnetic trap along his original path. This was a loss attributed to combat experience. One could only say that the Amperalians had indeed earned their advantage through millennia of slaughter in the cosmos. Such combat awareness undoubtedly belonged to the pinnacle of the universe. A moment's negligence could lead one straight into the opponent's trap. However, due to the intensity of the Amperalian psychic force, the enhancement of Terra's magnetic field was not excessively dramatic, merely amplified by several thousand times. Yet even so, he could still sense that something was amiss within his body. His mind felt slightly dazed, and a fierce burning sensation erupted within him. Whoosh! Crimson flames rapidly enveloped his entire being, relentlessly siphoning off his energy. Truly, the pioneer of psychic magnetism, Amperali, grasped the principle so swiftly, Terras couldn't help but marvel that he relied on the terrifying learning capabilities bestowed by the system to swiftly comprehend psychic magnetism and gravity. Meanwhile, the Amperalians relied solely on experience and proficiency. Nevertheless, the Amperalian could never have anticipated that while the pain he felt was real, he need not fear for his life, for he possessed the blue buff. If the Amperalian intended to gamble on who would succumb first, he was gravely mistaken. Even if the flames would burn him for thousands or tens of thousands of years, Terras would remain lively and vigorous. However, the Amperalian was different. He might not even endure for a minute. Though the Amperalian was also an energy entity, his energy was by no means infinite. Terras maintained a calm demeanor, often indifferent to the flames engulfing him. His dazed mind swiftly regained clarity, and, as he felt the searing temperatures reaching tens of thousands of degrees, he did not even furrow his brow. Of course, Amperali sneered, your psychic magnetism was learned from me. It is merely a trivial adjustment of the biological magnetic field. Nothing of great significance. I simply had not considered such a novel approach back then. Chapter 93. Psychic Rebound. Is this a battle of superpowers? This is simply too extravagant. At this moment, the onlookers from Guise were utterly astonished. What level of battle is this? Creating gravitational fields, conjuring black holes, manipulating magnetic fields, causing spontaneous combustion in enemies. Such abilities are increasingly exaggerated. Is this the power unleashed by Terras in full force? To think that Father of Ultraman possesses such magnitude of strength. He could maintain a steady upper hand even before the Dark Cosmic Emperor. The Amperalian, Kurda, Jipping couldn't help but express, I never expected Terras to be this strong. He should have acted sooner, Pursui Shinwa remarked. No, the Amperalian has already been forcibly drawn into Terras' rhythm. Terras understood the disparity between himself and the Amperalian, that he aimed to use his strengths to counter the Amperalian. Otherwise, facing the Amperalian would indeed impose significant pressure on him. Having experienced much, Pursui Shinwa possessed a keen insight, allowing everyone to come to this realization that this is how it is. From a distance, Kazama Marina also revealed a smile upon hearing this. The situation was developing favorably for them. Mebius gazed at the unfolding scene with astonishment, exclaiming, I never imagined Terras possessed such strength. What exactly transpired just now to enable this breakthrough? This terrifying superpower could influence the fundamental forces of the universe. Mebius thought, this is the chasm separating us from genius. Terras is a genius. In just a few decades, he has already touched upon pinnacle-level power. Hikari solemnly stated, feeling a sense of awe within. Perhaps this is the potential inherent in the Silver Race warriors. He sighed, resolving to focus on his research endeavors upon returning to the Land of Light. The profession of a warrior is, after all, not his forte. He began to contemplate how to leverage scientific prowess to become stronger. Zamsha stood by, utterly dumbfounded. So Terras's greatest power is not his swordsmanship. Yet, Terras truly lives up to his name. He is indeed as formidable as Hikari described. Meanwhile, the battle between Terras and the Amperalian had reached a fever pitch. At this moment, both were engaged in a clash of superpowers, with Terras evidently holding the advantage. Flames blazed around them, growing ever more intense. Yet both remained impassive, waiting to see who would falter first. The Amperalian's movements were now restricted. Terras realized that the Amperalian had become merely a living target before him. Thus, the situation was highly favorable for him. Suddenly, Terras snapped his fingers again. This time, The Amperalian felt the chaotic magnetic field around him exerting tremendous tearing forces, beginning to rip at his very being. Combined with the gravitational field, it posed considerable trouble for the Amperalian at that moment. The Amperalian thrust a hand forward, unleashing a psychic shockwave, but he had no room to evade. He could only raise a shield of condensed dark energy to defend himself. With a resounding bang, the energy shield shattered instantly. The psychic shockwave struck the Amperalian's chest like a heavy hammer, deeply indenting his torso. Despite the protection of dark energy, the Amperalian found it exceedingly strenuous to withstand. Oomph! The Amperalian snorted coldly. The dark cosmic emperor. He held his own pride. Even now, dragged into an unfavorable situation, he felt no concern. Instead, he awaited an opportunity while countering with his psychic abilities. The Amperalian's psychic force surged outwards, directly aiming at Thrashes' position. Instantly, the powerful psychic force transformed into razor-sharp blades, slicing toward Thrashes. With psychic energy employed as a cutting technique, Thrashes' eyes lit up, having learned the Amperalian's psychic magnetism and gravity. These more fundamental techniques held no secrets for him. His formidable psychic abilities effortlessly dispersed the Amperalian's assault. As he deduced the formation method of this psychic technique, he discovered the host had gained psychic cutting. With an all-attribute amplification of 10, the psychic energy was actually increasing further. The Amperalian, sensing Thrashes' sudden surge in psychic power, was taken aback. Could he continue to grow stronger, if that's the case? The longer this drags on, the more detrimental it will be for him. After all, they were engaged in a duel of superpowers. Realizing this, the Amperalian's expression grew grave. Meanwhile, Thrashes' psychic attack employed a technique called psychic collapse. The powerful psychic force instantly impacted the Amperalian, continuously dismantling the energy cells within him. Bang! 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 Sparks flew from the Amperalian as countless cells were annihilated in that instant. However, as the Amperalian was an energy entity by nature, such an attack would likely incapacitate or severely injure other beings. Yet against the Amperalian before him, it merely inflicted some pain. A vast surge of dark energy surged within him, instantaneously restoring all his damaged dark cells to their former state. Suddenly, Thrashes realized that his opponent was also manipulating the magnetic field above the earth, seemingly attempting to impede his actions. Unfazed, he amplified the magnetic field in this area countless times with his immense psychic ability. Consequently, the chances of the Amperalian shaking off his influence were virtually non-existent. In that very moment, the Amperalian seized the opportunity and unleashed a psychic shockwave directed at Thrashes. Though both combatants were employing their superpowers, Thrashes clearly held the upper hand. Just as the psychic shockwave was about to reach him, Thrashes unexpectedly executed a psychic rebound. Chapter 94. The Dark Tempest. He also infused it with his unique psychic energy. Boom! The Amperalian's body trembled. Almost all the damage was absorbed. Throughout this process, Thrashes remained composed, as if he had yet to reach his limits. The Amperalian, sensing a flicker of urgency within, proclaimed, "Do you know who I am? I am the Emperor of the Dark Universe." With a furious shout, he unleashed a violent eruption of dark energy, granting him a fleeting moment of freedom. The dark energy enveloped the entire Earth, manifesting a dark domain. Within this dark domain, his power would double, including his psychic abilities. Previously, Thrashes had kept him on a tight leash, leaving no room for maneuvering. But now the situation had changed, with Thrashes occupied in reinforcing the Earth's magnetic field. The Amperalian finally had the chance he needed. The Dark Tempest. In the next moment, a column of darkness enveloped Thrashes. He then witnessed a colossal meteorite, reminiscent of an asteroid, hurtling towards him. Thrashes remained unfazed. However, the members of Guise were taken aback. Such a massive meteorite descending would surely annihilate the Earth. No, it was certain to bring about its destruction. They knew this was an attack from the Amperalian. Infused with boundless dark power, it seemed the fate of the Earth now rested solely on Thrashes. They thought, indeed, that facing the Amperalian required unwavering focus. Thrashes, however, harbored no concerns. Instead, he unleashed a powerful psychic force to counter the colossal meteorite's impact. He could sense that the force carried by the meteorite was far beyond what one of its size could possess. Even if someone claimed it was a star crashing down, he would believe it. Talas narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers. Teleport. Finally, the meteorite was transported beyond the solar system. Yet even outside the Ampera alien-esque control, the meteorite maintained its relentless momentum, hurtling through the cosmos at astonishing speed. Soon, it collided with a planet, effortlessly shattering it. The meteorite, however, remained unscathed. Quickly, another planet met the same fate, leaving no trace behind. 3 planets for planets. By the end, it was impossible to determine how many had been obliterated, and the meteorite had shrunk considerably before finally disappearing into the depths of space. The Dark Tempest was one of the Ampera aliens' ultimate techniques. The meteorite was forged from immense dark energy, making its power exceptionally formidable. In terms of hardness or kinetic energy, it was incomparable to ordinary meteorites. Although the Ampera alien had unleashed a surge of power, it also hastened his own demise. His body now exhibited clear signs of collapse. What originally would have taken a minute was now reduced to mere seconds before his complete annihilation. Witnessing this, Hashizora Shinwu couldn't help but smile. It's time. Time to repay Ultraman with the bond between us. Upon saying this, he made his way to the highest command room, inserting the key he had hidden into the controller. Shortly, the clouds above began to churn. As if something was descending, both Talas and the Ampera alien sensed the commotion and soon beheld a machine assembling in the sky. This apparatus resembled a cannon, with a small end aimed at Talas and a larger end directed at the Ampera alien. The scene left everyone present astonished. What is this? This is what I promised Talas. Hashizora Shinwu replied, his expression filled with nostalgia. The spatium amplifier, the ultimate weapon we humans use to convey our feelings to Ultraman. The spatium amplifier? George Canberra suddenly interjected. Isn't that a device to amplify light energy? Hashizora Shinwu nodded with a smile, and the crowd finally understood. We really need to use this. Talas gazed at the device before him, showing no hesitation. If that's the case, then let us proceed. In the original narrative, the Ampera alien fell victim to the plot, failing to evade this device. Now, however, he was constrained by Talas, rendering him immobile. Yet, the final outcome seemed to be remarkably similar. Talas, Mebius, Hikari. Just then, a voice resonated in the minds of the gathered. It was a telepathic message from the first Ultraman at that moment on the cosmic battlefield. The arrival of the 4 Ultraman brothers had ensured a decisive victory. Following this triumph, the stellar observers of the Land of Light noticed something amiss with the SUNIT had inexplicably extinguished. Had they not searched diligently, they would have struggled to locate the solar system now shrouded in darkness. However, upon reaching this conclusion, they did not dare delay. They promptly reported the situation. Upon receiving the news, Ultraman Father immediately commanded all inhabitants of the Land of Light to mobilize towards the solar system. Their sole objective was to reignite the sun. Though it might sound absurd, that was indeed the reality. Utilizing the light skills of numerous warriors, they aimed to rekindle the sun. Near the sun, many mid to high-tier warriors from the Land of Light had gathered. They began to amass energy, directing their light skills towards the sun. The rays bombarded the sun, and the searing energy reignited the previously cooled star. However, light skills, being streamlined in nature, could only ignite small areas at a time, even with a large number of participants. The process required time. The first Ultraman continued. Go all out. We are fighting alongside you. The voice of Seven echoed. The future of Earth rests in your hands. Jack's voice followed closely. You always manage to create miracles. Who would have thought the Emperor of the Dark Universe would be pushed to this extent by you? Ace added. Talas, I never anticipated you would grow to such heights. Leo chimed in. Please protect my second home. My true homeland. Hearing these voices, Talas couldn't help but smile wryly that he hadn't expected this classic scene to unfold. Rekindling the sun seemed comical, yet it was indeed the solution to saving it. Even Talas, while capable of extinguishing the sun effortlessly, found reigniting it to be a far more complex task. It required the collective effort of many. At this moment, Talas had also prepared himself. He gathered all his energy and directed the cosmic miracle ray towards the spatium amplifier. The ray, upon passing through the amplifier, was magnified several times over. The violent energy cascaded onto the Ampelra alien, blinding him with its brilliance. Just mere light. The Ampelra alien couldn't believe it. Why did this small beam of light instill such fear in him at this moment? If it were solely the cosmic miracle ray emitted by Talas, it might not have been enough to bring about his demise. But given that his body was already in a state of collapse, even without Talas' intervention, he was destined for destruction. However, now it merely accelerated the process of his annihilation. The cosmic miracle ray inherently bore the power of cosmic miracles. After being amplified several times, it became even more terrifying. In the original narrative, the combined assault of Dream Beam Night Ray and M87 Ray might not even rival the power of the cosmic miracle ray. When amplified, it likely only matches the might of the cosmic miracle ray. Hence, it was only after a prolonged confrontation with the Ampela aliens that their bodies could be utterly shattered. Now, with Talas directly employing the cosmic miracle attack, the results are evidently far superior. The Ampela alien, struck by the force, immediately manifests cracks all over its body, and its disintegration accelerates dramatically. Before long, the power of light begins to burst forth from the depths of the Ampela alien's being. Talas finally comprehends why, in the original storyline, both Dream, Maias, and Zophi were able to vanquish the Ampela aliens. Ultimately, it was the Ultra Father who triumphed over the Angela aliens for 30,000 years. The Ampela aliens have been desperately suppressing the true power within them, a force that has caused them immense suffering. This is the primary reason for their profound hatred towards the Light Clan and the Ultra Father. Yet at this moment, they can no longer contain it. The true power erupts within them, compounded by the external light's destruction and the terrifying gravitational pull. Under the weight of these threefold pressures, the life signs of the Ampela alien finally collapse completely. This ultimately leads to the complete destruction of its body, which begins to shatter into countless fragments, scattering throughout the cosmos, as the pieces dissolve into specks of light. The Ampela alien reaches out to grasp them, but fails to seize anything. Simultaneously, the spatium amplifier can no longer bear the strain and shatters entirely. The Ampela alien falls silent for a moment, ignoring its own disintegration. It instead gazes at Talas with a hint of admiration. Talas, with your innate talent, you are destined to become the strongest in the universe. Though I may not witness that day, I know it shall be your era, just as it was when I rose from the dark planet many years ago. In its moment of demise, all grudges dissipate. Talas's remarkable display elicits deep appreciation from the Ampela alien. Talas, somewhat moved, smiles and replies, "Perhaps." Meanwhile, in a certain part of the galaxy, a golden portal suddenly opens. A golden figure emerges from within. If Talas were present, he would likely recognize it immediately. What transformation has occurred? Tartarus's expression is grave. Although he appears somewhat disheveled, being able to effortlessly traverse time and space, he is acutely aware of the existence of numerous parallel timelines within this universe, key pivotal moments in history. Any slight alteration can lead to the birth of new parallel timelines. Originally, Tartarus believed that the plans of his clan were flawless, or rather, that in other timelines, his plans were nearly perfect, with a high probability of achieving ultimate victory. However, in a certain timeline, everything changed, causing their seemingly assured plans to collapse. A single individual altered the entire course of events, leading to the catastrophic defeat of the Obsurliate clan. Even the king of Obsurliate ultimately fell at the hands of this individual. At a critical moment, Tartarus traversed time and space, deciding to risk altering history. Despite his ability to navigate time and space with ease, meddling with history remains perilously dangerous. There exists a considerable risk of being ensnared by the very fabric of time, resulting in his complete erasure from history. The Obsurliate clan, you say? Suddenly, at that moment, a voice resonates from behind Tartarus. A jolt of surprise courses through him, compelling him to turn and look. There stands the figure of the Ultra King. Having appeared behind him without his notice, is it truly the legendary being? Tartarus's countenance grows solemn. Being well-versed in the various timelines, he knows that several ultimate powers exist within this universe. They include the legendary warrior Noah, the god of the great cosmos, Re-Jidho, the ruler of the Ultra Clan, the Ultra King, and the warrior Saiga, born from miracles. These ultimate forces of the cosmos are not entities he can confront. Thus, upon seeing the Ultra King, he immediately contemplates retreat. What a stroke of bad luck! He discreetly steps back. Subsequently, a golden spatial portal opens behind him, and just as he prepares to depart, the space not far from him suddenly shatters violently. A pair of indifferent eyes fixates upon him. Tartarus's heart races, prompting him to leap into the golden portal. The indifferent eyes vanish, and the surrounding space returns to tranquility. Aye, said he. The Ultra King gazes at the now fully restored space, falling into silence. At some point in the future, will the Light Clan confront the Obsurliate Clan? Is the key to victory within his grasp? The Ultra King raises his head, amplifying his thoughts countless times, spreading them throughout the universe. These thoughts even transcend the confines of space and time, extending to other parallel universes. After a considerable duration, the Ultra King suddenly experiences an epiphany, smiling as he realizes. So it is. Under his meticulous observation, everything becomes clear. He then directs his gaze towards the direction of Earth. Chapter 96. Another wave of wool gathering, the Ultra King possesses vision magnitudes greater than that of ordinary Ultra beings, allowing him to discern everything even from a galaxy's edge. What an intriguing little fellow. It seems that if the opportunity arises, it may be time to take on a disciple. With that, he instantly teleports away from his original position. Meanwhile, Talas, situated on Earth, remains oblivious to the events unfolding in the cosmos. Having just dispatched the Ampila alien, the sky clears, and the shadows that once loomed over the Earth dissipate completely at this moment. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. However, after resolving the crisis with the Ampila alien, Talas turns his attention to the still captive Mephilas and the others, suddenly smiling. Do you wish to live or perish? The group is instantly filled with horror. Live? Even Emperor Ampila has been vanquished by Talas. How could they possibly muster any defiance? Excellent, Talas nods. Then do as I say. Skills detected. Mephilas alien, life gigantfication. Memory reading and modification, instantaneous light bullet. Lightning beam, skills detected. Disrealm, high temperature flame, hellfire, skills detected. Grozum, absolute freezing, elementalization. All skills retained, power enhanced tenfold. Satisfied, Talas nods that he then uses telekinesis to transfer them to the vicinity of a neutron star. What? They scream in terror, attempting to flee. Yet the gravitational pull of the neutron star is utterly terrifying, and no matter how hard they try to fly away, they cannot prevent their bodies from being drawn in. At that moment, Talas begins to examine the new abilities he has acquired. Life gigantification and memory reading and modification are indeed unique superpower techniques belonging to the Mephilas aliens. The Mephilas aliens are, after all, experts in superpowers. It's just that their abilities are not particularly prominent among many other superpower users. Perhaps these skills were learned from the Ampila aliens. Life gigantification grants a living being the ability to grow to a colossal size. Mephilas once used his formidable telekinetic powers to enlarge Fuji Akiko of the Kotet team. Memory reading and modification allows for extensive reading and alteration of others' memories. In the original narrative, the Mephilas alien employed this ability to modify the memories of all humans on Earth, causing them to perceive Dream Maias as an enemy. These two skills enhanced Talas' telekinetic abilities slightly, but not significantly, around a dozen stars or so. Instantaneous light bullet and lightning beam are light-based skills of the Mephilas aliens. The power of the instantaneous light bullet is not particularly impressive, but when combined with telekinesis, it proves reasonably effective. The lightning beam, however, boasts considerable power, nearly equivalent to that of the original Spatium Ray. Hellfire can summon fireballs over a wide area, useful for blanket bombardment. Grozum, known as the freezing alien, can unleash terrifying cold equivalent to absolute zero. He can easily plunge Earth into an ice age. His icy breath can freeze, not only tangible objects, but also the energy of intangible substances. He has previously frozen the red light of Hibino Mirai and the fireball of Uindum. Even light can be frozen, rendering him nearly invincible. It is evident just how formidable this capability truly is. Moreover, Grozum is referred to as undying, stemming from his elementalization ability. Even the Dream Beam and the combined rays of Dream Mias and Seven cannot utterly destroy him, unless it is a persistent molecular-level destructive attack. Had Grozum not been so reckless in the original storyline, perhaps he would have survived. It can be said that aside from the sealed Bogazu, Grozum stands as the mightiest among the three kings. After vanquishing these three kings, Talas did not immediately depart from Earth, nor did Mebius. Talas sought to reap a further harvest, while Mebius prepared for the potential crises that Earth might face. The effects of the previous temporal waves had yet to dissipate completely. Let us be together from now on. On this day, Kyoko Ahara summoned her courage to confess her feelings to Talas. Talas looked at her in surprise, then his expression softened, and he smiled, nodding in agreement. All right. In truth, he was aware of Kyoko's feelings. Their relationship had not been formally established simply because Talas had always prioritized enhancing his own abilities. He had little time to address such matters. Yet throughout their time together, their bond had already reached the level of romantic partners. They merely had not broken through that thin veil. Now that it had been pierced, their union was only natural. However, just a few days later, he unexpectedly learned from Mirai Hibino that Marinari had resigned from Guise. He found it peculiar that Mirai would bring this up. The following day, Marinari approached him in a daze. Talas, can Earthlings and extraterrestrials be together? She asked slowly. Talas gazed at Marinari, surmising her thoughts out of course. He replied after a moment of silence, nodding. After all, wasn't he and Kyoko a case in point, an Earthling and an extraterrestrial? Even though Kyoko had achieved super-evolution, it did not alter her essence as an Earthling. A glimmer of hope flickered in Marinari's eyes, but she soon shook her head. Is that so? Then I suppose it is too late for me to realize. With a bitter smile, she turned to leave. Talas was momentarily speechless. He shook his head and dismissed the thought, initially believing they might not meet again. He set his sights on the vast martial arts system of Huaxia, determined to enhance his physical prowess further. The next day, he encountered Marinari again at the ranch. She appeared to be in better spirits. Engaged in hushed conversation with Kyoko, this surprised Talas, as he recalled that Kyoko and Marinari did not seem particularly close. However, he did not dwell on it. Unfortunately, the dissemination of martial arts in this era was not as widespread as he had hoped. He visited the revered Shaolin Temple, known as a sanctum of martial arts, but found the legacy there lacking. Ultimately, he gathered over 20 types of external martial arts and various martial arts routines. Chapter 97. Masters of the Martial Arts. Perhaps due to previous gaps in transmission, Talas later sought out additional martial arts from the populace. Altogether, he amassed around 50 different martial art styles. This led him to lament that while this world boasted numerous advanced technologies, the development of martial arts in Huaxia seemed rather stunted, particularly in networking, which limited the evolution of these insular martial arts. Among the martial arts he acquired were both internal and external styles, including some weapon-based techniques. The external styles, emphasizing physical conditioning and strength building, encompassed disciplines like karate, Muay Thai, and boxing. However, Huaxia's external martial arts, especially those specializing in specific facets, were notably more extreme. For instance, one technique known as Iron Sand Palm involved repeatedly striking hard objects to harden the palm, achieving the ability to shatter rocks. After the system upgraded Talas, his palm's hardness increased exponentially. Even in a human state, a single strike could break a piece of synthetic steel without injuring his hand. Additionally, some external martial arts ensured that his hand's resilience reached an indomitable level. Among the weapon-based techniques, there were numerous forms of the 18 weapons, particularly sword techniques, which elevated his swordsmanship to new heights. Even his proficiency in the decapitating blade style received a significant boost. With all these external martial arts and weapon techniques enhanced by the system, Talas experienced a remarkable leap in both combat power and skills. This transformation was expected, yet it was not his greatest gain. What truly astonished him were the benefits derived from the internal martial arts, which did not merely enhance physical strength, but improved his application of energy, somewhat akin to cosmic martial arts. It is no wonder, as the roots of cosmic martial arts likely stem from Huaxia elements. However, unlike cosmic martial arts, which are more straightforward and forceful, concentrating all bodily strength for maximum effect, the techniques of these internal martial arts aim to diversify one's attacks. Some could permeate the enemy's body with force through specific techniques, maximizing their destructive potential. Others utilized unique techniques to amplify the explosive power of an attack, allowing one to unleash devastating force instantaneously. Some techniques bore resemblance to cosmic martial arts but lacked their extreme nature, enabling attacks that extended beyond just the arms, augmenting overall striking power significantly. With the incorporation of these martial arts, Tales's physical techniques ascended to a new level. He was astonished to discover such benefits. Although the enhancement of his physical strength was not as substantial as he had anticipated, the improvement in his martial skills far surpassed mere physical augmentation. At that moment, Tales's martial techniques became more refined and destructive. If he faced Leon now, even employing erratic punches, he could likely engage him in a back-and-forth exchange. Following this substantial enhancement, Tales dedicated his time to mastering his martial techniques. Drawing from the various martial arts he had learned, he gradually forged a unique martial style he termed Jinfa Flow, which employed diverse force application techniques to inflict more effective damage on enemies, either from within or through pinpoint strike. As for the external martial arts, he dubbed them Steel Fist Flow. The two distinct martial styles exhibited entirely different combat approaches, prompting Tales to categorize them accordingly. During this period, Earth faced numerous threats from invaders. However, due to the presence of Mebius and Hikaru, significant incidents were largely averted, leaving Tales with few opportunities to intervene. Until one day, a girl in red shoes appeared before him. Red Shoe Girl? Tales was momentarily taken aback. He was all too familiar with the Red Shoe Girl from Super 8. Frowning at the unexpected appearance of this character, he wondered how he could still be entangled in the events of Super 8 after having already defeated the Anpelra aliens. Yet he quickly realized that his timeline for vanquishing the Anpelra aliens occurred much earlier than in the original narrative. The Super 8 storyline was just commencing, which was perhaps not so surprising after all. The people of another world need your assistance, alongside 8 other warriors, to save that realm, the Red Shoe Girl proclaimed. With that, she vanished before his eyes. Tales stood silently, then lifted his gaze to find himself in a bustling city, as if he had crossed into another world. Have I entered a parallel universe? Tales mused inwardly. Suddenly thrust into a different realm, he felt somewhat disoriented. He sensed that the energy in this world was not as vibrant. To his astonishment, he had been invited to this realm. Reflecting for a moment, he resolved to leave, realizing he may have arrived prematurely, as he had yet to spot Mirai Hibino. Suddenly, Teresa's gaze shifted, locking onto a particular skyscraper. He soon discerned a shadowy figure clad in black robes, coldly observing him from its heights. The Dark Heart King? Teresa's eyes narrowed. This dark sorcerer was the very entity that had invaded this realm. It was rumored that he had obliterated numerous parallel dimensions before finally breaching this one, which had consequently drawn out the 8 brothers of Ultra. The Dark Heart King possessed formidable power, particularly due to his unique abilities. He could siphon various negative energies from human emotions, subsequently manifesting them as new avatars, which would bolster his strength. Once the accumulation of negative energy reached a certain threshold, and humanity on Earth became devoid of utility, it would signal the Dark Heart King's opportunity to annihilate this timeline. Moreover, as a being referred to as a dark sorcerer, his most formidable techniques were undoubtedly his superpowers. However, in the original narrative, he had merely showcased 2 abilities: conjuring fierce winds and summoning monsters. Had he already become a target merely moments after my arrival? Teres couldn't help but chuckle. Soon after, a terrifying wave of psychic energy erupted, striking the Dark Heart King's avatar hovering above the skyscraper. In an instant, the avatar was shattered by Teres's telekinesis, dissipating into countless wisps of black mist that vanished into the air. Light should not grace this world. Suddenly, a voice, reminiscent of an incantation, resonated from behind Teres. He felt a stir within him and turned to face the source. To his astonishment, a new avatar of the Darkheart King had materialized behind him. With a mere gesture, the figure unleashed a fireball. Terra scoffed. "Is that all you've got?" He thrust his hand forward, and in an instant, a chilling aura erupted, freezing the fireballs mid-air into solid ice. Thud, thud, thud. The ice orbs crashed to the ground, shattering into a multitude of fragments. The Darkheart King appeared reluctant, casting a deep, lingering glance at Terra's before preparing to retreat. Yet, Terra's was determined not to let him escape. A terrifying surge of psychic energy enveloped the Darkheart King before him. The mental force began to infiltrate the sorcerer's mind. Memory alteration and retrieval. The avatar before Terra's was nothing more than a mere projection, and faced with the onslaught of Terra's formidable psychic abilities. It had no means of resistance. In an instant, Terra's mental power invaded, and he began to peruse the Darkheart King's memories. To Terra's astonishment, he discovered the avatar's origins were exceedingly unique. Previously, he had only known that the Darkheart King had a mysterious background, but he had never anticipated that this entity was once a fragment of Sphaya. Subsequently, it had come into contact with negative energy, transforming it into the so-called Darkheart King. Furthermore, this bestowed upon him the immense power to draw sustenance from human negative energy. After annihilating numerous parallel dimensions, the Darkheart King's strength had become exceedingly formidable. Moreover, this incarnation in this timeline was merely one of his projections. In other words, the Darkheart King had dispatched countless avatars across various multiverses. These projections continuously absorbed the negative energies of humanity from parallel dimensions, allowing him to grow ever stronger. Once a certain level of power was attained, he would again deploy his newly consolidated avatars into new multiverses. This cycle had led to the obliteration of countless parallel timelines. Upon understanding these revelations, Terra's felt a weight of gravity settle upon him. He had not expected the Darkheart King to possess such origins. Sphaya indeed harbored such potential. However, he did not linger on this revelation, instead beginning to decipher the Darkheart King's superpowers. Through the unique operation of his psychic abilities, could he manipulate the various elements within the universe to unleash elemental attacks. Terra's mind was suddenly illuminated. He discovered a skill. Elemental power. Terra's heart stirred as he intended to explore further into the Darkheart King's other abilities. Suddenly, an inexplicable wave of dreadful malevolence washed over him. It sent a tremor through his heart, and he quickly utilized his immense psychic power to sever his mental connection with the Darkheart King's consciousness. Was it a collective consciousness outbreak? Terra's gazed gravely at the Darkheart King's figure before him. He had indeed been somewhat careless. This entity was, without a doubt, extraordinary. Despite having divided his power into countless avatars after invading so many parallel dimensions, the thoughts of these avatars were shared. This meant that even a single avatar could harness the entirety of the Darkheart King's might. And as a being reliant on superpowers, all of the Darkheart King's strength was intrinsically linked to his psychic abilities. The potency of his psychic power was truly terrifying, far surpassing Terra's own strength in his current human form. Comparing it to his giant form, there remained no definitive conclusion. For upon sensing the Darkheart King's formidable psychic prowess, Terra's retreated immediately, avoiding any entanglement. He silently scoffed at the notion of yet another narrative antagonist. Yet considering the Darkheart King's capacity to effortlessly synthesize beasts akin to gigantic chimera, he found some understanding. A superpowered being. No. Was it light? At that moment, the Darkheart King suddenly spoke in a solemn tone, as if he were just now recognizing Terra's. Moreover, his voice seemed like the amalgamation of countless voices, harmonious yet cacophonous, grating upon the ears. Was this the collective will of the Darkheart King? Terra's gazed calmly at the figure before him, ever prepared to strike. The Darkheart King fixed his gaze upon Terra's and, with a flick of his hand, unleashed a gust of frigid wind towards him. Terra's steadied his mind, allowing himself to be enveloped by the icy breeze. The Darkheart King let out a cold laugh. The weakness of light is cold, is it not? He possessed profound knowledge of the Ultra race. Their fundamental essence comprised light and heat, It was precisely for this reason that the race shared a common vulnerability, an aversion to cold. Once immersed in frigid conditions, light and heat would be rapidly depleted, gradually eroding their strength. In the past, the Ultra Brothers had suffered greatly due to this very weakness. Yet, Therese was not one of the Ultra Brothers. Not only did he inherently possess an infinite energy blue buff, but he also appeared to be utterly lifeless amidst the howling winds. Suddenly, Therese's seemingly shattered head spoke. "Oh dear, I almost perished." The Darkheart King was taken aback. "What?" Following this, in the midst of the Darkheart King's astonished gaze, Therese's body, which seemed fragmented into countless pieces, began to levitate into the air. Drawn by some mysterious force, it began to reassemble, akin to stacked building blocks. In no time, the shattered areas of his body were gradually enveloped in a layer of crystalline ice, which soon dissipated, revealing Therese restored to his flawless form. He stretched his limbs, discovering that his physical condition was unparalleled. It felt as though he had never been shattered at all. The Darkheart King was astonished. What on earth is this being? Is he truly light? This was Therese's first time employing his elemental transformation ability, and he found the results quite satisfactory. Such a degree of energy attack posed no harm to him whatsoever. Furthermore, it was not merely that in truth, Grozum's elemental transformation ability allowed him to convert his physicality into a state akin to absolute zero, rendering him impervious to the searing rays of heat that could reach hundreds of thousands of degrees. These rays could only destroy him through sheer destructive force. However, without the advantage of temperature. While their penetrating power was formidable, they would ultimately prove insufficient. Thus, he would merely be shattered into fragments. Yet, as long as his cells remained intact, he could effortlessly reassemble in an elemental state. Additionally, having acquired Grozum's elemental transformation ability, he had completely immunized himself against the shared weakness of the Ultra race, fear of cold. Although due to the infinite energy, Therese would not exhaust himself even in cold conditions, it could still affect his combat efficacy. Now, he could transform into absolute zero. Cold not only failed to impede his power, but actually enhanced his capabilities. Therese gazed at the seemingly stunned Darkheart King. "Is this all the cold you can muster?" "Unfortunately, it's still lacking. Perhaps I should let you experience what true cold feels like. Absolute freeze." As the words fell, an astonishing chill suddenly emanated from Therese, rushing towards the direction of the evil Heart King. The latter seemed to sense the threatening aura as well. The ability to freeze absolutely, though limited in power while in human form, was merely a matter of range and output. For instance, in his giant form, Therese could effortlessly freeze the entire Earth. Yet in human form, he might only manage to freeze a river, and that would require considerable time. Nevertheless, the temperature of this chill remained unchanged, thus still posing a threat to the evil Heart King. The evil Heart King swiftly employed his superpowers in defense, conjuring fierce winds that dissipated the chill. However, the icy aura appeared inexhaustible, continuously converging upon him. Fortunately, there were no humans nearby, presumably a deliberate act by the evil Heart King. Perhaps it was due to the absence of peak human traffic. Otherwise, ordinary people who ventured too close could easily find themselves transformed into lifeless ice sculptures. Although the evil Heart King possessed collective consciousness, he was merely an avatar at this moment, his power significantly constrained. Engaging in a war of attrition with Therese was simply unsustainable. Feeling the newly acquired power within him, a flicker of enlightenment arose. So this is the elemental force? The underlying principles were rather simple. For example, by manipulating the friction of air, one could generate flames. By stirring the atmosphere, hurricanes could be born, and through the friction of clouds, thunder and lightning could be produced. These methods, though peculiar, were not particularly challenging for Therese given his current perspective. His gaze then shifted to the evil Heart King, a cold smirk gracing his lips. With a swift motion, he unleashed a hurricane. "Here is a gift for you." In the next moment, the hurricane surged towards the evil Heart King's avatar. Although the evil Heart King's powers were formidable, his current form was but a mere fragment, incapable of withstanding his full strength. Despite momentarily resisting with his maximum telekinetic force, it crumbled within mere seconds. As his avatar was engulfed by the hurricane, The sharp winds began to mercilessly slice through his form. However, as the Evil Heart King was a manifestation of negative energy, he lacked a true physical entity. Thus, while the winds appeared fierce, they inflicted no substantial harm upon him. Observing this, Terra's gaze sharpened, and he released a terrifying chill once more. This icy essence entered the wind currents and, under the tempest's onslaught, transformed into a swirling ice tornado. At its center, the Evil Heart King was instantaneously encased in ice. This exemplified the terror of absolute zero. Even in an energy form, he could not escape its grasp. Ultimately, the once formidable Evil Heart King, now an ice sculpture, disintegrated into countless particles under the hurricane's relentless slicing. After dispatching this avatar, Terras faced no further attacks from others. It seemed the Evil Heart King was acutely aware that his fragments alone could not contend with Terras. However, to unleash his full power would require the convergence of all his avatars. The current state of humanity was not yet desperate enough. The true battle had not yet commenced. Therefore, the Evil Heart King temporarily retreated. At that moment, not far away, behind the wall of a building, a figure gazed wide-eyed at Terras. She had witnessed everything that had transpired. Clearly, her worldview had been profoundly shaken, leaving her questioning whether she was trapped in a dream. Xiang Xiuhuimei was utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom that a simple outing could lead to such a supernatural event. Two mysterious and fearsome entities were engaging in combat, wielding powers one would typically only encounter in films. Moreover, one of the figures appeared entirely non-corporeal, manifesting in a semi-transparent state, seemingly weightless. A ghostly presence that dissipated into smoke upon death. At that moment, her entire worldview had collapsed. In her panic, she feared that if discovered, she would be silenced permanently. She resolved to leave immediately. However, just as she turned, she noticed a figure had already approached from behind her. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the very being who had just emerged victorious. "You've been watching for a while, haven't you? What is your name?" The figure scrutinized her before suddenly inquiring. The wave of terror washed over Xiang Xiuhuimei. She was unsure whether to respond, that if she answered, would she fall victim to some curse? The entity wielded a terrifying and unfathomable supernatural power. Who knew what tricks it had up its sleeve? Conversely, if she chose silence, what fate awaited her? Would her reticence provoke its wrath, leading to her demise? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she felt her blood run cold, her pores prickling with dread. Chapter 100. The Dark Overlord trembling, she gazed at Terras, finally mustering the courage to respond under his unwavering gaze. Xiang Xiuhuimei. Yes, Xiang Xiuhuimei. She hoped that deliberately misstating her name would spare her. In truth, Terras had long been aware of Xiang Xiuhuimei's presence. Nothing could escape his formidable perception. Yet as he regarded her, a look of contemplation crossed his face. There was something strikingly familiar about this girl, as if he had encountered her before. To him, Xiang Xiuhuimei's expressions shifted rapidly, akin to a master of disguise. Eventually, she hesitantly revealed her name. Terras felt a stir within him, his attention drawn not to her name, but to her surname. Could it be that she was the daughter of Xiang Xiushu? He understood that in the world of Super 8, the Ultraman brothers were merely ordinary people. They lived mundane lives, much like in the storyline of Mebius. Hayato was a bicycle shop owner, Zerth ran a restaurant, and Xiang Xiushu owned a mechanical repair shop, .as for Hokuto Seiji. He operated a bakery. They each had families, wives, and children, leading fulfilling lives. Xiang Xiushu had a daughter, and according to Terra's memory, her appearance seemed to match. Terras looked at her and said, "I strongly advise you to find a place to hide. What is about to unfold is not something to be taken lightly." Xiang Xiuhuimei was filled with fear, yet simultaneously surprised that Terras would urge her to leave. Initially, she had assumed that beings like Terras, with such extraordinary powers, regarded humanity as mere ants. Just then, Terras shifted his gaze toward a specific direction. Has it arrived? His heightened perception had detected a familiar force of light descending upon this world. If his suspicions were correct, it could only be Mebius. With this realization, he promptly moved towards the sense location. Meanwhile, Xiang Xiuhuimei pondered Terra's words. grappling with whether he was a hero or a villain. As she witnessed him preparing to leave, she inexplicably followed. "Where are you going? What will happen next?" Teres glanced at her, devoid of any inclination to explain. Soon, she would understand, for he and Mebius had both arrived in this world, and the evil Heart King would not linger idly, poised to commence his destruction of this realm. Thus, Teres continued onward, following the direction of Mebius. Eventually, he spotted Mebius, who had transformed into the human form of Hibino Mirai. However, at that moment, Hibino was clad in a guy's uniform, a notably novel attire in this city. Consequently, he quickly became the center of attention, surrounded by a throng of children who evidently mistook him for a film actor. Hinata Mirai had clearly never encountered such a scene before. In a moment of fluster, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Just then, a young man clad in a suit stepped forward and swiftly pulled Hinata Mirai away from the scene. Witnessing this unfold, Teresa couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. These developments were indeed reminiscent of his memories. Though you recognize those too?" asked Kuko Kori suddenly. "The one in the peculiar attire seems unfamiliar. But the one beside him looks like Daiku, doesn't it? Do you know Daiku?" It was evident that Kuko Kori was acquainted with Daiku, as they had been family friends for many years. "That I suppose I do know him," Tairesu replied, glancing back at her. "Do you been following me? Aren't you afraid?" Kuko Kori quickly shook her head. Though fear lingered in her heart, she could tell that Teresa bore no ill intentions. Tairesu chuckled lightly. "I advise you to prepare yourself and return swiftly. Some unfortunate events are likely to unfold here shortly." Kuko Kori looked at him in confusion. "What unfortunate events?" "Monsters," Tairesu replied casually. "In a world devoid of monsters, the emergence of genuine creatures of chaos will undoubtedly plunge the entire order into disarray." "Monsters?" Kuko Kori was momentarily taken aback. Had it been anyone other than Tairesu, a being of supernatural abilities, she might have dismissed him as delusional. After all, weren't monsters merely figments of television and film? How could they possibly exist in the real world? Yet, Tairesu merely shook his head, offering no further explanation. "Where are you headed?" "To find a place for a drink," Tairesu said as he entered a nearby Seth. Kuko Kori's gaze flickered with intrigue. She wondered why he was so certain that monsters would appear. Was there a connection to their emergence? In that moment, her mind concocted a myriad of conspiracy theories. Her Tairesu transformed into a dark overlord intent on world destruction. However, after some contemplation, she decided to chase after Daiku, hoping to uncover some truth from the strangely dressed young man. Of course, the most straightforward way to seek the truth would have been to ask Teresa directly, but she couldn't summon the courage. "Are you truly Ultraman?" In a secluded corner, Maru Daiku looked at Hinata Mirai and asked again. Seeking confirmation, "Yes." Hinata Mirai nodded. "I am Hinata Mirai, and I was investigating an abnormal spatial distortion when I encountered a girl in red shoes." As she recounted her memories, Maru Daiku gradually grasped the entirety of the situation. After meeting the girl in red shoes, she had relayed a similar message, leading Hinata Mirai to discover that she had entered an unfamiliar world, where she eventually encountered Maru Daiku, culminating in the events that followed. 8 brave warriors, Maru Daiku pondered, suddenly enlightened. "Please, you must follow me. I might know 4 of those brave warriors." Chapter 101. King pondered. Upon hearing this, Hinata Mirai's eyes sparkled. "Really?" Maru Daiku nodded gravely. Just then, Kuko Kori found the 2 of them. She gazed curiously at Hinata Mirai, clad in her eccentric attire, and then turned to Maru Daiku, asking Daiku, "Is this your friend?" At her words, Maru Daiku felt a twinge of awkwardness. He was unsure how to introduce her. After all, Ultraman's identity on Earth was typically shrouded in secrecy, and he didn't know if he could reveal it. Unbeknownst to him, Hinata Mirai remained unfazed. In her original world, countless individuals already knew of her identity as Ultraman without casting judgment upon her. This allowed her to harbor fewer concerns than other members of the Light Clan. "I am Hinata Mirai." Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Hinata Mirai hastily introduced herself. Kuko Kori nodded, striving to maintain her composure. She harbored serious doubts about whether Hinata Mirai was also a superhuman, perhaps even connected to Tairesu. However, she was not foolish enough to ask outright. What if she provoked this potentially malicious individual? That would not end well. Please, take me to see those 4 brave warriors, Hinata Mirai implored Maru Daiku. He glanced at Kokokori, momentarily setting aside his concerns, and nodded solemnly. He then led Hinata Mirai to find Eridajin and the others. With Kokokori trailing behind, her primary aim being to ascertain Hinata Mirai's identity. Just as in the original storyline, upon meeting Eridajin and the others, Hinata Mirai erupted in excitement, leaving them utterly bewildered. After all, they had lived as ordinary individuals for decades. If someone suddenly claimed that they were Ultraman and not human, anyone would deem that person insane. Maru Daiku felt embarrassed, as he often had to intervene to defuse the escalating situation and pull Hinata Mirai away. Observing this unfold, Kokokori felt a surge of astonishment. Ultraman? Wasn't that the character she had seen on television during her childhood? How could that possibly be? Yet, recalling her earlier encounters with superpowers, the appearance of Ultraman no longer seemed so far-fetched. In some respects, Ultraman's existence was even more absurd. After all, Ultraman was a character from film and television. While superpowers seemed more attainable, it was said that once human technology reached a certain level, it could bestow individuals with extraordinary abilities, what was commonly referred to as superpowers. But could beings resembling Ultraman, with their metallic appearance, truly exist in this universe? The dashing man from earlier seemed to recognize Hinata Mirai, who self-identified as Ultraman, though somewhat foolishly. Could it be that he too was an Ultraman? At that moment, Kokokori felt her worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. All these speculations were founded on the assumption that Hinata Mirai was indeed Ultraman. If, in reality, she turned out to be a deranged individual who had escaped from a mental institution, that would be an entirely different matter. Besides, she couldn't jump to conclusions so hastily that, in truth, she was more inclined to believe that Tairesu was the one orchestrating everything as the ultimate villain. Given the overwhelming aura he exuded, the protagonists of television shows often seemed rather weak, while Hinata Mirai appeared to fit that mold perfectly. Finally, after causing quite a commotion among Eridajin, Kamen Rider, and the others, Hinata Mirai managed to calm down. She felt a twinge of disbelief, wondering why her brothers suddenly failed to recognize her. Although they hadn't met frequently, they should have at least known each other. It made no sense for them to forget her appearance. She instinctively touched her face, still bearing the same visage. But where did the discrepancy lie? Suddenly, she had an epiphany. Of course, this was an entirely different world. In another realm, as Ultramen, they were merely human here, Mirai-kun. Though they were not Ultraman in this world, they still persisted as heroes in their respective fields, diligently fulfilling their duties. Their greatness remained intact. After the previous commotion, Maru Daiku turned serious as he faced Hinata Mirai. These individuals were those he admired. Even if he couldn't ascertain whether they were indeed the true heroes, he still believed in their heroism. Moreover, in his past dreams, he had witnessed these 4 transform into the legendary Ultraman brothers, heroes steadfast in their roles. Hinata Mirai felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Kokokori suddenly spoke up. "Is my father an Ultraman in another world?" Hinata Mirai nodded affirmatively. In the world I come from, they truly are all Ultraman. Your father, Xiang Zayushtri, is none other than Jack Ultraman. He once battled formidable foes to protect this Earth. I, too, admire the valor they once displayed, and, as a successor, I have arrived on this planet, undertaking the same noble mission of safeguarding it. Until I encountered the girl in red shoes, I had traversed into this realm. Little did I anticipate that they were merely ordinary individuals in this world. Ribai Mirai remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Xiang Xiuhui nodded, lost in her own thoughts. Just then, a sudden whirlwind swept in from the distance. Capturing the attention of the group, they swiftly turned to behold the whirlwind materializing before a towering building, transforming into a colossal monster standing several dozen meters tall. This creature, crimson in hue, possessed 2 heads, each exhaling torrents of searing flames that incinerated the surrounding structures. The 2-headed monster, Pang Dun Wong, was indeed a genuine beast. Xiang Xiuhui stood frozen in place, if he had harbored any doubts about Ribai Mirai's earlier words. The arrival of the monster had nearly convinced her. Chapter 102. A new monster with the emergence of a real monster. How far could the arrival of the true Ultraman be? This thought compelled her to glance at Ribai Mirai, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable emotion. Yuan Dagu, standing nearby, was equally astonished. He never imagined that such legendary monsters could manifest in his world. How could this be possible? Surely, our world harbors no such entities. Why would monsters suddenly appear? Yuan Dagu exclaimed in disbelief. Ribai Mirai shook his head, his gaze resolute. It must be some entity that summoned them. Only in this way can we explain the current predicament. To summon monsters into a world devoid of them is undoubtedly a harbinger of catastrophe. Ribai Mirai could hardly fathom the implications, had he not been transported here by the girl in red shoes. How would humanity confront such monsters? There seemed to be no viable solution. After all, he had observed that the technological advancements of this world paled in comparison to those of his previous realm. Given the current technological state of this world, facing such a massive and powerful monster would surely yield no effective countermeasures. The ultimate outcome would inevitably be destruction. He could sense the formidable strength of the Pang Dun Wang before him. "I must go," Ribai Mirai declared earnestly. Yuan Dagu nodded. Agreed. Just then, under Xiang Xiuhui's astonished gaze, a shimmering aura of dream beam materialized in Ribai Mirai's hand. He pressed his palm against the dream beam aura and forcefully pulled. Instantly, he activated the light energy stored within. With a resounding cry, he proclaimed, "Dream bias." In that moment, a brilliant explosion of light erupted. The intensity of the radiance rendered Xiang Xiuhui and Yuan Dagu unable to open their eyes. As the light gradually subsided, Xiang Xiuhui slowly blinked and was met with a staggering sight. Before her stood a colossal figure adorned in silver and red, now descended into the city, facing the monstrous Pang Dun Wang. Is this the real Ultraman? Xiang Xiuhui gazed in awe at the unfolding scene. Yuan Dagu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, this is Ultraman. It seems our planet truly faces a dire calamity. The arrival of such a disaster has drawn dream bias to our world. As he spoke, Yuan Dagu's heart brimmed with concern. After all, they were merely inhabitants of an ordinary world. Who could have anticipated that this very realm would witness the emergence of legendary monsters and Ultraman? Even if dream bias managed to avert this catastrophe, it was uncertain how many lives would be lost in the process. Whether it be monsters or colossal beings like Ultraman, their mere movements could cause the earth to tremble. Any slight action could wreak havoc upon the city. At that moment, Dream Bias had already engaged in combat with Pang Dun Wang. It must be said that Dream Bias had indeed undergone significant growth during this period. In terms of strength, combat skills, and battle awareness, tremendous enhancements had been achieved. Although Pang Dun Wang was immensely powerful, even stronger than Dream Bias in some aspects, Dream Bias was not without hope that his combat style grew increasingly fierce. Pang Dun Wang began to falter and ultimately fell to a dream beam shot that eliminated him on the spot. Did he succeed? Witnessing this spectacle, both Yuan Dagu and Xiang Xiuhui wore expressions of joy. It appeared that the damage had not been severe. Dream Bias cast his gaze upon them and gave them a thumbs up. They instinctively reciprocated the gesture. Suddenly, a transparent container materialized around Dream Bias. Encasing him, the two gasped in shock. In the next moment, a dark mist descended from the sky, swirling as it landed. The Super Hippolyte Alien. Another monster has appeared. Yuan Dagu and Xiang Xiuhui exchanged horrified glances. Dream Bias had unwittingly fallen into a trap. The Super Hippolyte Alien laughed maniacally. You've been ensnared, Dream Bias Ultraman. Now perish in this state. Dream Bias seemed to be in great distress, struggling violently. Yet in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a stone statue before the astonished eyes of Xiang Xiuhui and Yuan Dagu. This is terrible, Yuan Dagu murmured, with Dream Bias defeated. How would they confront the monsters that remained? Seeing this unfold, Yuan Dagu understood. Their foremost task now was to locate the other 8 heroes. Only then could they hope to contend with the Super Hippolyte Alien before them. Huizi, let us split up to find the heroes, Yuan Dagu declared solemnly. With Dream Bias's defeat, the hope of this world now rests solely upon our shoulders. Xiang Xiuhui hesitated before speaking. Actually, I might know of one of the other heroes, One of the heroes, you say? Yuan Degu was taken aback, seemingly questioning why she hadn't mentioned this earlier. Xiang Xiuhui felt a bit awkward. I'm not entirely certain, but I know the individual possesses supernatural abilities. However, I cannot ascertain whether he is a hero or a villain. Perhaps we could take a gamble. A human with supernatural abilities? Yuan Degu said gravely. If the individual resembles a human and possesses supernatural powers, then he is either an alien or an Ultraman. Having once been a devoted fan of the Ultraman series, he understood that Ultraman could sometimes exhibit powers far surpassing those of ordinary humans. For instance, in the Ultraman brothers, Jack's human form certainly possessed strength beyond human limits. If he has awakened his super abilities, I wonder if he could aid dream bias. Yuan Degu pondered, furrowing his brow. Meanwhile, in a nearby CF, Tairesu observed the reappearance of the Evil Heart King's avatar. Back again, he could sense the light of dream bias flaring anew, likely engaged in combat with the monster. The appearance of the Evil Heart King at this moment was clearly an attempt to impede his progress. Chapter 103. The presence of the higher being, he wished to eliminate the Hippolyte aliens one by one. But soon, he let out a cold chuckle. It seemed the Evil Heart King had underestimated him. Although dream bias could be defeated one at a time, he was not so easily vanquished. Misjudging one's strength comes at a cost. Since the adversary harbored such intentions, he would indulge them in their little game. With that thought, his formidable telekinetic powers erupted forth. That Teresu's immense telekinetic ability instantly manifested as blades, slicing through the avatars of the Evil Heart King. Clearly, these avatars were powerless to resist, easily shredded to pieces. It was but a fleeting moment, yet the manifestations of the Evil Heart King crumbled completely. He understood that the Evil Heart King suffered no real loss in sacrificing these avatars. For the emergence of the monsters allowed the Evil Heart King to once again draw upon the negative energies of human emotions, enabling him to create even more manifestations. However, with the destruction of these avatars, normalcy gradually returned to the surroundings. Just moments ago, he had been drawn into a certain realm by the Evil Heart King. After those manifestations were vanquished, he finally returned to the real world. Meanwhile, the patrons in the CF continued with their activities, seemingly unperturbed by any disturbance. Indeed, you are still here. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Terrace turned to see the anxious faces of Round Daegu and Xiang Xiuhui. Their expressions were filled with concern, clearly harboring doubts about Terra's true identity. Rising to his feet, Terrace inquired, "What brings you here?" His movement, however, prompted the two to instinctively take a step back. Xiang Xiuhui scrutinized Terrace for several seconds before hesitantly stating, "Just now, Ultraman Mebius was defeated by the Super Hippolytan and turned into a statue. According to Mebius, there exist 8 other heroes outside of this world. They should also be Ultraman warriors." Terrace nodded in acknowledgement. "So you suspect that I am one of them and have come here to enlist my aid in rescuing Mebius?" Xiang Xiuhui eagerly affirmed with a nod. Meanwhile, Round Daegu observed Terrace closely and noted his strikingly handsome appearance. Although he appeared to be in his early 20s, there was an indescribable aura about him that exuded a formidable presence, instilling a sense of pressure. This impression led Round Daegu, who had encountered many individuals in his role as a tour guide, to feel that Terrace resembled a king more than an Ultraman. This was hardly surprising, as Terrace had once commanded hundreds of thousands of the Light Clan warriors on the cosmic battlefield, driving back the forces of the Dark Legion. Over time, he had cultivated an aura befitting a ruler. Though much time had passed, such an aura does not easily dissipate once established. Terrace regarded the two. Noting their tension as they awaited his response, he offered a reassuring smile, saying, "There is no need for such apprehension. You are correct in your assumptions, if that girl in the red shoes is to be believed. I should indeed be one of the so-called 8 heroes. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Terrace. You may also refer to me as Ultraman Terrace." He paused, shaking his head slightly. "I was merely delayed by an irritating individual. Otherwise, Mebius would not have been reduced to a statue." Round Daegu's face lit up with joy. "Wonderful. We have finally located the second hero. Earth is saved." Terrace's lips twitched slightly. What was there to be excited about? Wasn't he also one of the so-called heroes? Yet he maintained a composed facade. acknowledging, due to that girl in the red shoes, I inadvertently arrived in this parallel timeline. According to her, this world is on the brink of disaster and requires me, along with the other 8 Ultramen, to save it. Exactly. Round Dagu's spirit sword. The words Therese spoke mirrored those of Mebius, dispelling all his doubts. However, his expression soon turned grave. Having watched the Ultraman Brothers saga, he was well aware of the formidable power of the Hippolytans. The first generation of Hippolytans had single-handedly caused the Ultraman 5 to falter, and even Ultraman Father had struggled against them. Ultimately, the Hippolytans lost perhaps due to exhaustion after being worn down by repeated confrontations. The Super Hippolytan, bearing the title Super, was likely even stronger than its predecessors. If that were true, then confronting the Super Hippolytan would be exceedingly challenging. Could Therese truly stand a chance alone? Moreover, one could not discount the possibility of additional allies for the enemy. Otherwise, why would 8 heroes be necessary? Yet Therese seemed undaunted, boldly striding toward the CF's exit. Round Dagu quickly followed, urging, "Let us not act rashly. The Super Hippolytan is known for employing cunning schemes. We should devise a solid plan before engaging. First, we must understand its abilities. This creature can create a special vessel and use its Hippolytan oil to turn beings into statues. Without knowledge of this ability, one might easily fall into its trap, suffering the same fate as Mebius." Xiang Xiuhe nodded in agreement. Therese glanced at the two and remarked, "It is merely a Super Hippolytan. There is no need for such concern. It is but a pawn in a larger game. If I were to fear even it, despair would be inevitable. It is not the true target. The real adversary lies behind it. The one who obstructed me is far more formidable than this Super Hippolytan. That individual is the true mastermind controlling the Super Hippolytan and the myriad of monsters." Before Therese could elaborate further, the ground trembled violently. He quickly peered into the distance and saw 2 monstrous figures emerging from the depths of the earth. As they broke through the surface, they let out thunderous roars and commenced their rampage, wreaking havoc upon the city. Therese recognized these 2 monsters instantly. One was King Goldrass, and the other was King Hilbegun. According to Therese' recollections, aside from the Hippolytans, who were summoned by the Evil Heart King as an external force, the 3 monsters that had appeared were actually transformed weaponized creatures created by the Super Hippolytan. The 2-headed monster, King Pondon, had been the final boss in the battle against Seven. When Seven was nearly drained of energy, he had struggled greatly against it. Not due to Pondon's strength, but because Seven was unable to wield his peak power at that moment. Although this monster had been dismembered by Seven, it was later acquired by the Hippolytans and underwent various modifications. King Goldrass and King Hilbegun originated from the Gaia and Dyna universes, respectively. Therese surmised that these 2 monsters likely possessed their current combat prowess due to enhancements from the Super Hippolytan. Clearly, the Super Hippolytan had some expertise in scientific endeavors. 2 monsters at once. Round Dagu's face paled at the sight. Earlier, Mebius had struggled against just one, and now Therese faced 2, along with the looming threat of a Hippolytan in the shadows. The odds were overwhelmingly against him. After all, it was 2 against 1, potentially even 3 against 1. It was common knowledge that 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. He felt that if Therese rushed in recklessly, he might face dire consequences. Though the destruction of the city was severe, Round Dagu gritted his teeth and urged, "We should hold back for now and devise a long-term strategy. Let us first locate the other heroes. Once everyone is assembled, we can combine our strengths to defeat the Hippolytan." Xiang Xiuhe nodded vigorously, adding, "Dagu is right. We must ensure we have a foolproof plan." Therese chuckled softly. "It is merely 2 monsters. How could they possibly stand as my adversaries?" Having spoken, he disregarded the 2 individuals whose expressions betrayed their desire to speak, and suddenly stepped forward. In the next moment, a dazzling radiance enveloped him, and he transformed into a streak of light. Before the 2 monstrous creatures, he coalesced into a massive figure, towering at 62 meters, adorned in silver and crimson hues. As soon as he materialized, Talus turned his attention towards the 2 beasts before him, King Goldrass and King Hilbegun, who immediately recognized Talus's arrival. It seemed they had been waiting for this moment for ages, and upon seeing Talus, Their eyes glowed with a fierce crimson hue. Particularly, King Goldrass let out a thunderous roar directed at Talus. The golden lightning erupted from the twin horns atop his head, hurtling towards Talus's position. Observing this, Talus focused his gaze, straightened his chest, and allowed the electrical energy to strike his torso. Bang! 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 Talus's formidable pectorals and skin defenses effortlessly absorbed all the attacks, leaving not even a trace of scorch. Incredible! Yuan Daegu and Xiang Xiuhui were left utterly astonished by Talus's display. To withstand such radiant strikes with mere muscles. What manner of combat was this? Clearly, King Goldrass was equally taken aback by Talus's audacity. He stood frozen for several seconds before regaining his composure, albeit filled with rage. Talus's actions, though devoid of any offensive power, were deeply insulting, as if he were mocking him. In a fit of fury, King Goldrass began to scrape the ground with one foot, accumulating energy, and once he had amassed sufficient strength, he charged towards Talus. He aimed to impale Talus with his gleaming, deadly horns, as if intending to pierce him through. Meanwhile, King Hilbagong did not remain idle either, continuously spewing scorching flames in an attempt to disrupt Talus's rhythm, hoping to hinder his evasion. Yuan Daegu and Xiang Xiuhui fixated their gazes on Talus. They were, after all, unaware of Talus's true capabilities. How would he respond to the simultaneous assault of the two beasts? Would he still rely on his powerful pectorals to withstand the onslaught? Yuan Daegu couldn't help but stare at the glimmering horns of King Goldrass. A strike from those would undoubtedly be painful, no matter how thick his defenses might be. However, the ensuing events left them utterly dumbfounded. Talus remained unfazed, showing no inclination to evade. As the flames approached, they were repelled by an unseen force, returning along their original path and striking King Hilbagong instead, eliciting a cry of anguish. Yet, the plight of King Hilbagong did not sway King Goldrass. He charged forward with reckless abandon, shattering the ground beneath him as he barreled towards Talus. In mere strides, he closed the distance to Talus. Talus cast a casual glance at the approaching King Goldrass, smiled, and slowly raised his hand, snapping his fingers in an instant. King Goldrass appeared to be ensnared by some mysterious force, becoming unsteady and swaying as if his mind were under some influence. Suddenly, he began to glow a fiery red, and flames erupted from within him. In mere moments, his entire body was engulfed in flames. King Goldrass writhed in agony amidst the inferno, rolling on the ground, yet could not extinguish the flames, for they originated within him. Not on the surface. Even if the external flames were doused, the internal embers continued to radiate terrifying heat. Upon contact with the air, they reignited, under the searing temperatures nearing tens of thousands of degrees. Yuan Daegu and Xiang Xiuhui were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. What had just transpired? A mere snap of the fingers had led to King Goldrass being engulfed in flames. What was the principle behind this? How could such a fearsome creature be utterly powerless before Talus? Previously, when battling with a monster bias, the struggle had been so arduous. Was there truly a hierarchy among the Ultras? This was astonishingly powerful. Yuan Daegu swallowed hard. Chapter 105, Jigakimura. Indeed, what kind of power is this? It is as if it belongs to an entirely different dimension. Why did monster bias struggle so much in combat, while Talus could dispatch his foes with a mere snap of his fingers? Wasn't that a tad exaggerated? Xiang Xiuhui was equally flabbergasted. The unknown is the most terrifying. The abilities Talus exhibited represented a realm of the unknown. In that moment, his actions seemed invincible. They questioned how they would fare against such a terrifying adversary, undoubtedly feeling panic. Evidently, King Hilbagong harbored similar thoughts. Though he appeared somewhat lacking in intelligence, he possessed a basic awareness of danger. The incredible combat prowess Talus had just displayed made him break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Talus did not relent. He turned his gaze towards the distant King Hilbagong. The latter's eyes widened in terror as he recoiled from Talus, apparently believing that the further he distanced himself, the greater his sense of safety. Unfortunately, Talus had no intention of letting him escape. With a focused gaze, Talus raised his hand and snapped his fingers once more. King Hilbagong immediately felt a heaviness in his head. and in the next moment, terrifying heat surged within him. His body began to glow red-hot, flames erupting from his surface. Before long, he was engulfed in flames reaching tens of thousands of degrees. King Hilbagong screamed in agony in his desperation. He clawed at the ground, attempting to burrow underground to escape, perhaps hoping to use the earth to extinguish his flames. However, his movements were far too slow, and even the earth could not quench the fire. He barely managed to dig halfway before his body could no longer withstand the heat, reducing him to a charred pile. Yuan Daegu again found himself swallowing hard. The array of abilities Talas demonstrated was utterly astonishing. Such fearsome monsters were dispatched with just a pair of finger snaps. Even having witnessed numerous Ultraman tales, he had never encountered one with such grotesque power. What was the principle behind this? His mind was filled with confusion, as was Xiang Xiuhui's. Suddenly, Talas felt a stirring in his heart. He sensed an impending danger, prompting him to use a mental teleportation, vanishing from his location and reappearing several kilometers away. He turned to look back, only to find that the spot he had just occupied was now enveloped by a transparent container. A super hippolyte alien? Talas remained composed, for under his formidable perception, it was nearly impossible for this super hippolyte alien to ensnare him. He then expanded his senses, searching for the hidden super hippolyte alien, who was preparing to turn him into a statue. Yet, it seemed the super hippolyte alien was aware of his search. Before Talas could make a move, the ground beneath him trembled. Out of the corner of his eye, Talas caught sight of an enormous figure emerging behind him. It was a monster, the cosmic dinosaur known as Jet Tan. The ground continued to quake, as if something else was about to emerge. Talas leaped gracefully to evade, only to discover another monster beneath him, the earth-shattering Golzon. And not just any Golzon, but the enhanced version, Flame Golzon. It appeared that this Golzon had also undergone modifications. Was it possible that all monsters from the original storyline were now present? Talas was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his mere presence had prompted the scheming Shadow King to devise additional plans. Thus, the ultimate fusion monster, Gigachimera, was formed. Now, two more monsters had emerged. It seemed that his arrival had not only failed to diminish the difficulty of his final battle, but had instead increased it. He did not shy away from the challenge. Given his current strength, he was more than capable of confronting the Gigachimera. However, his primary concern remained the continued machinations of the evil king. It seemed prudent to first deal with the super hippolyte aliens. It was evident that these modified monstrous weapons were all crafted by the super hippolyte race, as long as the hippolyte aliens remain alive. There was a distinct possibility of encountering even more engineered beasts. Moreover, with the evil king's ability to summon monsters from various parallel dimensions at will, the situation could spiral endlessly. Goodness, was this a ploy to exploit bugs against me? The more I slay, the stronger the impending Gigachimera becomes. Not only was time being squandered, but I was also inadvertently nurturing a host of formidable adversaries. Though he held great confidence in himself, he would not allow others to toy with him. With this thought in mind, he found himself less interested in the two newly emerged monsters in that case. Talas snapped his fingers once more. Let them entertain you for a while. Almost as if drawn by an invisible force, some soil from the ground stirred, and two monsters materialized, Skull Monster Red King and the combined Super Beast Tyrant. The newly formed monsters immediately let out a thunderous roar and charged at Jaden and Flame Golzon. Red King faced Flame Golzon while Tyrant confronted Jaden. These two beasts were merely earth-based monsters conjured by Talas' psychic abilities. They possessed only brute strength, yet were still capable of causing significant trouble for Jaden and Flame Golzon. With Talas' psychic power reaching a constant 12, he could not only summon two monsters simultaneously, but also imbue the earth-based creatures with considerable combat prowess. Thus, in terms of overall fighting capability, these two earthen monsters could indeed hold their ground. Furthermore, as long as Talas' psychic energy persisted, they were effectively immortal. Even if they were outmatched, they could still hinder Jaden and Flame Golzon without issue. The sheer audacity of conjuring monsters from mere soil? Round Daegu gazed at Talas, dumbfounded. This dazzling display of superhuman power, this terrifying combat style, bore little resemblance to the Ultraman he remembered. Chapter 106. The hidden enemy, it seems we have worried for nothing. However, Xiang Xiuhui was not overly concerned. It was no wonder he exuded such confidence. Setting aside his bizarre ability to ignite monsters spontaneously, the sheer capability to create beasts from dirt was already sufficient for him to handle the super Hippolyte aliens with ease. Round Daegu nodded silently. Creating monsters from soil? Were it not for the certainty of his identity as an Ultraman, he might have started to envision Talas as a villain. But could something as mundane as soil truly contend with beings of monstrous nature? Round Daegu pondered. He had witnessed the emergence of two creatures formed from earth, and doubt lingered in his mind. Monsters were supernatural entities, and their sheer bodily density was enough to instill fear. To pit earthen constructs against them, he observed as Red King engaged Flame Golzon. With a powerful swing of his massive palm, he struck Golzon's shoulder, causing the latter to stumble precariously. Enraged, Golzon retaliated with a slap. Red King staggered, but upon regaining his composure, he unleashed a furious kick. Golzon was sent sprawling to the ground, enraged and roaring. Rising once more, he charged forward, ramming his head into Red King. The impact forced Red King to retreat, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step. Yet he ultimately seized Golzon by the neck, squeezing relentlessly until Golzon managed to push him away. After this exchange, Golzon was left dazed, his vision blurring from the sheer force of the encounter. This was the raw combat style of these brute monsters. There was no flair, only a contest of who possessed greater strength and resilience, until one side could no longer endure and surrendered. Fleeing in disarray, clearly, Red King was not that party. Meanwhile, the battle between Tyrant and Jaden had fully commenced. Tyrant swung his meteor hammer toward Jaden, aiming to obliterate him. However, Jaden blinked out of existence, only to reappear and deliver a powerful punch to Tyrant. Caught off guard, Tyrant was sent crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, Jaden stomped down, appearing somewhat unsteady and struggling to rise. Suddenly, piercing sounds filled the air. Jaden, ever vigilant, instantly vanished from sight. The stones that had been hurled at him instead struck Tyrant. It was Red King who had gained the upper hand against Flame Golzon, yet the outcome of his attack was rather comical. Indeed, monsters remained monsters. Round Daegu chuckled wryly. How could they injure their own side so soon after the battle began? Xiang Xiuhui shared his sentiment, utterly speechless at Red King's clumsiness. However, in the next moment, he realized he had underestimated the terrifying nature of these earthen monsters. Tyrant, seemingly unfazed, rose from the ground, battered yet unperturbed. The injuries he sustained brought him no pain, as he was merely a creature of soil devoid of sensation or emotion. Suddenly, the earth began to seep into his wounds, rapidly healing the gaping holes at an astonishing rate. Jaden exhibited no emotional response. Having undergone cognitive alteration, he was now merely a larger puppet. He continued to unleash fireballs, attempting to obliterate Tyrant. Yet at that moment, Tyrant unexpectedly opened his abdomen, with a mouthpiece inherited from Baymonston absorbed the fireballs, converting them into usable energy. In that moment, Round Daegu finally comprehended why the monsters appeared severely wounded, while Talas remained calm and collected in the distance, seemingly observing something. They were oblivious to the fact that Talas was thoroughly scanning his surroundings. Found it, Talas smirked. You are indeed here. He suddenly directed his gaze toward a specific point in the sky. The clouds in that direction remained unnaturally still and disturbingly white. His comparative analysis indicated that this was an artificial cloud. Talas abruptly thrust his hand toward the white cloud. Strong magnetic storm. Crack. A sound like shattering glass resonated, and the cloud indeed split apart, exploding into a shower of debris. The so-called strong magnetic storm was a technique Talas developed to enhance Earth's magnetic field against the Amperians' psychic powers. After a fierce battle with the Amperians, he had utilized that foundation to create the skill known as strong magnetic storm. This technique could generate a localized magnetic storm, effectively tearing enemies apart using Earth's magnetic field. Once the cloud fractured, a gleaming spaceship emerged from the wreckage. It was none other than the vessel of the Super Hippolyte aliens. The ship, in a panic, sought to flee, yet under the influence of the strong magnetic field. It found itself utterly immobilized. The super Hippolyte aliens, left with no choice, had to reveal themselves. Tala's gaze at the super Hippolyte aliens he had forced into the open, casually unleashing a gravity wave, prepared to eliminate them completely. The super Hippolyte aliens were instantly taken aback. They had not anticipated Tala's ruthless approach. Not daring to delay, they quickly rolled away to evade the attack. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Now that they had revealed themselves, there was no possibility of escaping Tala's grasp. At that very moment, the super Hippolyte alien suddenly waved its hand towards Terra's with great force. Terra's felt a stirring within his heart. Chapter 107. Self-created body technique. That familiar sensation returned once more. With a mere thought, he teleported, vanishing from his original position. However, the super Hippolyte alien seemed to have set up a thorough trap, waving its hand again to summon another transparent container, intent on enclosing Terra's within. Terra scoffed. Such trivial tricks are better left unused. As he spoke, his formidable psychic energy erupted, shattering the transparent container into countless shards. Now that the super Hippolyte alien had revealed itself, Terra's felt no hesitation. He swiftly altered his strategy, eager to fully familiarize himself with the newfound power he had just acquired. In an instant, Terra's teleported again, appearing directly behind the super Hippolyte alien. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful punch to the alien's back. The explosive force surged forth, catching the super Hippolyte alien off guard, sending it flying with the sheer impact of Terra's strike. Terra's wrist strength had escalated to nearly 380,000 tons. This terrifying level of force was not something any ordinary being could withstand. Even without the enhancement of cosmic martial arts, each of Terra's punches now had the potential to unleash unimaginable destruction. It was evident that after taking such a blow from Terra's, the super Hippolyte alien would be left severely injured. The super Hippolyte alien tumbled through the air, landing nearly a kilometer away before finally coming to a halt. It howled in agony, feeling as though its back had been shattered. Hastily, it began using its internal energy to accelerate cellular division, attempting to mend its injuries. That IT then sought to retreat rapidly, aiming to distance itself from Terra's. However, Terra's would not grant it that opportunity. He vanished once more, reappearing abruptly before the super Hippolyte alien, gripping its trunk tightly. With a forceful yank, he lifted it off the ground. Following that, he thrust a fist against its chest, smiling as he said, "How about this technique? Energy flow. Inch force." The terrifying explosive power erupted from his fist. It crashed into the super Hippolyte alien's body. Startled, the alien hastily concentrated all its energy to reinforce its physique, hoping to withstand the impending strike. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed. The super Hippolyte alien felt intense pain wash over its entire being. As the shock subsided, it realized a deep fist imprint had appeared before it, emanating warm wisps of vapor. What a fearsome power! The super Hippolyte alien panicked as a red glow began to coalesce in its chest, culminating in a blinding beam aimed directly at Terra's. Upon witnessing this, Terra's gaze sharpened. He released the super Hippolyte alien and crossed his arms defensively. Steel fist flow. Ultra defense. This so-called ultra defense was a technique Terra's had developed by combining various martial arts principles with the extraordinary hardness of his arms at that moment. It served as a pure physical defense against slightly more powerful energy attacks. As the beam struck Terra's arms, it was immediately shattered by the explosive power contained within his physique, dispersing into countless photons. Seizing the opportunity while Terra's defended, the super Hippolyte alien quickly distanced itself, conjuring a series of transparent shields aimed at Terra's. Yet Terra's, undeterred, teleported once more to the super Hippolyte alien's front. Alarmed, the alien attempted to flee, but Terra's attack was already upon it. Energy flow, penetrating force. Terra's executed a side kick, landing a blow on the super Hippolyte alien's abdomen. This time, the alien did not fly away, but its body trembled slightly, a piercing pain radiating from its front to its back. For a brief moment, it lost control over its body, collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Just moments ago, it had felt a terrifying force surging within, wreaking havoc on its cells. This penetrating force, akin to the inch force, was a technique Thrashes had developed by synthesizing his martial arts knowledge, allowing him to infiltrate his power into an opponent's body, thereby preventing the impact from merely skimming the surface and instead permeating within. This method significantly amplified Thrashes' destructive capability, enabling him to damage the enemy's cells using the power of martial arts. This was the first time Thrashes had employed this skill, and now, the Super Hippolyte alien had undoubtedly become his punching bag. Despite enduring several blows, the Super Hippolyte alien remained resilient, not collapsing despite the intense pain it felt. Though visibly injured, it still appeared capable of normal movement. This realization led Thrashes to understand why the seemingly weak body techniques of the Super Hippolyte alien had allowed it to engage in a war of attrition against the Ultraman brothers and Ultraman's father. It was likely due to its thick skin and remarkable endurance. Steel Fist Flow. Shattering Fist. Thrashes' aura shifted. This time he unleashed his Steel Fist Flow technique. The combat style exhibited by this technique was straightforward and aggressive. He launched another punch, striking the Super Hippolyte alien's face. It was as if he had heard glass shattering, the sound echoing sharply. In that moment, the alien's face was covered in a web of intricate cracks. The shattering fist was designed to obliterate the opponent's body through explosive force. Any ordinary cosmic race would have perished from such a blow, though the Super Hippolyte alien writhed in pain on the ground. Its vitality remained intact. However, it was now gripped by fear. In a desperate attempt, it unleashed flames from its trunk to thwart Thrashes' onslaught. Yet Thrashes stood his ground, unyielding. Suddenly, he began to channel the power within him, delivering a swift hand strike downward against the approaching flames. With a decisive chop, he cleaved the searing fireball in two. Chapter 108. Psychological Shadowed. A long chasm appeared beneath the Super Hippolyte alien's feet, as if that single hand strike had extended infinitely. This sight left the Super Hippolyte alien utterly dumbfounded. What manner of creature possessed such a degree of physical prowess? Finally, the Super Hippolyte alien resorted to its signature technique. It knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy from Thrashes. In reality, it was covertly preparing its next move. The instant Thrashes let down his guard, it would unleash a Hippolyte beam to blind him. This was a strategy it had once used to turn the tide in its favor when facing an energy-depleted opponent. In that moment, the Father of Ultraman had been caught off guard. His combat effectiveness drastically diminished, allowing the Super Hippolyte alien to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. Observing this, Thrashes merely smiled, dismissing the alien entirely. Creatures like the Super Hippolyte alien, with their cunning demeanor, were hardly worthy of sympathy. He spoke slowly, Steel Fist Flow, Cannon Hammer. With that, he stepped forward, delivering a punch that sent shockwaves through the air, fracturing it into a myriad of cracks. The speed of his strike was astonishing, exceeding dozens of times the speed of sound. In such rapidity, the air before him compressed into an air cannon, hurtling towards the Super Hippolyte alien. Boom! The air cannon displaced the surrounding space, relentlessly advancing towards the Super Hippolyte alien. Alarmed, the alien hastily activated its chest pulverizer in an attempt to block the